History's Strongest Husband Chapter 326 to Chapter 349. At this moment, the hearts of the elite soldiers of Chu were filled with despair. They were really giving it their all. The ones holding the shield wall were all strong men. The shields in their hands were made of iron and wood, weighing 40 to 50 kilograms. They had done countless experiments, but they couldn't break it at all. Even the strongest bow couldn't pierce through it. But who knew that the sabers of the lunatics of the state of Yu would be so big, heavy, and sharp? With just one saber, the sturdy shield was split in half. With the second saber, the whole person was split in half. However, the soldiers of Chu desperately stabbed with their spears and slashed with their sabers. It seemed to be meaningless. The spearheads were broken, and the sabers cracked. The lunatics of the state of Yu were completely unscathed. The steel of the Kim family was already famous in the world. It even directly promoted the development of iron making in various countries, and also caused them to upgrade their equipment. Although the steel of Chu was inferior to that of the Kim family, the difference wasn't that big. The key was that the armor of the 2,000 trump cards under Xianxia's command was too monstrous. The other countries were still using iron armor because the production of steel was very low and very expensive. Basically, it was used to forge sabers, and the best steel was used on the edge of the saber. But the armor of the soldiers under Xianxia's command was all made of the best steel, which was a few millimeters thick. They didn't care about the cost at all. That was how they had invulnerable armor. That was how they had the invincible super sabers. When the 50 kilograms long saber slashed down with great force, what couldn't it split? No matter what it was, it would be smashed to pieces. Just like that, the speed of the 2,000 soldiers didn't change. They kept moving forward and forward. The super long saber in their hands slashed once every second. Swish, 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 wherever they passed, blood filled the sky and corpses were everywhere. No words could describe the magnificence and amazement of this scene. The 1,000 super long sabers were still as neat as one. The same rhythm, the same angle, and the same speed. The 2,000 people were like an incomparably shocking war beast. It was an unparalleled aesthetic of war. They crushed their way forward. After a short while, 2,000 warriors of Chu state were all killed. The entire army was annihilated. Of course, there was also a small group of people who couldn't bear the mental pressure and ran away. In just a short quarter of an hour, the battle had ended. The whole place was dead silent. The envoys of the various countries had already predicted that this would be a massacre. They were half right. First of all, they guessed that the battle would end in 2 hours. In less than half an hour, the 2,000 elite soldiers of Chu state were completely annihilated. Secondly, of course, the target of the massacre had guessed wrongly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their hair stand on end. It was too sudden. It was too scary. Just like that, he crushed his way through. He was completely defenseless. The 2,000 soldiers of Chu country weren't weaklings, they were the elites of the elites. Why was it like this? It was a complete massacre. It was a desperate massacre. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Because this scene was too gorgeous. It was too hot-blooded. It was the pinnacle of the aesthetics of war. This was an army without any killing intent. Even when he was killing people, there was no smoke or fire. When thousands of MO swords slashed down at the same time, that kind of collective beauty gave people goosebumps. The officials of the state of Yu widened their eyes and mouths to the extreme. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. This is the army of the state of Yu, such a powerful army? Why didn't I know about it? Aren't these people good-for-nothings? Aren't they imbeciles? They are so powerful that it's suffocating, and the 5,000 imperial guards of the state of Yu had cold sweat on their backs. Because along the way, they didn't know how badly they had scolded them. Good-for-nothings, idiots, imbeciles. And many of them had scolded them in front of the new army. But this group of people didn't seem to be angry. Instead, they lowered their heads and said nothing. They didn't talk back when they were scolded. These imperial guards couldn't hit people, but they were almost sure that even if they did, the good-for-nothings under Xianxia wouldn't dare to fight back. They didn't fight back when they were beaten or scolded. They were simply the most incompetent group of people. But on the battlefield, This group of people crushed and slaughtered everything. Thank you, hero, for not killing us. All the Imperial guards were still fearful. Should I go and apologize to them next? No. Please don't. They didn't remember me at first. If I go and apologize, they might remember me. If I see them in the future, I will immediately run far away from them. Otherwise, they will cut me in half and I will be separated from my family from my head to my toes. And the one who was the most shocked was, of course, Xianxia. He had guessed that Xianlang wouldn't admit defeat so easily, but he didn't expect this army to be so powerful. It was a nightmare on the battlefield. Xianxia couldn't help but rehearse in his mind how many people his western army would need and what tactics would be needed to defeat Xianlang's 2,000 men. The results were shocking. They might need more than 10,000 men and still might not succeed. Xianlang was actually so powerful. His success in the civil, military, and medical examinations could be attributed to his discovery of the last batch of Jiang Li's descendants. It couldn't be entirely attributed to him. But this time, in just 3 months, he trained 2,000 good-for-nothings into invincible warriors. This was an unbelievable miracle. A trump card army, a real trump card. Of course, the most shocked was King Chu. When the rain of arrows landed on the new State of Yu army without a scratch, he felt something was wrong. And when his army was massacred, he felt a chill all over his body. His brain felt like it had been struck by lightning. He had been tricked, but how did Xianlang do it? And he instinctively wanted to kill all the secret agents lying in ambush in the State of Yu. These secret agents reported every day that Xianlang had recruited 2,000 good-for-nothings. Every day, they brandished fake swords and only practiced one move. In a few months, they only practiced one move. They were as stupid as pigs, completely good-for-nothings. Of course, now it seemed that this group of people's intelligence was indeed correct. Xianlang's new army had indeed only practiced one move. But, damn it, it was enough that they knew this move. He didn't expect that. When thousands of people used one move at the same time, it would be so powerful. Your Majesty, the officials at the side were shouting. After a long while, King Chu finally regained his senses. Your Majesty, the battle is not over yet. What should we do next? What should we do? The officials at the side shouted. That's right, the battle is not over yet. I still have 3,000 heavy armored cavalry. Cavalry were invincible in the field, not to mention heavy armored cavalry. When the cavalry charged, it would be completely unstoppable, and no infantry would be able to resist. Countless battles in history had proven this point. Therefore, without exception, all the countries treated the heavy armored cavalry as their trump card. That's right, I haven't lost yet. Although sending out 3,000 heavy armored cavalry was shameless, but for the sake of victory, it was worth it. Xianlang, such a monster like you shouldn't exist. Also, this new army of monstrous geniuses shouldn't exist either. At that moment, King Chu roared, heavy armored cavalry, charge. Charge. Kill the Yu army, kill them all. The moment he said that, everyone turned to look. It can't be, King Chu, are you that shameless? You really want to send out the heavy armored cavalry? And it's 3,000 against 2,000, everyone knew that cavalry were invincible in the field. Warhorses and cavalry, when charging at high speeds, were extremely powerful. What kind of army in the world could stop them? Even Xianlang's monster army would not be able to stop them. At least up till now, there had not been any infantry that could defeat cavalry in the field, not to mention heavy armored cavalry. In order to win, King Chu was really unscrupulous. Following King Chu's order, Chu's 3,000 heavy armored cavalry began to move. With a unique rhythm, the warhorse began to gradually accelerate, faster and faster. Finally, they began to charge. And at this moment, suddenly, 2 steel giants charged out. The 2.5-meter tall man was wearing a super heavy armor that weighed more than 100 kilograms. He held a mace that was more than 3 meters long in his hand. This mace weighed at least 300 to 400 kilograms. They were twins, and they were also people with special bloodlines. Their names were Tuda and Tuer. They were the 2 killing gods under the Chu crown prince. Every time they went on the battlefield, the two of them could slaughter hundreds of people, and they were invincible. They were like monsters on the battlefield. Following that, a general in silver robes rushed out like lightning, holding a super silver spear. This person was Chu's famous general, Xianxia. He was also a martial scholar, and was also the youngest general of Chu. Moreover, he was also a war orphan. If there were no accidents, he was also a person with special bloodline of Zhongli. From this, it could be seen how powerful Emperor Zhongli was. Currently, many of the top generals and martial artists in all the countries were Zhongli's descendants. As the saying goes, when Zhongli falls, the world is full. The envoys could not believe their eyes when they saw the appearance of these three people. In order to win, King Chu was willing to go this far. Tu De, Tu Er, and Xianxia were all dispatched. With these three people, who could be a match for them? The achievements of these three people made everyone's ears go numb. Kill, kill, kill. Tu De and Tu Er were too huge. After wearing their armor, they weighed more than 700 kilograms. With the 300 kilograms mace, they weighed more than 500 kilograms. There was no warhorse that could carry them. Wherever these two people passed, not even a blade of grass would be left alive. Those who were killed by them did not even have a complete corpse. They were directly turned into mud. On the side of the state of Yu, who could be a match for these two battlefield butchers? Other than Lan Bao, there was no one else. However, Lan Bao did not participate in this border hunting. He was the third prince's man. Why would he work for Shunlang? At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide. Because, a huge man also rushed out from Shunlang's side. F***ck, he was even more shocking. He hugged a tree and used it as a weapon. This tree was thicker than a thigh and more than 10 meters long. However, it was as if it was nothing in the hands of this huge man. He hugged it and ran, faster than a warhorse. Of course, he was a bug in the battlefield. The big fool, Tu De and Tu Er only took a glance at him and ran towards the big fool. They confirmed that he was the person they wanted to kill. 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 The three huge men did not ride on horses, but their speed was even faster than riding a horse. They charged ferociously, on. The other side, Ku Tu Huan and Xianxia looked at each other and knew that they would be rivals for half their lives. Their warhorses sped up and charged crazily. The thousands of envoys present felt their blood boiling as they watched. They did not expect this. They thought that this border hunting would be extremely boring, but it turned out to be a battle of the pinnacle. And 3 battles of the pinnacle would start at the same time. It was a pity that I only had a pair of eyes. Which battle should I watch? It was as if 3 beauties were kneeling in front of me, but thus, everyone unanimously chose the most important one. The 2,000 new soldiers of the state of Yu against the 3,000 heavy cavalry of the state of Chu. This was the most exciting, most suspenseful, and most unfair. Charge, 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 charge. The 3,000 heavy cavalry of the state of Chu accelerated crazily. Faster and faster, faster and faster, with a shocking momentum. It was like a terrifying tsunami. With the power to destroy everything in its path. The cavalry was invincible, and the heavy cavalry was even more invincible. Every heavy cavalry of the state of Chu was filled with pride and contempt. Although the new army of the state of Yu had just created a shocking miracle. But in front of the heavy cavalry, they were doomed to die. Any infantry would not be able to stop the charge of the heavy cavalry. A distance of 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Stop. The Tenbaihu of the Yu army gave the order. The military flag waved. The commander, Ku Tu Huan, and the general of the state of Chu, Xianxia, clashed fiercely and waved their swords. As the commander, he should be commanding the battle and not personally going into battle. But there was no other choice. There was no one else who could be Xianxia's opponent. Furthermore, this Nirvana Ascendant army did not need his command. What was the use of the commander? The commander was the courage of the soldiers. The courage and discipline of an army needed to be maintained by the commander. They also needed specialized troops to hold the line and kill any escapees. But, these 2,000 Nirvana Ascendants did not need it. They did not know what fear was. Any infantryman would tremble in fear when faced with 3,000 heavy cavalry charging madly. Their legs would tremble and they might even pee their pants. Especially the 3,000 heavy cavalry of the state of Chu. They were experienced in battle and were filled with killing intent. Any recruit team that faced such a murderous charge would flee without a trace. But these 2,000 people did not even bat an eyelid. What is fear? Yes, we are afraid. We are afraid most of the time. Even when we are sleeping, we are filled with fear and unease. But we are afraid of the looks of disdain from our parents and relatives. We are afraid of the looks of disdain from passers-by. We are afraid of being isolated by everyone. We are not afraid of anything else. We are not even afraid of death. When my younger brother's wife poured boiling water on me, I did not even try to dodge. Li Guzi had a large scar on his forehead. It was from his uncle. At an important gathering, his uncle was drunk and ordered Li Guzi to do something. Li Guzi did not do it. Because he really could not do it. His uncle wanted him to hug a prostitute and touch her. He could not do it even if he died. The drunk uncle was furious and pulled out his knife, threatening to either hug the prostitute or be hacked to death. Then, the uncle's knife really came slashing down. Li Guzi was like an idiot, standing still and letting him chop him. You are my uncle, you are my family. Since you want me to die, then I will die. Of course, his uncle was just trying to scare him. He didn't think that this fool would really not move. As a result, his uncle didn't stop and directly slashed a large wound on his forehead. We were not afraid of knives, but we were afraid of other people's eyes and words. As for the 3,000 heavy-armored cavalrymen charging at them, it seemed very fierce. However, in the eyes of these 2,000 Nirvana bloodline warriors, it was as if they were separated by a layer of nerves, as if it had nothing to do with them. Stand like a pine. The 10 Lan brothers ordered. Immediately, the 2,000 Nirvana realm bloodline warriors bent their bodies like pine trees, as if they were going to nail themselves to the ground. He was truly standing like a pine tree. Second move, get ready. The 10 Baihu gave the order once more. 2,000 Nirvanas raised their Emo swords high up in the air, their angles slightly slanted. The first move beheaded a person, and the second move beheaded a horse. There was no killing intent in the eyes of these 2,000 people. Of course, there was no fear either. They just stood there like a great wall of steel. They stood there like a super dam, waiting for the attack of the shocking waves. Every hair on the neck of the thousands of officials from the diplomatic mission stood up. Everyone even stood up. They couldn't believe their eyes. The new army of the state of Yu was actually planning to use their flesh and blood to resist the charge of the heavy-armored cavalrymen. Was he crazy? Even if they failed, this scene was extremely tragic. Everyone's hearts instantly shifted to the 2,000 new army of the state of Yu. They couldn't even sit still anymore. All of them stood up and held their breaths. They were waiting for that moment to arrive. The moment when the heavy-armored cavalrymen collided. In Xin Lang's mind, a word appeared involuntarily. A comet hitting the earth. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. Even though he had checked many cases of battles, he still had to go through them. The Tang dynasty's Mo sword team had indeed defeated the Turkic cavalry many times. Moreover, in the suppression of An Lushan and Shur Siming's rebellion, the Mo sword team had also made great contributions. However, when the scene before him happened, he was indeed a little uncertain. Kill, kill, kill. The 3,000 heavy-armored cavalrymen of the state of Chu accelerated to the maximum. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Then, an earth-shattering collision. In an instant. Almost the entire world went silent. There seemed to be only one sound left in the entire world. That was the fierce collision of two armies. The heavy-armored cavalrymen of the state of Chu crazily and fiercely collided with the formation of the new army of the state of Yu. Like a terrible tide, crazily crashing against a dam. No, the situation was somewhat different. When the enemy's warhorses were less than 2 meters away from them, the Mo sword of the new army of the state of Yu, which was at the forefront, suddenly slashed down. Moreover, this time everyone's movements were not absolutely synchronized. Everyone had their eyes fixed on a target. Then, they would find the most precise opportunity to make an earth-shattering slash. They couldn't be slower by zero. 1 seconds, nor faster by 0.1 seconds. They had to be absolutely precise. 1/2. Swoosh. Blood spurted wildly, the galloping warhorse's head was immediately chopped off. Its entire neck, together with half of its body, were all cut into 2 halves. The cavalrymen on horseback, who were originally waving their sabers ferociously to cut off the heads of the new army of the state of Yu, were directly sent flying. But they still hadn't landed. 1/2. The new army of the state of Yu behind them slashed down fiercely, directly splitting them into 2 halves in the air. This scene. It directly shocked Xianxia to the point that his scalp was numb. His heart was trembling. How can I have such a trump-card army? Previously, Xianxia felt that the main reason why this new army was so powerful was because of their bloodline. It was because Xianxia had changed their bloodline that made them so powerful. Now, he had to change this thinking. The core reason why this group of people was powerful was their spirit and inner world. Their focus, fearlessness, sensitivity, and simplicity were their strongest talents, and they were almost invincible. Because of their fearlessness, they wouldn't run away. Because of their focus and sensitivity, they could find the most accurate opportunity. Swoosh, 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 hundreds of super MO swords slashed down. Hundreds of galloping warhorses were directly beheaded. But even if the warhorses were beheaded, they still charged forward with amazing inertia. Bang, 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 a series of loud noises, hundreds of horse corpses hit the new army of Nirvana. Puff, many people spat out a mouthful of blood. But, their bodies just shook a little, but they didn't fall or retreat. And at this time, the heavy armored cavalry of the state of Chu was hindered, and the formation was in chaos. A cavalry charge was all about flowing water and moving clouds. If the front row of warhorses were all beheaded and the corpses piled up, then the cavalry behind would have a terrible tail chase. Bang, 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 countless cavalrymen collided together. The whole amazing momentum was stopped. But these were after all the most elite heavy armored cavalry of the state of Chu. These cavalrymen suddenly squeezed the abdomen of their horses, lifted the reins, and directly jumped up, rushing over the obstacle of the horse corpses, and continued to charge toward the new army of the state of Yu. But, they no longer had the amazing momentum from before. The 2 heavy armored troops instantly clashed. The only advantage that the state of Chu's heavy armored cavalry had was that they were superior. But, in terms of strength, they were not as good as the new army of the state of Yu. In terms of heavy armor, they were not as good. In terms of weapons and fearlessness, they were not as good. The most inferior was the power of group combat. That magnificent scene appeared once again. 2,000 new Nirvana soldiers raised the super MO swords in their hands and slashed down in unison. Cut in half. Cut in half, on the battlefield, the smell of blood soared to the sky, the warhorses neighed. The shocking sound of the war drums. It was still a massacre. Although it was not a one-sided massacre. But, this super army of the Xianxia displayed a stronger combat power than the Tang dynasty's MO sword team. That was expected. Because their armors were more than twice as strong, their MO swords were 3 or 4 times heavier, and their strength was several times stronger. Their fearlessness and focus surpassed the Tang dynasty's MO sword team. Therefore, it was still a crushing defeat. They had the upper hand. On the other side, the 3 huge men were also fighting fiercely. The big fool was fighting 1 against 2 de and 2 air. To be honest, at the beginning, the big fool was at a disadvantage, because this was a confrontation of absolute strength. There was no way to resist or evade. The 3 super strong men were fighting head-on. The big fool had only been practicing martial arts for about a year, but these 2 had been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. In terms of pure strength, 2 de and 2 air were not weaker than the big fool. The 3 men fought until the sky was dark and the earth was shaking. Every collision was hair-raising. Because ordinary people would be smashed into minced meat directly. And the big fool was wearing super heavy armor, so were the 2 brothers. The 3 men fought fiercely. Bang! The mace of 300 to 400 kilograms slammed into the back of the big fool. That loud noise was simply deafening. The burst of sparks could be seen even in the daytime. But, the big fool's body did not even shake. I'm fine, because the plate armor he wore was as thick as half a finger. His big tree slammed into Tu Er's waist, sending him flying. The two men suddenly rolled and got up. Humph, I'm fine. The battle between the three of them made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. They were not normal humans at all. The battle between the three of them wasn't about who was stronger, nor was it about who was faster. It was about who could take a beating. Who had better equipment. In a short period of time, the big fool was hit by the mace more than 100 times. Even the best steel armor was somewhat deformed. That's right, it was armor, not armor. As for the two brothers, they were also knocked down by the tree trunk of the big fool dozens of times. But, I'm fine, I got up and continued to smash. The battle between the three super strong men made all the envoys feel inferior. The state of you still had one such super strong man, Blue Explosion. He also liked mace. On the other hand, the battle between Bitter Joy and Xianxia was pleasing and dazzling. These two men were not only top martial arts experts, but also experts on the battlefield. Every move was a textbook existence. They fought to their heart's content. In fact, Bitter Joy was at a disadvantage. All these years, in order to avenge the Zhua family, he had focused on practicing martial arts. And on a warhorse, using a sword was at a disadvantage. Xianxia's silver spear was more than 2 meters long. An inch longer, an inch stronger. This was not a joke. Of course, Bitter Joy could directly kill the opponent's warhorse. Then, both sides would land and fight again. This way, his weapon would have the upper hand. But how proud was he? How would he be willing to do such a despicable thing? The key was that he met his match. It was too satisfying. It had been a long time since he had met such a strong opponent. The opponent was also a gentleman. His moves were upright and without any viciousness. The more they fought, the more they admired each other. As they fought, they wanted to defeat their opponent immediately, but at the same time, they wanted to make him their sworn brother. It was like meeting a brother with a different surname. A life-and-death battle was a test of character. This was not bad at all. The hundreds of envoys present had completely forgotten about today's mission. It was too exciting. It was a feast for the eyes. A showdown between the strongest armies. A showdown between the strongest monsters in the battlefield. A showdown between the strongest generals in the martial arts world. Today was definitely a lucky day. A border hunt like this was really a once-in-a-century event. And the first to decide the winner was actually on the side of the big fool, because after Tu De and Tu Er fought wildly for a quarter of an hour, they had swung their super-spiked maces thousands of times, and their strength had gradually weakened. And the big fool was an absolute freak. His strength was consistent. His first move was this powerful, and it was the same for the 1000th move. In the beginning, he was fighting 1 against 2 and was at a disadvantage. After that, they were evenly matched. Then, he gained the upper hand. Gradually, the two brothers, Tu De and Tu Er, were repeatedly knocked down by him. Bang 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 bang, these two huge men were sent flying again and again. The big fool kept crushing them. He fought further and further away, and further and further away. Finally, inexplicably, a flagpole was erected in front of him. Is this the military flag of Chu? As long as the big fool took it, he would win the battle. The big fool took a look. He grabbed it with his hand. No, it's too thin. The big tree in my hand is better. So, he gave up the chance to take the flag. He continued to swing the big tree in his hand and smashed it. Everyone was dumbfounded. F***ck, why didn't you take the flag when you could? Are you stupid? The big fool was not stupid. He had just entered a berserk state and could not stop. The 2 miles of ground where the three of them fought looked as if it had been plowed by 1,000 oxen. The originally hard and flat ground was now a pile of mud. These three people were definitely berserk monsters. Of course, the core of the entire battlefield was still the 2,000 new Nirvana soldiers of Shenlang. This was the ultimate beauty of war. In the beginning, the 2,000 new Nirvana soldiers were surrounded and killed by the cavalry. They were trapped in the same place and could not move. They did not do anything else. As usual, they swung their super long swords that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Cut them in half. During training, they had to swing tens of thousands of times a day with a lead sword that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Now, with a real sword that weighed more than 100 kilograms, they could swing it thousands of times effortlessly. As for being slashed by the enemy or knocked away by the enemy's warhorse, as long as they were not dead, they would get up and continue to fight. If they were dead, they would be dead. If they were not dead, but their bones were broken, they would lie on the ground and not move. As long as they were not dead, they would be cut in half forever. Just like that, they kept killing, and killing. Then, inexplicably, the surroundings gradually became empty. This group of monsters had actually killed all 3,000 heavy armored cavalry, killed them all. Then, they gathered into a formation and kept moving forward. Looking around, there were countless corpses of warhorses and cavalrymen lying on the ground. The remaining hundreds of Chu cavalrymen could not hold on any longer and fled in all directions. Even if they did not want to escape, their warhorses would. Wang Daji felt as if 2 of his ribs were broken. But it did not matter. He put away the super emo sword and continued to move forward. The entire army had the same rhythm and speed as before. They were as neat as one. It was as if the battle just now had not happened. In fact, it was unknown how many of the people inside were vomiting blood, and how many of them had broken bones and tendons. But it did not matter. The formation could not be messed up. Their pace could not be messed up, they kept moving forward. Wang Daji looked up and saw a flagpole in front of him, blocking his way. This should be the military flag of the Chu country. If he took this military flag, he would have won. Wang Daji did not take it. He raised the super emo sword. He should use the second move. He slashed it down diagonally. The flagpole as thick as an arm was cut in half with one slash. The Chu military flag fell down. The border hunting competition had ended. The state of Yu had achieved a complete victory. Note: today's 2 chapters cost 15,000 yuan. Please do not stop your monthly votes. Please support me and give me the motivation to work hard. Thank you for the tens of thousands of yuan of tips from Xinghe X5M. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse. The battle on the big fool's side was not over yet. But he had completely suppressed the two brothers. The 2 had just gotten up from the ground when they were immediately knocked down by the big fool. Bang! They were sent flying more than 10 meters away. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think of a way to cover their eyes. Too violent, too terrifying. The 2 brothers put on their armor and the giant mace, which weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Just how much strength did it take to be sent flying so far away just like that? The 2 brothers were knocked down again and again, but they got up again and again. Their armor was completely deflated, but they were completely fine. They didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. Bang, 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 12 times. 12 times. 100 times. Finally, the 2 brothers were sent flying again. When they hit the ground hard, they didn't get up again. The 2 of them lay on the ground and yelled at the big fool, "Brother, smash us to death. I won't get up again. Damn it. I just got up and your big tree came crashing at me. I'm going to fall anyway. Why the F***ck would I get up?" Then the 2 brothers spread out their limbs and lay on the ground in a straight line. They didn't move at all. I won't move anymore. Come over and smash me to death. Having lost his opponent, the big fool quickly woke up from his berserk state. Why are you 2 lying down? The big fool asked. Tuda said, "It's comfortable on the ground." Tuer said, "You can either come over and smash us to death, or we'll get up. You can't hit us anymore." These 2 were really scoundrels. If you want to kill us, then hurry up and do it. Otherwise, we'll be leaving. The big fool said, "Fine, then you can go. I won't hit you anymore." The 2 brothers, Tude and Tuer, stood up straight like a carp. They were still completely fine. "Brother, I want to poop," Tuer said. "Now that you mention it, I want to poop too. That blockhead is too strong. He actually beat the shit out of us." Then the 2 brothers looked around the forest. He looked back at the big fool and said, "Big fool, we're going to take a dump. Do you want to come?" The big fool shook his head and said, "I'm not going." Then he turned his head. Huh, where am I now? Where did everyone go? The big fool had been suppressing the two brothers the whole way, heading west, heading west. It was already 4 or 5 miles away from the border. Then, the big fool grabbed the tree and ran toward the border of the state of Yu. Along the way, he saw the heavily armored cavalrymen of Chu state fleeing everywhere. He was slightly startled. Should I fight this group of people? As a result, the moment he hesitated, all the Chu kingdom's heavy armored cavalrymen fled even faster. Damn it. The state of Yu was too powerful. Where did they get so many monsters? The 2,000 monsters from before were already so powerful, and now there was this big monster that was even more powerful. He used a tree as a weapon, and when he smashed it down, he and his horse were all turned into meat paste. On the other side, the battle between Bitterhead Joy and Xianxia had also come to an end. All of a sudden, the battle between the two came to an abrupt end. Xianxia said, "I lost." The onlookers were startled. He lost just like that? Why didn't we see it? Indeed, we couldn't see it. Because Xianxia would only lose after 3 moves. These top experts had a clear grasp of the momentum of the battle. Although the result was not out yet, they already knew the outcome in their hearts. Xianxia. Kui Chen. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Both sides returned to their respective military formations. It was a pity that the occasion was not right. Otherwise, they could really become sworn brothers. They won all 3 battles in this border hunt. It ended just like that. Such an exciting border hunt was not seen in 100 years, and it ended just like that. It was not satisfying enough. The thousands of envoys from various countries seemed to be drunk. Mighty! 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 The thousands of envoys could not help but raise their arms and cheer. Although the state of Yu might be their enemy in the future, this world still pursued heroism. This new army of the state of Yu was simply too amazing. They were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. This was a truly miraculous army, a trump card army. After the envoys finished cheering, the thousands of imperial guards from the state of Yu raised their arms and cheered. All hail the state of Yu! All hail the state of Yu! Victory! Victory! Long live the king! Long live the king! Some people might say that the word long live should not be shouted carelessly. Only the emperor could do so. However, that was in the later stages of China's feudal dynasties. Long live was just a casual shout. In the Sui dynasty, there was a valiant general whose name was Long Live Shi. Ningjing, in his military attire, came to the platform of the border hunt. He bowed and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." At this moment, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire appeared on the platform and announced, "I hereby announce that the border hunt between Chu and Yu has officially ended. The state of Yu is the winner. Long live, long live, long live." On the state of Yu's side, the officials, imperial guards, and Zhong Yao's western army all raised their arms and cheered. At this moment, no matter where they stood, this victory belonged to the state of Yu. At this moment, Ningjing raised the flag of the state of Yu and slowly walked up to the platform. According to tradition, the king of the victorious side had to wave the flag on the platform. Then, this royal flag would be permanently planted on the hunting platform to commemorate this victory. However, the king of Yu was so ill. Could he wave the flag? The pole and the flag weighed more than 50 kilograms. Ningjing walked up to the platform and knelt on one knee. He handed the flag to the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian. The crowd was stunned. "Ningjing, are you going to put your father's army in a difficult position? Are you trying to embarrass him? You know that he can't raise the flag due to his illness." At this moment, all eyes were on the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian. He was wearing a quilt-like cloak. His body was hunched, and his hair was gray. He looked old and weak. He sat on the high platform. The crowd was silent. They stared at Ning Yuanxian quietly. This included Prince Lian and the king of Chu. There were even many gloating gazes. However, at this moment, bang! Ning Yuanxian suddenly roared. His voice was like thunder, which startled everyone. His voice was not weak at all. Then, his body suddenly opened up. He shook it hard. The quilt-like cloak flew out. The cotton clothes wrapped around him were torn to pieces. His majestic royal robe was revealed. The golden dragon with a black background was majestic. The hat on his head was also abruptly lifted by his inner force and true chi. His gray hair hung down and flew in the air. In an instant, Ning Yuanxian seemed to be performing magic. He did not look old at all. He did not look sick at all. The wrinkles on his face disappeared without a trace. His cloudy eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. His entire face instantly tensed up. He looked heroic and majestic. His ash-gray hair made him look even more domineering and awe-inspiring. He did not look like a man in his 50s at all. He was at most 40 years old. Then, Ning Yuanxian took the flag that weighed 50 kilograms with one hand and held it high. The weight of 50 kilograms was nothing in his hand. Ha 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 ha, King Yu laughed heroically. His voice pierced the clouds and cracked the walls, ringing in everyone's ears. Did he look like someone who had suffered a stroke? Stop joking. Ningjing, good job. You did not disappoint me. Ningjing burst into tears and kowtowed to the ground. He had never heard his father speak to him so kindly in his life. Ning Yuanxian looked at the 2,000 new Nirvana army. Every single one of you is Guaran's pride, the pride of the state of Yu. You are the trump card of the state of Yu. I give you the title of the first army of the state of Yu, Nirvana Army. Now, this army had an official title. The majestic Nirvana Army. From today onwards, the Nirvana Army is destined to dominate the world. Today is just a small victory. I firmly believe that the Nirvana Army is destined to be invincible. Ning Yuanxian's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Not only was he full of energy, his inner energy was astonishing. Instantly, the 10,000 troops of the state of Yu knelt down neatly. Long live your majesty. Long live. There was only one army that did not kneel down. It was the Nirvana Army under Ningjing and Shenlang. They were not arrogant. But because they would not kneel without orders. Good, 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 my trump card army must be different from the masses. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, the officials of the state of Yu were stunned. So the king was not sick, he did not suffer a stroke. King Chu was even more shocked. The failure of this border hunt was already like a ruthless stab in his heart. Who would have thought? Not only did the 2,000 new soldiers of the state of Yu defeat his 2,000 elite soldiers, but they also defeated 3,000 heavy-armored cavalrymen. Was the era changing? Was a new army about to be born? From today onwards, the heavy-armored cavalrymen were no longer the trump card army. When his heavy-armored cavalrymen were defeated and fled, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and lost all his senses. He fell into a state of numbness. He was not even sad at this moment. Because he suffered such a huge blow that he could not even react to the outside world. He was supposed to show his face this time. He was supposed to win 100%. But in the end, his buttocks were exposed. 5,000 elites could not defeat the 2,000 new soldiers of the state of Yu. It was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Then, as if by magic, Ning Yuanxian suddenly turned from sickly to majestic. Domineering, instantly, King Chu was awakened from his numb state. Ning Yuanxian, are you playing tricks on me? You are not sick? King Chu stood up abruptly and pointed at King Yu. Ning Yuanxian laughed and said, Brother Wang, what are you talking about? I'm really sick, and I'm seriously sick. At this moment, everyone was cheering in their hearts. Sick my ass. King Yu, you are a drama queen. This world is so strange. You keep saying that you're not sick, but others will think that you're definitely sick. But if you keep saying that you're sick, everyone will think that you're pretending to be sick. King Chu looked at Ning Yuanxian, then at Shenlang. He deeply felt that he had been used and played. Ning Yuanxian is so vicious. Shenlang is so vicious. You were trying to play me when you proposed the border hunt. You, the ruler and the minister, are working together to put on a show to play me, the king of Chu, like a monkey. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian said, Prince Lian, and the envoys, is it time to fulfill the contract? Prince Lian of the Empire of Great Yan was also shocked. He looked at Ning Yuanxian with a hint of reproach. Ning Yuanxian, you and I are not only in-laws, but also best friends. How dare you lie to me? This is probably another one of Shen Lang's schemes, right? Too vicious. This slap to King Chu's face was too harsh. At this moment, Prince Lian could not help but sympathize with King Chu. It was too tragic. Losing 5,000 elites was a small matter. The most important thing was that he had lost so much face. He had been trampled by Ning Yuanxian to show off his strength. However, as the highest judge today, he had to do his job. I declare that the border hunt is valid. Both sides will fulfill the contract. Both countries will move the border steals. It was just that fast, just that direct. Several thousand imperial guards of the state of Yu moved out in an orderly fashion and removed all the border steals on the border. Even more ferociously, he smashed all of the Chu nation's boundary steals into pieces. Then, the imperial guards mounted their horses, advanced 20 li, and inserted the border steals. Of course, the border between Chu and Yu was hundreds of li wide. The entire process would take 1 to 2 months to complete. Moving the border steals today was just a symbolic gesture. Chu country's army, retreat. Prince Lian ordered. This was the cruelest order. The losing side of the border hunt had to cede 20 li of territory and 23 forts. The army escorting. The king of Chu numbered more than 10,000. They were originally on their own territory, but now, these territories had become the state of Yu's. As the enemy's army, they had to retreat. Not only that, but the 23 forts within 20 li of the border also had to retreat. Fortunately, this was the border between the two countries. There were garrisons and forts everywhere. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Either they ceded the territory along with the civilians, or they had to evacuate. The Chu army looked at their king. They could only retreat with the king's decree. The king of Chu felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Prince Lian said, "Don't worry, your majesty. The empire's army will protect your safety." The king of Chu closed his eyes in pain. He had inherited the throne for more than 30 years and had never suffered such humiliation. A few months ago, the young King Wu had probably been in such a state of mind. However, King Wu was still young. He could still endure humiliation and endure hardship. The king of Chu was already more than 60 years old. When he opened his eyes again, the king of Chu's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his hand. The Chu army of more than 10,000 began to retreat. 20 li away, only 2 people were left. Tu De and Tu Er were still squatting in the forest to take a dump. The Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, "Next, we shall carry out the second part of the border hunting contract. Your Majesty, read the imperial edict." The Chu army retreating 20 li after ceding territory was not the most humiliating thing. Now this was like eating X in front of everyone, and then having to shout how delicious it was. The king of Chu intended to let the crown prince replace him. However, some might say, this is the king's business, but you want the crown prince to replace him. Why not let him replace you on the throne as well? You're so old that you can't even read the imperial edict anyway. The king of Chu stood up shakily and unfolded the imperial edict. Only the loser would read the imperial edict. This edict was essentially a public apology. It indicated that the fault of the Chu border war was entirely on his side. Not only was he apologizing to the other party, but he was apologizing to the entire world. To hell with it, as the king of Chu had never expected to lose, he only glanced at it. He did not ask any questions and had the Ministry of Rights draft it. Who knew that some genius from the Ministry of Rights would write 1,000 or 2,000 words, F. *CK, who wrote this, who wrote it so extravagantly, they had ulterior motives. Following that, the king of Chu read out the imperial edict word by word. At the same time, the officials of many countries recorded it at the same time. This was because the king of Chu's confession was to be announced to the world. Face-slapping was so thorough. As he read it, the king of Chu felt sorrow in his heart, tears almost gushing out. This was a humiliation he had never experienced before. I'm already in my 60s, almost 70. Why do I have to suffer such humiliation? Who wrote this? It's so long. Is it because I haven't been thoroughly humiliated? Unknowingly, the king of Chu's voice started to choke. And at this moment, an envoy from a country suddenly shouted, "The king of Chu, speak louder, I can't hear you." The envoy from the kingdom of Liang. F***CKU. But the king of Chu had to speak louder. Otherwise, the envoys of these countries would use the excuse that they couldn't hear and write randomly. And these edicts were to be spread all over the world. If they wrote randomly, it would be even more humiliating. Nearly 2,000 words were read for half an hour. The king of Chu's body trembled, and so did his voice. As for the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, he was almost going crazy. It was so satisfying, it was unprecedentedly satisfying. It was even more satisfying than when he defeated Sun An, and more satisfying than when King Wu came to admit his mistake. When King Wu came to admit his mistake, Ming Yuanxian could not embarrass him for the sake of the bigger picture. Instead, he had to appease King Wu and did not stand by. It was different this time. Thousands of foreign envoys were there. The envoy from the Empire of Great Yan was there too. In front of everyone, in front of the whole world, he slapped the king of Chu's face hard. And he could even hear the memories. It was so satisfying that his hair stood on end. "Shenlang, you stupid child, you are indeed a gift from the heavens. Ha 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 ha, if not for you, I would not have today's glory." The battle for the south had not even begun, and the king of Chu had already lost so badly. "Today is the day I reach my new peak." Half an hour later, the king of Chu finally finished reading the nearly 2,000-word imperial edict. He swore that he would kill the person who drafted this edict when he returned. His throat was completely hoarse. Standing there in the cold wind, he felt cold from the bottom of his heart to the bottom of his feet. After reading the edict, his entire body was almost completely stiff, unable to move. Prince Lian stepped forward again and said, "Execute the third item of the border hunting contract, hand over the war reparations." The king of Chu's body trembled again. Was there no end to this, because he was going to embarrass himself again? The so-called handing over of war reparations was probably similar to the donation ceremony in the future. A huge check was made with a paper cover and written on it were tens of thousands. Then, the donor would personally hand it over to the recipient. Following that, countless reporters would snap photos and flash cameras would shoot everywhere. And now, the king of Chu was going to bow and hand over a 20 gold coin to the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian. This gold coin would have the words 800,000 gold written on it. This was also a symbol of victory that could be displayed in the royal palace. "King of Chu, please hand over the gold." The king of Chu raised the huge gold coin, bowed, and handed it to the king of Yu. "King of Yu, please accept the gold." At this moment, Shenlang could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. This phrase was too clever. Instantly, many people glared at Shenlang. Especially the king of Chu and Prince Lian. What kind of place was this? What kind of moment was this? How could you laugh in such a way? Was there any etiquette at all? The king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, accepted the huge gold coin and bowed, saying, "Brother Wang, thank you for the gold. I am ashamed to accept it." The king of Chu was silent, his face tense. Next, officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue appeared to count the gold. All of it was weighed with a large scale. Not even half a gene and half a tael could be missing. After a full half an hour, the payment of 26,000 gene of gold had been completed. At this point, the 3 contracts of the border hunting contract were all completed. Everything was over, right? The king of Chu did not say anything else. He cupped his hands at Prince Lian and was about to leave. At this moment, the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, quickly stepped forward and wanted to help the king of Chu down the high platform. This high platform had 99 steps. The king of Chu was angry, but he was not so old that he could not walk. Then he suddenly struggled, trying to break free from the king of Yu's support. However, Ming Yuanxian held him so tightly that he could not break free at all. Therefore, the crown prince and Ming Yuanxian supported the king of Chu down the high platform, making him look especially old and weak. The king of Chu was really about to explode. He knew that at this moment, in everyone's eyes, the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, was young and valiant, while he was old and weak. Finally, the 99 steps were completed. The king of Chu mounted the huge carriage. Standing outside the carriage, Ning Yuanxian cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Wang, for helping me." At this moment, Shenlang suddenly cupped his hands and shouted, "Farewell, the King of Chu! Farewell, the King of Chu!" Shenlang, F***k your mother, these words were like sending people to their deaths. "The King of Chu, you are welcome to come back in 7 days." Shenlang shouted again. Instantly, the people present could not bear it anymore. These words were too much. The previous words could be said to be unintentional, but these words were purely intentional. "What do you mean by coming back in 7 days? Do you mean the King of Chu will be the first 7 days?" Everyone glared angrily at Shenlang. Especially Prince Lian. "How could you, Shenlang, be so impudent and rude? Are you openly cursing the other monarch kings?" Shenlang said loudly. "After all, this used to be the territory of the Chu state. The boundary steel should be replaced in 7 days. I invite the King of Chu to come back in 7 days and take a last look at this land." "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Everyone was speechless. The most shameless people were invincible. "You are thick-skinned. You are right. We can't argue with you." The Crown Prince of Chu ordered, "Let's go." The King of Chu's carriage headed west. Less than a mile away. The King of Chu finally could not bear it anymore. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The eunuchs in the carriage were scared out of their wits, but they did not dare to make any noise. In the camp of the state of Yu. "Zhongyao, what do you think of my Nirvana army?" Ning Yuanxian said in high spirits. Even in winter, he was still dressed in thin clothes, which made him look handsome and elegant. He had been suffocating for the past few months. His cerebral infarction was cured in about an hour. Therefore, his brain and bodily functions did not suffer any substantial damage. After resting for a month, he was completely fine. But in order to pretend to be sick, he had to dye his hair white and hunch his body every day. Now, he could finally walk like a tiger. Of course, he felt a little sad. His days of walking like a tiger might not last long. Because his so-called Parkinson's disease would get worse and worse. So he should cherish his last days of walking like a tiger. Now, his prestige should return to its peak again. It could be seen from Zhongyao's performance. "I don't have much time left. I must take advantage of this time to solve all the fatal crises of the state of Yu." Hearing Ning Yuanxian's question, Zhongyao said immediately, "Your Majesty's Nirvana army is indeed the strongest army." Ning Yuanxian seemed to remember something. He turned around and asked, "Zhongyao, how much do I owe you?" Zhongyao said, 950,000 gold coins. Ning Yuanxian said, "Li Sun, give 950,000 gold coins to Grand Officer Zhong. And give 350,000 gold coins to Grand Officer Zhong for the following military expenses." Zhongyao bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Ning Yuanxian said, "Today's victory is glorious, but we must not indulge in it. The war is coming. This time, the King of Chu has lost all his face. He has accumulated infinite hatred and anger in his heart. When Prince Jin gains power in the south, the King of Chu will definitely start a war. At that time, it will not be the same as last time. This time, it will be a war that will topple the country." "Yes." Ning Yuanxian patted Zhongyao's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhongyao, I know we are not destined to be together. But all these years, you have never disobeyed the duty of a subject, and I will remember it. I know Ning Yi and Ning Qi have been fighting fiercely recently. I will go back and keep them in check. I have not fallen yet, and it is not the time for me to separate from the family." Zhongyao bowed even more silently. Ning Yuanxian said, "The war that will break out next may be a war between 3 countries, or even a war between 4 countries. The total number of troops sent by the countries may be more than 400,000, 500,000, or even more. This war will not only determine the fate of the Ning clan, but also the fate of the Zhong clan. If the West Territory is lost, the state of Yu will be in danger of being dismembered, and the Zhong clan will also be destroyed. So, I will leave the West battlefield to you, Brother Zhongyao." Zhongyao knelt down on one knee and said, "I will do my best until my death." Ning Yuanxian patted Zhongyao's shoulder again. Xianxia said, "Rest well, your majesty. I will take my leave now." When he walked out of the door, monarch Ning Yuanxian suddenly said, "Brother Xianxia, what do you think of Ningxing?" Xianxia's body shook when he heard this. Although he didn't look back, his face showed an expression of disbelief. The meaning of His Majesty's words was too deep. The meaning of His Majesty's words was shocking. But Xianxia didn't know how to reply at the moment. "Forget it. Pretend I didn't say it." Ning Yuanxian waved his hand. Xianxia left. The next day, Ning Yuanxian gave the order to return to the capital. The army left the border of Chuyue and returned to the capital. "Ask that little bastard to come up," Ning Yuanxian said. After a while, Shen Lang appeared in the huge crown of Ning Yuanxian's chariot. "Young Master Shen, you are so skillful. I'm really amazed," Ning Yuanxian said with a smile. Shen was speechless. "Your Majesty, can we talk nicely? I always feel that you are trying to set me up by talking like this." "Ha ha ha ha." Ning Yuanxian said, "In the past 20 years, yesterday's defeat was the most satisfying. I can imagine how shocked the world will be when the news comes out." Ning Yuanxian didn't finish his words. At this moment, he was really looking forward to going back to the capital to show his power and awe the world again. Especially those civil and military officials in the imperial court, who had been paying lip service to him in the past few months. They all thought that he, the monarch, had been suffering from a stroke, so they all sought refuge with the crown prince or the third prince. The crown prince and the third prince also thought that he, as their father, was ill and couldn't be the supreme arbiter, so they ignored the authority of the emperor. The rivalry between the two parties became more and more fierce, which directly trampled on the bottom line and even damaged the interests of the state of Yu. This time, Ning Yuanxian won a great victory in the border hunting competition, which shocked the world again. His reputation returned to the peak. How shocked would this group of people be? How shivering would they be? It was so exciting. "Boy, thanks to you this time, you made a great contribution again," Ning Yuanxian said. Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, let me teach you a few words." Ning Yuanxian was stunned. "Are you saying that I am uneducated?" Shen Lang took a pen and wrote on the paper, "Double, double, plop, plop." The monarch looked at it and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, okay, I will accept your words. I will learn them. Interesting, interesting." Then, Ning Yuanxian said, "Shen, you made a great contribution this time. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Shen Lang was surprised and said, "Your Majesty, didn't we have an agreement before?" Shen Lang and the monarch had an agreement before. If they lost the border hunting competition, Shen Lang and Ningxing would have no hope, and they would run away. If they won, the monarch would officially give Ningxing the opportunity to fight for the throne, expand the army by 5,000, and confer him the commander of Tianyue. The monarch said, "That's what we agreed on. I want another reward." "Tell me, what do you want?" "As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Shen Lang thought for a while and said, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Please confer me a duke. Note, later, I will go to my wife's cousin's house for a 1-month banquet. After eating, I will come back to write. I'm really writing all the time. Brothers, please support me and give me monthly votes. Bye-bye to all of you, thank you, Abby." 10,000 coins from Dikia and others. The monarch was speechless. "Duke, Shen, you think too highly of me." In the Great Yan Empire, those with different surnames could not be conferred the title of king. In the lower kingdoms, those with different surnames could not be conferred the title of duke. This was practically an iron law. Don't you, Shen, forget that a few decades ago, the eastern countries were still dukedoms. It wasn't until Emperor Jiangli rose to power that the emperor conferred titles of kings in order to restrain Jiangli that there were a few big kingdoms. In the entire state of Yu, there was only one duke with a different surname, and that was Bian Shao. Even Zhongyao was only a marquis. However, Bian Shao was already a marquis when he was in the state of Wu. What kind of meritorious service was that? He had practically saved the entire state of Yu. It directly changed the fate of the state of Yu and the state of Wu. Not only did the state of Yu win the battle that toppled the nation, but I also defeated Ning Yuanwu and ascended the throne. The state of Yu gained 9 counties and millions of people. Basically, it was unlikely that there would be a second duke in the state of Yu. If it appeared, it wouldn't be far from the end. Of course, the monarch knew that Shenlang was just spouting nonsense. You want the title of duke for Ningxing? Ning Yuanxian asked. Of course. Shenlang said, even the 4th prince, Ningzhen, is a duke, and the 5th prince is only a marquis. It's too ugly. Ning Yuanxian sighed inwardly, Ningxing is so lucky to have you as a friend. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, if Prince Ningxing wants to fight for the throne, he should at least be on equal footing with the other 2 princes. Ning Yuanxian said, You are too impatient. Ningxing has just been promoted to a marquis. It has only been a few months. If he becomes a duke all of a sudden, the balance will be broken. Change your condition. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely satisfy you. You can't do it for others, you have to do it for yourself. Your Majesty, you are too direct. Within my ability, when did you ever say such modest words? Weren't you invincible before? All that was missing was a declaration of supremacy in the heavens and earth. For my own benefit, Shenlang racked his brains. What do I want? After thinking for a long time, he gave up. He really couldn't think of what he wanted. It was also a sin to be too awesome. He actually couldn't find anything that he wanted. I, Master Lang, have money, power, and influence if I want it. Glory, splendor, and wealth, surrounded by beauties. Otherwise, I still want world peace. The monarch was speechless. Shenlang had made so many contributions that he really wanted to bestow something to Shenlang. In the end, Shenlang couldn't find what he wanted. He couldn't find anything to give. How about I grant a marriage to Jin Mutsong? Ning Yuanxian said, Tell me who you like. No matter who she is, I'll let her marry Jin Mutsong. Shenlang was stunned, but it seemed like it was possible. Fat Otaku was almost 20 years old, and he still didn't have a girlfriend. Sometimes, he had to stay in bed and watch the painting version of Endless Romance. It was too tragic. As the brother-in-law, I have the obligation to introduce a partner to my brother-in-law. Otherwise, how can I explain it to my father-in-law and mother-in-law? It was said that Zhu Hongzhu had a granddaughter named Xu Ning, who was gentle, beautiful, and virtuous. She was a top-talented woman. She was 19 years old and still unmarried, but there were so many suitors. So, Shenlang said, Your Majesty, what do you think of Xu Ning? The monarch sucked in a cold breath. Xu Ning was the real most talented woman in the capital. She was Zhu Hongzhu's lifeblood, the real pearl in his palm, and the chief supervisor of his study room. Moreover, the title of the #1 talented woman was not self-proclaimed, nor was it created by hype. This girl was very low-key. She almost never went out of her house. She never participated in any messy gatherings, and she didn't publicize any articles or poems. So how did she get the reputation of being the most talented woman in the capital? First, many of Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's letters and articles were written by her. Wasn't that awesome enough? Second, she was 19 years old this year, and she was definitely a descendant of a famous family. The number of people who wanted to marry her was like a fish in a river. Who knew how many had come to ask for her hand in marriage? She had rejected at least dozens of candidates, including one who was the top scholar. Zhu Hongzhu said that she had to make her own decision about her marriage. If she didn't like a man, the family wouldn't force her. Many young scholars went to visit her in high spirits after they became scholars, but they were defeated in less than 2 hours. Why did that sound so strange? If it was about that matter, then 2 hours was already very awesome. Then it had to be more precise. Everyone competed with Xu Ning in talent, but they were all defeated in less than 2 hours. In other words, she had defeated dozens of scholars. Of course, this didn't mean that if she participated in the imperial examinations, she would definitely become the top scholar. But this girl had read countless books and had a wide memory. The breadth and depth of her knowledge were astonishing. It was also because she had defeated dozens of scholars that she became famous and became the most talented woman in the capital. With regards to this title, the Zhu clan was indifferent. For others, the so-called most talented woman in the capital was a reward, but for the Zhu family, it was a humiliation. Just like if you called darling Mulan the most beautiful woman in Xuanwu, Shenlang would also fly into a rage. You were the most beautiful woman in Xuanwu, and your whole family were the most beautiful women in Xuanwu. In short, this Zhu Ning was very difficult to deal with. She was almost 20 years old this year, but she still hadn't married. The Zhu family wasn't in a hurry. Of course, they really didn't need to be in a hurry. To put it bluntly, the daughter of the monarch was somewhat worried about marriage. But the daughter of the Zhu family definitely didn't need to worry about marriage. The people in the world wanted to win the daughter of the Zhu family more than they wanted to marry the daughter of the monarch. The other members of the Zhu family were very close to the royal family. Zhu Hongxue and Ning Han had the same teacher, and Zhu Hongping was even praised by the monarch as the family's 1,000-mile steed. But this Zhu Ning kept a distance from the royal family and rarely entered the palace. When the monarch heard that Shenlang wanted to marry this extremely proud most talented woman in the capital to Jin Muzong, his scalp went numb. Fortunately, Shenlang didn't mention world peace. Otherwise, the monarch would probably say, "Why don't we talk about world peace?" He wanted to ask for another condition. But Ning Yuanxian was also a person who wanted to save face. He was now like an elder who wanted to show off his ability in front of his child, desperately trying to give Shenlang a reward. He couldn't say no to the first condition raised by Shenlang. He still couldn't say no to the second condition raised by Shenlang. That would seem insincere. "Fine, I'll give it a try," Ning Yuanxian said. "After returning to the capital, I'll personally visit Prime Minister Zhu and propose for Jin Muzong." As soon as he finished speaking, the monarch felt a chill on his back. He really regretted talking too much just now. Now he was getting into trouble for himself. He would definitely lose face if he went to propose this time. What kind of person was Zhu Ning? She didn't even like the top scholar. What kind of person was Jin Muzong? Well, love me, love my dog. The monarch now had a good impression of Jin Muzong. But to be honest, if Jin Muzong was successful enough, Shenlang wouldn't have been able to become the son-in-law of the Kim family. Probably 100 Jin Muzong couldn't compare to Zhu Ning. Of course, Jin Muzong was still quite cute. It was a pity that no one loved him. The small talk was over. The monarch's expression became slightly serious. He said, "Shenlang, this Nirvana army is so powerful. How many people can they train?" Shenlang said, "Your Majesty, do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course," the monarch said. Shenlang said, "Super MO-bladed soldiers can no longer be trained. I've used up all the top steel of the Kim family. For this Nirvana army of more than 2,000 people, I've spent about hundreds of thousands of gold coins." The monarch knew that this army was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Shenlang said, "Although the Kim clan steel workshop belongs to my family, every single piece of steel that is produced needs to be recorded in the accounts, and all of them require real money. We can't just take it just because it belongs to my family." Of course, the monarch understood this. It was the same for every family. For example, the royal army was his, and the royal workshop also belonged to him. But the equipment of the royal army also needed to be bought from the royal workshop. The accounts must be clear, and the rules must be clear. Otherwise, there would be shocking hidden dangers. Shenlang said, "On average, each of them has 5 lead knives for training. In total, more than 1 million caddies of lead have been consumed. I borrowed this batch of materials from the Heavenly Association. Also, they have to soak in medicinal baths every day, which also costs a lot of money. The Heavenly Association has almost bought all the precious medicinal materials in several provinces. His Highness Ningzheng's fight for the throne has just begun, but he already owes the Heavenly Association 530,000 gold coins. This money was borrowed by Shenlang, but the creditor is of course Ningzheng. He can't let Shenlang pay the money back. Therefore, although the trump card of Shenlong's army only has more than 2,000 people, the money spent can equip tens of thousands of troops." Shenlang said, "Of course, if there is enough time, I can train another 3,000 heavy armor MO-bladed soldiers. But Your Majesty, you want to use this army to face the next super war, right?" Ning Yuanxian nodded. Shenlang said, "That's impossible. My Kim clan's workshop needs at least another year to be able to produce such a large amount of top-grade steel. Moreover, this Nirvana army is powerful in the plains, but it will be greatly reduced in the battlefield of Nan-O-Yu. Monarch nodded. Nan-O-Yu is full of forests and ravines, and the terrain is narrow and cramped. A super heavy armor army like this can't fight freely. That place is most suitable for mountain troops. The MO-bladed army of the Nirvana army relies on the collective strength of thousands of MO-bladed soldiers at the same time, so it needs an open area. But Your Majesty, I have already prepared to train the next batch of Nirvana army, Xianxia said. This second batch of Nirvana army is still very powerful, but they are no longer MO-bladed soldiers. Instead, they will be the most suitable army for the battlefield of Nan-O-Yu. They are highly mobile and agile archers. There are about 3,000 of them. Ning Yuanxian said, isn't 3,000 archers a little too little to change the situation of the war? Xianxia said, Your Majesty, what if everyone uses a two-stone bow and can shoot hundreds of arrows with great accuracy? Ning Yuanxian's eyes widened. That's impossible. Currently, the most elite archers in the entire Great Yan dynasty only use a one-stone bow. A 1.5-stone bow is already used by marksmen. A two-stone bow, and all 3,000 of them use two-stone bows. The effective killing range of a one-stone bow is about 150 steps. The effective killing range of a two-stone bow is at least 250 steps. Moreover, they can shoot hundreds of arrows with great accuracy. Ning Yuanxian didn't know about special forces. That's right, Xianxia wants to train special forces that are suitable for jungle warfare. And 3,000 of them at once. Ning Yuanxian said, shooting hundreds of arrows with a two-stone bow requires amazing strength. I'm afraid even the MO-bladed soldiers of the Nirvana army don't have such strength. Moreover, they can't mass-produce two-stone super-strong bows. Indeed, even if the strength of one's arms is 500 pounds, one can't shoot hundreds of arrows with a two-stone bow. That's a super-strong bow that weighs more than 200 pounds. Moreover, the bows in this world are all made of wood, so it's difficult to achieve such great strength. In history, the longbows of England were directly made of a whole tree of purple wood. The shortest ones were about 1.5 meters long, and the longest ones were even more than 2 meters. Generally, they weighed about 100 pounds, and very few of them exceeded 200 pounds. Moreover, for a normal bow, the more strength is needed to pull the bow. After pulling the bow to its fullest, the strength needed would reach the extreme. At this time, it would be difficult to maintain and aim. But, Xianxia designed and manufactured modern compound bows. He couldn't make aluminum alloy now, but he could make high-toughness steel. A strong bow forged with low-carbon steel could provide great strength, and a mere two-stone bow would be no problem at all. A compound bow with a pulley mechanism was highly labor-saving. Because the pulling force of a compound bow would fluctuate. When the force reached the peak, the force used would decrease until the bow was fully drawn. At this time, there would be enough time to stabilize the bow and aim. This would be of epoch-making significance to archery. Xianxia knew that these people with zero or blank bloodlines were extremely focused. This was their nature. When they devoted themselves to the training of the MO sword, they could specialize in practicing the move cut in 2-4 more than 1,000,000 times within a few months. Then this second batch of Nirvana army, once their bloodlines were transformed, would be put into archery training. They would be guaranteed to be like the MO sword team, practicing shooting for more than 1,000,000 times within a few months. These people's hearts were like still water, extremely focused and sensitive. Once they concentrated on practicing archery, what kind of effect would there be? Moreover, all of them were equipped with two-stone super-strong bows, using high-carbon steel arrowheads. The lethality would be amazing. Such a group of 3,000 archers was almost a nightmare for any army. The MO sword team of the Nirvana army was used for close combat, while the super archers were used for long range. When the two armies worked together, they were almost invincible. Even Xianxia's expectations for the 3,000 super archers were higher. In history, the English longbow archers shot the shit out of the French army. In the Battle of Agincourt, the English army of 6,000 people fought against the French army of 30,000. There were 5,000 longbow archers in the English army of 6,000. As a result, more than 10,000 French soldiers were killed in this battle, and their own casualties were no more than 300. It created an unprecedented brilliant victory. And the second Nirvana army that Xianlang wanted to train, although the number was not large, their combat power was definitely far superior to the English longbow archers. So what kind of performance would they have on the battlefield? It was completely unimaginable. Monarch Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but enter into a reverie about this army. Suddenly, he couldn't help but say, "Xianlang, you have done so much, why not train this army into the army of the Kim family?" "Xianlang, and then?" "My Kim family rebelled and claimed to be king." "Do you want my father-in-law to be king, or do you want me to be king, or do you want Jin Mutsong to be king?" Xianlang claimed to be king. Thinking of this possibility, Monarch couldn't help but tremble. If such a scourge claimed to be king, then the people would really suffer. Moreover, Xianlang's goal was to eliminate the crown prince, the Shui family, and the third prince. Supporting Ningjing was the most cost-effective process. Even in Xianlang's heart, the Kim family really didn't have the disposition of a king. Of course, Master Lang didn't either. He just wanted to enjoy power and didn't want to fulfill his obligations. He only wanted glory and wealth, but was unwilling to be diligent and love the people. He would kill whoever he didn't like, and he was not willing to delay for a day. He had no tolerance at all. Ning Yuanxian could tolerate many people he didn't like. Not to mention Ningjing, he was so magnanimous that it made people's hair stand on end. And Xianlang's magnanimity was probably a little narrower than a sewer. "Besides, you are also my father-in-law," Xianlang said. Monarch was speechless. "Hija, in your heart, I am not as good as Jin Zhua, right? Don't be so biased. Ning Yan is also with you, and she will have children for you in the future. Besides, she doesn't have an official title. You should be fair to her." "Xianlang, how long will it take for the second Nirvana army to come out?" Ning Yuanxian asked. Xianlang said, "At least half a year." Ning Yuanxian nodded and didn't continue. He knew that Prince Jin probably wouldn't give him half a year. In a few months at most, the super war that would decide the fate of the country would break out. Suddenly, Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, I heard that you refused to borrow money from the Yingyuan Association for me." "Oh." Ning Yuanxian answered casually. Xianlang asked, "How much money do you need?" Ning Yuanxian said, 3 or 4 million. Xianlang wasn't surprised to get this astronomical figure. He even knew that it was not enough. Because the war that would break out next would be a war that could topple the country with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty used more than 200,000 soldiers in the Jinchuan Wars, which cost 70 million taels of silver. And this time, the state of Yu would have to face two powerful enemies at the same time, Prince Jin and the state of Chu. The scale of the war would only be bigger. So 3 or 4 million gold coins were definitely not enough. But the monarch didn't ask Xianlang for help. Because he knew that every organization and individual had a bottom line. For example, the Tiandao Association. So far, the money that the Tiandao Association had lent to Xianlang and the Kim family was already an astronomical figure. The training of the second Nirvana army still needed a lot of gold coins, which Xianlang still borrowed from the Tiandao Association. So it was better not to ask the Tiandao Association for this military expenditure of millions of gold coins. If the Tiandao Association refused to lend the money, the relationship between the two parties would crack. If the Tiandao Association was willing to lend the money, it might not be able to get so much money at once, or it might affect the strategic deployment of the Tiandao Association. And the most important thing was, how much benefit did you bring to others? If you asked for more than the benefit, the strategic alliance between the two parties would collapse. After all, the Tiandao Association was different from the Yingyuan Association. It had just been revived for less than a year, and it was in the period of crazy expansion, so it really didn't have much gold coins in storage. Xianlang jokingly said, "Your Majesty, how about I make you 3 million gold coins in half a month?" Ning Yuanxian said, "Xianlang, don't ask others to do things beyond their limit. It's very difficult for the Tiandao Association to get the money, and this is just the first military expenditure." Xianlang said, "I'm talking about making money, not from the Tiandao Association or the Yingyuan Association. I will make you 3 million gold coins in half a month. If I can do it, will you confer the title of Duke on His Highness Ningjing?" making 3 million gold coins in half a month, not from the Inyuan Association and the Tiandao Association. How was it possible? Except for these two organizations, no one in the world could come up with so much money in a short time. No matter what business it was impossible to make 3 million gold coins in half a month. It was really harder than reaching the sky. Seeing that Xianxia was joking, Ning Yuanxian of the monarch didn't take it seriously. He had to find a way to get the military expenditure himself. He couldn't let Xianxia do everything. That wouldn't be good for the relationship between the two parties. When the monarch was still a few hundred miles away from the capital, the result of the hunting at the border had already spread all over the world. Then, the whole world was completely silent. Especially the capital. Everyone was shocked to the point that their hair stood on end. At first, both the officials and the people didn't believe it at all. How was it possible? The 2,000 new soldiers of Xianxia were completely useless. They had only trained for a few months and only learned one move. How could they defeat the 5,000 elites of Chu state? Later, the news of the victory was confirmed. Everyone began to wonder if Xianxia had used some sort of trick. Did he ask the king of Chu to deliberately let them win? Otherwise, even if the river flowed backward and the sun set in the east, they still couldn't win. But the news that came was more and more certain and accurate. The 2,000 new soldiers under the command of Xianxia not only won, they also almost killed the 2,000 most elite soldiers of Chu state and the 3,000 heavily armored cavalrymen. Then, the whole capital began to doubt their lives. Was Xianxia a god? He had created a miracle in the previous civil and military examinations. Had he created an even greater miracle in the hunting at the border this time? How did he do it? It was simply driving people crazy. The crucial point was that everyone thought that the so-called border hunting competition was a deliberate attempt by the Chu country's king. Xianxia and Ningjing were merely sacrificial pawns. Even the Chu country himself didn't think that they would win. This person was not human at all. In the future, if you say that Xianxia can have children, I will believe it. And after the news spread, the most direct reaction was that the conflict between the crown prince and the third prince Ningqi stopped instantly. The so-called reselling of military provisions and embezzlement of military expenditure stopped completely. In the court, the two immediately put on a look of respect for each other. A few days later, monarch Ning Yuanxian returned triumphantly. The army entered the capital from the Vermilion Bird Gate in a majestic manner. This was because Ning Yuanxian had decreed that no one was allowed to leave the country. Otherwise, the crown prince and the officials would probably be more than 500 miles away. Monarch Ning Yuanxian's carriage had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate. The crown prince led all the civil and military officials and knelt down neatly. "Welcome back to the capital, Your Majesty." Everyone had their foreheads on the ground and shouted in unison, almost breaking their throats. Although they knelt low, all the officials wished that they could grow a pair of eyes on top of their heads to see what the monarch looked like. Was he sick, or was he as spirited as the rumors said? The door of the carriage opened and the monarch slowly walked out. His hair, which had previously been dyed gray, was now dyed black again. Taking advantage of the 10 days on the road, he had eaten his fill and returned. He looked heroic and seemed a few years younger than when he was at the border. He looked exactly the same as before he fell ill. A brand new royal robe and a brand new golden crown. He probably didn't even look 40 years old. He was extremely majestic and awe-inspiring. "Raise your heads and take a good look at me." Ning Yuanxian's voice wasn't loud, but after injecting his internal energy, his voice was very penetrating. The hundreds of officials present heard him clearly. "Raise your heads." All the officials carefully raised their heads. They saw a young and powerful king. Damn, who said that His Majesty had a stroke? He must be pretending to be sick. Does he look like he had a stroke? Stop joking. His Majesty and Xianxia teamed up to trick people again. They originally planned to trick the king of Chu, but in the end, they tricked all the civil and military officials. Who spread this rumor first? They had ulterior motives. From everyone's eyes, Ning Yuanxian saw all once again. Even awe that made them tremble. At this moment, in the eyes of these officials, Ning Yuanxian was definitely mysterious. Too awesome, too ruthless. In order to trick the king of Chu, he actually pretended to be sick so well without any flaws. The crown prince and the third prince didn't notice. His Majesty's imperial schemes were too terrifying. Ning Yuanxian felt great again. Everyone knelt in front of him again, trembling. The haze of falling ill had been completely swept away from this moment on. His reputation had once again returned to its peak. Ever since I fell ill, many people have been lazy. Previously, I couldn't manage you when I was sick. Now that I'm slightly better, I can't ignore you anymore. The monarch's voice was sarcastic and cold. The officials trembled. His Majesty, stop pretending. You're not sick at all. It's all an act. Then, the monarch waved his hand. Instantly, hundreds of imperial guards rushed out. They arrested the officials according to the list. A total of 30 people were arrested. 15 people on the crown prince's side. 15 people on the third prince's side. They were the ones who had been the most active in this clique fight. The highest rank was rank 3, while the lowest was rank 6. Then, the eunuch Li Sun read out one decree after another. It sounded like every one of them was guilty of heinous crimes. Convicted and sentenced on the spot, beheaded, 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 confiscated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. He raised his hand and slashed. The heads of 30 officials fell to the ground. Blood soared to the heavens. All the officials present were scared out of their wits, and their bodies trembled. Ning Yuanxian did not continue to reprimand him. He only stared coldly at these officials. Silence spoke louder than words. When he stared at a certain minister for too long, that minister actually fainted. He was so scared that he almost went crazy. The monarch glanced at the crown prince and third prince Ningqi. Crown prince, you've worked hard during this period of time. Crown Prince Ningyi cowed out and said, I dare not. Father, defeating the king of Chu in the border hunt and raising the prestige of our country is the real hard work. Ning Yuanxian said calmly, it's all thanks to Ningjing that we won the hunting competition at the border. Li Sun, draft a decree to remove Tianyue Commander Xianxia from his post and confer the title of Marquis of Chongping, Ningjing, as Tianyue Commander. Marquis of Chongping's residence shall expand the army by 5,000. The moment these words came out, like a sudden clap of thunder, it was so shocking that the hearts of all the officials were turned upside down. What did this mean? This meant that His Majesty had openly allowed 5th Prince Ningjing to participate in the fight for the throne. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 15,000 yuan. It's not easy to write late because I went out for the full moon banquet. Please give me monthly votes and support. Please kowtow and thank me. Thank you, me 1216, the magician who cast the forbidden spell. The commander-in-chief of Tianyue, Zhang Zhao, was also present. After hearing the decree, he felt his mind go blank. He was completely dumbfounded. He'd been dismissed, he had indeed offended Shenlang, and had even surrounded Ning Zheng's residence to capture Shenlang. But that was only because they were following orders. Would he dare to disobey orders from the Secretariat and the Privy Council? The king glanced at Zhang Zhao. This person was already in his 50s. His family was also a military aristocratic family, but he had never been in a high position. His grandfather was only a 6th-rank military general, and Zhang Zhao's father had only been promoted to 5th rank when he was old. Zhang Zhao had fought in the Yu and Chu wars when he was 20, and in the Wuiwei wars when he was 30. He wasn't a famous general, but he was definitely a fierce one. He had once been the same rank as Jing Tua, but Jing Tua had left him far behind. Of course, there were many people like this, but in times of peace, they were somewhat neglected. About a few years ago, Zhang Zhao had still been a military warfare officer in the northern general's residence, while Jing Tua had already been the western general, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Actually, the two had the same amount of merits, and their starting points were the same. In fact, during the martial examination, Zhang Zhao's ranking as a scholar was even higher, 4th in the 2nd class. But this was because Jing Tua was born into a noble family, and he was even better at currying favor. 20 years later, Zhang Zhao didn't even have a seat in front of Jing Tua. The most humiliating thing happened 6 years ago. Zhang Zhao was a bit unreasonable, and the northern general, Nangang Ao, didn't like him. He didn't have a good time in the northern army. He remembered that he and Jing Tua used to be fellow scholars on the same roll, and were comrades on the battlefield, even calling each other brother. So he sought out Jing Tuo, hoping to be transferred out of the northern general's residence and join Jing Tuo's army, even if it was just a rank up. Jing Tuo was very friendly, asking about Zhang Zhao's well-being, and personally hosting a banquet for him. He didn't put on any airs at all. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Zhao went to talk business with Jing Tuo again, but was told that Jing Tuo had already left on urgent business, and would only be back in a few months. A servant even gave Zhang Zhao 100 gold coins. This was a great humiliation. Did Jing Tuo think he was a beggar? Zhang Zhao had a stubborn personality. How could he endure such humiliation? Thus, he pondered over the painful experience, gritted his teeth, and pledged his allegiance to the crown prince. The crown prince had a large force under his command, but they were all civil officials. The only top-notch general under his command was the great general of the Southern Peace, Zhu Lin. But even so, the crown prince did not care too much about a mere Yuji general's defection. But later, on a certain matter, Zhang Zhao took the risk of offending the great general of the north, Nangong Ao, and helped the crown prince do something big. After that, he had indeed angered Nangong Ao and was directly expelled from the great general of the north's residence. However, he recovered after only 2 months. Facts had proven that as long as there was someone behind the scenes, all punishments were meaningless. He was soon transferred to Zhu Yong's Tiannan province as a general staff. 2 years later, he was promoted again. 3 years ago, he was officially transferred to the capital and assumed the position of Tianyue commandant. He was in charge of the defense of the entire capital and had 20,000 troops under his command. Although he was still a little weaker than Jing Tuo, they were almost on equal footing. Tianyue City was the state of Yu's capital, and he could be said to be the #1 commandant in the state of Yu. However, when Zhang Zhao was in charge of the Tianyue commander's office, Jing Tuo personally came to pay a visit and presented him with extremely generous gifts. He repeatedly addressed Zhang Zhao as brother Zhang Zhao and even displayed an extremely humble attitude. At that time, Zhang Zhao felt extremely refreshed, as if half of his life's grievances had all dissipated. So from now on, he worked even harder for the crown prince. He would do whatever the crown prince wanted him to do. He even sent out his troops to surround Ning Zheng's residence to capture Shenlang and isolate him. The monarch had tolerated him for a period of time, but he felt that this person was only a little extreme and not disloyal. Plus, Ning Qi was personally appointed as the commandant of Tianyue City, so it was fine for the crown prince's people to be the commandant. In any case, the person in charge of the defense of the capital was the Grand Commander of the Imperial Army, who was definitely a direct descendant of the monarch. Now that Ningjing was in charge, this Zhang Zhao could first scram to the side. At this moment, Zhang Zhao only felt his entire body turn cold. Am I going to be finished? It wasn't easy to climb to this position. Was he going to be thrown into the dust again? Was he going to be trampled and ridiculed again? Instantly, he couldn't help but look at Crown Prince Ning Yi, wanting him to speak up and help. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and Third Prince Ning Qi knelt on the ground, unmoving. How could the Crown Prince care about Zhang Zhao now? The two of them were the most shocked. Ningjing really stood out from the crowd. Father really let him openly fight for the throne. How was this possible? And all the officials present couldn't believe their ears. Your Majesty, are you complaining that the court isn't chaotic enough? The Crown Prince and Third Prince's factions have already stirred up a storm, and now you actually let Fifth Prince Ningjing join this game. Are you out of your mind? Isn't His Highness Ningjing an inauspicious person, not to mention the fact that he's short, dark, and has a strange birthmark on his face? He can't pass just because he stutters. The state of you can't have a king who can't even speak properly. Someone like this can fight for the throne? It must be Shenlang's instigation again. This little bastard is up to no good. Does he think the affairs of the state of you are a joke? Your Majesty, you are too indulgent of Shenlang. But everyone only dared to criticize in their hearts. At this time, monarch Ning Yuanxian returned with a great victory, looking awe-inspiring. He held his sword and looked around, undefeatable. Anyone who dared to oppose him would be using their neck to test the sharpness of monarch's knife. But with Shenlang, the troublemaker, in the fight for the throne, there would be no more peace in the country from now on. Let's go back to the palace. Ning Yuanxian ordered, and they returned to the palace in a grandiose manner. And Shenlang couldn't wait to return home. He hadn't hugged his precious daughter for almost a month. The next day, Xianlang's concubine, Jin Bing carried his daughter, Xinmi, into the palace. Monarch hugged for 15 minutes. Concubine Zhong hugged for 15 minutes. Concubine Bian hugged for 6 hours. Finally, they even had dinner in Concubine Bian's palace. When it was almost dark, Bing carried Xinmi home. At this time everyone saw it clearly. His Majesty and Xianlang were really acting before. This kind of favor was too much. This was not Jean Milan's child, but a girl born by a concubine. Was it necessary to treat her like this? Monarch had given birth to more than 10 children, and he had probably carried less than half of them. Now he was carrying a child born by a concubine. This was too much. Xianlang held the baby in one hand, and flipped through the list with the other. Bing was still counting the gifts she had received, and then her little mouth kept chattering. Concubine Bian is so nice. She doesn't put on airs at all. When I see her, I feel like I'm seeing my mother. Xianlang said with a smile, "Be careful, my mother-in-law will be angry if you talk like this." His mother-in-law, Su Peipei, also completely treated Bing as her daughter. Last time when Su Jianting attacked Xianwu Mansion, he took Bing as a hostage. Su Peipei immediately compromised and handed over the forged superstition letter, for fear that Su Jianting would hurt Bing. Bing immediately stuck out her little tongue. Of course, she knew that Madame Su Peipei was very good to her, but Madame was careless, even taking care of the young miss. Today, Concubine Bian really opened Bing's eyes. Although she had never given birth before, she really knew everything. How to hold, how to coax, how to change diapers, and so on. She was even more skilled than Bing. And once the baby was held in her hands, she couldn't bear to let go for a minute. In the end, when Bing was about to leave, the reluctance in Concubine Bian's eyes was simply moving. It made people feel that she was no longer a high and mighty princess, but a poor woman who desperately wanted to be a mother. Xinmi's baby was already more than 3 months old, and now it was completely grown. It was really astonishingly beautiful, completely like a porcelain doll, exquisite beyond compare. Especially its 2 big eyes, which were black and bright, really like agate stones. Moreover, it didn't like to bark, cry, laugh, or squeal. But it was full of spiritual energy. Because it was absolutely full of curiosity about the things of the outside world. When it saw something new, its 2 big eyes would stare without blinking. If you blocked her, she would tilt her head and look. If you changed the direction, she would turn her body and look. Although it still couldn't speak, its eyes seemed to be able to speak. It was simply extremely cute, and anyone who held it would be reluctant to let go. When Concubine Bian held Xinmi, she said that she was simply a little princess, lively and quiet at the same time, not at all like her mother who chattered incessantly. When Bing heard this, she was simply overjoyed. She wanted to see her daughter completely different from her. After returning home, she kept saying that her precious daughter must have been a princess in her previous life, and that she was just passing through my belly for a while. In fact, she was not like me at all. When Xianlang heard this, he was completely speechless. Xiaobing was also unique to be able to become such a phoenix. In order to let her daughter have a noble status, she couldn't wait to sever the mother-daughter relationship with her precious daughter, as if her identity as a mother was particularly shameful. How pitiful. Sigh, it's a pity that His Highness Ningxing doesn't have children. Otherwise, he would have a son, and our baby would be childhood friends, a match made in heaven, Bing suddenly said. Xianlang, Ningxing is so ugly, aren't you afraid that his son will be ugly? Bing said, actually, it's not a big deal if a boy is ugly, but a son looks like his mother, so His Highness Ningxing's son might not be ugly. This was Ningxing's Marquis Chomping's mansion, and Xianlang and Bing, this pair of husband and wife, kept saying that people were ugly. Of course, not to mention that Ningxing didn't hear it, even if he heard it, he would just embarrassedly smile. Even when Madame Xue sometimes jokingly called him ugly, he didn't care much. This person was extremely determined, but also really magnanimous. Son-in-law, what are you looking at? Bing pestered him, her eyes became charming. As if to remind him that it was getting late, and it was time to rest. Of course, Xianlang was looking at the blank list of people with 0 bloodline. Last time, he found more than 2,300 people with 0 bloodline near the capital. This time, he would search the entire state of Yu. This matter was handed over to two organizations, one was the Heavenly Society, and the other was the intelligence organization of Marquis Chumping's mansion, the Black Mirror Division. So far, all the core members of the Black Mirror Division were warriors under Bitter Joy's command. This group of people was carefully selected by Bitter Joy, and each of them was an idealistic bandit. They were very suitable for intelligence work. Of course, this organization was only in its embryonic form. So far, the highest person in charge of the Black Mirror Division was Xianxia. He didn't ask the core members of the Black Mirror Division to separate from Bitter Joy, after all, their relationship was too close. However, Bitter Joy took the initiative to separate from them. The key was that neither Xianxia nor Bitter Joy had any selfish motives, nor did they have any intention of harming others. They didn't even have any thoughts of power. The search for people with zero bloodline throughout the state of Yu had been going on for more than 4 months. The Heavenly Society sent more than 100 people, and Xianxia's Black Mirror Division sent more than 100 people. This group of people with zero bloodline had very obvious characteristics, not only mental characteristics, but also skin characteristics, pupil characteristics, and so on. After going through 3 layers of screening, it was basically 80 to 90% correct. Now, the preliminary list had been made. As a result, the number of adult people with zero bloodline was far less than Xianxia had imagined. The capital and the surrounding counties had a total population of 3 million people, and Xianxia found more than 2,300 people with zero bloodline. The state of Yu had 3 provinces, 1 special state, and 1 capital district, with a total population of about 19 million. According to this probability, it should be possible to find another 8 to 9,000 people with zero bloodline. However, Xianxia speculated that the capital had more resources and a higher standard of living, so the survival rate of the people with zero bloodline would be higher. In the remote areas, life was tough, so the survival rate of the people with zero bloodline should be lower. To put it more bluntly, like the Xianxia before he transmigrated, if it was an ordinary family, they would have starved to death or been thrown into a ravine to fend for themselves. It was his parents and younger brother who protected him and doted on him that raised him, an idiot, to this age. At first, Xianxia thought that the original body of his body was also a person with zero bloodline. Later, after a detailed understanding, he found that the bloodline of this body might be even more bizarre. People with zero bloodline were not imbeciles, they were just autistic and had mental disorders. They were sensitive and focused. And the original body of Xianxia before he transmigrated was basically an idiot. Back to the main topic. According to preliminary statistics, other than the capital district, the number of people with zero bloodline in the entire state of Yu was only a mere 3,700 people. It was less than half of what Xianxia had imagined. There should have been more than this, they must have been abandoned and dead. And even the living environment of these survivors was much worse than what Xianxia had imagined. He must save them all in the shortest time possible and then bring them to the capital. Change their fate, let them transform. Become the second Nirvana army, become a special force with even more amazing combat power, top archers. Son-in-law, it's time to rest. Binger said coquettishly. Xianxia turned his head and saw that Binger only had a doodle left on her body. Her delicate white body was as tempting as snow. Xianxia was stunned. Although the ground dragon was burning, it was still February, and the weather was still very cold. Binger, aren't you cold? Seeing his mother like this, the baby couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at his father for a while, then looked at his mother. What does this mean? Good baby, go to sleep. Binger breastfed the baby and tried to coax her to sleep. Baby, be good and sleep, don't delay your mother's good things. And at this time, Princess Ning Yan's voice came from outside. Naughty Bing, it's my turn today. Oh no, now Ning Yan even knew Binger's nickname. Did Zhuosher tell her? And Zhuosher heard it from Binger. It seemed that there were no secrets between women. Suddenly, Binger's pretty face wanted to cry but had no tears. Little bad baby, it's all your fault. You didn't go to bed early, otherwise Daddy would have been dragged into bed by Mommy, and there would have been nothing left to do. Shinmi the baby ate heartily, completely forgetting everything else. In the following days, Ningjing was simply busy like crazy. He officially took office as Tianyu's admiral. Madman Lan, Bitter Joy, the new Nirvana army, and the 10 Lan brothers all followed him. Shenlang also inexplicably became the admiral's office's chief official. However, he didn't even take a step into the admiral's office. Don't look for me for all the trivial matters. I, Shenlang, only enjoy the rights and don't fulfill the obligations. And Ningjing also began a difficult career in the military. He had never held any position before, and was suddenly promoted to Tianyu City's admiral's office. He was in charge of the entire capital's defense, security, and so on. It could be said that he was badly battered. In addition, the third prince and the crown prince's people wouldn't cooperate with him, and they even thought of ways to obstruct him and create problems. Shenlang could even clearly feel that the security of the capital had obviously deteriorated during this time, and the order was also a lot more chaotic. However, he didn't help, and neither did Monarch. Things needed to be done by oneself. Ningjing also didn't complain, and just ate, slept, and slept in the admiral's office every day. He only slept for 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, he went to every place in the capital to investigate openly and secretly. He went to check every city gate, every warehouse, and every army. Because without investigation, he had no right to speak. Not to mention other things, just in terms of being diligent, Ningjing was much better than Monarch. Monarch and Shenlang were the same, they would slack off whenever they could. They relied entirely on intelligence to govern, and there was a certain degree of opportunism. However, governing a big country was like cooking a small fish, and most of the time, intelligence really couldn't be relied on. Because smart people were unwilling to keep their feet on the ground, and always liked to take shortcuts. Look at how much Ning Yuanxian squandered all these years. The national treasury was almost like a mouse running away. Am I really that poor? Monarch read the memorials from the Ministry of Revenue in front of him over and over again. Last year's autumn tax had basically been spent. It would still be a few months before the spring tax could be collected. Of course, there was still some money in the national treasury. However, this money was all capped, and not a single cent could be touched. This money was used to pay the salaries of the officials, pay the soldiers, and so on. Even so, there was still a deficit. After borrowing more than 2 million gold coins from the Inyuan Association last year, there was still a deficit of 1.6 million. This year was even worse. Only 2 months had passed, and according to the Ministry of Revenue's calculations, even if the spring and autumn taxes were the same as last year, and there were no disasters or changes for the whole year, there would still be a deficit of more than 2 million gold coins. However, how could there be no disasters or changes this year? In the next few months, there might be 2 large-scale wars. One in the south, and one in the west. And it was a war that would determine the fate of the state of Yu. New policies, these words kept appearing in Ning Yuanxian's mind. Why did they have to implement the new policies? Wasn't it because the national treasury was in deficit? Within the borders of the state of Yu, there were dozens of old noble families, big and small, with fiefdoms and private armies. Not only that, these old noble families could also run salt and iron businesses. If the new policies were implemented thoroughly, all the fiefdoms of these old noble families would be taken back, all the private armies would be disbanded, and all their mines would be owned by the kingdom. This way, who knew how much more land could be cultivated, and how many more taxpayers could be produced? Then, the monopoly of salt and iron would be another huge source of revenue. At that time, the problem of the national treasury being in deficit would be easily solved, and the annual taxes would at least double. The new policies were definitely a strategy to enrich the country and strengthen the army. Unfortunately, now was not the time to implement it. A war was about to break out. It was very likely to be a war that would topple the country. At this time, domestic stability was the most important. After the destruction of Sunan, look at the current old noble families. Could the Zhong family be touched? No. Could the Shui family be touched? Also no. Could the Kim family of the Xuanwu Marquis be touched? Also no. Thinking of this, the monarch suddenly had a headache. He had Parkinson's disease, and time was running out. His current priority was no longer the new policies, but to defeat Prince Jean. If the state of Yu could defeat Prince Jean in the upcoming war in the south, and completely quell the rebellion in the southwest of O, Then, the war between the state of Yu and Chu would not break out. In the next few years, Ming Yuanxian's first task was to eliminate Prince Jin, so that the state of Yu could be stable. And the second task was to help the new king ascend the throne. Helping him on his horse and sending him on his way, allowing the Yu kingdom's political transition to be smooth. This was very difficult. There must be a fight for the throne, and the successor must stand out. But the fight for the throne could not be escalated to a party fight, let alone a civil war. The crown prince was backed by the Zhu family, the third prince by the Zhong family and the Shui family, and the fifth prince by the Xunlang and the Nirvana New army. No matter who succeeded the throne, the other two must be eliminated. Thinking of this, the monarch had a splitting headache. But the most important thing now was to eliminate Prince Jin. The great general of the north, Nangong Ao's army of 50,000 had been assembled, and so had the governor's office of Tianyua's army of 30,000. With Ming Yuanxian's order, these 80,000 soldiers could go south to the battlefield in Nan'o. After joining Zhu Lin's army, there would be 130,000 soldiers. Once Prince Jin unified the Sand barbaric tribe, he would have at least 100,000 soldiers. It might be difficult to defeat 130,000 against 100,000. But it should be possible to hold the line of defense in Nan'o. As long as the situation in Nan'o didn't collapse, Ming Yuanxian could deploy more troops to Nan'o. At this time, the Chang kingdom was already an ally of the state of Yu. After resting for a year, the Chang kingdom would also have tens of thousands of soldiers. At that time, they would attack Prince Jin from the east and west. Their chances of winning should be very high. Thinking of this, the monarch was once again grateful to Xunlang. It was all thanks to Xunlang. Otherwise, now that Sunan and the Chang kingdom had merged, the entire western region of the state of Yu might not be safe anymore. With the Chang kingdom, at least the southwest of the kingdom would be stable. The queen of the Chang kingdom, Nana, should be giving birth soon, or maybe she had already. Whether it was a son or a daughter, the Chang kingdom would have a successor. This was good news for the state of Yu. A month ago, the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, had already sent a large-scale diplomatic mission to the Chang kingdom. He had sent a wet nurse, a female doctor, a midwife, and a large number of medicinal herbs. Nana had even sent countless toys for her child. She had sent more than a dozen teachers. In order to maintain the alliance with the Chang kingdom, Ming Yuanxian had really given everything he had. Up until now, he had only given and not taken anything in return. Not only that, but he had also specially issued an edict. All the citizens of the state of Yu who had been captured to the Chang kingdom could go home if they wanted. Those who did not want to go home could stay in the Chang kingdom. Once these people returned to the state of Yu, they could continue to enjoy the same treatment as citizens of the state of Yu. That was equivalent to having two nationalities. Has De Zhuang already left the capital? Ming Yuanxian asked. Li Sun said, De Zhuang did not follow us back to the capital. After he followed us to Lang County, he turned around and went south to the Chang kingdom. Perhaps he could make it in time for the queen of the Chang kingdom to give birth. Ming Yuanxian nodded. The current queen of the Chang kingdom was truly an anomaly. She was not as cunning as her father. She was kind and righteous. However, her position as the queen was stable. Furthermore, her popularity in the Chang kingdom was frighteningly high. At least, her reputation was much better than that of the king of Yu. She was quite like the queen of Yu. Of course, Ming Yuanxian had also contributed to this. It was precisely because the state of Yu had supported the Chang kingdom regardless of the cost that the Chang kingdom's citizens were living a much better life. That was why they were even more grateful to the queen. Li Sun suddenly said, Your Majesty, the queen of the Chang kingdom once wrote a secret letter to Xunlang. She said that the Chang kingdom has a large amount of gold and is willing to lend it to us. This was what Ming Yuanxian was feeling. The former king of Chang was extremely greedy and selfish. He was like a hungry wolf that could never be satisfied. Not only would he not be grateful for what you gave him, but he would also think that you were weak and easy to bully. However, the queen of the Chang kingdom felt embarrassed after receiving so many things from the state of Yu. She actually wanted to lend the gold from the Chang kingdom to Ming Yuanxian. Ming Yuanxian knew that the amount of gold was shocking. It was the wealth that King Chang had obtained after plundering for decades. No, we definitely can't take it. Ning Yuanxian said, the strategic value of the Chang kingdom to us is far more than a few million taels of gold. Although we are allies with the Chang kingdom, our relationship is not very stable. If we take this money, people will look down on us. No matter how difficult it is, we can't ask for gold from the Chang kingdom. Then, Ning Yuanxian said, is Xu Bodao of the Yinyuan Association here? Not yet. Ning Yuanxian had to borrow money from the Yinyuan Association again. The previous loan had failed. The Yinyuan Association had asked for the secret recipe of the glass mirror in exchange, but Ning Yuanxian had refused. However, Ning Yuanxian had fallen ill last time and looked very weak. His reputation in the country and abroad had been very low. It was different this time. He had just defeated the king of Chu at the border hunting fair. He didn't look sick at all and looked young and heroic. In addition, he had just appointed Ningxing to the throne. The Yinyuan Association supported the crown prince, Ning Yi. They should be very nervous now and would try to curry favor with Ning Yuanxian. Therefore, the monarch summoned Xu Bodao again to discuss the loan. He felt that the loan should be very successful this time. The Yinyuan Association should not dare to offend him. However, he had already waited for an hour. Xu Bodao, the elder of the Yinyuan Association, had not arrived yet. He had to get the money this time. Ning Yuanxian's 80,000 troops had already been assembled. As soon as the military funds were in place, they could immediately move south. The arrow on the bow had to be fired. The longer the army entered the Nanoyu kingdom, the more dangerous the situation would be. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian was determined to get the loan this time. After another quarter of an hour, Xu Bodao finally showed up. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xu Bodao knelt down again, trembling. This time, Ning Yuanxian did not help him. He just lifted him up. The monarch said, this time, Elder Xu, I have summoned you for the loan. I want to borrow 4 million gold coins from your association with the salt tax as collateral. It was 3.5 million gold coins before, and now it had become 4 million gold coins. His appetite was getting bigger. Xu Bodao remained silent. The monarch frowned. What does this mean? I want to win against the king of Chu and look like I'm not sick at all. I can still be on the throne for another 20 or 30 years. Why don't you just agree? Ning Yuanxian and the Yinyuan Association were both afraid of each other now. Ning Yuanxian needed the Yinyuan Association to borrow money. But how could the Yinyuan Association not be afraid of Ning Yuanxian? After all, the Yinyuan Association wanted to do business in the state of Yu. But at this time, you want Ning Yuanxian to completely fall out with the Yinyuan Association? This was also very difficult. Because the debt he owed the Yinyuan Association was already too much to count. At least he wouldn't be able to repay it while he was still on the throne. Xu Bodao did not speak. The monarch was extremely anxious and angry. What is the Yinyuan Association doing? Are you going to offend me completely? After a long while, Xu Bodao said, Your Majesty, the Yinyuan Association can lend you the money. Please send the crown prince to discuss the details with us and sign the contract. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian was furious. His face flushed instantly, and he could hardly believe what he had heard. What is the Yinyuan Association doing? Asking the crown prince to lend me the money? Are you going to interfere with the internal affairs of the state of Yu? Are you going to interfere with my family affairs? I can't lend you the money, but the crown prince Ning Yi can. Doesn't this mean that I'm less important than the crown prince Ning Yi in the Yinyuan Association's heart? Are you trying to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Is this the crown prince's idea or the Yinyuan Association's? Ning Yuanxian said coldly, Elder Xu, did I hear it correctly? Xu Bodao said slowly, Your Majesty is right. The Yinyuan Association can lend you the money. Your Majesty can send the crown prince to negotiate the contract. Ha 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 ha. Ning Yuanxian was so angry that he laughed. Xu Bodao, do you think I can't raise the money without the Yinyuan Association? Do you think I can't leave the Yinyuan Association? The Yinyuan Association kowtowed to Xu Bodao and said, I dare not. But he was also sneering in his heart. Your Majesty Ning Yuanxian, how much money do you owe us? You don't know, but we do. You're a prodigal emperor. How empty is the national treasury? The Inyuan Association knows it too. Your 80,000 soldiers have been gathered, and we're just waiting for the military expenses. Every day is urgent. We have to rush to the battlefield of Nano as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Others may be deceived by your illusion of power, but the Inyuan Association won't. Who else can take out so much money at once except the Inyuan Association, and this is only the first. There will be a second and a third. Can the heavenly axiom take it out? It can't. The only thing you, Ning Yuan Xian, can rely on is the Inyuan Association. If you agree to it today, you'll look better. If you reject it today and come back to beg me in the future, it'll be a slap in the face. Your monarch's face can be said to be completely covered in bruises. And this is only the first condition of the Inyuan Association. Once Ning Yuan Xian gives in, the Inyuan Association's second condition would be to force Shenlang to hand over the secret of the glass mirror. Then, the third condition would be endless. As long as the state of you is in danger, and as long as the state of you needs the Inyuan Association, he can get whatever he wants. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan Xian laughed again. Without you, do you think I'll have to eat meat with hair? Someone, ask Elder Shu to leave. Ning Yuan Xian, who was furious, chased the Inyuan Association's elder, Shu Bodeo, out of the palace. But after getting angry, the monarch Ning Yuan Xian felt helpless. If he couldn't borrow the money from the Inyuan Association, what should he do? The 80,000 soldiers had gathered. Time waits for no man. Li Sun, ask Shenlang if it's true that he earned 3 million gold coins for me in half a month, Ning Yuan Xian said. Yes. Li Sun went out to find Shenlang. But when he just walked out of the door, Ning Yuan Xian stopped him. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Don't trouble Shenlang with everything. Don't make things difficult for him. Let's go to Prime Minister Zhu's mansion. Ning Yuan Xian said, today, I'm going to propose to Prime Minister Zhu's mansion on behalf of Jin Muzong. Note, the first update has been sent. I'll go out for dinner and come back to write the second update. I don't have enough monthly votes. Please help me. Thank smiling Dinessa for her 10,000 gold coins. The attitude of the Zhu clan towards the crown prince and the third prince was very normal. But it was also very abnormal. The Zhu clan did not support, nor did they oppose. If it was someone else, it might seem like they had ulterior motives. But to the Zhu clan, it was rather normal. Because Madame Zhu would never point fingers at young prince. He would not tell the crown prince that he should do this and that just because he was the crown prince's greatest backer. Never had. He didn't treat Ning Yuan Xian like this before, and now he treated Ning Yi the same way. However, at crucial moments, the Zhu clan would always support the crown prince to the end. Just like 20 years ago, when Ning Yuan Xian was facing a great danger because of the destruction of Jiangli, the Zhu clan stepped forward bravely without any hesitation and helped him get through that crisis. For this reason alone, Ning Yuan Xian would be grateful to Zhu Hongzhu for his entire life. Inside the study, Zhu Hongzhu was supervising the two children as they practiced calligraphy. One was Zhu Hongping, and the other was Zhu Ning. They were his most beloved grandchildren. Zhu Hongping was a proud and aloof person, but her calligraphy was methodical and not erratic. Her calligraphy style had not changed since she was 5 years old. It was only getting more and more profound, and her attainments were getting higher. Zhu Ning, on the other hand, looked quiet and gentle, but her calligraphy style was erratic. She used one kind of calligraphy and another, and it was difficult for her to focus on one. This girl never stepped out of the house. Therefore, there were not many people who had actually seen her, and she was known as the most talented woman in the capital, not the most beautiful woman in the capital. Then was she beautiful? Of course it was beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were curved, her nose was delicate, and her lips were delicate and slightly upturned. Her face was very pretty. She was definitely a beauty. But what was worthy of praise was not her beauty, but her spiritual energy. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to speak. Although each expression was tranquil, it was very lively. After the two children finished writing, they handed it over to Zhu Hongzhu to review. Good, good, good. My good grandson's calligraphy is getting better and better. Good, good, good. My good granddaughter's words are getting more and more lively. This was Zhu Hongzhu. Basically, all that came out of his mouth was praise. He rarely blamed anyone. Then, he took a closer look at Zhu Ning's calligraphy. Girl, you'll be 20 after the new year. Zhu Ning turned a deaf ear. He picked up another book and read it carefully. It is time to find a partner, Zhu Hongzhu said. You are not anxious, but grandfather is anxious. Zhu Ning still turned a deaf ear to him. Zhu Hongping frowned. Grandpa is talking to you. Zhu Ning said, Grandpa, I'm working hard. Zhu Hongzhu said, then tell me, what kind of person are you looking for? Zhu Ning shook her head. What did he mean by shaking his head? Was it because he couldn't say it, or he didn't know? Following that, Zhu Hongzhu looked at Zhu Hongping and said, you are also 18. Will you find a partner next year? Zhu Hongping said, everything will be decided by grandfather. He had always been the most sensible and obedient, always wanting to be the greatest pride of his grandfather. Zhu Hongzhu said, little girl, what book are you reading? Zhu Ning showed the cover of the book to Zhu Hongzhu. Most people couldn't recognize the words on it because they weren't Chinese characters at all. If Xin Lang was here, he would have recognized it as Hebrew. This world didn't just unearth Chinese, there were also books from other ancient civilizations. The book in Zhu Ning's hands was an ancient book. Skyse Pavilion spent more than 10 years to decipher it. In the end, she borrowed it. It was clear that she had a high status. In the entire state of Yu, there were no more than 5 people who could understand this book. This girl was really well-read. She had practically read all the books that she could read, and had learned several languages as well. Science, philosophy, mathematics, art, aesthetics, theology, and so on. She had read all of them. She had read every book with relish. However, she had no one to talk to. Because other than her, no one had read these books, and they didn't like to read them. Many young men came to ask for her hand in marriage, but they didn't talk for more than an hour before they ran away. Because they had no dignity. Men always cared about their face, and they always wanted women to worship them. So when these new Jinshers saw Zhu Ning, they couldn't help but show off their knowledge, as if they were well-read. However, after they opened their mouths, this girl knew everything, there was nothing she didn't know. What you knew, she knew. What you didn't know, she knew. These new Jinshi would definitely specialize in Chinese literature for the imperial examinations. But even in poetry, they couldn't compare to Zhu Ning. Because Zhu Ning had read too many books, her horizons were too broad. All kinds of classical poems, ancient and modern, were at her fingertips. Even her own poems were full of spirit because of her unconstrained imagination and knowledge. These Jinshi really felt inferior in front of her. Once men felt inferior in front of women, they would give up. As time went by, Zhu Ning became the most talented woman in the capital. No one could marry her. Zhu Hongping was very dissatisfied with her way of reading. He felt that books must be read, but they must be read carefully and selectively. How could Zhu Ning, who had to read several books every day, be knowledgeable, however, every time Zhu Hong tested them on their knowledge? Zhu Hongping usually lost, but his policy theory was very good, so he usually won. Zhu Ning didn't like policy theory. She felt that it was too restrictive. Master, His Majesty is here. At this moment, the old servant outside shouted. Then he heard Ning Yuanxian's voice. I told you not to say it, not to say it. You still have to say it. The monarch was blaming the old servant. He wanted to come in directly and didn't want Zhu Hongzhu to come out to greet him. Ning Yuanxian walked in casually. Zhu Hongzhu went forward and bowed. This old subject greets His Majesty. Zhu Hongping knelt down and kowtowed. This student greets His Majesty. Zhu Ning gave him a simple bow. Ning Yuanxian wouldn't let Zhu Hongzhu kneel. He went forward to help him up. Ning Yuanxian greets Prime Minister. Zhu Hongzhu's eyelids twitched when he heard the word Prime Minister. Sai, the monarch wasn't only his ruler, but also his son-in-law and student. He had watched him grow up. He knew him too well. Every time he called him Prime Minister, nothing good would come out of it. Next, Ning Yuanxian excitedly inspected Zhu Hongping and Zhu Ning's calligraphy, praising them. At this time, Zhu Hongzhu kept repeating in his heart, "Don't write, don't write." He was really afraid of Ning Yuanxian writing. The monarch's calligraphy was pretty good, but that was all. His calligraphy skills were just average. At best, it was not bad, but it was still a long way from reaching the next level. But this monarch felt good about himself and would write wherever he went. Also, you have to hang up his inscriptions, don't you? There was no room for it at home. He didn't know if Zhu Hongzhu's prayer worked. The monarch Ning Yuanxian didn't write anything. It seemed like there was something serious. Actually, Ning Yuanxian felt a little sad. From now on, he wouldn't write anything because his trembling hands would show it on his handwriting. He couldn't let others see anything wrong with him. He couldn't let others see that he was sick. What a pity. I have such good calligraphy. Now that I'm sick, I've lost so many treasures. Zhu Hongping and Zhu Ning left, letting Ning Yuanxian and Zhu Hongzhu talk business. I heard that Your Majesty's loan from the Yingyuan Association didn't go well? Zhu Hongzhu asked. If someone else said this, the monarch would be furious. What do you mean by that? Are you making fun of me? But since it came from his prime minister's mouth, he wouldn't blame him. Instead, he nodded. Xu Bodeo said to let Ning Yi talk. Ning Yuanxian said, Prime Minister, what do you mean by that? Zhu Hongzhu frowned. To a certain extent, this was driving a wedge between the father and son. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk about this unhappy matter anymore. I came to find Prime Minister for another matter, Ning Yuanxian said. Zhu Hongzhu said, Your Majesty, please speak. Then, he casually brewed tea. The study room suddenly became a little more lively. After the water was boiled, Ning Yuanxian took the initiative to heat the cups and pour the tea. He first poured a cup for Zhu Hongzhu, then poured a cup for himself. Zhu Hongzhu didn't decline. He bowed slightly and accepted the tea that the monarch handed to him. Ning Yuanxian found it hard to talk about it. Sigh, Shenlang, you're such a bad kid. I've been tricked by you. Either you don't speak, or you say something as difficult as climbing up to the sky. But, I still have the ability to turn a blind eye to a situation. If I lose face, so be it. Ning is almost 20, right? Ning Yuanxian said. Zhu Hongzhu couldn't help but be startled. Then, he nodded and said, Yes, I'll be 20 after the new year. Ning Yuanxian said, Do you have a mister right now? Do you have a candidate in mind? Zhu Hongzhu shook his head and said, I have a candidate, but it's useless. I have to pass the test of the girl first. But I can't pass that test. This was not wrong at all. The Zhu family found at least dozens of young talents to go on blind dates with Zhu Ning. The results were all the same. All of them fled without a trace. They had suffered a crushing defeat. Ning Yuanxian hesitated for a while, then he gritted his teeth and said, Prime Minister, I have a candidate here. He didn't even dare to say a good candidate. Zhu Hongzhu said, Oh? Please say it, Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian said, the son of Marquis Xuanwu, Jin Muzong. He's of noble birth and has a good character. It could be seen that the monarch was still realistic. His evaluation of Jin Muzong was absolutely correct. Zhu Hongzhu didn't hide his surprise. Even with his brain, he couldn't imagine that the monarch would do this. Jin Muzong, a Guozijian. He didn't have any scholarly honors. He could almost be called ignorant and incompetent. Of course, he would inherit the title of Marquis Xuanwu in the future. But for the top nobles, scholarly honors were very important. If you didn't have any scholarly honors, you wouldn't be able to raise your head in the circle of nobles. It was like in the future world, where the children of the super-rich were all masters and doctorates from famous schools. If it wasn't Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, Yale, Caltech, Zurich, and so on. If you graduated from Tokyo University, you would be too embarrassed to say it. And Jin Muzong's current educational background should be equivalent to a correspondence student of Peking University. He wasn't even a regular student. Of course, Shen Lang's educational background was even worse. He directly went to Western Pacific University or Clayton University. He bought his diploma with money and didn't go to school for a day. After a long while, the Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu nodded and said, Jin Mutsong is quite an honest child. It seemed that the Prime Minister was also very realistic. Ning Yuanxian said, why don't we let the two of them meet? Zhu Hongzhu nodded and said, sure, let's find a day to meet and get to know each other. This was a blind date. After all, the monarch had spoken, so the chance of a blind date had to be given. Then, Ning Yuanxian didn't have the face to stay any longer. He quickly said goodbye and left. He felt that the face he had accumulated for half his life was almost completely lost today. In the Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's heart, he, Ning Yuanxian, must be especially unreliable. After Ning Yuanxian left, the Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu called for Zhu Ning. His Majesty has introduced you to a partner. Zhu Ning was stunned. If it were any other girl, this would be a confirmed marriage. But for the Zhu family, this was completely non-existent. Zhu Hongping, who was at the side, asked, who? Why are you so concerned? Are you going to the orthopedic department of Shenlang? The heir of Marquis Xuanwu, Jin Mutsong, Zhu Hongzhu said. Immediately, Zhu Ning and Zhu Hongping were stunned. Was the monarch crazy? Who was Jin Mutsong, the super bad student in the Guozijian? He had won against Tang Yun in the battle for Jinshan Island, but everyone knew that the essays and poems were written by Shenlang. Relying on Jin Mutsong himself? He couldn't even pass the county examination. Last spring, Jin Mutsong was shameless enough to participate in the imperial examinations. But the result was not worth mentioning. According to the chief examiner, it took a lot of courage for this person to participate in the imperial examinations. But Jin Mutsong also said that it was because his brother-in-law didn't bet on the right questions, or else he would have passed the imperial examinations. Now he was the last in the examination, so he couldn't be blamed. In Zhu Hongping's heart, Jin Mutsong wasn't even worthy of half a finger of her sister. Moreover, there was a huge scandal last year with this fatty. He was raped by a married woman. This was a complete loss of face, even more shameful than raping someone. You are a dignified noble heir, and you still want to end your virginity? You are already 19 years old, and you still haven't slept with a woman. You are a disgrace to the nobility. Of course, Zhu Hongping was almost 18 years old. She also hadn't slept with him. But the situation was different. Jin Mutsong wanted to sleep with her, but he couldn't. Zhu Hongping was someone that countless noble daughters wanted to sleep with, but he didn't sleep with. He was very proud, and claimed that he had a mental disorder. He must find a lifelong confidant, otherwise he would never sully his body and soul. Hearing this, it was obvious that this child was too young and childish. Zhu Hongzhu said, my good granddaughter, since His Majesty has spoken, why don't you go and meet him? Zhu Ning nodded. Sure, I love blind dates the most. Oh, love blind dates the most? You love the feeling of crushing men in terms of intelligence and talent, right? Just like that, Zhu Ning and Jin Mutsong's blind date was set for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Shenlang was still doing experiments in the basement. This was probably his only hobby. This was because he had recently made a huge discovery. It was discovered when he was modifying a blank bloodline holder. This discovery wasn't great, but it could be used as a scam. After the experiment was done, Ning Zheng's wife, Madame Zhua, came down with food. She wasn't delivering food to Shenlang, but to Li Qianqiu's wife. Li Qianqiu didn't have an entourage for this hunting competition at the border. He had been accompanying his wife at home. But the big fool was going to the Chang kingdom to protect his wife and give birth, so Li Qianqiu had to follow. He couldn't possibly let Tang Yan accompany the big fool, right? That would be the end of it. The two of them wouldn't be able to reach the Chang kingdom even next year. The total IQ of these two people should not be more than 120. Give it to me. Shenlang took the food and carried it to the Sword King's wife. It had been almost half a year since the Sword King's wife, Lady Qiu, was cured by Shenlang. Her body was gradually recovering. At the very least, she had regained the appearance of a normal woman. Her face hadn't fully recovered, and her skin wasn't there either, but it was much better than her previous beast-like appearance. Her hair had grown a few inches. She still lived in the basement, and when there were people around, she wouldn't light up. Only when she was alone would she light up a candle. Because she had regained her consciousness, she was especially concerned about her appearance. She wouldn't allow anyone to see her ugly and terrifying appearance. She would only appear in front of everyone after she had fully recovered and returned to the surface. Even when her husband, Xianxia, was with her, they would eat and talk in the dark. For this reason, Xianxia had prepared a lot of beauty products for her. This Sword King's wife had to use 2 facial masks every day. "Auntie, it's time to eat," Xianxia shouted from outside. At this time, the Sword King's wife was reading a book inside. When she heard Xianxia's words, she immediately blew out the candle. The room was plunged into darkness again. Xianxia carried the food in. He wouldn't eat with them because eating pig trotters every day was something that no one could stand. Furthermore, it was pig trotters stewed with red dates. But he had no choice. He heard that it was nourishing. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I sent Senior Sword King on another errand," Xianxia said. Madame Qiu said, "It's fine. He's just a farmer. If there's no one to order him around, he'll feel uncomfortable." Xianxia said, "If you're too bored, I'll bring the baby down tomorrow. It'll be fun." Madame Qiu's heart stirred, and her eyes burned with passion. She was also a pitiful woman. She wanted to have a child all her life, but she couldn't. In the end, she adopted a daughter, but it turned out to be a poisonous snake sent by the enemy, ruining her life. Don't scare the baby," Madame Qiu said. "Wait until I recover my looks before I carry the baby. I really don't know when I can recover my looks. When that time comes, I can go out with Doggy Li. Auntie's martial arts aren't bad. When the time comes, we can work together." Sword King Xianxia's name was Doggy Li. He was changed to Xianxia after he was accepted as a disciple by the previous Sword King. Otherwise, an old farmer probably wouldn't dare to give his son such an awe-inspiring name. "Doggy Li and Doggy Li had the same effect as Doggy Li," Xianxia said. "How would I dare?" Madame Qiu said, "Why wouldn't you dare? People like us who practice martial arts aren't worth anything." Xianxia said, "Auntie, in a few days, I'll make some equipment for you. Then, I'll write a picture book for you to practice. I guarantee that you'll have a good figure. My wife practiced every day before she got pregnant." "Deal." Xianxia said, "Auntie, you're very bored down here. What else do you want to read?" Madame Qiu said, "Have you finished writing the 4th part of Battle Through the Heavens?" Xianxia said, "Not yet." Madame Qiu said, "Then hurry up and tell Fatty to write it. I'll be relying on this book to survive." The news of Zhu Ning and Jin Muzong's blind date spread. It wasn't Madame Zhu who leaked the news. It was the queen who flew into a rage after hearing about it. She went straight to the monarch's study to question him. Her voice wasn't soft. The people outside heard it and came out. The queen said, "Your Majesty, is this how you humiliate our Zhu clan?" Ning Yuanxian didn't continue arguing and turned to leave. He didn't have a good relationship with the queen. They treated each other with respect. The queen was beautiful and dignified. But, she was too arrogant. A few decades ago, she was the most talented woman in the capital. After marrying Ning Yuanxian, she behaved virtuously and courteously. But she was very arrogant and kept people at a distance. Because she was talented, she had high standards. She felt that only the best men in the world were worthy of her. In her heart, she felt that Ning Yuanxian was ignorant and incompetent. The 2 of them had a son, but he died young. Later, they had a daughter, who was only 13 years old. After the crown prince Ning Yi was adopted by the queen, she also regarded him as her own. There was nothing wrong with this woman being the queen. She didn't monopolize the harem. Instead, she let the monarch share everything. She also didn't interfere in politics. But she didn't want to be pampered. Instead, it was more like a high attitude and arrogance. In comparison, concubine Bian was like a gentle Xia Yuhua who was infatuated with Ning Yuanxian. The queen was already dissatisfied with the monarch. When she heard that he wanted to marry Zhu Ning to the useless Jin Muzong, she couldn't hold it in anymore. The monarch couldn't help but say, "Is the daughter of your Zhu clan so precious? But don't treat other people's children like grass." This sentence angered the queen, so she said, "You're degrading my Zhu clan." But after the two quarreled, the news of Zhu Ning and Jin Muzong's blind date spread. Everyone in the capital was shocked once again. Jin Muzong, this useless person, wanted to marry the most talented woman in the capital, Zhu Ning. He was a toad lusting after swan meat. Dream on, Your Majesty, you were just so awe-inspiring, and now you're so unreliable, you actually want to be a matchmaker? It was obvious that it wouldn't work out. Was he not embarrassed enough? However, Ning Yuanxian could only swallow his bitterness. Who told him to promise Shen Lang, this useless child? Then everyone observed a moment of silence for Jin Muzong. Because it was unknown how many young heroes had proposed to Zhu Ning, including the top scholar of the last subject. But all of them were beaten black and blue by her. In all aspects of knowledge, they were all crushed by her and almost lost their self-confidence. Jin Muzong, you ignorant and incompetent good-for-nothing, will probably be defeated by Zhu Ning, the most talented woman, and will never like women again. This woman's knowledge was too frightening. She could probably crush Jin Muzong into pieces with her little fingernail. After monarch Ning Yuanxian facilitated the blind date between Jin Muzong and Zhu Ning, he couldn't force the rest of the matter. Moreover, he was also in a terrible mess. The 80,000 troops had been assembled, but there was still a huge gap in military funds. Every day of delay could have a huge impact on the future war situation. But the Inyuan Association had no intention of compromising. And they almost shouted in public. They asked the Crown Prince to discuss the loan. Crown Prince Ning Yi entered the palace because of this matter and apologized to the monarch. But this still couldn't change the fact. In everyone's eyes, the monarch couldn't borrow money from the Inyuan Association, but the Crown Prince could. This imperceptibly raised Crown Prince Ning Yi's status a lot. The situation of the struggle for the throne, which had clearly subsided, seemed to be intensifying once again. And this time, the flames even burned the monarch's head. The Inyuan Association's influence could be seen. Shen Lang tried again and again. After making sure there were no mistakes, he officially entered the palace to discuss the millions of military funds with the monarch. He was confident that he could do it. He could earn millions of gold coins in just half a month. It was even crazier than the last time he sold the glass mirror formula. Of course, this crazy money-making was almost without a bottom line. But if he succeeded, he had once again created an astonishing miracle. Earning millions of gold coins in half a month? There was no such business in the world. If he succeeded, it would be a slap in the face of the Crown Prince and the Inyuan Association. It would also help the monarch solve a huge problem. At this time, in the Fingy Pavilion, Jin Muzong and Zhu Ning's blind date was about to begin. The fat otaku was unprecedentedly nervous. It was like a year, and he couldn't sit still. Now the entire capital was laughing at him. He was a toad lusting after a swan. Everyone was waiting to watch a good show. Looking out the window, there were countless young talents gathered outside. There were countless scholars and examinees inside. They were all here to watch the show. They were all here to see how Jin Muzong would be beaten to the point of wetting his pants and making a fool of himself. This group of people's thoughts were very direct. Zhu Ning's status was noble. Marrying her was equivalent to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Moreover, she was the most talented woman. We have no hope. Many of us have been trampled by her talent. Now that a man who is even more miserable has appeared, of course we are happy. But do you think that Jin Muzong will feel inferior and inferior just because he is going on a blind date with Zhu Ning? No, he is more self-abased and self-deprecating than you can imagine. To describe it in one sentence, the fat otaku was so nervous that he wanted to shit. In the room, Jin Muzong sat there alone, quietly waiting for Zhu Ning's arrival. There was only one thought in his mind. Hurry up and end this. I will immediately go home, sleep, and pretend that nothing happened. He did not dare to think about marrying Zhu Ning. He did not even know about this blind date. He was suddenly called here by his brother-in-law for a blind date. He was not prepared at all. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside. Jin Muzong was so nervous that he could not breathe. Then, the door opened and a beautiful woman walked in. A fairy-like girl. Her face was quiet and gentle, but her eyes were very lively. She was Zhu Ning. After coming in, she glanced at Jin Mutsong. In an instant, Jin Mutsong's heart was half smitten. His whole body was numb and he could not move at all. Actually, Zhu Ning was not as beautiful as Jin Mulan or Zhong Shishir. But she was exactly the same as Jin Mutsong's dream lover. Alright, he never had a specific dream lover. But after Zhu Ning walked in, he had one. Jin Mutsong felt that he should stand up to appear more polite. But, he just stood up. Pfft. He let out a fart. He really did not expect that the fart would come out so suddenly. Jin Mutsong's heart was in despair. It's over, I, Jin Mutsong, already have a bad image, and now I look like shit. Zhu Ning took out a fragrance handkerchief and covered her nose. She stood there for a while, waiting for the smell to dissipate before walking over and sitting in front of Jin Mutsong. She was on guard at all times as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She was afraid that Jin Mutsong would release another biochemical attack. Zhu Ning said, Jin Mutsong, it's actually very simple to go on a blind date with me. As long as you answer 3 of my questions correctly, we can try to continue dating. Of course, if you answer incorrectly, the blind date will immediately end. Jin Mutsong nodded his head desperately. He just wanted it to end quickly and then hide under the quilt to cry. Because he was heartbroken. The moment he saw Zhu Ning, he almost fell for her. But 2 people were completely impossible, so he was heartbroken. Zhu Ning said, listen carefully to the first question. Jin Mutsong's body tensed up. Before he started to answer, his heart began to wail. I definitely won't, I'm so ignorant, I definitely won't be able to answer. Zhu Ning said, since you just farted, then my first question is, why do some farts smell, but some don't? Instantly, Jin Mutsong was completely stunned. This was the blind date question of the most talented woman in the capital. It's really special. I'm even more infatuated with her. Note, the second chapter will be delivered. Today's 2 chapters are 16,000 yuan. I hope you won't lose sleep tonight. Everyone, please support me with your monthly votes and wish me a good night's sleep. Please remember this book's domain name. Calm Wonderful Bookhouse. Calm. Jin Mutsong really wanted to ask, do you also ask these questions when you go on a blind date? Of course, he didn't dare. In fact, Zhu Ning asked such questions because she was going on a blind date with Jin Mutsong. After all, Jin Mutsong looked like an easy target to bully. And who told you to fart during a blind date? Can't answer? Zhu Ning said, then I'm leaving. The blind date is officially over. Jin Mutsong said, most farts don't smell, but if you eat special food or want to go to the toilet, your fart will be more smelly. The reason why it smells is because there are special gases in it, such as hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and so on. In fact, farts are also flammable gases. As long as enough gas is released, it can be ignited by fire. After this answer, Zhu Ning was stunned. She didn't expect this answer at all. In fact, she lacked knowledge in this area. She only knew a thing or two about it after reading a very obscure book. She didn't expect to get such a professional answer from Jin Mutsong here. Then how did Jin Mutsong know? It was all said by Shen Lang while chatting. Some were asked by Bing some were asked by Jin Mutsong, and most of them were asked by Yusisi and Yukiki. These 2 little girls simply had 100,000 ys, and every time Shen Lang could answer, they would seize the opportunity to ask all kinds of questions. Other things were hard to remember, but for some reason, this knowledge was especially easy to remember. Jin Mutsong only heard it once and remembered it. Zhu Ning nodded and said, you passed the first question. Next, let me ask the second question. Jin Mutsong sat upright and nodded vigorously. Zhu Ning thought for a while and said, the stars we saw at night, what were they? This question was absolutely difficult for the people of this world. Because the ancient Eastern dynasties liked to associate stars with people on the ground. One day, a star fell, which meant that a powerful person on the ground had passed away. Of course, if a powerful person passed away one day, but no stars fell from the sky, it meant that the person was not powerful enough. What? You said that he was obviously very awesome. It only looked impressive. In reality, it wasn't. Anyway, no matter how I explain it, it will make sense. Jean Mutsong said, this can be divided into two situations. There are a few stars that are especially big and bright. Those are the stars that are closer to us, and they are reflected by the sun. However, most of the stars are actually suns. It's just that they're very far away from us, so they look like very small stars. Of course, this was also taught by Xianxia. Zhu was surprised again. He often used this question to test the handsome young men who wanted to marry him. Not a single person could answer that question. But these people couldn't answer, and they liked to pretend to know what they didn't know. Some of them even spouted a few thousand words. It was as if the more words he had, the more powerful he would be, and the more he would be able to fool people. And Jean Mutsong actually answered correctly once again. Not only was his answer correct, but it was also more comprehensive than what he had read from books. In fact, when Zhu first saw this content, he was also very shocked. It was already amazing to have one sun in the sky. In the myths and legends, Hui shot the sun, and there were 9 suns in the sky. Many people found it unbelievable. Unexpectedly, there were countless suns in the sky, thousands and thousands of them. Just this simple answer made Zhu obsessed for a long time. Every day, whenever she was free, she would look up at the stars. This fatty was so awesome? He even knew such high-level mysterious knowledge, after a long while. Zhu said, the third question, what is your dream? This question was not a difficult one. It was more like a normal question for a blind date. Jean Mutsong thought for a while and said, dream? Is that what you want to do the most? Zhu nodded. Jean Mutsong said, write a book and become a super god. Let the whole world read my book as long as there are people. Zhu was stunned. Did you know what her dream was? To stay at home forever and not do anything. She would have endless books to read every day, and the weirder it was, the better. Before the blind date, she had also asked many young men what their dreams were. Some of these people were eloquent, some were short and powerful. But in the end, it could be summed up in one sentence, rule the country and bring peace to the world. In short, her dream was very lofty. To put it more bluntly, she wanted to be conferred the title of Marquis and Prime Minister, just like her grandfather. Then, Zhu was afraid. In that case, wouldn't I become the wife of the Prime Minister, a super good wife, and have endless social interactions every day? Wouldn't I also become a member of the political arena? And my dream was to eat and wait for death, to stay at home forever. Except for the people closest to me, no one would care about me. But this Jean Mutsong in front of her. It seemed that, vaguely, the two of them had similar dreams. One wanted to stay at home and read every day, and the other wanted to stay at home and write every day. Were they a match made in heaven? Then, Jean Mutsong seemed to remember something and took out a box from his chest. This is a gift for you. Zhu took it and opened it. What was this thing? Was there something in this world that she didn't know? This is a pair of glasses. You read every day, and you read at night with the light, so your eyes must be short-sighted. Jean Mutsong said, do you usually not see things clearly? Zhu nodded and said, yes, when I came in just now, I could only roughly see that you were fat, but I couldn't see what you looked like. Jean Mutsong said, then can you see clearly now? Zhu said, sitting face to face, I can't see very clearly. Jean Mutsong said, then put on this pair of glasses and take a look. Zhu put on the glasses. She was startled. This world had never been so clear before. It had been a long time. Since many years ago, her eyes had been short-sighted. Just a little bit further would be a blur. Of course, this pair of glasses was made by Xianxia, and it was only about 400 degrees. As for Zhu degree of short-sightedness, it was a guess. Even if it was not accurate, it didn't matter, as long as she put it on, it would become clearer. Then, Zhu saw Jean Mutsong clearly. Ah? You're so fat. Immediately, Jean Mutsong felt that he had given the wrong gift. Instead, he let the goddess see the truth of his lack of handsomeness. After Zhu put on the glasses, she didn't take them off. The clear and bright world was too good. This was made by my brother-in-law, Jean Mutsong said. Zhu nodded, then took out 5 books. They were Golden X, Boundless Wind and Moon, Journey to the West, and Battle Through the Heavens 1, 2, 3. These books were all written by you? Zhu Ning asked. Jin Muzong shook his head and said, they were all written by my brother-in-law, I was only responsible for copying them down. Zhu Ning said, then when do you plan to start writing your own book? Jin Muzong said, after reading another 30 long books, I'll start writing my own. Zhu Ning said, do you know why Xianxia brought us together? Jin Muzong said, for His Highness Ningxing. Zhu Ning couldn't help but be startled. This fatty isn't stupid. That's right, Xianxia bringing Zhu Ning and Jin Muzong together was more of a signal to the Zhu family. Zhu Xiang, you don't need to hang yourself on the crown Prince Ning Yi. After His Highness Ningxing ascends to the throne, your Zhu family will still be the leader of the civil officials. As for whether this marriage would succeed or not, Xianxia did not have high hopes for it. It all depended on Zhu Hongzhu. Would he support the crown prince to the end, or would he be willing to sit on the fence? Zhu Ning said, what I hate the most is political marriage. No one can force me to marry anyone. But I'm serious about every blind date. I don't want to be alone for the rest of my life. I also want to marry and have children normally. Among all the blind dates, you're the only one who passed my 3 questions. Jin Muzong didn't get excited for nothing. Zhu Ning sighed and said, I've seen many handsome men. For example, my brother Zhu Hongxue is a top-notch handsome man. So I don't have any requirements for a man's appearance. I think I like interesting souls, and you, Jin Muzong, are probably interesting. Sometimes a stupid person could be interesting. Then Zhu Ning said, unfortunately, I overestimated myself. I thought I didn't care at all whether a man was handsome or not, but it turns out I do care. In comparison, I value a man's appearance more, and then look at his inner self. Jin Muzong, your inner self is interesting, but you're not handsome enough, not charming enough. You still can't attract me. I'm sorry. Jin Muzong hung his head and didn't say anything. He was heartbroken, his love had almost ended before it even began. But in this moment, he seemed to have matured by 3 years. At least this girl was honest. Then she took off her glasses and reluctantly returned them to Jin Muzong. Inside the palace, monarch Ning Yuanxian said, Xianxia, do you think Zhu Ning and Jin Muzong's blind date will be successful? Xianxia said, it will definitely fail. Women keep saying they want interesting souls, but in the end, they will only choose good-looking bodies. It's the same for men. So I'm very direct. The woman I like must be a great beauty with a devilish body. The hotter the better. The monarch sneered. What a low taste. Look at my concubine Bian. She isn't very beautiful. Why do I love her so much? TSK, Ning Yuanxian, if you can only marry one woman, try it. And concubine Bian is also beautiful, just not to the point of being a great beauty. It's said that women are a man's school. Jin Muzong needs to go to a few more schools before he can graduate from a woman's school. Only then can he gradually mature. Xianxia said, there's nothing bad about a man heartbroken. How can he grow without pain? Of course, the most important thing was that Xianxia had already sent a signal to Zhu Hongzhu. Whether he accepted it or not depended on Zhu Hongzhu's will. The two of them quickly put aside the matter of Jin Muzong and Zhu Ning's blind date. Xianxia asked again, Your Majesty, the Yinyuan Association is still not willing to directly borrow the military funds, right? The monarch's expression instantly turned cold. Not only was the Yinyuan Association not willing to directly borrow the military funds, but they also publicly sent a signal to the outside world that they wanted the crown prince to lend them the money. Wasn't this trampling on Ning Yuanxian's dignity? Do you think I can't raise the military funds without the Yinyuan Association? What a joke. Ning Yuanxian sneered. Xianxia asked, then what does your majesty plan to do? Time was running out. Prince Jin was unifying the Sand barbaric tribe faster and faster. Also, Queen Arunana of the Chang Kingdom was about to give birth. Once a war broke out, it would be difficult for the Chang Kingdom to provide full support. The 80,000 troops had been gathered, and they had to move south as soon as possible. Monarch Ning Yuanxian found it hard to speak. His method of raising military funds was indeed a bit unpresentable. He didn't want to say it, but he gritted his teeth and said it anyway. Let all the great clans in the world donate. This battle isn't just for me, it's also for them. Ning Yuanxian said, whether they are the old nobles, the new nobles, the grand families, or even the rich merchants, they all have the responsibility and obligation to donate. Of course, I will also reward the donors with honor. Do you all understand? But anyway, Shenlang understood. Ning Yuanxian said it in a dignified manner, but there was only one underlying meaning. Force them to donate, sell their titles, force all the nobles to pay, or they would be forced to send their children and private armies to die on the battlefield in Nano Kingdom. This was a big move. The monarch had wanted to use it last year, but he didn't. As for selling their titles, it was even simpler. The number of gold coins one donated would be the number of titles one could get. He knew that Ning Yuanxian didn't have a bottom line, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. He had already calculated in his mind that all the noble families in the state of Yu, old and new, would have to donate. In this way, a few hundred noble families should be able to get more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Of course, most of the money was from selling the titles of nobles. The Ning clan was super stingy. Zhang Chong had made such a great contribution, but he was only made a viscount. In the 20 years since he took the throne, he had made no more than a dozen new nobles, but he had taken away dozens of titles. No matter how great a contribution you made, I will not give you a title. Therefore, among the 4 prime ministers in Xianxia, 2 of them didn't have any titles. In the entire state of Yu, there were countless new aristocratic families who were anxiously looking forward to the title of nobility. The rarer a title was, the more valuable it was, and the higher it could be sold. So what if you had a high official position? Without a title, you wouldn't be able to speak loudly. Ning Yuanxian had been suppressing. This time, he planned to sell dozens or even hundreds of titles. In this way, he would have 2,000,000 gold coins for the military budget. This operation was indeed too extravagant. Of course, it was not uncommon in the history of Earth. The Manchurian Qing dynasty even sold titles. Concubine Zhen of the Guangxu emperor was thrown into the well, and her father, the general of Guangzhou, sold titles. Prince Yiquang of the Qing dynasty and Na Tong sold titles together. They were called Qing Na Company, which was responsible for the sale of titles. The British Empire was no exception. After World War I, British Prime Minister Lloyd George sold titles in public to make money. As a result, his partner, Gregory, was unreliable and took the money from the swindlers. The king was furious, and the prime minister had to cancel the nomination of these people. As a result, one of them thought that he didn't give enough money, so he took out his checkbook and said, "Tell me how much money you want, I have plenty of money." But no matter how high up in the heavens, forcing a donation and selling one's title were both disgraceful. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Of course, the monarch knew that once they forced the nobles to donate, it would cause unrest and discontent. And selling titles was even more sensational. It was completely overdrawing the authority of the Ning clan. Once a title could be bought with money, it became worthless. Shenlang said, "Your Majesty, the consequences are too serious." Ning Yuanxian said, "There are precedents. As long as it is done properly, the consequences should be controllable. And as long as we win this war, everything will be fine." Ning Yuanxian's words made everything clear. As long as they won, everything would be fine. If they lost, then the title of the state of Yu would be worthless, and it wouldn't matter whether they sold it or not. Whether it was forcing donations or selling titles, it sounded sensational, but similar things happened all over the world. There was nothing new under the sun. Shenlang thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, this matter still hurts your reputation too much. Don't you want to sell the title? Then sell it to me. I'll spend 3,000,000 gold coins to buy a duke." The monarch was speechless, then sighed and said, "Shenlang, I know you want to fight for a duke title for Ningxing. You don't have to spend money to buy it. I'll take this opportunity to confer the title to Ningxing." The monarch was angry with the crown prince. "I can't borrow money from the Inyuan Association, but you, the crown prince, can." This was a slap in the face. Shenlang said, "Your Majesty, I'm serious. Your reputation is precious, so don't overdraft it. Leave the military expenses to me. I'll get you 3,000,000 gold coins in half a month." The monarch looked at Shenlang. Shen Lang's expression was very serious. I'm serious. Shen Lang said, I won't ask the Yinyuan Association or the Heavenly Tao Association for this money. I'll earn 3 million gold coins. The monarch couldn't believe it. Li Sun also couldn't believe it. There was no business in the world that could earn 3 million gold coins in half a month. There never was. The last time Shen Lang earned 1 million gold coins, it was by selling the entire glass mirror craftsmanship to the Heavenly Tao Association. It could be considered a business that lasted for decades in one go. The glass mirror craftsmanship was priceless, but it was only sold for 1 million gold coins. The monarch said, if you don't ask the Heavenly Tao Association or the Yinyuan Association for it, then even if you empty the savings of the nobles in the capital, you can only get this much money. Shen Lang smiled mysteriously and said, Your Majesty, I can make a military pledge. Don't mention your unlucky military pledge. The monarch waved his hand and said, Military pledges every day, are you that gambler? Shen Lang really didn't feel good if he didn't gamble. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, how about this? If I really earn 3 million gold coins for you in half a month, you can confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to His Highness Ningxing. How about it? As soon as he said this, the monarch Ning Yuanxian almost jumped up. You brat, you're too daring. Is the title of Duke of the State of Yu randomly conferred? When the State of Yu was still a duchy, the monarch was called the Duke of the State of Yu. If you confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to Ningxing, wouldn't you be telling everyone that he might inherit the throne? The crown prince and the third prince Ningqi would probably jump up in anger. Li Sun, how is Ningxing doing in the Tianyue commandery? Ning Yuanxian asked. Eunuch Li Sun said, extremely diligent, but badly battered. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuanxian laughed and said, let him suffer. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, the crown prince is too smart, and the third prince is too decisive. They lack the spirit to work hard. What the State of Yu needs now is a diligent king, not lacking in intelligence, not lacking in decisiveness. Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but stare at Shen Lang. Are you pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey? You're clearly saying that I've been too wasteful during my 20 years on the throne, and that the government is in a mess. We need a diligent king to recover and turn the tide. Shen Lang was right. It was enough to have a prodigal king like Ning Yuanxian. If he hadn't been so wasteful, the national treasury wouldn't have been in such a deficit. Of course, it was enough for the Kim family to have a prodigal son like Shen Lang. Shen Lang and the monarch were really the elder brother, not the younger brother. After scolding Shen Lang, the monarch fell into deep thought. During this time, Ningxing was indeed not outstanding in the Tianyue commandery. But as a king, he should see deeper. Ningxing's diligence, sincerity, tolerance, and perseverance were all obvious. These were the qualities of a wise king. Intelligence might not be what a wise king needed most. Moreover, Ningxing was also very smart. He could see through everything and had tasted the fickleness of the world since he was a child. Shen Lang, Your Majesty, do you want to bet? Ning Yuanxian looked at Shen Lang, are you serious? Shen Lang nodded. Ning Yuanxian fell into deep thought. This matter was too big, and he had to think clearly. First of all, could he put the 3 million military expenditure on Shen Lang? The monarch had no doubt about this kid's ability. Although the monarch couldn't imagine how he could earn the astronomical figure of 3 million gold coins in half a month. But if Shen Lang said he could do it, he would definitely be able to do it. But this kid was lawless and had no bottom line. What he did would often pierce through the sky. The key was that after piercing through the sky, he would just leave and not care about it. There was a saying, after I die, I don't care about the flood. And Shen Lang said, after I die, I don't care about the flood. He would always be killed by the government. Of course, the most important thing was to confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu on Ningxing. This signal was too strong. The monarch found that Shen Lang was really insatiable and pressing him step by step. In order to push Ningxing to the position of crown prince, he was completely unscrupulous, but not annoying at all. A full quarter of an hour. Ning Yuanxian read the secret report about Ningxing over and over again. Then, the monarch said seriously, Shen Lang, I can promise you. But Ningxing, as the Duke of the State of Yu, must be conferred after Prince Jin is defeated. Otherwise, it will cause too much trouble and we can't bear it. Shenlang nodded and said, "Deal." Ning Yuanxian was very thoughtful. The monarch's conferment of Ningxing as the admiral of Tianyue had already caused a great uproar, and the party's struggle that had quieted down started again. If Ningxing was directly conferred as the Duke of the State of Yu, then Crown Prince Ning Yi and Third Prince Ning Qi might do something desperate. This time, Ying Yuan asked the Crown Prince to lend money, which was a counterattack against Ning Yuanxian's conferment of Ningxing. The war was imminent, and the imperial court couldn't be in chaos. So, Shenlang and the monarch made a secret agreement. As long as Shenlang could raise 3 million gold coins in half a month, Ningxing would be conferred as the Duke of the State of Yu. This was a further affirmation of Ningxing in the heart of the monarch. It was a big step on the road to the throne. Of course, the monarch made this decision not only because of the 3 million gold coins, but also because he listened to Shenlang's words. The State of Yu might really need a diligent and persistent monarch like Ningxing. On the same day, the monarch decreed to the fifth Prince Ningxing, conferring him as the Minister of the Treasury, and ordering him to raise 3 million gold coins in 1 month. This decree caused a great uproar in the whole capital again. What did His Majesty mean? Did he think highly of Prince Ningxing? Or was he going to destroy Ningxing? Or was he going to push him to fight against the Crown Prince Ning Yi? How long had it been since he was conferred as the Tianyue Commandant? During this period of time, Ningxing, who was the Tianyue Commander-in-Chief, was completely stumbling along, and it was extremely difficult. And the results weren't good. Recently, the order and security in the capital had been declining. All kinds of violent incidents, robberies, and even murders happened one after another. Everyone missed the former Tianyue Commandant, Xianxia, and scolded Ningxing for his incompetence. And now Your Majesty wants Ningxing to gather 3 million gold coins for the army's pay? And within 1 month, not to mention that Ningxing didn't have the ability, even if he did, he couldn't split himself. 3 million gold coins in 1 month, dream on, but they didn't know that in fact, the monarch only gave them half a month. He just wrote 1 month in the decree, so that it wouldn't be too ugly. But some people still saw it. The monarch did want Ningxing to fight against the crown prince. Previously, Ying Yuanhui gave the monarch a hard slap in the face. The monarch couldn't borrow 3 or 4 million gold coins, but Crown Prince Ning Yi could. If Ningxing raised 3 million gold coins in a short time, it would be a hard slap in the Crown Prince's face. Crown Prince, don't think that I have to rely on you to get this money. Ningxing can do it too. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Ningxing again. To be precise, they focused on Shenlang. They wanted to see how he would create another miracle. Jin Muzong's blind date ended. He was completely heartbroken. He sat quietly in the room. When Shenlang returned home, he saw that the fat otaku didn't light up the lamp and hid in the dark, motionless. This was probably something he had never done before. Shenlang asked, "Fatty, you're heartbroken?" Jin Muzong nodded. Shenlang asked, "Do you feel sad?" Jin Muzong nodded. It was like a knife was twisting his heart. There was an indescribable sadness and loss. It was as if the world around him was dark. Fine, then continue to feel sad. Shenlang said, "After a few more heartbreaks, you will gradually get used to it." After that, Shenlang left without saying any words of consolation. Brother-in-law. Suddenly, Jin Muzong called out to Shenlang. Shenlang said, "Go ahead." Jin Muzong said, "Brother-in-law, do women like handsome and powerful men?" Shenlang said, "Of course." Jin Muzong said, "Are they lying when they say that they like men with inner qualities?" Shenlang said, "No, they're not lying, they're lying to themselves." Jin Muzong said, "I don't understand." Shenlang said, "Many people feel that they are different from others. They feel that their love must be the collision of the soul, the resonance of the spirit. They will never fall into vulgarity, they will not fancy the other party's appearance, power, or money. But when it comes to choosing a partner, they find that they are not that detached." Jin Muzong said, "Is this hypocrisy?" "No, this is the truth." Shenlang said, "Money and power aside, if a man and a woman want to love each other, they must first have the urge to reproduce. First have the urge, then talk about the character, and then talk about the spiritual resonance." Jin Muzong said, "Then is a man like me still attractive?" Shen Lang said, yes, you are the heir of Marquis Xuanwu, a top nobleman. This is fatal to many women. But, you don't like such a woman. You don't say it, but in your heart, you want to marry a noble daughter of the same background, right? Jin Muzong nodded frantically. Shen Lang said, that's right. We are all ordinary people, so don't blame Zhu for being too realistic and not detached. Jin Muzong said, brother-in-law, then do I still have a chance to marry Zhu? Shen Lang said, of course you do. For example, Ningjing defeated Crown Prince Ning Yi and became the young master of the state of Yu. Or Zhu was disfigured, or the Zhu clan was wiped out. But in that case, I won't allow you to marry her. That is also reality. Jin Muzong said, then apart from this, do I still have a chance? Shen Lang said, yes, as long as you become more handsome and stronger, you will have a chance. Then Shen Lang patted him on the shoulder and said, Fatty, either you transform, or you continue to be looked down upon by others. Make your choice. Writing is a great dream, but you are the heir of Marquis Xuanwu. You want to inherit the family business. For people like you, talking about dreams is shameful. Only people like your brother-in-law are qualified to talk about dreams, understand? Jin Muzong said, brother-in-law, then what is your dream? To have no enmity in the world. Shen Lang said, to destroy whoever I have enmity with, and whoever I don't like, I will destroy. Elder Huang Tong of the Heavenly Tao Society traveled thousands of miles to the capital. He was promoted. Shen, we can take out 3 million gold coins. Huang Tong said, but it may cause a loss of 7 to 8 million gold coins. This sentence should be understood by all businessmen. The Heavenly Tao Society was in a period of expansion, and every sum of money had a huge use. At this time, if a few million gold coins were to be taken out, a lot of expansion and development would come to a halt. Shen Lang said with a smile, Brother Huang, it is enough to hear you say that. As I said, I will earn these 3 million gold coins myself, not from the Heavenly Tao Society. Huang Tong was shocked. Earn it himself, earn 3 million gold coins in half a month, that was a fantasy. Even picking up money wouldn't be that fast. It was more like robbing money. Even with Huang Tong's foresight and extremely rich business experience, he couldn't imagine how to earn 3 million gold coins in half a month. Huang Tong said, of course, I have absolute faith in Shen's ability, but I am really curious, what did you rely on to earn 3 million gold coins in half a month? Shen Lang took out a test tube with a golden liquid inside. Is it gorgeous? Huang Tong nodded and said, gorgeous, beautiful, what is this? Shen Lang said, golden dragon blood, extracted from the body of a giant dragon in the deep sea, 3,000 gold coins each, no bargaining, a total of 1,000, sold out. The time to change fate has come. The opportunity to go on stage and worship the general has come. 3,000 gold coins in exchange for being a marquis for 10,000 generations. Only for 10 days, only for 10 days. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for 10 lifetimes. Golden Dragon Blood is destined to shock the world. Note, the first update will be delivered, I will eat some food and then continue writing. All the big shots, you are in urgent need of monthly votes, thank you. The system is lagging again. It hasn't been displayed for more than 10 minutes. Heavenly Society's newly promoted elder, Huang Tong, took the tube of golden dragon blood and examined it. It's really yellow, and it's golden. Shen, is this real or fake? Huang Tong asked. Shen Lang, of course it's fake. How could there be dragons in this world, Huang Tong? Of course I know the so-called golden dragon blood is fake, but you have indeed created a miracle. Not only did you discover the Lan brothers, but you also turned 2,000 useless imbeciles into the state of Yu's #1 trump card army. So who cares if the effects of the golden dragon blood are real or fake? Shen Lang, if it's fake, why would I sell it? Huang Tong, if it's fake, it won't be easy to sell. Shen Lang, after consuming this thing, strength, spirit, and agility will increase. The effects are very obvious and shocking. But it will disappear in less than a month. Ah, Huang Tong was shocked. Shen Lang was also shocked at first. Wasn't it said that even the lowest grade golden bloodline goo couldn't be withstood by a normal person's bloodline? Only those with a blank bloodline could be modified. Anyone else's bloodline, even a fat otaku like Jin Mutsong, would explode and die. This was because these goo would continuously release new energy and try to modify the host's bloodline. But this would cause a strong conflict with the host's original bloodline power. However, when Xianxia experimented, there would inevitably be many failed samples. Then what was a failed sample? It was a dead golden bloodline goo. There were a lot of them, a few hundred tubes. Xianxia had originally planned to seal these failed products, but one day, he experimented with them and injected them into the body of a certain animal. The test subject didn't explode and die, but it still died, bleeding from its orifices. So Xianxia tried to give the failed sample liquid to the animal. In the end, the animal didn't die. This proved that it couldn't be injected directly into the bloodline, but it could be consumed. And the most shocking thing was that the animal's strength and speed had greatly increased. But this effect decreased after half a month, and after a month, it completely dropped to zero. It was useless. Then how to describe this thing? Super stimulant. It could greatly improve the human body's abilities, and it could be maintained for a long time. However, it was ultimately useless. Weren't there more than 300 tubes in total? Xianxia processed it and added some water to it. Then, he added some other messy things. For example, deer blood, seahorse blood. Of course, he could not use pure blood, but a serum that had been isolated. In short, he was desperately adding things into it. Dozens of substances mixed together to form a single word. Complicated, you wouldn't even be able to tell the ingredients inside. Only then would it be mysterious. After all of this was done, it was time to raise the color. Xianxia had put in a lot of effort. He had used the most powerful yellow dye and had even added gold powder. In the end, this awesome effect appeared. It was golden and dazzling. It looked like dragon blood. With this exchange, the 300 tubes became more than 2,000 tubes. In the end, Master Lang was too kind. If it were those health supplement merchants on Earth, they would be able to produce at least 100,000 bottles. There was only one old turtle left with the Chinese turtle essence. After selling tens of millions of bottles, this turtle was still in the pond. In this world, there weren't many merchants as kind as Master Lang. The key was that after this thing was consumed, not only would it be extremely powerful, but it would also help many men who were at their wits' end. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against 5 women at once. Was it expensive to sell such an awesome golden dragon blood for 3,000 gold coins? Touch your conscience and tell me, is it expensive or not? Is it really that amazing? Huang Tong trembled. He sounded a little moved. Xianxia said, in some aspects, it's even more amazing than you can imagine. Of course, I have to say that I haven't used it before. You know me, I'm extremely powerful, why would I need to use these messy things? Huang Tong said, yes, I know about Shen's abilities. Then, he asked, does this thing have any side effects? No. Xianxia said, I've already found people and animals to do dozens of experiments. There are no side effects at all. Why? Old Huang, don't tell me you need this thing? No, how is that possible? How is that possible? Huang Tong said, I have an uncle who has some difficulties. I wonder if I can bring a few bottles to him? Huh, is it popular to call my uncle now? Wasn't it just a friend and a classmate of mine before? 5th Prince Ningxing had been under a lot of pressure recently. After he took over the admiral's office, the original city guards didn't want to be disciplined. They caused trouble every day and slacked off. Then, the gang leaders in the capital were unruly. They didn't discipline the hooligans on the streets, causing the security of the capital to plummet. Thefts, robberies, murders, and kidnappings were frequent. Also, the warehouses of the city guards in the various defense areas were frequently stolen, and the military equipment was poorly managed. Even the repair work on the city walls had come to a halt. Ningxing was, after all, a prince who had been completely idle before. He had never handled such complicated government affairs before. In addition, his superior was the 3rd Prince Ningqi. The entire governor's office treated him coldly, and all the officials created all sorts of obstacles for him. Most importantly, he didn't have anyone on hand. The only people following him were Kutu Huan, the 10 Lan brothers, and Lunatic Lan. The rest of the people in the admiral's office had to be used. However, Xianxia had been in charge of the Tianyue admiral's office for several years. After he was dismissed, his subordinates weren't angry, but they were anxious. Most importantly, they didn't think well of Ningjing. Faced with so many problems, Ningjing was in a difficult position. However, the monarch didn't help, and neither did Shenlang. If he followed Shenlang's method, he would capture, kill, and rope in a group without saying a word. He didn't have the slightest bit of patience. However, Ningjing was patient. He didn't know where to start, so he flipped through the account books and records, and investigated the scene. If he didn't investigate clearly, he wouldn't know where the problem was. The city guards didn't listen, but he didn't beat or kill them. He just arranged military drills. The entire city guards of more than 20,000 people were divided into 4 batches, and they took turns to go to the North Garden hunting ground to train. After arriving at the North Garden hunting ground, the city guards separated. Kutu Huan trained the officers, and the Nirvana army trained the soldiers 1-on-2. Then, the end of the city guards arrived. How terrifying was Kutu Huan's officer training. The Lan brothers had the most right to speak. They were now majestic officers, and they were very capable in all aspects. However, every time they dreamed of Kutu Huan in their sleep, they would even cry out loud. It could be said that under Kutu Huan's whip, there were no thorns. Because, he would really beat you to death. And he would strip you naked, hang you on a tree, and beat you. Kutu Huan had a famous saying, beat to death. There was no such thing as beating a disobedient soldier. Reality proved that this saying was actually true. This group of officers trained crazily during the day, and were brainwashed at night. They were exhausted every day, and had no way to cause trouble. And these soldiers were even worse off. What kind of personality did these Nirvana army bloodline metamorphosers have? Focused, serious. In this world, there was no one more serious than them. You can't be wrong, not even a little bit. Every day, your mission must be completed, and your training must be up to standard. Otherwise, they wouldn't beat you, they would just stare at you and train. Whenever you finished, you would sleep. Even if it was in the middle of the night, they would accompany you. You want to resist? Can you beat them? Moreover, they wouldn't even beat you, they would just press you to the ground, making you unable to move. Kutu Huan also gave an order. Each Nirvana army brother was responsible for training 2 city guards. If they complained to Kutu Huan once, the city guard who was complained would be whipped 30 times. If they complained twice, they would be stripped naked and tied to a wooden frame for a day and a night, freezing to death. If they complained 3 times, they would be kicked out of the city guards. In the end, these Nirvana army brothers were too patient, no one complained at all. No matter how much of a bastard these city guards were, they didn't complain at all. After all, the city guards were the imperial court city guards, not Zhongzhou city guards. In this kind of crazy training, feelings of respect and closeness gradually grew. After all, they were eating in the same pot, and comradeship would eventually develop. Moreover, these city guards had never seen such an outstanding warrior, and so pure and kind. Ningjing used a gentle method to slowly grind away the troubles of the city guards. Grind away the differences, and gradually merge the 2 armies. Facing the serious decline in the security of the capital, vicious incidents occurred frequently. After a few days and nights of investigation, Ningjing determined that the source was a few gang leaders. The capital was under the feet of the emperor. How could there be gangs? Of course, in modern Earth, New York, Tokyo, and other places, gangs were the most rampant. Moreover, these gang leaders had big figures standing behind them, who were in charge of doing the dirty work. There were too many hoodlums in the capital, and they couldn't be caught or killed, so they needed to be disciplined by the gang leaders. If something happened, they could directly look for these gang leaders. Previously, every Tianyue admiral would think of ways to tame these gang leaders and make them his lackeys. Moreover, these gang leaders would also pay tribute to Tianyue admiral every year. This year, they just bribed Xianxia, but in the blink of an eye, they were removed and replaced with a new admiral, Ningjing. Therefore, their money was wasted, and of course, they were extremely unhappy. These people felt that Ningjing was a useless prince, without dignity, and not down to earth, so they didn't pay him a visit. They were waiting for Ningjing to take the initiative to summon them to discuss the security of the capital. Ningjing didn't, therefore, as long as these gang leaders gave the slightest hint, the hoodlums below them began to make trouble. Without the suppression of this group of people, all kinds of vicious cases broke out frequently. These cases were first handed over to the Pinggan County government and the Wanyan County government. Especially big cases, they were handed over to the Supreme Court. But whether it was Pinggan County or Wanyan County, the Supreme Court would eventually hand over to the Tianyue Admiral's office. Because they had soldiers. Ningjing only now realized that the Admiral's office not only had to manage the major matters of city defense, but also the minor matters of the security of the capital. On the contrary, the Admiral's office didn't have much say in the real military and political affairs. Above them was the Central Governor's office, and then there was the Bureau of Military Affairs. Facing the deteriorating security of the capital, Ningjing had thoroughly figured out the root cause and also had a large list. He decided to carry out a strict crackdown. A crackdown from the bottom to the top. When he had complete control of the city guards. In fact, as long as he had control of half of the city guards, he would immediately carry out a strict crackdown in the capital. All the suspects of vicious cases were severely punished. Those who should have been exiled were all executed. Those who should have been imprisoned were all put on shackles and sent to the mines to be enslaved for life. The entire capital was handed over to Madman Lon. Why? Because he used to be a vagrant, a small ruffian. He knew clearly what was going on inside. This strict crackdown in the capital first spread from the bottom and gradually burned to the top. The gang leaders in the capital were killed in small batches, but most were intimidated. There were also the Admiral's office officials who paid lip service. Madman Lon proposed to carry out anti-corruption and force them to submit. But Ningjing thought for half a night and still refused. He began to order an investigation of the lower-level officials in the Admiral's office, especially those who had no backing and were unsuccessful. Then, he delegated power to these officials, set up high-level officials, and dug out talents from these lower-level officials. Finally, Ningjing personally wrote a long memorial, asking the monarch to agree to carry out a strict crackdown in the capital. The monarch's comment, "Do as you see fit." In fact, the monarch spent most of his time these few days carefully reading all the secret reports about Ningjing. He didn't like Ningjing. But since he publicly agreed and supported him to fight for the throne, then he had to thoroughly understand this son. After all, this concerned the country, and there couldn't be any negligence. The result shocked Ning Yuanxian. He wasn't surprised. Because Ningjing's methods weren't outstanding, nor were they particularly smart. Because the process of solving problems was relatively complicated, and it took a long time. But, it was thorough. Except for the real criminals, whether it was the city guards who caused trouble, or the subordinate officials who paid lip service, he was very tolerant, and didn't start a massacre. If it were Shenlang or Ning Yuanxian, they would have killed many people already. Especially the bastard Shenlang, who didn't have the patience to listen to even half a word. It was easier to kill him. Ningjing was meticulous, and his methods were incomparably righteous. Ning Yuanxian despised this kind of people the most. They were too stupid, too tired. But at this time, did the state of Yu need a relatively stupid ruler? That way, he would carefully deal with every administrative matter, and eliminate every hidden danger. In China's history, there were many diligent emperors, such as Zhu Yuanzhang and Yongzheng. There were also some especially smart emperors who lived a carefree life, such as Jiaojing and Qianlong. After reading it over and over again, Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but ask, "Li Sun, isn't Ningjing too mediocre?" Li Sun was silent. He didn't think that Ningjing was mediocre. On the contrary, he thought that this child had the strongest will. After Ning Yuanxian passed away, the state of Yu that he inherited could not be said to be broken. In fact, it was quite powerful. But there were countless hidden dangers and problems. Because Ning Yuanxian was too smart, he always avoided these hidden dangers, and kept delaying the outbreak of these abscesses. He was too impatient. Faced with the messy internal affairs of the state of Yu, rulers with slightly weaker willpower would retreat or avoid it. For example, Ning Yuanxian knew that the new policies were good. But he refused to do anything to the Shui family, the Kim family, and even the Zhong family. As a eunuch, Li Sun would never interfere in politics. But he was a servant of the emperor, and a dog cared about its family the most. Of course, he loved this country from the bottom of his heart. So he was also gradually observing. He found that he was gradually convinced by Xianlang. Although this Shen was unreliable, and his words were also very unreliable, his judgment was very accurate. His Highness Ningxing was indeed different from the crown prince, and also different from the third prince, Ming Qi. Ning Yuanxian thought of how Xianlang earned 3 million in half a month, and couldn't help but ask, has that stupid child started? Li Sun's scalp went numb. He has. Then, he handed over the detailed report. The monarch quickly read through it, and then said with cold teeth, this bastard is too good at bragging, isn't he? Wasn't that right? Li Sun couldn't stand it anymore. This boasting was a little too much. A few days ago, a demonic wind blew in the capital. To be precise, it was 2 demonic winds. The first demonic wind blew from the crown prince's and the third prince's factions at the same time. The monarch ordered Ningxing to raise 3 million gold's pay within a month. Everyone knew that this task would definitely fall on Xianlang's head. And there were rumors that the Heavenly Axiom wouldn't pay for it. The Hidden Elements Society even said that no normal business in the world could earn 3 million golds in a month. The Crown Prince's and the Third Prince's factions also directly and secretly gave instructions. They must stop Xianlang from raising the money. The way to stop him was also very simple. Since Xianlang wouldn't get money from the Hidden Elements Society or the Heavenly Axiom, he would definitely get money from the rich families in the capital. No rich families, no rich businessmen, were allowed to have any financial dealings with Xianlang. No business, no donations. Otherwise, they would be blacklisted by the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Hidden Element Society. This was a warning. All the rich businessmen expressed that they would definitely not give a copper coin to Xianlang, and would not do business with him for a penny. These people even wanted to swear to God. In the capital, if you offended either the Third Prince or the Crown Prince, you might have a chance to live. But if you offended the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Hidden Element Society, you basically wouldn't have a future, and you wouldn't have any business. The Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Hidden Element Society were joining forces to cut off Xianlang's money supply. As long as they cut off the source of money, Xianlang wouldn't be able to earn the money even if he flew to the sky. As the date gradually approached, they didn't see Xianlang looking for any rich businessman to discuss business, and he didn't talk about donations. But another gust of evil wind appeared. That little bastard Xianlang might be bad, but he's really powerful. After he took care of those 11 beggars, all of them passed the Anka examination. That's not all. Previously, he captured more than 2,000 useless people. We all thought that they were cannon fodder. I didn't expect them to become the #1 trump card of the state of Yu. They actually killed 5,000 elites of the state of Chu. They only trained for 3 months. Do you know why? Why? Xianlang actually has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? That's too shocking. This is completely a miracle. Because Xianlang has golden dragon blood. As long as you drink it, you can change your bloodline talent. Your strength, spirit, and speed will all increase by more than 10 times. Are you bragging? How can there be dragon blood in this world? Then tell me, how did these 2,000 trash and imbeciles manage to transform in just 3 short months? How did they become trump cards? This was indeed a shocking miracle, and it was completely inexplicable. But there are no dragons in this world, and there's no dragon blood at all. There's no dragon blood in this world, but there's dragon blood in the primordial ruins. This golden dragon blood was found in the primordial ruins overseas. Otherwise, why would the master of the Sky Sea Pavilion ignore official business and excavate the ruins overseas all year round just for this golden dragon blood? That's not right. Xianlang was so weak, how could he have entered the primordial ruins? How could he have obtained the golden dragon blood? Then you don't understand. The Queen of the Seas, Chou Yao is invincible. She destroyed countless countries overseas. One day, her fleet encountered a hurricane and was stranded on a deserted island. Chou Yaoer entered this strange and mysterious deserted island alone and disappeared for an entire month. When she reappeared, she was already invincible, and could summon the wind and rain, making the tides rise. Her fleet returned to the sea, and when she left, the mysterious deserted island directly collapsed and disappeared. You're saying that this mysterious deserted island is actually in primordial ruins? Yes. Chou Yaoer obtained the golden dragon blood from the primordial ruins. But why would Chou Yaoer give the golden dragon blood to Xianxia? Because the golden dragon blood can only be used by men, and Chou Yaoer's subordinates are all women. That makes sense. Also, you guys probably don't know, but Xianxia is extremely handsome and is Chou Yaoer's male pet. The two of them even had a child. Chou Yaoer is a woman, and so are her subordinates. Tell me, if she didn't give the golden dragon blood to Xianxia, who would she give it to? You make sense, but it's still too ridiculous. Do you think it's from battle through the heavens? You're too young and immature. Don't you know that reality is often stranger than fiction? How do you know about such a secret? TSK, of course I have my sources. I have people in Yin capital. Tisk, don't listen to him. This news came from the Empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, when he was drunk. You guys know about Dreamy Cloud Lake, right? He's Xianxia's brother, and they often sleep with the same woman. It's because they're so close that Dreamy Cloud Lake's ambassador would know about such a secret. This gust of demonic wind quickly spread throughout the entire capital. Countless thugs, hooligans, and commoners believed it without a doubt. The elites of the middle class were skeptical. Some believed it, but at the same time, they scoffed. This story was too bizarre. It was obvious that Xianxia had made it up to get Dreamy Cloud Lake to spread the news. His motive was clear, to scam money. Xianxia was in need of money recently. Do you think we'll believe it? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? However, many people had a huge question in their hearts. How did Xianxia do it? In a short span of 3 months, he turned more than 2,000 useless imbeciles into ace warriors. This was too miraculous. On modern Earth, this bunch of liars dared to brag without creating any miracles. For example, the Sanju oral solution could cure all diseases. Xianxia had truly created a heaven-shaking miracle. He had a solid base of support. After the rumor fermented for a few days and nights, many people were ready to make a move. After all, many rich and noble families had no successors. Their descendants were too useless. There was no hope for them to pass the liberal arts examinations, and they could only rely on martial arts. However, their bloodline talent was too low, and they couldn't train it. After training for more than 10 years, they were extremely mediocre. They couldn't even pass the martial arts examination, let alone the martial arts examination. There were about 3,000 people who failed the Anka martial arts examination in the capital alone. If this continued, they wouldn't even be able to become a baihu. How could they inherit the family business, and how could they maintain the wealth of the family? It was even more urgent for these rich and noble families to want their children to succeed. Change their bloodline talent, it meant changing a person's fate, or even the fate of an entire family. And quantifying it. If they could pass the martial arts examination after changing their bloodline talent, everything would be worth it. As long as they passed the martial arts examination, they could achieve meteoric success. This group of people really wanted to find Xianxia and ask him if he really had the ancient golden dragon blood. However, thinking of the crown prince and third prince's ban, they didn't dare to take the risk. Because Xianxia was basically bluffing. If he couldn't change his bloodline talent and was banned because he offended the crown prince and third prince, that would be too unjust. However, they wouldn't go publicly. They could go secretly, right? Finally, the first person took the bait, Viscount Shilong's crown prince, Wang Bai. He was the legitimate son of the family. His bloodline talent was poor since he was young, and he was lazy and disliked work. His martial arts skills were mediocre, and he failed in the martial arts examination this time. His father, Wang Shu, was a third-rank general in the state of Yu. He was a general under Marquis Zhenbei Nangong-ao. It didn't matter if Wang Bai didn't pass the martial arts examination, but his concubine's younger brother passed the martial arts examination this year. His father had already said that if he didn't pass the martial arts examination within a few years, he would pass the title to his concubine's younger brother. This was to prevent him from being unable to protect the title even if he inherited it. He immediately panicked. How could this be? Once my concubine's younger brother inherited the title, would I still have a way out? Coincidentally, he heard this rumor. Thus, he hurriedly found the Empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, and asked in a roundabout way whether it was true that Xianxia had the golden dragon blood. Dreamy Cloud Lake's words were definitely false. I was just talking nonsense when I was drunk. However, the more he said it was false, the more this Viscount's Crown Prince Wang Bai felt that it was true. He spent a large sum of money to set up a banquet and found a courtesan to accompany him, serving Dreamy Cloud Lake very well. Only then did Dreamy Cloud Lake relent and admit that this matter was true. However, he made Wang Bai swear that he absolutely couldn't reveal this, or else his descendants' roots would rot. Wang Bai hurriedly swore. Immediately after, he begged Dreamy Cloud Lake to bring him to see Xianxia to see if he could buy some golden dragon blood to change his bloodline talent and strive for the next mid-level martial arts examination. How could Dreamy Cloud Lake agree? Moreover, he had to return the money he spent on the banquet to Wang Bai. Wang Bai knelt in front of Dreamy Cloud Lake, hugging his thigh and wailing loudly. Crown Prince Yun, save me, save me. I will definitely remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. In the future, if you have any errands for me, I will climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil without any hesitation. Because of his bitter begging, Dreamy Cloud Lake had no choice but to agree to bring him to see Xianxia. They arrived at Ningzhang's Marquis Chongping's residence and secretly entered from the back door. Wang Bai, let me tell you, I'm only responsible for bringing you to see Xianxia, but I can't guarantee whether this matter will succeed or not, Dreamy Cloud Lake said. Wang Bai was once again deeply grateful, but he was muttering in his heart, could it be that Xianxia and Dreamy Cloud Lake teamed up to trick me? Brother, how can you be like this? In the secret room, Xianxia flew into a rage. Previously, after you spread the secret that I have golden dragon blood, I was extremely annoyed. Every day, countless people came to find me, and now you even brought him to me. This is too much. Dreamy Cloud Lake, if you continue to be like this, I will cut off all ties with you. The Empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, kept apologizing. He pointed at Wang Bai and said, Little brother Lang, this is Viscount Shilong's Crown Prince Wang Bai. He's really quite pitiful, and I really hit it off with him. I can't just watch him die. If you have extra golden dragon blood, just give him a little. Xianxia said angrily, this is something that belongs to my lifeblood, how can it be given away? This is primordial dragon blood, a priceless treasure. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, just a little, how about just a little? Xianxia was in a very difficult position. Wang Bai, is it? Yes, I am Wang Bai. Xianxia said, once you take the golden dragon blood, you will definitely pass the military examination and rise rapidly. At that time, will you be able to stand on His Highness Ningzhang's side? Wang Bai hurriedly patted his chest and said, yes, definitely. But in his heart, he was sneering. After I become awesome, I don't care if you all die. You want me to side with that trash, Ningzhang? Dream on. Xianxia gritted his teeth as if he was cutting his own flesh, and took out a tube of golden dragon blood. It was indeed dazzling gold, extremely gorgeous. Just 2 hours ago, someone offered 5,000 gold coins to buy this tube of dragon blood, but I rejected them all. If it wasn't for the fact that my brother brought you here, I wouldn't have given it to you no matter what. Xianxia sighed. 5,000 gold coins, Wang Bai almost peed his pants when he heard this. This expensive, even his Wang family couldn't earn this much money in a year. Moreover, he couldn't afford it at all. Xianxia had previously offered 3,000 gold coins, but he felt that it was still too cheap, so he raised the price. Wang Bai heard this and realized that something was wrong. He was trying to cheat his family of money. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to afford 5,000 gold coins. You can't afford it, right? Then leave. Xianxia waved his hand, and his expression immediately changed. Wang Bai hurriedly said, I can't be sure if it will work or not. What if I take out such a large sum of money? Moreover, I can't afford it, unless my father Xianxia poured out 1/3 of the golden dragon blood. I'll give it to you for free. If you think it's effective, ask your father for money and take the remaining 2/3. Wang Bai took the 1/3 tube of golden dragon blood and hesitated for a moment. Could it be poisonous? However, he had played with too many women these years, and that thing was no longer effective. He didn't know how many drugs he had taken. He immediately closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. Then, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He instantly felt as if his entire body was on fire. His entire body was filled with power. The most important thing was that somewhere in his body was unprecedentedly majestic. Moreover, all the veins and muscles in his body were actually pulsing. He happened to see a stone lock at the side, on which was written 100 pounds. Normally, he couldn't even lift it with one hand. At this moment, he felt as if another wave of power was about to explode in his body. He hurriedly walked over and grabbed the stone lock. Ah! With a loud roar, he suddenly lifted it up. He actually lifted it up. This was too magical, too awesome. This was indeed golden dragon blood. Too awesome. Shen was really trustworthy. Note, today's update was over 16,000. Brothers, I really need the monthly votes. Please help me. Thank you to Thousand City, Shiran, Mo Xiangli, Qing Tingfeng, and the others for your 10,000 coins. The Chang Kingdom didn't have a capital city in the past. Apart from the palace, there weren't many houses. All of the commoners lived in tents and lived by water and grass. But now, a small capital city had been established, and its name was Aru City. The city was 10 kilometers in circumference. The city walls weren't complete yet, but they were close. This was probably the first time the Chang Kingdom had a city wall. The city wall was 8 meters tall and 3 meters thick. It was made of mud on the inside and bricks on the outside. Although it wasn't as sturdy as the Eastern dynasties, it was a first for the Chang Kingdom. The State of Yu's Ministry of Works sent a few hundred people and Emperor Runanis sent 50,000. It took them more than half a year to complete the construction. The city was very small, only about 6 square kilometers in area. The population in the city was no more than 50,000 at most, and less than 30,000 at least. The Chang Kingdom's herdsmen still relied on herding. But many slaves from other countries, such as the Chuan State of Yu, weren't good at herding. They were better at farming. The Chang Kingdom's grasslands were only suitable for a few crops, but it was better than nothing. More than 30,000 people started to cultivate farmland near Aru City. Farming here was actually much better than in the state of Yu or the Chu. First of all, the farmland was very flat and huge. There was as much as one wanted. In the Chuan State of Yu, farmland was scarce. Dozens of households shared a single cow. But in the Chang Kingdom, there were as many cows as one wanted. There were already thousands of permanent residents in the Chang Kingdom's capital. Most of them were businessmen, mainly in the handicraft industry. They shipped wine, tea, porcelain, and lacquer from the State of Yu to the Chang Kingdom for sale, and then shipped cow, sheep, jerky, and cheese to the State of Yu for sale. For example, this time, the State of Yu had purchased an astronomical amount of jerky and cheese as rations for the army. Xianxia had even set up a leather workshop in the Chang Kingdom that specialized in making boots. It wasn't to make money, but to equip the army. Of course, it was impossible for the majority of the Yu Kingdom's army to be equipped with boots. Only the nouveau riche army under Xianxia could afford it. Although it was still in its infancy, the prosperity of the Chang Kingdom's capital had already begun. After a brief moment of shock, the countries of the western regions continued to pour into the Chang King's capital to do business. In the past, the trading center of the western region countries was located in Jinyuan City. Now that Jinyuan City had been destroyed, the Chang King would gradually replace it. With the help of the State of Yu, the Chang Kingdom was able to compile a complete population count for the first time. It was more than Xianxia had imagined. There were a total of 590,000 people. However, the entire Chang Kingdom spanned over 200,000 square kilometers, and it was truly sparsely populated. Among the population of 590,000, there were more than 200,000 strong men. Because the living environment was too harsh, the lifespan of the people here was not long. Other than women and children, the rest were all strong men. With the help of Xianxia and the state of Yu, Arunana of the Chang kingdom managed to professionalize the army for the first time. 20,000 professional soldiers were recruited across the entire Chang kingdom. These 20,000 troops were all released and completely under the command of the queen. Of these 20,000 soldiers, half were stationed at the Snow Mountain God Temple's fortress, while the other half were stationed at the Chang king's capital. In addition, there were 50,000 compulsory soldiers. These so-called compulsory soldiers were still responsible for farming and production, but they also had to participate in military training. They would receive a certain amount of pay every year, but the amount was very small. When the queen gave the order, these 50,000 compulsory soldiers would also have to mount their war horses and rush to the battlefield. Arunana had originally thought that she would not be able to support these 20,000 professional soldiers. In the end, she realized that not only could she support them, but she also had more than enough. This was because of the existence of trade taxes. All trade within the Chang kingdom had to pay taxes to the queen. There were taxes on tea, cheese, cattle, sheep, porcelain, silk, and so on. After the Chang kingdom's royal family had gone through several upheavals and massacres, the number of eunuchs, palace maids, and officials in the entire palace did not exceed a few hundred. She did not need to pay countless officials like the state of Yu, nor did she need to support a large number of candidates. All the money he got was used to support the 20,000-strong army. Queen Arunana was extremely rich now. She did not even need to use the gold that she had looted from the palace. Hence, with a flick of her pen, she purchased a large number of elite armors and scimitars from Xianxia, directly upgrading the equipment of her army of 20,000 by a level. Not only that, she had also purchased a large number of small crossbows for the cavalry to use in close combat. Thus, even though the Chang kingdom's army was smaller than before, its combat strength had increased. Recently, Queen Arunana of the Chang kingdom had received countless gifts. The Chang kingdom's capital had welcomed hundreds of ambassadors from various countries. The largest number was, of course, from the state of Yu. There were hundreds of officials stationed in the Chang kingdom's capital all year round, and they were also the first country to establish an embassy in the Chang kingdom. In modern terms, this was the state of Yu's embassy in the Chang kingdom. There were real officials stationed there, and they were all fourth-rank officials. The Chu kingdom had tried many times, begging the queen to agree to build an embassy in the capital, but Queen Arunana had refused. Now, the ambassadors of the various countries in the western regions, especially Prince Jin's, were stationed in the Chang kingdom's capital for a long period of time. This feeling might not be clear in other places, but once one arrived in the Chang kingdom's capital, one would realize one thing. The war was approaching. The Chu kingdom, the state of Yu, Prince Jin, and the various countries in the western regions were all fighting for the Chang kingdom's queen. Why did the various countries in the western regions also care? The Great Tribulation Temple had entered the various countries in the western regions. They had become the faith of many countries, and they were constantly thinking of returning to the east. Previously, they had wanted to borrow Sunan's strength. This time, they would borrow Prince Jin's strength. Under the Great Tribulation Temple's call, the various countries in the western regions could form an army at any time. However, if they wanted to attack the state of Yu from the west, they had to pass through the Chang kingdom. Thus, the Great Tribulation Temple and the various countries only had one request: the right to pass through. As long as the Chang kingdom agreed to let the army pass through their territory. For this, they were willing to pay an astronomical price. The Chu kingdom and Prince Jin's request was even simpler. When the war broke out in the future, they hoped that the Chang kingdom would remain neutral. Just for this neutrality, Prince Jin and the Chu kingdom were willing to pay a huge price. Unfortunately, the Chang kingdom didn't have many ministers, and they couldn't influence the Chang queen, Arunana. These ministers didn't even have the chance to meet the queen, let alone persuade her. Since they couldn't persuade her, they could take the risk and assassinate Queen Arunana. However, Arunana lived in a sturdy palace and was surrounded by people she trusted the most. There were thousands of Chang kingdom warriors guarding the palace. She had many experts from the western regions and the Sand primitive tribe under her command. In addition, Arunana herself was a top-notch expert. If they wanted to assassinate her, one martial grandmaster probably wouldn't be enough. Not long ago, the big fool sword king Xianxia had arrived, so assassinating Arunana was even more impossible. The Chang queen, Arunana, had a huge belly. She sat on the throne, her brows furrowed. If she were in her shoes, she would immediately lead her troops to support the state of Yu and fight alongside them. However, she was no longer alone. She led the entire Chang kingdom. No matter what, she had to consider the interests of the Chang kingdom's citizens first. Of course, the most important thing was that she was about to give birth. Even if she gave birth, she would need some time to recover. It would be impossible for her to lead her troops into battle. However, over the past year, the state of Yu had sacrificed too much for the Chang kingdom. Queen Arunana was filled with guilt. She felt that if the Chang kingdom didn't lend a helping hand, it would be very unjust. However, even now, the state of Yu hadn't made any requests. They didn't ask the Chang kingdom to send troops, nor did they ask for war horses. Instead, they placed a large order and purchased a large amount of military rations. They even paid directly without delaying the payment. At that moment, Xianxia's letter arrived. He told Arunana directly not to send troops. During the war between the state of Yu and Prince Jin, the Chang kingdom would remain neutral. The Chang kingdom would be of great help to the state of Yu by keeping its position and not making an enemy out of it. The southern part of the Western Heaven province was the most vulnerable part of the state of Yu. Without the Chang kingdom, the state of Yu would have to send at least 80,000 soldiers to defend the day-night region. That might not even be enough. Therefore, even though the Chang kingdom remained neutral on the surface, they were actually defending the western part of the state of Yu and preventing the Great Tribulation Temple, Chu, and Prince Jin from attacking the state of Yu through this direction. This was already a great help. Moreover, if the Chang kingdom didn't send troops now, they could at least stall the enemy's army. Once they did, the Chu kingdom, the Sand Barbarians, and the Great Tribulation Temple would do their best to attack the Chang kingdom. When that happened, the western part of the state of Yu would be in danger as well. Therefore, at least for now, the Chang kingdom would be more advantageous if they didn't send troops. Would the Chang kingdom not send troops then? No. When the war progressed further, the Chang kingdom could act as a surprise force and directly affect the outcome of the war. Instead, during this period of time, Queen Arunana had to ensure her own safety and hold on tightly to the army. If necessary, she could even rotate the troops of the various tribes around the capital for military exercises. This would prevent the tribes from being attacked one by one. Xianxia had analyzed this with Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian agreed, so the state of Yu hadn't made any demands on the Chang kingdom yet. Xianxia's letter immediately made Queen Arunana of the Chang kingdom feel much better, and she was no longer worried. After sitting on the throne, Arunana realized how impressive Xianxia was. Because he had thought of everything that you could think of, and everything that you couldn't. He would never make any unreasonable demands on his allies. Let the messengers from the Chu kingdom and Prince Jin in, Queen Arunana said. But then, she frowned and said, never mind. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm about to give birth. Her stomach was already hurting a little, but she didn't care. Now that her pants were wet, she was definitely going to give birth. As soon as these words came out, De Shah suddenly stood up and was about to come over and carry his wife. Get up. Arunana pushed him away. She stood up. The water had indeed broken and flowed down her leg. There was a small patch of wetness on the ground. Arunana opened her leg slightly and walked into the room. Get ready. I'm about to give birth. The big fool wanted to follow her in, but was pushed out. A dozen female doctors and a dozen midwives rushed into the room. It was as if they had received an assembly order, because they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Your Majesty, please lie down. No, the women of the Chang kingdom like to give birth standing. Your Majesty, why don't you moan a few times? In the state of Yu, the women couldn't bear the pain and would moan with all their might. But Arunana didn't moan either, which made the doctors and midwives of the state of Yu uncomfortable. It's so embarrassing to moan with such little pain. Your Majesty, don't take off all your clothes. It's so cold. It's better to take off all your clothes, lest you dirty the royal robe. Then, Arunana didn't moan or moan. She just walked around the delivery room. Suddenly, she bent down slightly. Ja! The Chang queen roared and stomped her foot. The baby was born. Wah wah wah, the baby's cries rang out. All the midwives and female physicians were completely astonished. The queen was too amazing. She was the top woman in the world. This first child was actually born so boldly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's a little prince. Wow. It's 6.5 kilograms. This is the first time I've seen such a strong baby. He's indeed a little prince. Oh. Our future King Chang is so handsome. Aru Nana let the female doctor wash her body. When the baby was clean, she hugged him and breastfed. She thought it was a compliment from the midwife, but the baby was indeed handsome. He looked more like his mother. His eyes were wide open the moment he was born, and his arms and legs were kicking wildly. He was very energetic. He was completely different from other people's babies. I wonder which princess will take advantage of this little prince in the future. He's so strong. I've delivered so many children, but I've never seen one like him. A few nannies came forward. Your Majesty, you don't have any milk yet. Why don't you eat ours first? Let the little prince suck for a few more days, and your milk will come out. Aruna nodded, put on her clothes, and was about to walk out. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? The female doctor asked. Arunana said, I'm on official business. I'm going to meet the ambassador. The female doctors and midwives were stunned. This child had just been born, and most women couldn't even stand up. Not only did she walk like a tiger, but she was also going to meet the ambassador. Your Majesty, after giving birth, you have to go into confinement, the female doctor said. Arunana said, the women of the state of you have to go into confinement, but the women of the Chang kingdom don't need that. They go grazing on the 3rd day after giving birth. The female doctor said, then at least tomorrow. You can go out tomorrow and rest for at least a day, okay? Following that, the midwives, female doctors, and nannies exclaimed again. Because this baby had such a big appetite that he ate all 3 nannies as soon as he was born. Only then did he manage to eat his fill. He burped, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Your Majesty, it's time to give the little prince a name, the female doctor said. Queen Arunana thought for a while and said, his father is called De Zhuang, so let's call him Alezwang. Ugh, such a perfunctory name, this is the future king of the Chang kingdom, and it sounds like a peasant. That's a good name. It's decided, Queen Arunana said. Humph, it was good enough that she didn't call Alezwang a fool. Meanwhile, the big fool was standing outside in a daze. His face was red, and he didn't know what to do. I'm a father now, everything happened so suddenly. I thought that I would never get a wife in this life. In the end, he inexplicably got a wife, and inexplicably had a child. Capital, Marquis Chongping's residence. No words could describe the shock in Wang Bai's heart. This son of Viscount Shilong didn't dare to hold out much hope at first. Especially after seeing Shenlang, he instinctively felt that he had met a fraud. He felt that even if Shenlang was capable, even if he really had some dragon blood, he would never give it to him. He didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. It was practically instant. A few years ago, he could still lift a 100-kilogram stone weight. But in recent years, he had been indulging in debauchery, and his body was completely ruined. He couldn't even lift a 100-kilogram weight. This time, he was eliminated in the first round of the Anka military selection. He had only drunk 1/3 of the dragon blood, and it already had such a miraculous effect. What if he drank all of it? Wouldn't he, Wang Bai, be able to ascend to the heavens? Wouldn't the next military selection be a piece of cake? Immediately, Wang Bai bowed to Shenlang. Shen is truly a god, truly a god. Shenlang said, I have to say this. The effects of this dragon blood also depends on the person. It will be effective for some people, and ineffective for others. If it's ineffective, don't waste your money. I won't charge you for 1/3 of the dragon blood. You can leave. It's effective, it's effective, it's effective. Wang Bai trembled. It's miraculous. It's too miraculous. I feel like my strength has doubled. Actually, that wasn't the case at all. There was indeed an effect after taking it, but it wasn't that great. Dan Wang Bai's martial arts were pretty good before, but in recent years, his body had been ruined by debauchery. But the foundation of his bloodline was still there, so after drinking the so-called golden dragon blood, the effect was especially obvious. Xianxia said, "All right, I'll reserve it for you for 4 hours. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." Don't. Wang Bai knelt down and said, "Benefactor Shen, I want this tube of dragon blood. Don't give it to anyone else. This is my lifeblood. My glory, splendor, wealth, and rank all depend on it. I'll go home now to get the money. If my father doesn't give me the money, I'll commit suicide. I'll die in front of him." Then, Wang Bai ran away like a wisp of smoke. This run wasn't a big deal. It was even more surprising. Wang Bai realized that his speed had increased a lot. It was as if there was wind under his feet. That wasn't all. Previously, he didn't run for long. He was already out of breath. This time, he ran for 2 miles in one go. He didn't even pant. Too awesome. Too amazing. Just like that, he ran directly to his home in the capital. Viscount Wangshu of Shilong was originally in Tianbei province. But for the southern expedition, General Nangong Ao of the north led 50,000 troops south and stationed near the capital. As long as the military funds, provisions, and equipment were in place, they would immediately head south to the battlefield in Nanou. Therefore, Viscount Wangshu also stayed at his home in the capital. It was already late at night. He was still reading. But actually, he didn't manage to read anything. His heart was filled with melancholy. He raised his head and looked at the hourglass. It was already so late. That prodigal still hadn't returned home. Who knew where he was spending his time? For this useless son, Wangshu was so worried that his hair had turned white. Previously, when he was leading the army outside, his son Wang Bai didn't stay by his side. Instead, he stayed in the capital to study martial arts. He originally wanted him to stand out. He didn't expect him to fall so quickly. Instead, the unfavored son of a concubine rose up. This time, he passed the martial arts examination. But this son of a concubine's heart was a little gloomy. He wasn't close to his father. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wangshu really wasn't willing to pass the title of nobility to his son of a concubine. After all, the one he doted on the most was his son, Wang Bai. But this kid was so useless. If he passed the title of nobility to him, the family business would probably be destroyed in his hands. How worrisome. And just at this moment, the son of a concubine, Wang Bai, rushed in quickly. He directly knelt in front of Wangshu and said, "Father, quickly give me money. 6,000 gold coins. Look, what was a prodigal? This was a prodigal, plucking the feathers from the geese." Xianxia asked for 5,000, but he increased it to 1,000. Viscount Wangshu of Shilong was furious when he heard this. 6,000 gold coins, are you crazy? Do you know how much money this is? Our entire family's annual income, after deducting our expenses, is less than 2,000 gold coins. This 6,000 gold coins is a small portion of our family's savings. What did you do? You don't need so much money even if you were drinking with prostitutes. You lost the gamble, you were tricked. Viscount Wangshu didn't say anything else. He picked up his whip and was about to whip this prodigal to death. 6,000 gold coins, 6,000 gold coins. You won't stop until you squander the entire family. Wang Bai laughed loudly and said, "Father, it's a good thing that I want money this time. It's not for myself, it's for the entire family. I'm going to be rich. I'll definitely pass the next martial arts examination." Xianxia had some golden dragon blood. He didn't intend to give it to anyone, but I'm good friends with Dreamy Cloud Lake, so he gave me a little. He only charged me the cost price, 6,000 gold coins. Hurry up. Viscount Wangshu was even more furious. You prodigal, it's fine if you squander, but you're so stupid. You're still giving money after being cheated. It was obvious that Xianxia and Dream Cloud Lake were working together to swindle money. Idiot. Idiot. Moreover, the Crown Prince and Third Prince have already ordered that no one is allowed to make any deals with Xianxia. You haven't paid yet, right? Viscount Wangshu asked. Wang Bai said, "Of course not." That's why he let me drink 1/3 of the dragon blood and left the remaining 2/3 for 4 hours. If I don't pay by then, he'll sell it to someone else. Discount Wangshu shouted, "That's a liar. Xinlang is a liar. You stay at home and don't go anywhere." "Men, tie young master up." Wang Bai said, "Father, you're going to ruin my life. That's real dragon blood." Wangshu was furious. Bull*** T dragon blood. Xinlang is a bastard, a liar through and through. Wang Bai didn't say anything else. He ran out to the courtyard and picked up a 100-kilogram stone lock. He raised it with one hand in front of his father. Viscount Wangshu was instantly stunned. Wang Bai put down the stone lock. He picked up a 50-kilogram broadsword and waved it around in the courtyard. Wangshu was even more stunned. He knew his son the best. His martial arts skills were good, but they were all wasted. Now, his body was rotten to the core. He couldn't lift a 50-kilogram stone lock with one hand at all. As for this huge saber that weighed more than 100 kilograms, it was even more strenuous for him to pick it up, not to mention brandishing it vigorously. His strength and agility had improved tremendously. Wang Bai put down the broadsword. He didn't even take a deep breath. Then, he said proudly, "Father, did you see that? Did you see that? I've only drunk 1/3 of the dragon blood and I've become so powerful. If I drink the whole tube of golden dragon blood, I'll be even more powerful." Discount Wangshu was completely stunned. It really had such a miraculous effect? Was there really dragon blood? "Father, the 2,000 trash and imbeciles that Xinlang recruited previously are far inferior to your son, right? In just 3 months, they became a trump card legion. This is all because of the golden dragon blood. Father, there are still very few people who believe in Xinlang right now. However, paper cannot wrap fire forever. There are many people who are more powerful and richer than us in the entire country. If we delay any longer, the golden dragon blood will really be snatched away. This doesn't just concern my own fate. It concerns the entire family." Viscount Wangshu didn't say anything else. He quickly went to the family's basement warehouse to get the money. 6,000 gold coins, that was more than 100 kilograms. How painful. This was almost a quarter of the Wang family's savings. It wasn't easy for him to earn this money by taking bribes, embezzling military funds, and embezzling military funds. It couldn't be helped. The new nobles couldn't compare to the old nobles. Their wealth was too small, and their expenses were too high. "I'll go with you," Viscount Wangshu said. Wang Bai heard this. How could he do that? "Wouldn't you know that I took 1,000 gold coins as a commission?" Wang Bai's eyes turned, and he quickly had an idea. "Father, you can't go with me. What if Xinlang forces you to support that useless Prince Ningjing?" Wang Bai said, "I can say whatever I want, but you can't." Discount Wangshu thought this made sense. Also, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had ordered him not to do anything. It was best if he didn't show up. Therefore, he sent a trusted subordinate to drive a carriage with gold coins and Wang Bai to Ningjing's Marquis Chumping's mansion. Money in one hand, and the goods in the other, Wang Bai took the remaining 2/3 of the golden dragon blood. Before drinking it, he couldn't help but worry. Could it be that the 2/3 was useless after drinking it? The money wouldn't be wasted, would it? In the end, he worried too much. After drinking the remaining 2/3 of the golden dragon blood, Wang Bai instantly felt like he was going to explode. It was as if there was endless power in his body. "I'm going to explode. I'm going to defy the heavens. There's no place in the world for someone as powerful as me." At this moment, there was a 400-kilogram stone lock next to him. Wang Bai stepped forward and suddenly raised his hand. "Ha ha ha ha, a 400-kilogram stone lock. I can easily pick it up with one hand. This is too awesome. This dragon blood is too powerful. With this kind of power, it won't be a problem for me to pass the military examination." Then, is this stone lock really 400 kilograms? No way, the 200-kilogram stone lock was real, but this 400-kilogram was only 250 kilograms. It was just engraved with the words 400 kilogram. Drinking a whole tube of golden dragon blood or 1/3 of a tube didn't have much of a difference in strength. But the feeling of exploding all over his body was much stronger. Wang Bai roared in his heart. Bastard Wang Lin, let's see how you can compete with me. You want to compete with me for the title? You must be daydreaming. Wang Bai knelt on both knees and said, Benefactor Shen, you saved my life and saved my family. From now on, you are my benefactor. No matter what orders you have, I won't frown even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Shen Lang said, I only have 2 requests. Wang Bai said, say it. If I frown, then I'm a grandson. Shen Lang said, first, don't leak the secret of the golden dragon blood. Don't show off just because you've become stronger. Wang Bai nodded and said, yes. But he sneered in his heart. How could that be possible? I'll definitely show off. What's posturing? It's when you've become stronger and want all the idiots around you to know. If you don't do posturing, then you'll be walking in the dark. Shen Lang said, second, you must stand with 5th Prince Ningxing at the crucial moment. Wang Bai patted his chest and said, no problem. From now on, I, Wang Bai, am His Highness Ningxing's man. But he felt even more disdain in his heart. Walk out of this door. Who cares who you are, that useless Ningxing, you want me to pledge allegiance to him? Dream on, I've already become stronger. In 2 days, I'll join the Crown Prince or the 3rd Prince. Ha 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 ha, Shen Lang said, that's enough. You can go now. Wang Bai couldn't wait to leave. He was going to go show off. No, he was going to conquer a woman. He had once thrown away his armor in front of her and lost all his face. Today, he must kill her until she wails like a ghost and howls like a wolf. I, Wang Bai, will regain my dignity. At this moment, Shen Lang said, Wang Bai, remember not to touch a woman for a month. Otherwise, the strength you've gained with great difficulty will leak out along with the yang energy of a man. Wang Bai was shocked. If he couldn't touch a woman, then what was the point of living? Shen, can't I touch her just once? Shen Lang said, I'll lose about 10% of my strength every time I touch her. Wang Bai calculated in his heart. Even if he lost 20% or 30% of his strength, he could still pass the military examination. Immediately, Wang Bai dashed away. I've become awesome. I'm going to show off. I'm going to show off. I'm going to let those prodigal companions, I'm going to let all my scoundrel friends see clearly. I'm different from you guys. Different, after Wang Bai left. Shen Lang opened the box. It was neatly filled with gold bars. They emitted a mesmerizing glow. A total of 5,000 gold coins, more than 150 caddies. This was just the beginning. Wang Bai, this idiot, would definitely go and show off. His circle was full of prodigals. They were rich but physically weak. They dreamed of becoming stronger but were unwilling to put in any effort. They were the kind of people who wanted to drop the Dragon Slayer sword even when they killed a chicken in a game. Such a rich guy, if I don't cheat you, who should I cheat? If I don't cheat you guys of your money, I'll be letting my conscience down. Tomorrow at the latest. Shen Lang was going to be rich. I'm rich. Note, the first update has been sent. I'll go eat and write the second update when I come back. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please give me a hand. Brother Lang, you will offend all the nobles in the capital. Dreamcloud Lake couldn't help but say. Shen Lang played with the gold nugget in his hand and said with a smile, Brother, are you afraid of offending these nobles of the state of you? Dreamcloud Lake said, Why would I be worried? I am the Empire's ambassador, I don't have a chance to beg them at all. Shen Lang said, I won't deal with them in the future either. After helping the 5th prince to the position of Crown Prince, I will leave. Who cares if they live or die? Besides, I have already offended them. Do I care about offending them again? Dreamcloud Lake said, What if you still want to lie to them in the future? Shen Lang said, Then why don't you come up with an even better story? Brother, have you heard of chives? Dreamcloud Lake nodded. Shen Lang said, Things like chives, it won't take long for them to grow back again after being cut. A fish's memory only lasts for 7 breaths. In the face of benefits, a human's memory may not be longer than a fish's. Dreamcloud Lake said, Then do you think Stupa Mountain will find trouble with you? Shen Lang shook his head and said, No, I haven't trampled on their bottom line. Besides, Stupa Mountain's sphere of influence is in the west of the state of Jin. With the monarch protecting me, they can't reach the state of you. Dreamcloud Lake looked at Xianxia helplessly. This was the first time he had seen such a daring person. Inside the Spring Sleep Pavilion. After leaving Miss Hong's room, Wang Bai of Viscount Shilong's residence regretted it. Because he didn't hold back. Xianxia said very clearly that every time he touched a woman, he would lose 10% of his strength. Wang Bai felt that it was very reasonable because the dragon blood had just entered his veins and had not completely transformed into his strength, so it was not stable yet. If he lost his yang energy at this time, it was normal for his strength to be lost. Wasn't there an old saying that the energy of that thing was equivalent to 10 times that of blood? He really couldn't hold it in anymore. But he was super satisfied because he regained his dignity as a man and beat the vixen to the point where she cried and begged for mercy. The face that he had lost previously was now all regained. Looking at her blurred face and worshipful eyes, there was no need to mention how proud he was. But his heart was really bleeding. He had lost 20% of his bloodline power. But it was really hard to bear. I, Wang Bai, swear that from today onwards, within a month, I will absolutely not touch a woman. If I do, then let me return to my previous unbearably dispirited state. To him, this was almost the most vicious oath. After coming out of the little fairy's room, Wang Bai arrogantly walked around. Now that he was full, it was time to act cool and slap the faces of others. I want the whole country to know that I, Wang Bai, am no longer the Wang Bai of yesterday. The one who forsook me shall not be spared. This poem had already become famous. At first, people said that it was written by Lunatic Lan, but later on, it was inexplicably claimed to be Xianxia's work. He said that Lunatic Lan had only memorized it. In a few months, the Anka general examinations would begin. All the scholars held their breaths as they stared at Madman Lan and the 10 Lan brothers. He was afraid that they would participate again. However, up until now, they had no intention of participating in the civil and martial competition. It was already late at night. But for the hedonistic sons of the capital, the nightlife had just begun. The pavilion of Spring Sleep was bustling, and it was as warm as spring. There were 2 wonderful places in the capital, Qiuqiu Residence and Pavilion of Spring Sleep. The former was a place that scholars liked to go, while the latter was a place that the sons of generals and nobles liked to go. Qiuqiu Residence sounded like a poetic couplet. It was too pretentious. The Pavilion of Spring Sleep was so good that it sounded like a place to sleep. More than half of the hedonistic sons of the nobles and nobles played here. Oh? Isn't this Wang Sanxi? Seeing Wang Bai walk around like a tortoise, many people were instantly displeased. TSK, what are you, Wang Bai, being so arrogant for? You're just the heir of Viscount Shilong. In the capital, your family's title of nobility is just a little bird. And Wang Sanxi was his nickname. It meant that he was too weak and could not last 3 breaths. In this world, there were only wrong names, but definitely no wrong nicknames. But under normal circumstances, these hedonistic sons of noble families would not shed all pretense of cordiality, and would not call him that in person. Only sworn enemies would call him such a humiliating nickname. At this time, the person who removed Wang Bai was the heir of Yangwu Count House, Huaxiong. This person and Wang Bai were definitely sworn enemies. Why? Because Wang Bai's father took the position of Huaxiong's father, Huading Count. The Hua family used to be very prominent, but because they stood on the wrong side in the last battle for the throne. In fact, at that time, Huading Count really only went to Prince Ning Yuanwu's residence to deliver a gift. After Ning Yuanxian ascended to the throne, he carried out a great purge. At that time, although Huading Count survived, he was sidelined. After that, he desperately licked the monarch's boots for more than 10 years, and finally gained the trust of the monarch again. Then, he paid a huge price to seek the position of Deputy Admiral of Tianbei Province. He spent a lot of money, and his knees were turning green from kneeling. Finally, this position was in his hands. But he didn't expect that Wang Shu directly took it away and cut it off. This was like the hatred of killing one's father. Of course, later, in order to elevate Nangong Ao's position, the Admiral's Office of Tianbei Province was abolished and changed to the Great General's Office of the North. Wang Shu also became the 4th in command of the Great General's Office of the North. Once a position of power and influence was lost, it could never come back. Currently, the Count of Huading was still in the Privy Council, holding the position of a third-rank official, neither up nor down. He couldn't do anything to Wang Shu, but his son could bully Wang Shu's son. So, Huaxiong and Wang Bai also became sworn enemies. The two of them scolded each other countless times, and fought each other countless times. But the shameful thing was that Wang Bai was the loser every time. Whether it was arm wrestling, or fighting, he lost to Huaxiong in all of them. Even in the matters between men and women, he lost to Huaxiong. The nickname Wang Sanchi was given by Huaxiong. Over time, Wang Bai was afraid of Huaxiong. Every time he saw him, he would take a detour, and in the end, he simply avoided him completely. Places where Huaxiong was, he absolutely retreated. Otherwise, every time he was beaten black and blue, it was really too shameful. Defeat after defeat. These few months, Wang Bai didn't even dare to come to the Spring Sleep Pavilion. Tonight, he killed his way back again. Not only did he want to find back his dignity as a man from this seductress, he also wanted to find back his dignity as a martial artist from Huaxiong. Tonight was the night to take revenge. Huaxiong, what did you say? Try saying it again? Wang Bai said domineeringly. Huaxiong was stunned. Did this Wang Bai, this weak chicken, eat the wrong medicine today? Seeing him, not only did he not run away, but he also dared to challenge him face to face. Immediately, he clenched his fists, and his whole body emitted a burst of bone-cracking sounds. This Huaxiong was born majestic and had great strength. Previously, he could completely crush Wang Bai every time. What? Wang Bai, Grandpa hasn't beaten you for a few months, is your flesh itchy? Wang Bai stood on the stairs and said loudly, Huaxiong, previously you bullied and humiliated me, today I will return it tenfold. Tonight is very lively, over 100 brothers are here, over 100 beauties are also watching, how about we compete? Whoever loses will kneel on the ground, kowtow 3 times, and call Grandpa I was wrong. The moment these words came out, the entire Spring Sleep Pavilion instantly boiled. All the foppish young masters and ladies gathered around him. Yo, is Wang Sanchi drunk? To actually dare to compete with Huaxiong, he has lost to Huaxiong at least dozens of times before, right? Not only that. He is simply beaten up every time he sees him, he can't even take 3 moves from Huaxiong, and he is becoming more and more noob. Wang Bai is looking for a beating, he really doesn't want to live happily anymore. Hearing everyone's belittling him, Wang Bai felt great in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. Everyone belittles me, everyone looks down on me. Then I will show my prowess and directly beat Huaxiong half to death, shocking everyone's eyeballs, and enjoy everyone's shock. How great. This is acting cool and slapping the face. Do you dare? Huaxiong. Wang Bai roared. Huaxiong laughed loudly and said, if you are willing to die, I am willing to bury you. Wang Bai said, empty words are no proof, let's write it down. Then, the two of them signed a contract in front of hundreds of people. The loser kneeled on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and shouted, Grandpa I was wrong. And even if there were casualties, they would absolutely not seek any responsibility. Then, the staff of the Spring Sleep Pavilion moved all the tables in the center of the hall, clearing an area of about 30 square meters. Place your bet, place your bet. Bet on Wang Bai, 1 to 5, 1 to 6, hurry up and place your bet, 1 to 7, does anyone want to bet? In the end, no one placed a bet. Everyone felt that Wang Bai would lose without a doubt, because his martial arts was too far from Huaxiong's. The two of them had fought dozens of times before, and Wang Bai had lost every time. Huaxiong was too strong. And the banker was a super great aristocrat, Ning Qing. His father was the current royal uncle Ning Qi. Little Duke, why can't we bet on Huaxiong to win? Someone shouted. Ning Qing said, then why don't you open this bet? No matter how low the odds are, as long as it exceeds 1, I will bet whatever you take. Huaxiong would win without a doubt, and whoever opened his bet was an idiot. After shouting several times, no one bet on Wang Bai to win, so little Duke Ning Qing was about to give up. In the end, Wang Bai waved his hand and said, I bet 1,000 gold coins on myself to win. Then, 1,000 gold coins piled up on the table. Little Duke Ningqing was stunned, then nodded, okay, I will accept this bet. Suddenly, everyone was even more stunned. Was Wang Bai provoked today? Was his brain completely flooded? Not only was he looking for a fight, and he even took the initiative to lose money. Suddenly, many fops didn't even care about playing with women, and stared at Wang Bai and Hua Xiong. Clang! With the sound of the gong, the battle began. Hua Xiong smiled sinisterly. Wang Bai, Grandpa will break one of your legs today, and let you have a taste of being a cripple. Then, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and rushed towards Wang Bai with incomparable ferocity. Towards Wang Bai, he was completely oppressed. His speed was completely explosive, and his strength was completely explosive. It was just that he didn't sign a contract before, so he didn't dare to be ruthless. This time, not only did he want to beat Wang Bai half to death, he also wanted to break one of his legs. However, in the next second, he only felt his vision blur, and Wang Bai actually rushed in front of him. Bam! A loud sound rang out. Crack! Hua Xiong was stunned at first, then he felt a heart-wrenching pain. That was because his patella was broken. Everyone was stunned. Wang Bai's speed was actually so fast, not only did he dodge Hua Xiong's stick, but he also directly hit Hua Xiong's right leg. Ah! Hua Xiong hugged his broken right leg and screamed desperately on the ground. Wang Bai stepped forward, grabbed Hua Xiong, who was more than 200 kilograms, with one hand, and threw him fiercely. He was directly thrown several meters away. For example, the end. Wang Bai instantly killed Hua Xiong. Everyone was shocked once again. Oh my god, when did Wang Bai become so powerful? Not only did his speed increase, his strength had also increased by several times. He was trash before, and this time, he was defeated in the first round of the Anka martial examination. He couldn't even lift the stone lock, and became the shame of martial arts. This Hua Xiong, as his name implied, was as strong as a bear, and weighed more than 200 kilograms. Wang Bai actually lifted it with one hand. It was too shocking. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? In just one day, he actually became so powerful. Wang Bai felt happy and regretful. Shen really didn't lie to me. I really can't touch a woman for a month. Once touched, the power of the bloodline will be reduced by 10%. Just now at Shen's house, I could clearly lift a 400-kilogram stone lock with one hand, and it was easy. And this Hua Xiong only weighed 270 kilograms, but it took me a lot of strength. Shen really didn't lie to me, but seeing everyone's shocked eyes, he felt good again. At this time, the demon Pinpin staggered out and said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Wang Bai, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Just now, you tormented Nana half to death in the room, and now you easily killed Hua Xiong. What happened to you?" This time everyone was even more in disbelief. It can't be, Wang Bai became so powerful? Ha 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 ha. Wang Bai laughed wildly. This golden dragon blood is really amazing, it really changed my fate. I, Wang Bai, am going to rise, I'm going to defy the heavens. Thus, many hedonistic children swarmed up and surrounded Wang Bai like a hero to ask about it. Wang Bai walked in front of little Duke Ningqing and said, "Thank you, little Duke, for making you spend money." Ningqing was also extremely shocked, and after a long time, he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll send 7,000 gold coins to your house tomorrow." Wang Bai felt even more refreshed. This meant that he didn't have to spend a single copper coin, and he still earned 1,000 gold coins. I, Wang Bai, am going to reach the peak of my life. Thus, he was even more reluctant to go home, and directly went to eat and drink. Many hedonistic children crowded around him, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Wang Bai was really tight-lipped, and refused to say anything. Of course, it wasn't because he was tight-lipped, but because he didn't want others to go to Shenlang to buy golden dragon blood. If all of you become stronger, how can I show off and slap their faces? No matter how others tried to please him, he didn't say a word. Thus, the group of hedonistic children and beautiful women desperately poured wine into his mouth. Wang Bai directly drank until he was completely drunk. Immediately, he couldn't keep the secret anymore. Why did I become stronger? Because I went to Shenlang to buy golden dragon blood, ha 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 ha. Don't try to do anything, Shenlang would never sell it to you. It's because my relationship with Dreamy Cloud Lake is especially good, that's why he sold me a tube of golden dragon blood. When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. F*ck, it can't be, Xianxia really had golden dragon blood, he wasn't bragging or swindling money. Wang Bai, how much did you spend to buy a tube of golden dragon blood? 6,000 gold coins, a whole 6,000. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. This price was really quite expensive, but it was very worth it. To be able to become stronger after drinking golden dragon blood, 6,000 gold coins was worth it. The next day, before dawn, a person sneaked into Marquis Chongping's mansion from the back door. Xianxia was awakened in Ning Yan's arms. Who are you? What's the matter? Because the person who came was actually masked. It couldn't be helped, the crown prince and third prince had issued a ban, so this person didn't dare to reveal his identity. Shen, here's 6,000 gold coins, I'll buy a tube of golden dragon blood from you. Not only was the person masked, but he also pretended to be very hoarse. 6,000, Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. Huh, oh my god. At first, I only wanted to sell it for 3,000, then it increased to 5,000, how did it become 6,000 now? Xianxia stopped acting pretentiously. He directly took out a tube of golden dragon blood and said, I have to clarify, the effect of golden dragon blood depends on the person's physique. It's very useful to some people, but not so useful to others. When these words came out, the person couldn't help but be stunned. This Xianxia couldn't possibly be lying to me, right? Xianxia said, to be fair, you have to drink the golden dragon blood on the spot. If it works, I'll take your gold coins. If it doesn't, I won't take a single cent. Hearing this, the person couldn't help but be overjoyed. Shen is really a gentleman. Although this was a failed sample, Xianxia would never let it go to others. Everyone had to drink it on the spot. The person hesitated for a few seconds, because he was afraid that Xianxia would poison it. He even took out a silver needle to test the poison. Xianxia was disdainful. If I poisoned it, can you use a silver needle to test it? Seeing Xianxia's sarcastic gaze, the person couldn't help but be embarrassed. Then, he raised his head, opened a corner of his mask, turned around, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he quietly waited for the poison to take effect. Ah! Suddenly, he let out a loud shout. He didn't expect this. The effect of the golden dragon blood was so fast. He felt like he was about to explode. His muscles bulged. He could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. He felt like he was about to fly. There was a ball of fire in his heart, which was about to burn him into ashes. Too powerful, the person also saw the stone dumbbell and couldn't help but walk over. He suddenly lifted it. I've become so powerful, I can easily lift a stone dumbbell with one hand, this is too awesome. This golden dragon blood is the real deal. 6,000 gold coins. So worth it. So worth it, the person almost couldn't help but roar to the sky, from now on, XXX, will rise. My family is going to rise. Father, I will show you that I am your pride. Then, he bowed to Xianxia. Shen is really a god. Goodbye. Xianxia said, wait a minute. The person said, Shen, we will meet again if fate allows it. There's no need to say anything else. His meaning was clear. Don't try to find out my identity, and don't expect me to support Ningxing. It was impossible. Business was business. Stance was stance. Xianxia said, I have a piece of advice. The person was full of caution. Speak. A gasoline car couldn't be filled with diesel. No, he said it wrong. Don't touch a woman for a month. If you do, the effect of the golden dragon blood will decrease by 10%. Goodbye. After hearing that, the person left immediately. He was extremely excited as he sprinted. My speed has also become so fast, and I feel like I have endless power in my body. I don't want to ride a horse home or take a carriage. I want to run home. I want to run 3 laps around the capital. He accidentally passed by the door of the spring sleeping house. He couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Xianxia's advice. He couldn't touch a woman for a month. I will touch one, just one, then, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and went in. From this, it could be seen how pure Xianxia was. He did not enter the spring gate 4 times. Next, Xianxia was going crazy, because the people who bought the golden dragon blood were already lining up. And everyone came in from the back door of Marquis Chongping's residence. There was a famous saying that if you used the back door too much, it would be no different from the front door. Didn't anyone say that? Then just pretend that I said it. Marquis Chongping's residence was crowded. When Madame Zhua came to deliver tea, she saw an extremely strange scene. There were dozens of people present, all wearing the same black clothes and black masks. And in order to hide their bodies, they even wore black cloaks and black gloves. Awesome, awesome. But it's probably not convenient for you to drink tea like this. And these people didn't even talk to each other. They couldn't reveal their identities. Otherwise, they would be blacklisted by the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. But once they missed the opportunity to change their bloodline, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Royal tomb, someone shouted hoarsely. Not me, someone hurriedly said. Instantly, everyone looked at him. That person trembled, got up, and left, saying, I've never been here. But an hour later, he came again. He came in with a few people. Just like that, Xianxia sold tube after tube of the golden bloodline. They all handed over the money and the goods. And they couldn't take it away. They had to drink it to confirm that it was effective before collecting the money. Xianxia's hands were sore from receiving so much gold. At first, he carefully examined each tube, but then he directly scanned them with his X-ray eyes. Of course, there were some people who acted shamelessly. After drinking it, it was obvious that it was effective, but they said that it was useless and wanted to take the gold back. Xianxia directly ordered them to take off their masks, strip their clothes, and throw them out. The other person immediately changed his words. It was effective, although he felt that he had become stronger, facing dozens of female warriors, he felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them. Sometimes, when you think something is going to go well, you can't help it. In reality, it will go more smoothly than you think. In order to deceive others, this group of silk pants all wore masks, hiding their heads and showing their tails. This was too in line with Xianxia's intentions. Now, there was no way to prove anything. A month later, the golden dragon blood's effects will all disappear, and you guys can forget about looking for me. When did I sell your golden dragon blood? Don't start a rumor. Show me the evidence. Do you have a written receipt? Do you have a receipt? No way. What? You marked the gold. Sorry, I melted all the gold and reforged it into gold bars. You say that this is your family's gold? Then call it. If it agrees, then it's yours. Otherwise, it's not, and even if this group of people felt that their bloodline had been changed, most of them carefully hid it and didn't dare to show it. They were afraid that if the Crown Prince and the Third Prince found out, it would bring disaster to their family, but how could paper hide the fire? The Crown Prince and the Third Prince already knew. They didn't know who came to Xianxia to buy the golden dragon blood, but they knew that Xianxia's house was crowded. So did they have a way to stop it? No, they couldn't possibly surround Ningzheng's Marquis Chongping's mansion and not let anyone in. And the monarch was one step ahead and sent 2,000 imperial guards into Marquis Chongping's mansion. Wasn't the meaning obvious? Protect Xin Lang by selling the golden dragon blood, protect the gold, just like that, Xianxia sold it every day. In the end, he didn't even need to say a word. Give the golden dragon blood. Drink it, pay. Let me give you a piece of advice. Before Xianxia could say anything, the other party said, you can't touch women. Awesome. Even the last piece of advice was left out. 3 days later, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. This job was too boring. He handed all the trading work to Wu Lai and Xiannu. By the way, Xiannu was now only 150 kilograms, but it was so bright that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. Unexpectedly, this female warrior with an 8-foot waist was actually a beauty. Lunatic Land's eyes were too sharp. Xianxia spent half his time every day holding his daughter and the other half doing experiments. What experiments? Of course, how to change the bloodline of a normal person. For example, baby Mulan. He had promised to turn Mulan into the world's #1 expert. He couldn't go back on his word, right? But scientific experiments were indeed like the legends. Failure was inevitable, success was a coincidence. Xianxia had failed hundreds and thousands of times. He had even overturned countless hypotheses. He didn't know how many times he had changed the direction of his theories. But it seemed like there was no hope. Time flowed like water. Years flew by, 10 days had passed, half a month had passed since the agreement between Xianxia and the monarch. The two agreed that if Xianxia could raise 3 million gold coins in half a month, the monarch would confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu. During this period of time, Wu Lai and Xiannu were selling the golden dragon blood. Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it. He roughly knew that he had earned more than 3 million gold coins, but he really didn't know the exact amount. On the last day, Xianxia appeared in front of the trader. That person couldn't help but be startled when he saw Xianxia. Weren't there two women selling him just now? Why did Xianxia personally come to sell? Sorry. It's sold out. The trader was shocked. It was sold out? How could it be? I regret it so much. Why couldn't I bear to part with the 6,000 gold coins? I was still waiting for the price to drop. Shen, I'm willing to pay an extra 100 gold coins. An extra 100 gold coins. Sorry, it's completely sold out. Then, Xianxia waved his hand and ordered the trader to be thrown out. This wave of leeks had been harvested. Such a good business would not be able to continue for a very long time. This wave of harvesting was too ruthless. He needed to let the leeks recuperate. The transaction of golden dragon blood was completely over. Xianxia started to count his gains. He also handed all the gold to the national treasury. He wouldn't keep a single gold coin from this batch of gold. It would all be used for military expenses. He came to the underground treasury. Xianxia was completely stunned. This was a real mountain of gold. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but glittering gold. Xianxia trembled. How much gold did we sell? 493 million. How much? 493 million. Oh, my God. The monarch only asked him to raise 3 million gold coins. In the end, Xianxia raised almost 5 million in half a month. It was crazy. Note, today's 2 chapters cost more than 15,000. Everyone, can you help me with your monthly votes? I am a little weak. Please support me. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. I'm ranked 12th in the monthly votes. This is the 3rd month I'm in the top 10 of the monthly votes. I really can't accept it. This month, I attended the company's annual meeting and traveled 1,700 miles to my father-in-law's place for the new year. I wasn't at home for a few days and lacked a stable environment to write. However, I didn't stop writing for a single day. On average, I updated more than 15,000 words a day. I'm really trying my best. I want to try my best for the monthly votes in the last 2 days. I just want to get the honor of being in the top 10 of the monthly votes. Can I, dear benefactor, help me? Can I? Pastries shed tears of gratitude. Kowtow and worship. The strongest son-in-law in history is really a little unwilling. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. 4,930,000 gold coins, 6,000 gold coins for a vial of golden dragon blood seemed to be endless. To prevent these people from marking the gold, Xianxia melted all the gold he collected and cast them into gold bricks. There must be some losses. Gold coins were just for convenience. Xianxia had over 2,000 vials of golden dragon blood. He had only sold 800 vials and had over 1,000 left. There was no other way. The leeks in the capital were all harvested. Even the nobles near the capital were harvested. They could afford 6,000 gold coins and had a good-for-nothing playboy in their family. That was the end of the 800 households. After harvesting this batch, it would take at least a few years for them to grow again. Get ready. We'll transport the gold back to the palace. Following that, a shocking scene appeared in the capital. The people in the capital were caught off guard. They were blinded by the light. Including the imperial guards who were escorting the gold. Their eyes widened to the maximum. The gates of Marquis Chongping's residence opened. Then, cart after cart of gold was transported out. There was no cover at all. The yellow gold bricks were placed on the cart. There wasn't even a black cloth covering them. Each gold brick weighed 2.5 kilograms, and each cart weighed more than 3,000 kilograms. There were 100 carts. Under the sunlight, the light from these mountains of gold was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. They walked along Black Tortoise Avenue and headed towards the Imperial Palace. When the 2,000 Imperial Guards saw the gold, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. The Imperial Guard found Xianxia and said with a trembling voice, "Shen, isn't this too high profile?" Xianxia said, "I donated a few million in one go. Am I not allowed to be high profile?" You're right. But these mountains of gold are only escorted by 2,000 of us. That's too much pressure. I'm afraid of being robbed. I'm not afraid to tell you that our brothers in the Imperial Guards want to rob the gold and go home. However, there was nothing that could be done. Nothing could stop Xianxia from showing off. The morning sun shone on the ground. On Xuanwu Avenue, there were 100 carts of gold. Vast and majestic. Golden light shone. Everyone was stunned. No matter who it was, commoners, merchants, nobles, ruffians, hoodlums, and officials. All of them stopped in their tracks. Looking at the uncountable amount of gold, mountains of gold and seas of gold. F***ck, it could be said that apart from Elder Yin Yuan, no one had ever seen so much gold. How terrifying, countless commoners were trembling. It was a grand occasion. This scene alone is enough for me to brag about for 30 years. Everyone watched in a daze for a full 15 minutes. Then, they quickly ran home, calling the wind and summoning the rain, bringing along their wives and children. Mom, come out and look at the gold. Son, come out and see the immortals. Wife, come out quickly. I'll take you to see a surprise, a big surprise. Who was he? Why is he under our bed? More and more people were crowding around Xuanwu Avenue. Countless people looked up to him and worshipped him in their hearts. Oh my God, there's so much gold. Just give me a whole cart. One car, stop joking. If I give you one, you can play with it until your kidneys burst. I really want to snatch it. If I get one, I'll live in Pruna's house and never come out again. Many local ruffians were envious. Should they make a big move? Snatch it. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. After hearing the news, the commander of the Imperial Guards was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He immediately led 5,000 Imperial Guards to protect the gold, but in his heart, he hated Xianxia to death. Shen, you're crazy. How could you openly transport millions of gold in public like this? This was equivalent to letting 100 men crawl on the ground without wearing women's clothes. I'm wrong, it's a naked woman. The commander of the Imperial Army was also dazzled by this batch of gold. Then, Ningjing also came, leading the guards of Admiral Tianyue's mansion to escort the gold. Only half an hour later, more and more troops were guarding the gold. Those hooligans who wanted to do something earth-shattering hurriedly retracted their heads back into their pants. Just a little bit more and we would have succeeded in robbing millions of gold coins. Although we didn't succeed, we could brag about it in the future. Huang Tong, the newly promoted elder of the Tiandao Association, also looked at the gold in a daze. He was also here to see a big scene. To be honest, although he was already an elder of the Tiandao Association, it was the first time he saw so much gold appearing at the same time. It was too shocking. However, the mirror and other luxury goods business in the capital would be difficult to do. Shen's harvest this time was too ruthless. He had harmed all the rich people in the capital. The headquarters of the Inyuan Association in the capital of the state of Yu was called Grace Building. It had 7 floors and was considered a skyscraper in the capital. Standing at the highest point, one could overlook the whole city. The elder of the Inyuan Association, Xu Bodeo, and his son, Xu Tingyu, stood on the 7th floor and looked at the gold caravan on Xuanwu Avenue. The two had seen mountains of gold and seas of silver, but at this time, they couldn't help but be a little dazed. They didn't expect that this little son-in-law would be so powerful. Originally, the Inyuan Association wanted to use this opportunity to force the monarch to give in. Because no one except the Inyuan Association could lend Ning Yuanxian so much money. Who knew that in just half a month, Xianlang would get so much money? This little bastard really has no bottom line. Xu Bodao sighed. Wasn't that right? This little bastard didn't care about offending anyone. But his means were really shocking. No business in the world could earn 3 million gold coins in half a month, including the glass mirror. In the end, Xianlang earned 5 million. It was so shocking that it made people's hair stand on end. Next, the capital is going to experience a big money shortage. The business of the Yinyuan Association will probably plummet by several % this year. This little bastard is too ruthless this time. This is robbing the rich to help the poor. It's really outrageous. Giving money to the poor is treacherous. That's right, Xianlang's crazy harvest was robbing the rich to help the poor. What would happen to the monarch after they got the money? First of all, they would pay the soldiers and the war allowance. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers would make a small fortune. These soldiers were essentially poor. An army of 80,000 would need to transport countless rations, armaments, clothes, medicinal herbs, and so on. At least hundreds of thousands of civilians would be needed. They would even need to requisition the ox carts and donkey carts of these civilians. All of these would cost money. Of course, if they were particularly shameless, they could also be forced to do labor. But Ning Yuanxian was a prodigal. He was mean to the officials, but he was actually nice to the civilians. He couldn't do things like forcing the civilians to pay for labor. So a large part of the money would fall on the hundreds of thousands of civilians. They would also purchase large amounts of rations, cloth, and so on. In short, this astronomical amount of wealth would eventually return to the civilians. But, these businesses had nothing to do with the Yinyuan Association. Because they had fallen out with the monarch, the procurement of these resources would never be handed over to the Yinyuan Association. They would suffer heavy losses. The Heavenly Tao Association was going to make a fortune again. How much will we lose this time? Xu Bodao asked. Xu Tingyu said, just the purchase of rations, cloth, and medicinal herbs alone will cost us more than 1 million gold coins. Including the profit from the gold coins exchange, our losses will be even greater. Xianlang, this bastard, how much damage did he bring to the Yinyuan Association? The Fury Tide City had been defeated twice, the glass mirror business, and this time. Of course, some people would suffer losses in every war, but some people would make a fortune. Making a fortune from the war was the best opportunity for the Yinyuan Association. The most impressive organization would directly invest in the war. Otherwise, why would the Yinyuan Association be so proactive in borrowing military funds? Because a large part of the military funds would return to their pockets in other ways. The war business that would erupt next basically had nothing to do with the Yinyuan Association. Below, Xianlang's convoy happened to pass by the Yinyuan Association's headquarters. Xianlang seemed to see Xu Bodao. Suddenly, he stopped and raised 2 middle fingers at Xu Bodao and his son upstairs. Then, he slapped back and forth in the air. Even though they were far away, Xu Bodao and Xu Tingyu still felt that Xianlang's slaps were ruthlessly slapping their faces. This little bastard was too despicable. How did such a despicable person survive until now? Father, we must take revenge. Xu Bodao looked at Xianlang on Xuanwu Avenue from a few hundred meters away. His murky eyes turned sharp and cold. Yes, we must take revenge. We must give Xianlang a deep, bone-deep revenge. We must make him feel pain. How could he injure Xianlang's tendons and bones and make him feel incomparably miserable? That would depend on what he valued the most. Is Xianlang sure that he's searching for special imbeciles all over the country? Xu Bodao asked. Xu Tingyu said, yes, even though he's doing it very covertly, his movements are still too big and we've detected it. Not only are we watching his secret movements, but the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are also watching. Xu Bodao said, he's trying to create a second Nirvana army. Xu Tingyu said, yes. Xu Bodao said, he doesn't have a bottom line. But when it comes to helping Ningxing fight for the throne, he's very calm and upright. Indeed, previously, to help the Kim family through the crisis of the new policy, or to destroy the Seuss family for revenge. Xianlang was unscrupulous in doing things, and he even dared to create a huge disaster. This time, he helped Ningxing fight for the throne, so people would think that he would continue to do things without a bottom line. He would definitely fight with the crown prince and the third prince without a bottom line. But he didn't. Xianxia was only helping Ningxing to strengthen his forces and expand his army. He never harmed the crown prince or the third prince. It was the most healthy competition. It was because of this that monarch Ning Yuanxian trusted him even more. We can't let Xianxia create a second Nirvana army, or Ningxing will really soar to the sky. Then we need to destroy his hope at the root. Inside the palace, monarch's hair stood on end. How much? 93 million. Huang Tong of the Heavenly Tao Society has OCD, so he added 70,000 to make it a round number, 5 million gold coins. The monarch sucked in a cold breath. He knew that Xianxia could do it. But he didn't expect it to be so crazy. It was originally a difficult task. But Xianxia not only completed it, but also exceeded it by 60%. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? 5 million gold coins? It was enough for this year's military expenditure. Not only for the war with Prince Jin, but also for the war with the state of Chu. Amazing, amazing. I heard that he harvested all the rich and powerful families in the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian said. Li Sun nodded and said, in about 10 days, these people will realize that they have been fooled. Ha ha ha. Good harvest, good harvest. Monarch was overjoyed. For whole hours, the astronomical amount of gold was escorted into the palace. Why did it take so long? Because Xianxia ordered that this batch of gold had to go around the city. It's not easy for the people in the capital to be poor for several generations. I, Xianxia, will open everyone's eyes. Even if I can't make so much money, I will show you. Huang Tong thought, Shen, you are showing off, aren't you? You have done something big and created an amazing miracle, but you still want to hide it? This is not Xianxia's style. I must show off to the extreme and engrave Xianxia's awesome style in the depths of your souls. I will make you vomit blood out of jealousy and be shocked to the bone. Only then will I be done. The commander of the royal guards was speechless. In the end, he couldn't help but say to Xianxia, Shen, it's almost done. Those who should know have known it, and those who should have seen it have seen it. Xianxia added, some girls in the brothel get up at noon. Why don't we go around again and open their eyes? It's not easy for them to work all night. No, please don't. Shen, we can take it, but the horses carrying the gold won't be able to take it. Okay, okay. Then send it to the palace. Let His Majesty and the ladies be shocked. Ning Yuanxian was indeed shocked. Although he already knew the amount of gold, he was still shocked when he saw it. The gold that passed through his hands was an astronomical figure. He even owed more than 5 million. But it was his first time seeing so much gold at once. He had no choice. He was a prodigal king. Not only did he not have enough money every year, but he also had a deficit. The palace treasury couldn't save much money. Now, this batch of gold was going to his palace treasury. I, Ning Yuanxian, have never been so rich before. Not only did Ning Yuanxian come to watch, but all the concubines in the palace, except for the queen, also came out to see the gold. After they had their fill of looking at it, Ning Yuanxian ordered the gold to be transported to the palace treasury. From tomorrow onwards, this batch of gold would decrease dramatically. Because a lot of food, cloth, and medicinal herbs had been purchased and were waiting to be paid. Also, the people who were requisitioned had to come to collect money. Xianxia, you're amazing, amazing. I promised you that I would make Ningxing the Duke of the State of Yu. I won't go back on my word. But in another 10 days, those who bought the golden dragon blood will realize that they were tricked. What do you plan to do? The monarch asked. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, we need to clarify a few things. First, I never said that the golden dragon blood could change one's bloodline talent. I never said that. That's what they think, and I've never taken the initiative to sell them. It's all because they've come to me and begged me to sell them. Second, I repeatedly warned them not to touch women after consuming the golden dragon blood, but they didn't listen. The power of the dragon blood drained away. You can't blame me for that. Third, I didn't take a single cent from the money I earned from selling the golden dragon blood. I even spent a few hundred gold coins. I paid for all the firepower out of my own pocket. The first two reasons were sophistry. But the third one was really bold and confident. No matter how much money they earned, Xianxia didn't take a single cent. He paraded the golden dragon blood on the streets just to let the world see it clearly. Even if I, Xianxia, swindle money, I'm swindling for the country. If you have the ability, go find the monarch. Don't come looking for me. The monarch smiled. You really don't want to go back and hide? If I don't hide, they won't dare to hit me, will they? Xianxia said, also, there's no written contract or receipt. Do you think I'll have to admit that some random Tom, Dick, or Harry bought my golden dragon blood? Awesome, the monarch laughed so hard that the muscles on his face hurt. He patted them with his hand and his expression gradually became serious. Xianxia, you've done well, you've done well. Xianxia was stunned. Monarch, don't praise me so seriously. I'm not used to it. I feel like you're trying to trick me again. It's not because of the golden dragon blood. The monarch said, it's about helping Ningxing fight for the throne. I was initially worried that you would be so lawless that you would harm the crown prince and Ningqi, just like how you did to Sunan previously, using all sorts of tricks to frame him. But you didn't. Even when the crown prince and Ningqi tried to harm you, you restrained yourself and cared about the country. That's good. In the contest for the throne, you have always been building, not destroying. And you used facts to change my opinion and let me see Ningxing clearly. That's good. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, the state of you has been, all right, I know what you're going to say. The monarch immediately stopped him. It was because Xianxia was going to bring up the old cliché again, implying that Xianxia was a prodigal and had left many hidden dangers for you state. Therefore, Ningxing, a diligent and resolute emperor, was needed to solve these crises. It sounded like he was saying that I left a mess for the future rulers. I know I'm wrong, but you don't have to keep talking about it. At least, Ningxing has done a good job so far, Ningxia said. Actually, on the surface, Ningxing was still in a sorry state and was still badly battered. But the monarch had a deeper understanding of the problem. Ningxing was a righteous person. He solved the problems from the root, instead of pretending to be peaceful. The state of you couldn't rely on the whitewashers to solve the current situation. All of a sudden, Ningxia said with a smile, Xianxia, Ningxing is a very rigid person. If he succeeds the throne, he will definitely carry out new policies. At that time, your family will be in trouble. Xianxia said, My Kim clan is completely willing to hand over our current fiefs, and we can also hand over our private army. We only want the fleet. Hearing this, Ningxia was stunned. Xianxia said, Of course. Before that, I must destroy the Shui family. Monarch Ningxia felt numb and quickly changed the topic. Because the Shui family was also his confidant. The monarch was not used to Xianxia saying that he would destroy the entire Shui family. Suddenly, the monarch said, Xianxia, do you know that someone is trying to harm you? Xianxia nodded, Of course I know. Someone is trying to harm my lifeblood. The Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Yingyuan Association are working together to destroy my Nirvana army. The monarch sighed. He was very disappointed. In this battle for the throne, Xianxia, who was the most lawless, had instead taken the bigger picture into consideration and maintained restraint, not stepping over his bottom line. On the contrary, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince played dirty. They even despised him, the king. Whose Nirvana army does Xianxia belong to? Xianxia's? Ningxing's? No, the Nirvana army belongs to the state of you. It belongs to me, Ningxia. What role will the Nirvana army play on the battlefield in the future? Don't you have any idea? It might even affect the outcome of the war. Ningxia had great hopes for the Nirvana army. You can fight for the throne, but you can't harm the interests of the state of you. Your actions have already begun to harm the interests of the state of you, as well as the interests of this emperor. How can I believe that a person who doesn't care about the interests of the state of you can be a good king? In comparison, Ningxing, who had his head buried in work and was badly battered, was much more pleasing to the eye. Xianxia, do you need my help? Do you need me to stop them? Ningxia asked. Xianxia smiled, No need. The monarch smiled, Really? They are going to cut off your lifeblood. Xianxia was speechless. Your Majesty, please don't use a metaphor. It sounds like someone is going to bite off my bird. The Nirvana army is very important. They are the lifeblood of His Highness Ningjing, and the lifeblood of me, Xianxia, to defeat the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. But, they are not the lifeblood of me, Xianxia. My lifeblood is very good. Fine. I'll wait and see, Ning Yuanxian said. Then Ning Yuanxian was silent for a long time. He seemed to be hesitating, as if he was about to make a shocking decision. After a long time, the monarch said, Xianxia, you have done a good job. I want to reward Ningjing. I can slap the Crown Prince for you. Xianxia was shocked. Your Majesty, isn't it, you are so aggressive? If I'm not wrong, the monarch is going to make a big move this time, Ning Yuanxian said. This time, we need to hold a sacrificial ceremony. Previously, it was me who performed the sacrificial rites, and the Crown Prince recited the rites. This time, Ningjing will do it. Is there a problem? Xianxia was really shocked. Your Majesty, this is very risky. Letting Ningjing recite the rites is, of course, a blow to the Crown Prince. Generally speaking, only the young lord has the right to do such a thing. Your actions are a little too violent. But everyone knows that Ningjing stutters, and the more nervous he is, the easier it is. The rites must be recited in front of the civil and military officials and the tens of thousands of soldiers. Not only must it be fluent, but it must also be rhythmic and full of emotion, and even have the aura of a king. If Ningjing performs well, he will be recognized, and it will be a great signal from the monarch to the world. It will be a great victory for Ningjing in the fight for the throne. But what if Ningjing doesn't perform well and stutters when he recites the rites? He will become the laughingstock of the world. Even if he gets rid of his stuttering problem, it will be useless. In the eyes of the world, his stuttering will never be cured. But if he performs well, the label of stuttering will be removed from him forever. Even if he continues to stutter when he speaks, it will not be a big deal. The key is that this signal is too crucial. The monarch supports Ningjing. This is a huge leap for Ningjing in the fight for the throne. Is there a problem? Ning Yuanxian asked. Xianxia fell into silence. Yes? Is there a problem? Ningjing has been working very hard. For the past few months, he spoke with a stone in his mouth every day. His tongue was rubbed, and sometimes blood would come out of his mouth. But, the stuttering problem is too hard to get rid of. George VI could not get rid of it in his entire life, and he did not completely get rid of it during the king's speech. Ningjing purposely slowed down his speech, and it sounds fine. He no longer stutters. But when he is excited and nervous, he will still stutter. But this opportunity is too precious. Ningjing has already made a name for himself, but his ascension to the throne is still opposed by the court officials. Everyone has the same reason for opposing it. How can a stuttering person ascend to the throne? Wouldn't that be the shame of the country? Ningjing is not good-looking. He is dark and short, and he has an obvious birthmark. But as a court official, he cannot attack Ningjing because of his appearance. He can only oppose Ningjing's ascension to the throne because of his stuttering. And the court officials have a point. In today's environment, a stuttering person cannot be tolerated as the ruler of a country. Moreover, the monarch does have a healthy and outstanding son. If Ningjing performs well at the heavenly worship ceremony, he will be able to shut the mouths of the court officials. In the future, no one will be able to stop Ningjing because of his stuttering. Xianxia, is there a problem? The monarch asked again. There is not much time. I will be worshipping the heavens in 3 days. If Ningjing wants to use a stone to correct his stuttering problem, it will be too late. On that day, Ningjing must not only speak fluently, but also astonishingly. Astonishingly, then he must not be at the level of George VI, but at the level of Chancellor Xi. For ordinary people, speaking is just speaking. But for rulers and chancellors, speaking is the most important political skill. Especially on Earth in the future, as long as you have a good speech, you can even be elected president. To a certain extent, Chancellor Xi relied on his speeches to rise to power. With his speeches, he can incite the blood of countless people, even their souls. Okay, no problem. Xianxia nodded and said. Ning Yuanxian said, Xianxia, are you sure? Do you know that once he stutters, the whole scene will be ruined, and it will be a fatal blow to his fight for the throne? If you are not sure, don't take the risk. I will still let Crown Prince Ningyi do the worshipping. Shenlang said, I promise that His Highness Ningzheng's performance at the heavenly worship ceremony will be astonishing, inspiring, and soul-stirring. He will make everyone look at him in a new light. Ning Yuanxian said, then I will wait and see. You only have 3 days. If you are sure that there is no problem, I will issue a decree to Ningxing to officially announce this matter. Shenlang nodded and said, no problem. That afternoon, the monarch issued a decree. The army was about to march south, and the war that could topple a nation was about to break out. The heavenly worship ceremony would be held in 3 days. Ningxing, the Marquis of Chongping, was going to read the worshipping words at the heavenly worship ceremony. The decree was announced. It caused a great stir, it even covered up the matter of 5 million taels of gold. Everyone was shocked once again. What did His Majesty mean? Reading the worshipping words was the Crown Prince's job, wasn't it? Why was it given to the 5th Prince Ningxing? His Majesty's signal was too shocking. Was the Crown Prince's position unstable? Was His Highness Ningxing going to take the throne? Did His Majesty already favor Ningxing? But Your Majesty, it was Shenlang who raised the army's provisions this time. It had nothing to do with Ningxing. Everyone knew that Ningxing had a stutter. How important was this heavenly worship ceremony? It was a war that could topple a nation. Praying for the blessings of heaven and the sages. What a sacred moment it was. If Ningxing stuttered when he read the worshipping words, not only would he lose his dignity, but he would also be disrespectful to heaven and the sages. Once heaven punished him, wouldn't this war that could topple a nation be doomed? This was related to the fate of the nation. Your Majesty, you are too careless. We know that you and the Crown Prince have a huge disagreement about the loan of the Yinyuan Association. You want to knock the Crown Prince down. But you can't treat the national affairs as a joke, can you? Therefore, before the next morning's court session, the memorials from the civil and military officials flew into the palace like snowflakes. Everyone made their voices heard. The Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu didn't submit a memorial, but Zhu Yong did. This represented the attitude of the Zhu clan. Countless memorials almost drowned the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. Your Majesty, as the Emperor, you can't be so capricious. This heavenly worship ceremony was related to the fate of the nation. If something went wrong, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the army. If there was an ominous omen for the war, who could bear the responsibility? The general of this southern expedition was Marquis Zhenbei, Nangong Ao. As the commander-in-chief, he didn't submit a memorial, but he secretly met with the monarch and expressed his intentions. He hoped that His Majesty would reconsider. This war was related to the fate of the nation. Moreover, there would be tens of thousands of soldiers at the scene of the heavenly worship ceremony. Every detail of this heavenly worship ceremony would be magnified, and it would even be regarded as an omen from heaven. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Yuanxian only said one sentence. I have made up my mind. On the surface, his attitude was very firm, but he felt incomparable pressure in his heart. Almost all the civil and military officials expressed their opposition. The countless memorials were really like a tide. Ning Yuanxian had never experienced such a scene. The officials in the imperial court, regardless of which faction they belonged to, all spoke the same words. Standing on the opposite side of all the officials, even as the monarch, he was a little scared. He even felt a little regret in his heart. Too careless, because he got 5 million gold coins, he was too excited. As expected, I am not a calm and collected ruler. Every time he was complacent, it was easy for him to get carried away. And this time, the Crown Prince really made him angry. But it was too late to regret now. What was done could not be undone. Ningxing, don't let me down. If you fail to perform well in the sacrificial ceremony, then I will also be condemned by everyone. If the battle turns out to be unfavorable, then all the blame will be pushed to you, and even me. Shenlang, I believe in you. You have performed miracles every time before, and this time should be no exception. Marquis Chongping's residence, 5th Prince Ningxing was trembling all over. He had just received the decree that he would be the one to recite the sacrificial rites at the heavenly worship ceremony. This was, of course, a great thing, a great reward. But he really couldn't. His stutter hadn't been corrected. This emperor father was too temperamental. There were only 3 days left, Xianxia said, Your Highness, during the heavenly worship ceremony, you must not only not stutter, but also speak fluently. Also, your performance must be stunning, inspiring, and make everyone tremble from the depths of their souls. Ning Zheng's lips trembled. Xianxia, I really can't do it. Lunatic Lan, Kutu Huan, and Li Sun almost fainted when they heard this. His Highness Ning Zheng's stutter had improved a lot before, but now it was getting worse. He was so stuttering that he couldn't even speak clearly. There were only 3 days left. He would only be more nervous during the heavenly worship ceremony. He would really mess it up, Xianxia said, Your Highness Ning Zheng, do you believe in me? You believe in me. 3 days is more than enough. During the heavenly worship ceremony, I will definitely amaze everyone. Note, the first update will be delivered. I will eat something and then continue writing. Benefactor, please don't stop your monthly votes. Pastry cowed out on the keyboard, shedding tears of gratitude. Thank you, Huangjingi, Vinegar Dummy, Ami 1216, I will talk about it in the future, Ahenya, Book Friend 20190130041401401409, and the others for their 10,000 coins. In China's history, the sacrificial ceremony reached its peak during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Under normal circumstances, the ceremony was held once every 3 years. The ceremony was extremely complicated, and the rules were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. When the Qianlong Emperor offered sacrifices to the heavens, he flew into a rage because the offerings were not in place, the carvings were not clear, and even the bedding was not arranged neatly enough. The Minister of Works, the Assistant Minister, the Minister of Rites, and the Assistant Minister were dismissed from their positions. Do you dare to imagine, just because these details were not up to standard, the 6 ministers dismissed 2 of them? Ning Yuanxian was already cruel to the ministers. Over the years, the highest official he had punished was just an assistant minister. As the saying goes, the important affairs of a country are the sacrifices and the military. Rites were military affairs, and sacrifices were ranked first, which showed how important they were. Of course, the Great Yan dynasty's grand sacrificial ceremony was not so harsh. At least the sovereign king did not need to starve for 5 days in a row. At least he did not need to start preparing months in advance. However, the sacrificial ceremony this time was different from the usual ones. After all, they were going to fight against Prince Jin and the Sand Barbarians in a war that could topple a nation. Therefore, no matter how much he valued it, it would not be too much. At the very least, the officials of the Ministry of Rites had been preparing for this for 2 months. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince had already found more than 10 great scholars to painstakingly write a memorial to the heaven. Furthermore, he had memorized it by heart. He had even deliberated over how many tones he should pronounce each word. In the end, the monarch gave Ning Zheng the task of praying to the heavens. One could imagine the blow to the Crown Prince. This was the first time the monarch had given the Crown Prince a warning. Previously, when Xianxia defeated Su Nan and returned to the capital, the Crown Prince ordered Zhang Zhao to capture Xianxia. The monarch had tolerated it. He had said that the Crown Prince was the foundation of the country and that the Crown Prince's authority could not be easily shaken. Because any movement from the monarch could be seen as an attempt to replace the Crown Prince. At the very least, after the news spread, the Crown Prince's residence was tightly shut, and no one was allowed to visit. As for what the Crown Prince was doing inside? Did he kill someone? Or did he smash something? There was no way to know. As for Xianxia, the first thing he needed to do was to write the best essay he could on astronomy. Ji Tianwen was easy to write, but also extremely difficult to write. It was easy to write because it was the most typical official document. Self-play is very small. They sang praises of the heavens, the ancient gods, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the mountains and rivers, the people, and so on. This time, the sacrifice was for the southern expedition, to defeat the Sand primitive tribe, and to defeat Prince Jin. In that case, was it possible to write about Prince Jin's wickedness and the savagery and cruelty of the Sand barbaric tribe during the ceremony? Absolutely not. He couldn't even mention half a word about Jun Jin, and he couldn't even mention half a word about this war. Otherwise, if a heavenly god were to look at you, you would be too realistic. It was like praying to Buddha. You could ask Buddha to bless your family's health, but you couldn't ask Buddha to bless you with winning the lottery. Therefore, the first and only element of worshipping the heavens was to sing praises. It had to be gorgeous, it had to be shocking, and it had to sound like a celestial being. The first thing Xianxia found was the Ming dynasty's Ji Tianwen, which came from the 82nd volume of the Great Ming Dynasty. Then who wrote this Great Ming Imperial Code, first? There was Li Dongyang, and then there was Xianxia. Li Dongyang, the top scholar of the second grade, which was the fourth in the country. He held the post of Grand Scholar, Cabinet Secretary, Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. Xianxia, the palace examination champion in the 41st year of Jiaojing, Grand Scholar, Cabinet Secretary, Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. So how awesome was the imperial code written by these two people? One could well imagine. This was how the Ji Tianwen was written. In the past, at the beginning of the Great Wasteland, the flood was muddy, the 5 elements had not yet been transported, the 2 stars were not yet bright, standing upright in the middle, there was no sound, the divine emperor came out to rule, to judge clearly, to establish heaven and earth, all living things. Imperial pass yin and yang, creation spread, the gods gave birth to 7 governments, the essence of splendor, the circle covered the square, auspicious prosperity, the subject dared to report lowly, praising the emperor as the emperor. A few hundred words were omitted at the end. This Ji Tianwen was pretty much the pinnacle of a feudal dynasty. Of course, it couldn't be completely copied, and some modifications had to be made. However, this was the Great Yan dynasty, and this was the state of Yu. The Confucian sect hadn't unified the world yet. Even when it came to worshipping the heavens, there weren't that many rules and regulations. The style of writing could be more heroic. It could also be more gorgeous. As such, Xianxia searched again and again. He couldn't find anything particularly good in the Ji Tianwen, so he found it in the Ji Tianwen. The Western Han dynasty's #1 gorgeous writer, Sima Xiangru, had his posthumous Ji Tianwen. Even though Ji Tianwen and Ji Tianwen were not the same thing. But praises and heroism were common, and the gorgeous writing could be borrowed. Not just rain, but also moisten, not just moisten, but also protect. All living things flourish, cherishing and yearning. The magnificence of this person's writing was truly hard for ordinary people to match. Just like that, 2 hours later, he finished writing a magnificent, sacrificial note to heaven. Then, Xianxia gave it to lunatic Lan, Ningxing, Li Sun, and the others to read. Good, good, good. After the 3 of them finished reading, they immediately felt their pores relax. This writing was really beautiful. It had elegance, confidence, and grandeur. It was grand and majestic, yet it didn't lack emotion. It was definitely a good writing. At the very least, it was of a higher standard than the Ji Tianwen of the state of Yu. It could even be called the first Ji Tianwen of the state of Yu. Compared to the Ji Tianwen of the Crown Prince, it was much more outstanding. Li Sun said, His Majesty had originally prepared a memorial to the heavens and had the people from the Ministry of Rites write it. He had instructed me to take it out when necessary for Prince Ningxing to recite it. But it seems like there's no need for that now. The memorial in my sleeve can be burned. However, once Xin's Ji Tianwen is published, I'm afraid he'll be scolded because it won't be easy to write the Ji Tianwen 3 years later. It'll be difficult to surpass Xin's writing. Look at Eunuch Li, he's indeed an outstanding eunuch. How eloquent. The Ji Tianwen was not long, with less than 1,000 words. It only took Ningxing half an hour to memorize everything. But memorizing it wasn't enough. The intonation of every word had to be carefully chosen. Which word should be lower, which word should be higher? Which word should be shorter, which word should be longer? It was time to arrange the music, because the Ji Tianwen had to be recited. It also had to be accompanied by musical instruments. It had to be solemn, and moving. Xianxia used his smart brain to rearrange it again and again. He found dozens of top-notch speech videos and dozens of opera excerpts. Speeches were really skillful. The key was to stir up the audience's emotions and tickle their auditory nerves. Just like singing, if it could shock you and make your hair stand on end, it would be considered a success. Writing the lyrics was difficult, but arranging the music was even more difficult. Using the AI, it took him 4 hours. Only then did Xianlang finish arranging the music for the Tianwen. Simple, magnificent, and stirring, absolutely top-notch, because Lord Lang was once again standing on the shoulders of a giant in China's history. After he was done, he had to really arrange the music, using chimes to accompany the Tianwen. There was no accompaniment for the time being, so Xianlang recited the song that he had composed. Instantly, everyone present felt their hair stand on end. As expected, it was mushy enough. It was shocking enough. After arranging the music, the magnificent Tianwen seemed to rise to another level. However, Xianlang's chi was not enough. It would be better if it was someone else. It was like an opera. When ordinary people sang it, you would feel sleepy. When Domingo and the other masters sang it, it would make your scalp go numb. This group of people had specially trained their voices for decades. It was not something ordinary people could compare to. The voice of a professional was enough to crush everyone. Ningjing also remembered the tune of the Tianwen very quickly. Next, he followed the tune that Xianlang had made up and recited the Tianwen. In the end, it was a mess. His ji was much more abundant than Xianlang's, the effect should be better than Xianlang's, but he was too nervous. In order to avoid stuttering, he was frightened and naturally did not have that imposing manner. How should this effect be described? You can go and watch the video highlights of the failures of the TV talent shows. Awkward, super awkward, Ningjing's performance was simply hopeless. He was a practical person and did not know how to perform at all. He had already worked very hard. However, the harder he worked, the worse it was. Not only did his singing become more and more awkward, but his stuttering also became worse. Eunuch Li Sun was almost in despair. Something big was going to happen, something big was going to happen. This was the Tianwen. If he made a fool of himself, His Majesty would also be condemned by everyone. His Highness Ningjing's path to the throne would be cut off prematurely. However, His Majesty's decree had been issued. It was impossible to withdraw it. A WeChat message could not be withdrawn after 3 minutes, not to mention the decree of the emperor. Li Sun looked at Xianlang with despair in his eyes. It was already midnight, and he had not returned to the palace yet. The monarch's decree was for him to stay in Ningjing's Marquis Chongping's residence until Ningjing's performance was good. Now it seemed that he probably did not need to return to the palace. Because Ningjing's performance was getting worse. Xianlang said, "Your Highness, please come with me." In the courtyard where no one was. Ningjing did not hide his frustration. "Xianlang, have I made you very, very disappointed?" Xianlang shook his head. Ningjing's behavior was normal. In fact, many outstanding politicians were not very good at on-the-spot performance. We are different from many politicians in the West in this regard. The top politicians in our country all rose to power by being practical and doing things. Many politicians in the West, on the other hand, rose to power by making speeches on the streets. Every one of them was a master of verbal sparring. Of course, it was not necessarily that a politician was weak. Inciting people's hearts was a skill. Let me give you an example. 2 leaders on an island appeared on the TV show Xianxia is Coming. Their performance in front of the camera was far less comfortable than the 2 hosts, and they were often embarrassed. Xianlang said, "Your Highness, have you ever tried to talk to yourself?" Ningjing nodded. He had been regarded as an ominous being since he was a child, and few people talked to him. To be honest, if it were not for Xianlang, he would still be in a corner, with no one paying attention to him. Except for his wife and the old eunuch next to him, he had no chance to speak. So when no one was around, he had tried to talk to himself. Xianlang said, "Do you stutter when you talk to yourself?" Ningjing shook his head. His stuttering was originally a physiological habit. But after almost a year of training, the physiological stuttering problem had been cured. However, the psychological problem had never been cured. Once nervous, the stuttering was still very serious and unpleasant to listen to. So at this time, Ningjing needed to enter a state of extreme self-control. He had too much inferiority complex. Because of his appearance and height, he would instinctively feel uncomfortable when he appeared in the eyes of others. Of course, this didn't mean that he couldn't become an awesome king. Although Napoleon wasn't really a dwarf, it was true that he wasn't born noble, and it was also true that he was looked down upon since he was a child. In the end, how awesome was he, not to mention Hitler, a failed Austrian painter, a failed army corporal, and his heart was sensitive and inferiority complex. Ningjing was too rational and restrained. He needed to release the demons in his heart. There was only a fine line between inferiority complex and self-esteem. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia took out a tube of potion and handed it to Ningjing. "Drink it and try it." Without any hesitation, Ningjing took it and drank it. At this time, he trusted Xianxia even more than he trusted himself. After drinking it, soon, Ningjing felt a soul expanding in his heart. Expanding, expanding, expanding to the extreme. Then, this soul suddenly broke through the shackles of the body. He felt that his whole body was floating in the sky, looking down at the entire capital. His heart was incomparably heroic, incomparably elegant, incomparably self-centered. "I'm too awesome, there's no place for me in this world anymore. I swear. I, Ningjing, will become the greatest king in the history of the state of Yu. I want to completely shock all those who look down on me. I want to make an unprecedented achievement." Ningjing's blood was boiling, and his spirit was soaring. This feeling was as if he was drunk. The effect was magnified more than 10 times, but his mind wasn't dizzy at all. All the fear had disappeared. At this time, even if there were millions of people in front of him, they were like a bunch of ants. Xianxia shouted from the side, "Your Highness, read it out, recite it out." Ningjing took a deep breath. As if he had accumulated all his spirit and strength, every word and sentence was full of vigor. At the beginning of the primordial era, the water was muddy, the 5 elements had not been transported, the 2 stars were not bright, standing upright in the middle, without a voice. The effect was excellent. Not only did he not stutter, but he also recited it fluently and rhythmically. Most importantly, his qi was much stronger than Xianxia's. The effect of this recitation was much better than Xianxia's. Standing next to him, Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. This effect was too good. Soon, Li Sun, Madman Lan, and Bitter Joy were also attracted. They looked at Ningjing in disbelief. This metamorphosis was way too fast. Just now, he was stammering and timid. But now, he was so heroic and sonorous, Ningjing completely entered a state of selflessness. He recited it over and over again. He even seemed to have become one of those people who had no bloodline. He recited it dozens of times, hundreds of times. It was as if he wanted to find the perfect rhythm himself. The effect was getting better and better. Eunuch Li Sun was overjoyed. "Shen, it's done, it's done." His Highness Ningjing performed too well. At this moment, the conversations of the people around him could no longer affect Ningjing. He had completely entered a state of selflessness. Xianxia closed his eyes to feel it. Ningjing's performance was indeed very good. It could be considered stunning. But, it was not shocking enough. His strength was not enough. His voice did not have a strong penetrating and shocking power. But it was too difficult. Or you need to be like a tenor, you need decades of practice. Or you need to practice lion's roar. There were less than 3 days until the heaven worship ceremony. It was too late to practice lion's roar now. Xianxia took out another tube of liquid. It was golden and shiny. This was the golden dragon blood, and it was an enhanced version. It could increase his strength and make Ningjing's voice more penetrating. "Your Highness, please." Ningjing took it and drank it in one gulp. "Ha ha ha, good wine, good wine." As expected, the effect was amazing. After drinking the golden dragon blood, Ningjing felt as if another force was expanding in his body, as if it was about to explode. He continued to chant. This voice was extremely penetrating. "Your Highness, chant it in your heart." Ningjing's voice was too loud. Marquis Chomping's residence was extremely large, but he was still worried that his voice would spread outside and people would discover the truth. And if he continued to chant it now, his throat would become hoarse in 3 days. Ningjing had entered a state of extreme selflessness. The effect of chanting it in his heart was the same, but it was as if the voice was still ringing in his ears. Li Sun said loudly, "Now you've succeeded. Your Highness Ning Zhang's performance in 3 days will definitely shock everyone. Xianxia closed his eyes and calculated in his AI. The heaven worship ceremony would naturally be held on the primordial altar. There was a huge square there. It was spacious, about 1 square kilometer in area. Ning Zhang's chanting was amazing enough. But the effect was not shocking enough. Because there might be more than 20,000 people present. Everyone needed to be shocked, to the point where they felt like their skulls had been lifted off their heads. Unfortunately, this wasn't modern Earth and there was no sound equipment. Otherwise, they would be able to create the effect of a modern concert. Moreover, it would be a master-level concert. No matter where you were, the sound seemed to drill into your ears, into your brain, and vibrate your soul. Although the effect was already amazing. But in Xianxia's eyes, it was still not enough, he couldn't achieve a shocking effect. Then what should he do? There was no sound system or amplification equipment. How could he drill into the ears of everyone in a square kilometer square and make their souls tremble? Xianxia racked his brains. Very quickly, a word entered his mind, lip syncing. That's right, many pop singers didn't have good singing skills. Their albums were recorded in a special recording room and then went through a lot of rendering and tuning to achieve the best effect. Their singing was terrible at the venue, so they lip-synced and played the recording. Of course, there was no recording or sound system in this world. But there was another method of lip-syncing. No, it wasn't lip-syncing. There was no problem with His Highness Ning Zhang's chanting. After entering his own state, his emotional expression was top-notch. No matter how suppressed he was before, he would be as heroic as he was in his peak state. The key was that his skills weren't strong enough. His voice wasn't shocking enough and lacked a strong impact. So he needed an amplifier. There was no amplifier in this world, but he could find a human amplifier. In this world, who had the best voice? The loudest? The most shocking? You definitely couldn't guess it. It was eunuchs, especially eunuchs who read the imperial edict. They were absolutely professional. Famous Peking opera artists in ancient China and tenors in the West all had first-class voices. And eunuchs who read the imperial edict also had first-class voices. Now in TV dramas, eunuchs would pinch their throats and speak in a shrill voice. Because of male hormones, such a situation would indeed occur. In the Xianxia written by Tang Zhen in the Qing dynasty, eunuchs were described in this way. They didn't look like human beings, didn't look like human beings, didn't sound like human beings, and didn't look like human beings. But at that time, eunuchs who were castrated from childhood were like this. And eunuchs who were castrated after adulthood had a voice no different from normal men. For example, in the history of Song, eunuchs Tong Guan were described in this way. Tong Guan was tall and sturdy, had a beard of more than 10 years, and his skin and bones were as strong as iron. He didn't look like a eunuch. The eunuch who read the imperial edict had been practicing his voice for decades, and his foundation was extremely solid. And in the entire state of Yu, the great eunuch who had the most powerful voice, the most powerful martial arts, and the most powerful internal energy. Of course, he was one of the 6 grandmasters, Eunuch Li Mu. The penetrating power of his voice was definitely not inferior to a lion's roar. He was asked to hide under the altar and amplify Ning Zhang's voice. It was absolutely awesome, and the voice came from the same direction, so there was absolutely no flaw. A grandmaster. He could almost inject internal energy into the voice, causing the air to vibrate violently. It was absolutely deafening. Therefore, Xianxia carefully expressed his idea. He asked Grandmaster Li Mu to hide under the altar and dub for Prince Ning Zhang. Instantly, Eunuch Li's son was shocked. Eunuch Li was instantly speechless. He was almost stuttering. Young Master Shen, you are really bold and imaginative. You are a genius who practices favoritism. How did you come up with this idea? How dare you think of it? That is my ancestor, that is my adoptive father. That is a huge mountain in the palace. No one in the world dares to order him around. You actually asked him to dub for Prince Ningxing? Xianxia was stunned. Why? Can't I? With Grandmaster Li Mu's martial arts, he can definitely do it without anyone noticing. Of course he could. And the altar was very far away from the officials. Grandmaster Li Mu and Ning Jing were in the exact same position, so there would definitely be no flaw in their voices. But this was a sacrifice to the heavens. Shen, aren't you afraid of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' wrath? Don't you have any respect for them? But if you really did it, the effect would be absolutely stunning. Eunuch Li Sun said, I really can't make the decision on this matter. Should I go to the palace and report to His Majesty? Shen Lang said, sure, then hurry up. When Li Sun returned to the palace, it was already dawn. After seeing Ning Yuanxian, he told him everything that had happened last night. Then, he told him how Shen Lang had asked Grandmaster Li Mu to dub for him. The monarch was so shocked that he dropped the spoon in his hand. This bastard is really unscrupulous and audacious. However, this method was indeed bold and imaginative. It was indeed awesome. After hearing it, the monarch couldn't help but be amazed. If it were any other inflexible emperor, he would have beaten Shen Lang half to death or even thrown him in prison. But Ning Yuanxian was a rebellious emperor. The gloating in his heart when the sage temple was burned down could be seen clearly. He didn't believe in these things at all, and he didn't have enough respect in his heart. So in some aspects, he and Shen Lang were really the same, eager to see the world in chaos. Li Sun's scalp went numb. He could see that the monarch was very tempted by Shen Lang's idea. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, Prince Ning Zheng's performance is amazing enough. Ning Yuanxian said, but, isn't it amazing enough? Li Sun found that the monarch had never been so unruly before. However, ever since Shen Lang appeared by his side, everything had changed. The two were birds of a feather. They influenced each other and degenerated each other. Ning Yuanxian picked up the spoon on the table and said lightly, Grandmaster Li, you are the person involved. What do you think? The invisible Grandmaster Li Mu appeared and said slowly, Your Majesty asked me to do it, so I will do it. Ning Yuanxian said, Grandmaster Li, have you secretly practiced the Heavenly Devil Sound Formula before? The Heavenly Devil Sound Formula was also an ancient secret book. It could change any sound and imitate anyone's speech. And the penetrating and shocking power of the sound was even more awesome than the lion's roar. It was definitely the best book in the field of sound martial arts. Unfortunately, it was too late for Ning Jing to start practicing it now. No, it was not too late. Because it was impossible to judge whether Ning Jing had just started learning it or learned it a few years ago. It was fake now, but it would be real later. The monarch Ning Yuanxian said, Then let's try it? Grandmaster Li Mu said, Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. In a place dozens of miles away from the capital, there was no one around. Ning Jing and Grandmaster Li Mu, who had entered their own state, were training. As a result, it was perfect. The effect was better than Shen Lang had imagined. Grandmaster Li Mu's Heavenly Devil Sound Formula was too awesome. His voice was completely integrated into Ning Jing's voice, without any sense of rejection or strangeness. It sounded like Ning Jing's voice was amplified and then the penetrating power was enhanced. There was not even a single flaw. It was even better than the effect of modern amplification. The point was that it was not exaggerated at all. The effect did not seem to completely surpass His Highness Ning Jing's internal force, nor was it as loud as thunder. It was just that the penetrating power was super strong. Even if it was far away, it could be heard clearly. The effect was really like a tenor singing an opera, which made people's hair stand on end. It was absolutely shocking. It was indeed a little bit fantastical. Coupled with the accompaniment of chimes, the effect was really amazing. Li Mu had experienced many sacrificial ceremonies. In his words, the effect of His Highness Ning Jing's chanting this time crushed every previous ceremony. It was simply magnificent. When Shen Lang heard this, he was relieved. When I, Shen Lang, do things, I must do it to the extreme. When I, Shen Lang, pretend, I must pretend to the depths of my soul. Do what I do, love what I do. 2 days later, I will make all the officials completely shocked and then shut their mouths. I must make Ning Zhang's performance shock everyone. I must put on the most successful sacrificial ceremony, and absolutely not let down the monarch's good intentions. Let Ning Jing take the throne to a new height. This was really not the least bit exaggerated, because this was Ning Jing's first real performance in the world. In these 3 days, the entire court was still boiling. The public was surging. Countless officials submitted memorials one after another. In the next 2 or 3 days of court meetings, almost all the topics were put aside. The officials concentrated their firepower on the sacrificial ceremony. Hundreds of officials knelt in the hall, desperately kowtowing until they bled. They were all shouting and cheering. The major event of the country was the sacrificial ceremony and the military. This was the sacrificial ceremony of the national war, which concerned the fate of the country. If His Highness Ningxing's chanting of the sacrificial ceremony stuttered, it would be the greatest disrespect to the gods, and a disaster would befall. It would be an ominous sign for the national war that would follow. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider. They used all their strength to force the monarch to retract the decree and swallow his own saliva. Looking at the tide-like criticism of the officials, Xianxia would feel uneasy in the past. But now he knew that Xianxia had succeeded, and Ningxing's performance would be shocking. How could he be willing to give in, let the officials oppose him again? Then he would once again slap the faces of the officials. Slap the crown prince's face. Because of the monarch's stubbornness, the sacrificial ceremony went on as usual, and the sacrificial ceremony was still completed by Ningxing. Countless people in the capital were discussing. The monarch was too capricious, and was carried away by victory. This time, the sacrificial ceremony would definitely be a big embarrassment. It would definitely anger the heavens. Ningxing's stuttering problem had not been cured at all. Someone had already spread the news. On the day before the sacrificial ceremony, Ningxing was still practicing chanting at home. That effect was simply unbearable. His stuttering became worse. Their news was true. As long as he did not take the medicine, Ningxing, who was awake, could not perform at all. The more nervous he was, the more he stuttered. It did not improve at all. So Xianxia prepared a special potion for him, and secretly drank it before he went on stage. It guaranteed that he would quickly enter his own state. It was as if he had been possessed by the god of speech. The days of not being able to show off flew by. 3 days later, the sacrificial ceremony officially began. Note, today's 2 chapters were more than 16,000. Once again, I am exhausted. On the last day, the monthly votes have held, and the pastries are kowtowed to all of you. Thank you to Lang Lai, Chen Ashui, Yun Trickster, and the others for your 10,000 yuan tips. Inside the palace, Ningxia was furious. He wished he could kill a few people. This was a conspiracy. These people must be trying to harm me. They must be trying to embarrass me. The imperial astronomer was against me, so they deliberately calculated the wrong date. He had clearly calculated that today was an auspicious day. And it would be a sunny day. But what happened? Dark clouds loomed over the sky. There was no sunlight at all. It did not look like it was going to clear up at all. It was already so late, but the sky was still dark. Every sacrificial ceremony had to be based on the weather. Only when the sky was clear would the heavens be happy. Was the gloomy sky trying to anger the heavens? The officials of the imperial astronomer kept kowtowing. Your Majesty, we are innocent. I saw it clearly a few days ago. It will be sunny today. Ningxia said angrily, look outside. Does it look like a sunny day? Rumble, then, muffled thunder sounded in the sky. Was this the first thunder of the year? Not only was the weather gloomy, but it was also going to rain and thunder. It was too ominous. As if responding to the monarch's thoughts, the muffled thunder rumbled in the sky. The monarch's mood was as gloomy and depressing as the dark clouds in the sky. But the officials in the imperial court were delighted. Your Majesty, open your eyes and take a good look. The imperial astronomer had clearly calculated that today was an auspicious day and it would be a sunny day. In the end, it was you who offended the heavens because of your willfulness. How could you let a stuttering prince recite the sacrificial ceremony? Wouldn't the heavens be furious? Your Majesty, why aren't you apologizing? Why aren't you retracting the decree? The officials who had arrived at the palace early looked like they were in mourning, but they were delighted. Monarch, no matter how ruthless you are, can you be more ruthless than the heavens? It's the heavens that want to slap your face, not us. The crown prince was also wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. He only had 1 claw less than the monarch. Of course, the king of Yu's dragon robe was not only one claw less than the emperor of Great Yin, but it also lacked a dragon. The crown prince was expressionless, but his heart was filled with cruel pleasure. He was delighted that his father was slapped by the heavens. This crown prince's character was similar to Ning Yuanxian's, but he was more arrogant. Deep in his heart, he was actually quite displeased with this father of his. He had been raised by the queen since he was a child and was greatly influenced by Lady Zhu. He had developed the same personality as the queen. He looked down on everything. With the support of the Zhu family, the Yinyuan Association, and the civil officials in the world, although the third prince Ningqi posed a certain threat to him, it was difficult to shake his position as the young emperor. Over the years, he and Ning Yuanxian had been a kind father and filial son. But as the crown prince, he knew the truth. He felt that he had already seen through his father's true colors. Especially after Jiang Li's downfall, his father divorced his wife and made the Zhu clan his empress. In the end, he only got out of that crisis with the help of the Zhu clan. How embarrassing was that? Not only that, his father could not wait to send Princess Ning Han to the Sky Sea Pavilion. All in all, in the eyes of the crown prince, Ning Yuanxian, the king, was a man who was tough in appearance but weak in heart. He was not very capable, but he liked to put on airs. However, the monarch had treated him well before. Even though he supported third prince Ningqi, he had never shaken his authority as the crown prince. Of course, the crown prince was willing to be respectful and obedient. But everything changed after the monarch fell ill last time. The crown prince and third prince showed their fangs and directly angered the monarch. And the monarch dismissed Zhang Zhao and made the useless Ning Jing the admiral of Tianyue, which also angered the crown prince. That was why the Yinyuan Association slapped the face of the monarch. In this matter, the crown prince seemed to be very innocent, but he was aware of it and even nodded his head in agreement. The monarch could not borrow military funds, but asked Ning Yi, the crown prince, to do it. This showed the arrogance of the crown prince. Although it was not obvious, the crown prince and the monarch were in a state of half-confrontation. The conflicts between the crown prince and the emperor were too many to mention in the history of China. In many cases, the emperor was the winner, such as Liu Che and Li Shimin. But sometimes, the emperor would also be the loser. Emperor Wanli was considered awesome, but he still failed and could not change the crown prince. Emperor Zhu Di was even more awesome. He did not like Crown Prince Xu Gaoqi, but he did not change the crown prince in the end. Li Yuan was even worse. He was directly chased off the throne by Li Shimin and placed under house arrest in the palace. This time, the monarch's sacrifice made Ningjing forget about it. This was more than a blow to the crown prince. It was a slap to the crown prince's face. That was why the officials had such a big reaction. Be it the civil or military officials, they all submitted petitions to condemn the monarch. The sky was gloomy and thunder boomed. Clearly, the heavens were not happy with the monarch. This was an edict to punish the crown prince. How could the crown prince not be happy seeing his father in such a sorry state, seeing that it was almost time, it was time to set off. But the dark clouds in the sky became even gloomier and the thunder more frequent. The officials were happy, but their faces were mournful and frightened. What should we do? Prime Minister Zhu, why don't you talk to His Majesty and change the date? Zhu Hongzhu acted as if he did not hear it. Great Minister, why don't you talk to His Majesty and change the date? Once the date was changed, the edict would be withdrawn. Ningjing could not be allowed to worship the heavens. That would be equivalent to the monarch doing nothing. Great Minister Ningyu also acted as if he did not hear it. Suddenly, sixth Prince Ningjing said, waiting like this is not a solution. Fifth brother, this is all because of you. Why don't you talk to father? This was a stab in the heart. What did he mean by it was because of Ningjing? It was as if the dark clouds and rolling thunder were all because of Ningjing. And third Prince Ningqi acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He was dressed in armor and stood tall like ice. In today's heavenly worship ceremony, he was the highest military commander and maintained the order of the ceremony. As soon as sixth Prince Ningjing spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Fifth Prince, please talk to His Majesty. Recently, His Majesty thinks highly of His Majesty. His Majesty will listen to your words. This was the first time Ning Jing appeared in court wearing an official's robe. In the eyes of the officials, his appearance was so conspicuous and unnecessary. You have been hiding in a corner before, why don't you continue hiding in a corner? Why must you run into the people's eyes and be a hindrance? All the officials surrounded Ning Jing, forcing him to see the monarch and ask to reschedule the heavenly worship ceremony. It was as if everything was his fault. Ning Jing's face was red at first and he did not know what to do, but then he gradually calmed down. Enough. Suddenly, Royal Uncle Ning Qi shouted angrily. He was a person of virtue and prestige. In his heart, he looked down on Ning Jing and disliked Shen Lang even more. But he also could not bear to see the officials gloating and pressuring the monarch and Ning Jing. Remember your duties as officials. Royal Uncle Ning Qi said lightly, Prime Minister Zhu, Secret Envoy Zhong Shu, manage your people. The tone of these words was already very serious. This was probably the first time someone spoke so rudely to Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu. Then, Royal Uncle Ning Qi left the hall and went to the harem. Your Majesty, why don't we reschedule? Royal Uncle Ning Qi said, it won't be a sunny day. The thunder is getting fiercer, and the dark clouds are getting more and more oppressive. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said coldly, Royal Uncle, are you also here to blame me? Royal Uncle Ning Qi knelt down and said, I dare not. Ning Yuanxian said, Royal Uncle, you have seen clearly what happened in the court recently. Does Crown Prince Ning Yi have any filial piety? Did he have any intention to help me, such as the loan from the Yinyuan Association and the officials besieging me? I am not only his king, but also his father. What can I do even if I beat him up? Does an ordinary son know how to protect his father's dignity? What about him? Royal Uncle Ning Qi said, Your Majesty is the king, and so is the Crown Prince. He also has to protect his authority, and he also has to set an example for the officials behind him. If he gives in, won't he let down the officials' loyalty? Ha ha ha. Ning Yuanxian laughed angrily and said, This is it, this is it. In his heart, the officials are more important than me. The Crown Prince is a subject in front of me, and he is a king in front of the officials. So tell me, should he fulfill his duty as a subject or a king first? Royal Uncle Ning Qi was instantly speechless. According to the law, the Crown Prince should fulfill his duty as a subject first. Ning Yuanxian said, the Crown Prince is supported by a group of civil officials. He has read a lot of books of sages since he was a child, and he keeps saying that he is loyal, filial, and benevolent. What's the result? Is he loyal and filial? Are all the books he read in the dog's stomach? It can be seen that these scholars keep saying that they are loyal, filial, and benevolent when it is beneficial to them, and pretend that they know nothing about it when it is not beneficial to them. Royal Uncle Ning Qi was speechless again. He was a good man with a relatively upright character, but his talent was only average. After a long while, Ning Qi said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is the foundation of the country, and he can't be easily shaken. Ning Yuanxian said, Royal Uncle, you have misunderstood this sentence. It's true that the Crown Prince is the foundation of the country, but it means that the position of the Crown Prince is the foundation of the country, and the authority of the position must be maintained, not the person. Because the position of the Crown Prince is the foundation of the country, virtuous and talented people can occupy the position, and the virtue should be the first. Ning Qi wanted to say that the Crown Prince's virtue was probably the same, but why did he demand so much from the Crown Prince? But thinking carefully, the monarch Ning Yuanxian was mean and ungrateful, but he was not so bad as to say that he was not virtuous. After thinking for a long while, Royal Uncle Ning Qi said, It's an eventful time now, and the imperial court should not be disturbed. So it's better to maintain the authority of the Crown Prince. Ning Yuanxian sighed. Uncle Wang Ning Qi's words were right. The battle of the downfall of the country was just around the corner, and the imperial court should be stabilized. So he just wanted to give the Crown Prince a little warning, and he had no intention of changing the Crown Prince. However, he did not expect that the Crown Prince's party would react so fiercely, and they almost swept toward Ning Yuanxian like a tide. It was really a public enemy. Can't I touch the Crown Prince, then is he still my son? Because of this, Emperor Wanli fought against his officials for dozens of years, and it ended in failure. Royal Uncle Ning Qi said, Let's change the date of today's worship to the heaven. I know what the officials mean. They want your majesty to admit defeat and take back the previous decree. But your majesty can ignore them. You just need to change the date of the worship to the heaven. As for the rest, I will discuss it with Prime Minister Zhu. This was like a knife stabbing into Ning Yuanxian's heart. He made a matchmaker for Jin Muzong, which was a signal that the Zhu family's power would be stable forever. No matter whether the crown prince Ning Yi was on the throne or not, the Zhu family would not fall. Because Jin Muzong was obviously a direct descendant of Ning Jing, the Zhu family did not need to agree to the marriage, and only needed to show goodwill. That blind date was not a marriage between two people at all, but a political test. In the end, the Zhu family did not appreciate it at all. Jin Muzong had clearly passed Zhu Ning's so-called 3 questions of blind date, but he was still rejected. He did not even try to have a relationship. Every time there was an attack, Zhu Hongzhu would come out to shield Ning Yuanxian from the wind and rain. But this time, he just stood on the side and watched, letting the monarch Ning Yuanxian be hit by the wind and rain. What did the Prime Minister do? The Prime Minister was the Emperor's assistant, and the buffer between the Emperor and the officials. If the Prime Minister did not come out, was the Emperor going to fight with the officials? So when Emperor Jiajing had enough of fighting with the officials, he chose Yan Song, the evil dog, to take the stage and let Yan Song fight with the officials, while he stood high above as the judge. But Ning Yuanxian really could not do such a thing. The country left by his ancestors could not withstand such torment, and he did not have much time left. But what about today's situation? The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder roared. Should the worship to the heaven continue? If it continued, and there was a rainstorm, it would really be a tragedy. The situation would completely deteriorate. At that time, in order to save the morale, he, the emperor, would really have to issue a decree to punish himself. Not continue, changing the date of the worship to the heaven, that would mean that he, the emperor, compromised and admitted defeat. The officials would definitely take advantage of his weakness to take a yard. Do you think that everything will be fine if you give in? That's impossible. Once you give in a political fight, you will leave your stomach to the enemy, and the enemy will stab you with a knife. Call Ningjing here, and ask Shenlang to come here too. A moment later, Ningjing and Shenlang came in. Without saying anything, Ningjing knelt down directly. He was full of guilt, thinking that his father was in such a situation because of him. In fact, it had nothing to do with Ningjing. This battle was caused by the crown prince and the third prince. The root cause was that when the monarch fell ill, the two of them directly started a fight among themselves, ignoring Ning Yuanxian, who was lying on the sickbed, and disregarded the dignity of the monarch. Ning Yuanxian said, "Shenlang, I believe you. Do you think the weather will clear up today? Will it rain?" Next to him, King Mingqi said coldly, "Shenlang, be careful with your words. Don't make trouble for His Majesty." In King Mingqi's view, the monarch Ning Yuanxian was in a passive position today because of Shenlang. But Ning Yuanxian would not argue with him. Mingqi was a serious and kind person, and such a person would not do anything really bad. Shenlang pondered for a while and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. I'm not sure." Shenlang was indeed not sure. He was not omnipotent, and he did not know whether it would rain today. Ning Yuanxian, the monarch, closed his eyes, hesitated and struggled. Because the decision he was about to make was very important. If he announced that the heaven-worshipping ceremony would continue, then the heavy rain would mean that the ceremony had failed, and he, Ning Yuanxian, would offend the heaven and have to issue an edict to punish himself, which would be a fatal blow to the dignity of the emperor. If he announced that the heaven-worshipping ceremony would be postponed, it meant that the monarch admitted defeat in this fight. Gritting his teeth, the monarch issued the edict, "The heaven-worshipping ceremony will continue. At most, I will issue an edict to punish myself." The monarch issued the edict. The officials were shocked. Then they obeyed. But deep in their hearts, they were longing for the heavy rain. If so, the heaven-worshipping ceremony would fail. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, would lose his dignity. "Let's go out of the palace." Following the order of the eunuch, Li Sunday. The ceremonial procession of thousands of people left the palace and went south along Xuanwu Avenue heading for the ancient altar. Hundreds of actors, dressed in all kinds of clothes. Hundreds of musicians, carrying hundreds of chimes and musical instruments. The civil and military officials, dressed in special court clothes, followed. Nangang Ao led 10,000 soldiers, and Ning Qi led 10,000 soldiers, one in front and one in the back, to protect the emperor and participate in the heaven-worshipping ceremony. The ancient altar was located in the southeast corner of the capital, about 9 miles away from the palace. There was a huge circular altar for the heaven-worshipping ceremony. It was used to worship the ancient deities, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After walking for an entire hour, he finally finished walking the 9 miles. Because the sacrifice required sincerity, even the monarch had to walk. The entire procession was solemn and solemn. Ning Yuanxian, who almost never prayed, could not help but pray in his heart. Heaven is beautiful, God bless us. Let it clear up. But along the way, the sky did not clear up, and the dark clouds were getting lower and lower. It was already morning, and the sky should be getting brighter, but it was getting darker and darker. The thunder was getting more and more shocking. The sky was really scary, the officials were silent. But the people around Black Tortoise Avenue were talking about it. This was the wrath of the heavens. This was definitely an ominous sign. The monarch's heart was getting darker and darker. In the end, he did not dare to hope for the sky to clear up, he only hoped that there would not be a heavy rain. The sky was gloomy, and the thunder was rolling. Although it was not a success, at least it was not a complete failure. If there was a heavy rain, it would be a disaster. At the ancient altar, everyone stood neatly according to their positions. The bell stopped ringing. The drums started. The sacrificial ceremony had officially begun. Ning Yu, the principal of the sect, was also the priest of the sacrificial ceremony, presiding over the entire ceremony. The first step was to welcome the emperor. The monarch entered the Yuanqiu altar from the left door, went to the middle platform, and performed the movement of peace on the stove. The monarch went to the top level, knelt in front of the main seat of the emperor, offered incense, and then went to the ancestral seat, offered incense, and kowtowed. Then, he returned to the seat and knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times to the gods. The second step was to lay down the jade and silk. The monarch went to the main seat and laid down the jade and silk, played the movement of peace, and returned to the seat. The third step was to enter the sacrificial table. The monarch went to the main seat and laid down the sacrificial table, played the movement of peace, and returned to the seat. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Ning Yuanxian meticulously worshipped the heavens according to the rules, his expression solemn and dignified. However, his heart continued to sink. Because the muffled thunder had gradually turned into thunder. The dark clouds had pressed down to the extreme. It was early spring, but the air was very stuffy and humid. He could even smell the rainstorm. Forget it, forget it. If the heavens wanted to rain, then let it rain. Worst comes to worst, I'll just issue a decree to punish myself. Ning Yuanxian had almost given up hope. As for the officials standing below, their faces were solemn, but their hearts were filled with joy. Let it rain, let it rain. Punish this willful and reckless king and let him know that he was wrong. The 20,000 soldiers present were filled with gloom. Many of them were going to the battlefield in Nanoyu. If the ceremony failed, wouldn't it be a bad omen? Wouldn't it mean that the war would be lost and they would die on the battlefield? The chief minister, Ning Yu, frowned. Even though he felt that the monarch was too willful, he was still a member of the Ning clan, and he couldn't bear to see the officials defying the king. Hopefully, it wouldn't rain. The third step of the heaven-worshipping ceremony ended. Ning Yu shouted, the fourth step of the heaven-worshipping ceremony, the first offering. As soon as he said that, the officials became excited. They opened their eyes and pricked up their ears. Because it would soon be time to sing the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Ningjing was going to lose face. The monarch was going to lose face too. Ningjing's nervousness was obvious to everyone. His whole body was trembling. Therefore, when he sang the heaven-worshipping ceremony, he would definitely stutter. He would definitely make a fool of himself. At this time, the thunder in the sky had reached its peak. The dark clouds were also extremely oppressive. A heavy rain was about to fall. Ningjing's heaven-worshipping ceremony stuttered. The gods were angry and the heavens would rain. It would be a tragedy. From now on, Ning Zhang's path to the throne was completely ruined. The crown prince used the might of the heavens to suppress the monarch's demonic heart. From now on, the monarch should be able to behave and not dare to cause trouble. The fourth step of the heaven-worshipping ceremony was in progress. The monarch knelt in front of the main seat and paid his respects. The music was played and the dance was the dance of Gongqi. Next, Ning Jing was going to appear. He was going to recite the heaven-worshipping ceremony. In his sleeve, Ning Jing injected a tube of special medicine into his body. The whole process was done without anyone noticing. Instantly, all the nervousness disappeared. Ning Jing had once again entered a state of extreme selfishness. His soul seemed to have broken through his body and looked down on the earth. The attention of tens of thousands of people made him extremely nervous, but now he turned a blind eye. These tens of thousands of people were like grass and trees, like ants. He was the only one in the world. Ning Jing walked up to the altar with majestic steps. Everyone was surprised to find that Ning Jing's temperament had changed. All the nervousness and timidity from before had disappeared. Although he was short and fat, his steps were filled with the aura of a king. That expression, that gaze, was actually looking down on the world. Standing on the altar, everyone's eyes were on Ning Jing. Stutter, stutter, shame on you. Let it thunder, let it rain, it was time for the monarch to issue an edict. And at this time, rumble, there was a terrible thunder in the sky. It was extremely sudden, extremely loud, and deafening. Instantly, many of the ministers trembled in fright. Some actors were even so scared that their props fell to the ground. Some old ministers were even so scared that they sat on the ground. It was too shocking. This thunder was too loud. However, facing such a shocking thunder, Ning Jing stood still. He began to open his mouth, he began to recite. At the beginning of the primordial world, the water was muddy, the 5 elements had not been transported, the 2 stars were not bright, standing upright in the middle, there was no sound, the God Emperor came out to rule, to judge clearly, to establish heaven and earth, to create life. As soon as this sound came out, everyone was shocked. This was not stuttering at all. It was clearly in cadence, every word was clear, and full of energy. The effect of this recitation was amazing. Then, the accompaniment of chimes, and bells sounded. In an instant, the thunder in the sky stopped, it was as if all the gods in the sky were listening. Ning Jing continued to recite. His voice suddenly rose. At this time, of course, it was Grandmaster Li Mu's heavenly devil sound incantation. The Grandmaster injected his voice into Ning Jing's voice, blending into one. In an instant, Ning Jing's voice did not change much. But it was full of powerful impact, penetrating, and shocking power. Everyone listened with goosebumps. As Ning Jing's recitation became more and more passionate, all the generals and soldiers listened with their blood boiling. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. Who wrote this sacrifice to heaven? How could it be so magnificent, so gorgeous? Who composed this music? How could it be so beautiful, so distant? This was clearly a sacrifice to heaven. But it was as if a modern person was experiencing a master-level performance. In the Golden Hall, the singing of a world-class tenor, regardless of whether one could understand it, was enough to make one's soul tremble, enough to make one feel as if their skull was about to be lifted. And at this time, countless people present felt this way. Grandmaster Li Mu's heavenly devil sound incantation was too powerful. Even though the sound was 2 miles away, it was still shocking. It was truly deafening, it was truly breathtaking. Everyone was completely shocked. It was at this time, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The wind blew, and the clouds flew. How could a golden scale be a fish in a pond? It would transform into a dragon when encountering the wind and clouds. Even in the gust of wind, Ning Zhang's posture was firm, and his recitation was not affected at all. It actually managed to suppress the sound of the howling wind. Even in the gust of wind, even the soldiers standing furthest away could hear it clearly. Ning Zhang's voice became louder and louder. Grandmaster Li Mu's heavenly devil sound incantation became more and more astonishing. In the gust of wind, it caused everyone to tremble. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were rolled up by the gust of wind and dispersed. A ray of golden sunlight suddenly pierced through the clouds. It shone directly on Ning Zheng's body. In an instant, his body seemed to be shrouded in golden light. Everyone was stunned, including Shen Lang. He was also completely stunned. This scene, he didn't expect it at all. Heaven was actually so beautiful. Was all of this really heaven's will? After a quarter of an hour, Ning Jing finished singing the sacrifice to heaven. It was extremely shocking. It was an extremely gorgeous performance. And just at this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The sun shone on the earth. The sky was clear. It was as if heaven was smiling. It was too damn shocking. Everyone at the scene was shocked into silence. Ning Zheng's first appearance in front of the world was extremely perfect. It was so touching that heaven was smiling. And after the intense shock, the 20,000 soldiers present could no longer bear it. This was a sign from heaven. First, it was gloomy and thunder, then the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone. This meant that they were going to win this war. Instantly, 20,000 soldiers raised their arms and cheered. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. Long live the state of you is mighty. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. The voices of 20,000 were like thunder, resounding in the sky. It was deafening. Ning Zheng's performance ended and he retreated from the altar. Next, the stage was handed back to monarch Ning Yuanxian. No words could describe the ecstasy in Ning Yuanxian's heart. This was great, this was perfect. This time, it wasn't me who did it, but heaven slapped the officials hard in the face. Looking at the officials' ashen-faced faces, monarch Ning Yuanxian was extremely happy. Ha 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 ha, even heaven was on my side. Heaven's will, heaven's will. Next, the sacrifice to heaven continued. Monarch Ning Yuanxian performed extremely happily. He was so proud that he seemed to be flying. The fifth step of the sacrifice to heaven, the offering of gifts. The sixth step, the final offering of gifts. The seventh step, the removal of the dishes. The eighth step, the sending off of the emperor. The ninth step, the burning god. The sacrifice to heaven ended, and the officials present were almost in a daze. The scene just now had indeed brought them unparalleled shock. Even their hearts were filled with doubt. Was it really heaven's will? Was fifth Prince Ningjing really protected by the gods? Was he really the Lord of Destiny of the state of Yu? Otherwise, why would there be such a strange phenomenon? It was too shocking, not just the officials of the world. Even monarch Ning Yuanxian was completely shocked. He was also surprised. Was it really a sign from heaven, reminding me to appoint Ningjing as the young emperor? Note, the first update has been sent. I'm going to have some food and then write the second update. Brothers, don't stop supporting me. Pastries cowed out and bowed. Thank you to the readers of Bookstore, Cape, Leon, Niu Yang, Li Jiahao, Hao Wenhao, Traceless Snow Steps, What's the Most Annoying Nickname, Tan Lei, Kurtaiwiop, and others for their 10,000 renminbi tips. The sacrificial ceremony was over. It was unprecedentedly perfect. It could even be said to be unprecedented. After it ended, the monarch walked back to the palace calmly. When he arrived, the monarch's steps were heavy and his heart heavy. The official's steps were light and happy. When he returned, the monarch walked proudly and proudly. The officials' steps were heavy and their expression serious. Even the shock in their hearts was beginning to ferment. Many of the officials were completely confused. And the one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Crown Prince Ning Yi. Today, he suffered the greatest blow. Ningjing had shone brilliantly. It could be said that he had completely trampled on him. His position as crown prince had been shaken a little today. Although his power was still stable, his reputation had suffered a huge blow. What did the crown prince need the most? It was fame. Heaven's will was the most terrifying. What happened today would soon spread throughout the world. Next, it would be said that heaven's will was with Ningjing and not Ning Yi. After returning to the capital, Ningjing did not even follow the monarch into the palace. Instead, he went straight to the Tianyue governor's office. He had no time to celebrate his victory. He was not putting on an act. For this sacrificial ceremony, he had already neglected his duties for 3 days. He did not know how many things had been delayed. In the next few days, he probably did not need to sleep. He would have to work hard at all times. Crown Prince Ningyi entered Zhu Hongzhu's study. The atmosphere was heavy. The two of them seemed to be communicating silently. Ningyi had endless complaints in his heart. Why does my father treat me like this? When Jiangli was destroyed, he was like a stray dog, living in fear. In order to please the Zhu clan, he divorced his first wife and made Zhu clan the empress. In order to beg the Zhu family to save him in the capital, he humbly begged Zhu Hongzhu. Have you forgotten all these unbearable things? Why are you so proud now? Of course, the crown prince did not say these words out loud. He only expressed them through his expression. Zhu Hongzhu only looked gently at Crown Prince Ningyi. He knew the crown prince's intention. He wanted to pressure Ning Yuanxian through the capital. Crown Prince Ningyi's ascension to the throne was not only the will of the Zhu clan, but also the will of the great Yan Empire. The emperor hoped that the successors of the vassal kingdoms below him would be kings of scholars, not kings of warriors. To put it more realistically, the emperor hoped that the next king of Chu could be controlled. To a certain extent, Zhu Hongzhu was more like the spokesperson of the great Yan Empire. It was the destruction of Jiangli that allowed the Zhu clan to become the absolute leader of the civil officials of the state of Yu. The destruction of Jiangli had a huge impact on the entire world. It's not time yet. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu said, even His Majesty does not have the intention to change the throne now. People in the world are forgetful. Today's scene was indeed very shocking. At this time, what you need to do is to play down the impact. At most, in 2 months, everyone will forget about it. Crown Prince Ningyi said, but Ning Zheng's reputation rose. In the future, when people mention him, they will think that it is fate. Zhu Hongzhu said, when it comes to reputation, it's either the east wind suppresses the west wind, or the west wind suppresses the east wind. But as the crown prince, you must not suppress Ning Zheng's reputation when he is in the limelight. That will lower his status. Next, you need to do 2 things. The first is the Battle of Nano Kingdom. The so-called grand sacrificial ceremony is fake. If you mess it up, of course, it will be useful as an offensive authority because it is fake. But no matter how perfect the performance is, it is fake. Only the Battle of Nano Kingdom is real. In this battle, the state of Yu cannot afford to lose. If you win, you must take away the greatest glory. Because this is a battle that will topple a kingdom. The glory it brings will be 10 times more than the grand sacrificial ceremony. The crown prince was very smart. He immediately understood Zhu Hongzhu's meaning. Grandfather, what you mean is that you want me to go to Nano Yu when the time comes. Ningyi and Zhu Hongzhu were not related by blood. He was only adopted by the Zhu clan. Even if he was the queen's son, he should call him grandfather. Zhu Hongzhu said, yes. When the battle is about to be won, you will go and reap the fruits of victory. Crown Prince Ningyi said, but he is already full of prejudice against me. When the Nano Kingdom is about to win, he probably won't let me go and enjoy the fruits of victory. Zhu Hongzhu said, what if the situation develops to the point where you have to go? If you don't go, it will affect the outcome of the battle. Crown Prince Ningyi said, grandfather, you mean Nangong Ao? Zhu Hongzhu nodded. Now there were 2 people in charge of the Nano Kingdom's battlefield. General Zhu Lin and Princess Ning Luo. Once the Marquis of Zhenbei Nangong Ao goes, his influence will not be any less than Zhu Lin's. Needless to say, Zhu Lin was the crown prince's loyal follower. But Nangong Ao did not rely on anyone. He was considered one of the monarch's men. He got his position by purging Ning Yuanwu's direct descendants. Zhu Hongzhu said, although His Majesty is willful, he can still look at the big picture. Once the crucial moment comes, Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao will speak at the same time. For the sake of the battle, he will definitely compromise. Ningyi said, I have hinted many times to Nangong Ao, but he did not move at all. Of course, this was because Nangong Ao had already climbed to the top. The top seat of the Bureau of Military Affairs would always be Bianzhao's. Nangong Ao had no hope, nor did he have any hope of being promoted to duke. From a certain perspective, Nangong Ao was already an extremely high official. At most, he would be the crown prince's junior tutor to the crown prince's grand tutor. What was the point? So, of course, he was not willing to pick a side. No matter if it was the crown prince or the third prince trying to rope him in, he pretended not to see it. Of course, Ningjing was even less of a threat to him. Zhu Hongzhu said, Nangong Ao will speak at the crucial moment. Once this was said, the crown prince could not help but tremble. His heart was filled with great surprise. Zhu Hongzhu said this, it meant that he had absolute confidence. What did this prove? It proved that the Zhu family had Nangong Ao in their hands? The second thing, we cannot let Ningjing get stronger. More accurately, we cannot let Shenlang continue to get stronger. Crown Prince Ningyi said, Grandfather, can we use Sky Sea Pavilion to directly capture Shenlang? Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. No. Every organization had a price. It was just that the price of some organizations was too high. For example, you could spend 1 million to buy a postgraduate degree from a normal school, but Cambridge and Oxford would definitely not care about your 1 million. 10 million USD could be considered. Amir Shenlang was not worth Sky Sea Pavilion to make a move. They could not afford to lose face. Crown Prince Ningyi said, what about Stupa Mountain? What Shenlang has done recently has already provoked their bottom line. Zhu Hongzhu said, Stupa Mountain's sphere of influence is not in the state of you. What Shenlang has done is only provoking their bottom line, but he has not crossed it. Then, were they going to let Shenlang do whatever he wanted? Zhu Hongzhu smiled and drank a cup of tea. Didn't you already do the thing to attack Shenlang? Crown Prince Ningyi nodded. But we only cut off his roots in the Nirvana army. That is not enough. Zhu Hongzhu said, the military is Ning Qi's territory. There are some matters that you can discuss with Ning Qi. At the very least, the two of you have a common goal in attacking Shenlang and Ningjing. Crown Prince Ningyi would not take the initiative to meet Third Prince Ning Qi. But Shui Zhaoyan and Shui Shui met. Shui Zhaoyan was the Crown Prince's mistress on the surface, but she was actually backed by the Yinyuan Association, and could even be considered Princess Ninghan's person. Of course, Ninghan had never admitted to this. Shui Zhaoyan definitely could not represent Sky Sea Pavilion. At most, she was a broker for Princess Ninghan. And Shui Shui was not only Yan Nanfei's disciple, Shui Chei's daughter, but also Third Prince Ning Qi's second wife. Furthermore, the Stupa Mountain was faintly discernible behind her. Otherwise, Yan Nanfei would not have been able to get his hands on the poison that had harmed the King of Swords' wife. When the two women met, it could be said that they looked down on each other, but they complemented each other. Crown Prince's residence, Shui Zhaoyan greets Sister Shui. Governor's residence, Shui Shui greets Sister Shui. Then, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Shui Zhaoyan said, His Highness means to split these 3,000 imbeciles in half. The imbeciles they were talking about were, of course, the people with 0 bloodlines. They were Shenlang's second batch of Nirvana army soldiers. Shenlang called them people with 0 bloodlines, which was a neutral term. And they kept calling them imbeciles, full of disdain and belittlement. Shui Shui said, that is not fair. After we snatch these imbeciles, how to change their bloodlines into a trump card army still depends on our relationship with Stupa Mountain. So the third prince should get 1/3, and the crown prince should get 1/3. Shui Zhaoyan said, does Stupa Mountain have a way to change their bloodlines? Even if they do, will they be willing to give it to you? Shui Shui said, you don't have to worry about that. Shui Zhaoyan said, also, even if you get the method to change the bloodlines of these imbeciles, will you give it to us? You have Stupa Mountain, and we have Sky Sea Pavilion. We don't have to ask for your help. Shui Shui said, Shenlang's Black Mirror Bureau and Heaven Society have sent out a large number of elites to escort the 3,000 imbeciles. Moreover, the route is extremely secretive. If we want to detect their whereabouts, we can only rely on our Shui clan and Black Water Bureau. Shui Zhaoyan sneered. They say the Nirvana army belongs to Shenlang and Ningjing, but it's His Majesty's in the end. So what if they're found? Blackwater Group can leak the information to you, but will they send experts to snatch them? When the time comes, will the people of the Southern Sea Sword sect or the people of the Blackwater platform take action? Shui Shui was silent. Be it Blackwater Group or South Sea Sword sect, they were all under the monarch. There were some lines they didn't dare cross, at least for now. Shui Zhaoyan said, only the Yinyuan Association would dare to rob Shenlong's second batch of Nirvana army seedlings. The Inyuan Association was powerful, and they'd already fallen out with the monarch. They would indeed dare to do such a thing. That's it. We'll split the 3,000 imbeciles in half after we rob them. Shui was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, half each. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This was the first time the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had teamed up. Time flew by, and another 10 days passed. The effects of the golden dragon blood sold by Xianxia were gradually fading. More and more people realized they'd been tricked. Of course, at first, many thought it was because they'd touched a woman. That was because the effects were too strong. Even after Ningjing drank it, he'd come looking for his wife several times. Not to mention these good-for-nothings. They couldn't resist at all. But there were always some who managed to resist and didn't touch a woman, but the effects of the golden dragon blood continued to decline. After a secret exchange, everyone was sure they'd been tricked. For a moment, they were completely enraged. Xianxia, not only did you insult our dignity, you humiliated our intelligence, and you even cheated us of our money, how dare you? But at first, they only dared to curse in their hearts, not daring to go to their door. Because if they made it public, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? The Crown Prince and the Third Prince had said that anyone who gave money to Xianxia would be blacklisted. So they could only suffer in silence and curse Xianxia in their hearts. But just yesterday, the Crown Prince's residence and the Third Prince's residence released news. As for those who gave money to Xianxia, they would let bygones be bygones. Their future would depend on their performance. This time everyone understood what he meant. They were encouraging everyone to take the bait and cause trouble in Xianlong's house. So these good-for-nothings called their friends and gathered a few thousand people to go to their door. Return the money, return the money, return the money. A few thousand people surrounded Ningjing's Marquis Chomping's residence. Of course, everyone knew that Xianxia didn't take a single gold coin from the money. He handed it all to the monarch for military expenses and even paid for it. But these people were good-for-nothings. How could they care so much? Moreover, more than half of the influential families in the state of Yu were here. Could it be that the monarch could capture all of them? The law didn't punish the masses. This group of people didn't dare to rush into the Marquis Chomping's residence and only dared to shout outside. They also filed a complaint to the Pingan and Wanyan County government, and then to the Tianyue Commander-in-Chief's office. Of course, this muddled lawsuit couldn't be fought clearly. This group of good-for-nothings had all the time in the world. They surrounded the Marquis Chomping's residence every day. And the curses were getting worse and worse. Xianxia, did you give birth to a son without a wife? Xianxia, you cheated our money. You'll die a horrible death. Xianxia, if you're short of money, why don't you let your woman sell herself? Why do you want to cheat us of our money? Faced with these curses and attacks, Xianxia didn't get angry, but the monarch got angry first and ordered the imperial army to expel them. Because he was the ultimate beneficiary of this money. Xianxia was just taking it on behalf of the monarch. However, this matter involved too many people. After cheating so many families' money, the monarch felt a little guilty. At most, he could only expel them, but he couldn't arrest them. In the end, Xianxia rejected the monarch's good intentions. He wanted to solve this matter himself. Wah, 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 Xianlong's precious daughter was crying loudly. She was super obedient, and almost never cried. Because it was too noisy outside, the little baby couldn't sleep. At first, this group of good-for-nothings cursed carefully. Later, when they realized that the monarch and Xianxia didn't respond, they immediately felt that Xianxia must have a guilty conscience. He cheated us of so much money, he must have a guilty conscience. We already represent more than half of the state of Yu's nobility. Even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't dare to make all of us his enemy. Therefore, this group of people cursed even more harshly and louder. They couldn't do it on their own. After all, there were too few of them, and they were all very delicate. In addition, the effect of the golden dragon blood had faded, and they were useless again. They didn't have the energy to curse. Therefore, they hired hooligans to curse. This group of hooligans didn't dare to, but the good-for-nothings were too generous with their money. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to make friends with these nobles. This time, they even had the support of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Therefore, after receiving the money, some bold hooligans put on masks and came to curse for these good-for-nothings. Seeing that Xianxia still didn't respond, this group of people gradually became bolder, and more hooligans joined in. In the end, the entire Marquis Chomping's residence was surrounded by 3,000 to 5,000 people. They cursed day and night, in the worst way possible. This caused Xianxia to be unable to sleep, and she was frightened. Later, this group of people dared to pour feces into Marquis Chomping's residence. In an instant, the entire residence was filled with a terrible stench. Xianxia hugged Xianxia and comforted her gently. "Baby, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The baby cried so fiercely that she was twitching. Bing'er took it and let the baby eat it before she gradually calmed down. "Son-in-law, go and mobilize the troops," Bing'er said angrily. "Xianxia, soon. His Highness Ningxing's matters were almost done." The city guard's training was about to end. The sequence of everything had to be made clear. For Ningxing, the most important thing was to completely control the 20,000 city guards in his hands. Only by controlling the city guards could he make a move against the hooligans in the capital. Operation Spring Thunder, this was the code name for this operation to sweep the security of the capital. It would be unprecedentedly powerful. Chaotic times required heavy punishment. In a few days, the army would go south to the battlefield in Nanoyu. The war that would topple the country would soon break out. At this time, they especially needed a stable environment. Therefore, this operation would be very shocking. They would catch all the hooligans and evil people who had been scourging the capital during this period of time in one fell swoop. All the evil spirits and monsters would be eliminated. The monarch directly gave Ningxing a secret edict. The entire edict only had one number. 3,000. What did that mean? 3,000 people could be killed, moreover, they could be punished openly. Actually, the monarch and Ningxing's original intention was not to kill them, but to exile them to do hard labor for life. But because of the unprecedented success of the heavenly worship ceremony, coupled with these hooligans courting death, the monarch was completely infuriated. "I can't make a move against you rich and powerful people. But I can make a move against the hooligans you hired." Moreover, these rich and powerful people were not clean themselves. They were inextricably linked to the big gangs in the capital. Then with this Spring Thunder operation, they could sweep the flames directly over their heads. Using the reputation of the Spring Thunder operation, they could catch and kill a group of them. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and this Spring Thunder operation must be kept secret. Even the Blackwater platform didn't participate. Li Sun was directly in charge of communicating with Ningxing. The heavenly worship ceremony was an unprecedented success. The most direct result was the accelerated loyalty of the city guards. Ningxing's training method was very effective. It allowed the Nirvana army to integrate with the city guards. But the speed was not fast. And as the effects of the heavenly worship ceremony spread, Ningxing's reputation as the chosen one spread. This had limited influence on the middle and upper echelons. But for the city guards under Ningxing's command, it was very shocking. Because there were 2,000 city guards who participated in the heavenly worship ceremony that day. They witnessed everything with their own eyes. They received an unprecedented impact, which quickly spread to the entire city guards. Bitter Joy and the Lon brothers, especially Lunatic Lon, took the opportunity to brainwash them. As a result, the group training that would have taken several months to complete was completed in just 1 month. Ningxing had completed the first step of mastering the city guards, at least for now. The army was obeying his orders. At this time, more than 1,000 rich and powerful people and thousands of hooligans were still unaware of their impending death. They were still besieging the Chongping Marquis residence and cursing Xianxia's ancestors. Anyway, Xianxia cheated money. It was reasonable for him to return the money. Throwing feces, smashing stones, the methods were getting more and more intense. They were just short of arson. In the North Garden hunting ground, the training of the last batch of city guards ended. They were in the middle of a graduation ceremony. A total of 20,000 city guards stood neatly on the drill ground. They were a little surprised and stunned. The end of the training was not a big deal. Why did they have to gather everyone? Could it be that something big was about to happen? What happened next further confirmed their thoughts. Because carts after carts of armors were transported over. Carts after carts of weapons were transported over. In this training, they did not wear armor. Now that they were fully armed, there must be something big going on. A moment later, His Highness Ningxing appeared in his military uniform. Bitter Joy still had the rank of Qianhu, but he was the chief instructor of this training. Armor. An order was given. The 20,000 city guards neatly put on their armor. Sabers. Bows. Following a series of orders. The 20,000 city guards were armed to the teeth. Immediately after, Eunuch Li Sun, the trusted aide of the monarch, appeared. His Majesty has decreed, kneel. Everyone present knelt down. But because they were wearing armor, they knelt on one knee. The capital is in chaos. The people are not at peace. Lawless people are running amok and repeatedly violating the law. It is a shocking sight. In order to ensure the stability of the country and for the people to live and work in peace, I have decided to carry out Operation Spring Thunder and sweep away all lawless people in the capital. This operation will be strict and severe. No matter who is involved, there will be no mercy. Marquis of Chongping, Ningxing, is conferred the title of Chief Spring Thunder. Ningxing kowtowed. Yes, Your Majesty. All the city guards were shocked. Their intuition was right. There was going to be a big operation. Ningxing received the decree, mounted his warhorse, and loudly ordered, "Army, enter the capital." As he gave the order, 20,000 fully armed city guards left the North Garden hunting ground in a grandiose manner, heading for the capital. Operation Spring Thunder had officially begun. An unprecedented sweep was about to begin. In order to calm his precious daughter down, Xianxia carried her down to the basement. Here, he could not hear the cursing outside. In the darkness, the baby's ears were perked up and her eyes were wide open. She was extremely happy. Because the wife of the Sword King, Li Xianxia, was singing. Her nursery rhymes were too beautiful. Every song seemed to reach the hearts of the people. Because she loved children too much and longed to have a child of her own. Although she had recovered, she felt that her skin had not recovered. She was afraid that there was something unclean about it. Although she longed to hold the baby, she did not dare to. So, she sang. He sang one song after another. The baby loved it very much. Ha ha ha, hearing the happy parts, Xianxia giggled. She even clapped her chubby little hands. Binger said in surprise, "Auntie is too amazing. Our baby has always been very serious and doesn't like to laugh at all." Indeed, Xianxia was very reserved and had a high threshold for laughter. Xianxia often made faces to make her laugh, but the baby would only stare at him curiously with her eyes wide open. She would never laugh. She would even look at him with a puzzled expression. What was this daddy doing? But now, listening to the interesting nursery rhymes of the King of Swords' wife, Lady Qiu, he actually laughed. Listening to the baby's laughter, the King of Swords' wife felt that her heart was about to melt. She continued to sing. Where did she get so many interesting nursery rhymes? As the baby laughed, she opened her mouth to follow suit. But she didn't know how to speak yet. She only knew how to babble. Outside Marquis Chongping's residence, thousands of hedonistic sons were still besieging and cursing outside with thousands of slaves and ruffians. Because Xianxia ignored them, their cursing became even more unbearable. "Xianxia, return the money. Return the money. You still don't want to pay the money? It doesn't matter. Just let your wife come out and receive customers. We'll pay a sky-high price. 100 gold coins per time. After receiving customers 50,000 times, the debt will be paid off. Xianxia, you cheated us of our money. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? I heard that your wife, Jean Mulan, is pregnant. The son she gave birth to will definitely not have a PI. Yen. Not only was the wall outside covered with feces, but it was also full of threatening words. Xianxia, return the money. Xianxia, return the money, liar Xianxia, die a horrible death. Xianxia, if it's not enough for your wife to receive customers, you can come out and sell yourself. 5 gold coins per time. I believe many men will patronize you. Immediately after, a torch was thrown out from the crowd and directly into the wall. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't he a little too daring? It was fine if they were besieging and cursing. After all, Xianxia cheated them of their money first. It was reasonable for them to ask for money. But you set fire to Marquis Chomping's residence. That changed the nature of the matter. Who set the fire? Of course it was Xianxia's men. They were hiding in the crowd of hedonistic sons who were causing trouble. After receiving the signal, they immediately made a big fuss, setting fire to Marquis Chomping's residence. However, Xianxia still did not react. The hundreds of people hiding in the crowd lit up torches and threw them into Marquis Chomping's residence. Seeing this scene, are these troublemaking hedonistic sons of rich parents a little afraid? Whose men were they, so fierce? Would they get into trouble by making such a big fuss? In the end, Xianxia still did not react, nor did he retaliate angrily. Was Xianxia so scared? It couldn't be. These hundreds of people seemed to have gone mad as they continuously threw torches into Marquis Chomping's residence. After a while, inside Marquis Chomping's residence, the fire was raging. Thick smoke rose to the sky. This group of hedonistic sons finally felt that something was wrong. An extremely dangerous aura was spreading. But these hooligans only wished for the world to be in chaos and cheered loudly. Good fire, good fire. Burn that son of AB*tch Xianxia to death, burn Xianxia's woman to death. Xianxia, come out, come out. At this time, the fire in Marquis Chomping's residence was getting more and more shocking. How could it not be shocking? In a large open space, Wu Lai, Xian and the other female warriors did not put out the fire. Instead, they desperately added firewood, making the fire burn even more fiercely. Burning Xianxia, burning the pretty boy. Quickly come and see, quickly come and see. But this group of hedonistic sons turned pale and wanted to retreat to their homes. Although this group of people were trash, they were still sensitive in this aspect. There was a conspiracy, however, they couldn't leave, because the streets around Marquis Chomping's residence had been completely surrounded. 10,000 fully armed city guards marched in majestically. Seeing this army, all of the hedonistic sons almost fainted. There was indeed a conspiracy, a big conspiracy. This was going to be a big one. Bang, 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 bang. The army of 10,000 was like a moving hill, closing step by step. Closing the encirclement step by step, Ningjing was in charge of Tianyua's admiral's residence. Leading the army was Bitter Joy. You lawless madman, how dare you burn Marquis Chomping's residence? How audacious! Charge! Arrest all the lawless people. Those who dare to disobey, those who dare to escape, kill without mercy, kill without mercy. Following Bitterhead Joy's order, 10,000 city guards began to charge. Instantly, this group of rich and powerful hedonistic sons were completely trembling. After a short moment of fear, they shouted. Quickly run, everyone rush out, the law does not punish the masses, they don't dare to kill, they don't dare to kill. This group of people, of course, wanted to make use of these ruffians to break out of the encirclement and take the opportunity to escape. And when these troublemaking ruffians heard the shout, they also took the opportunity to rush out. Rush out, the law does not punish the masses, they don't dare to kill us. Xianxia son of AB*tch, strike by lightning. Rush out. Thousands of ruffians rushed out crazily, wanting to escape. Bitter Joy's eyes turned cold. He was worried that the quota of the Spring Thunder action was not enough. Kill, kill, kill. As he gave the order, the city guards' arrows rained down. Start a massacre, blood splattered. Note, the second update, today's 2 updates are more than 15,000. The new February has arrived, crazily seeking the minimum monthly ticket. The pastries continue to fight to the end. This month, I've updated 485,000 words. In the past 3 months, I've updated 52 million words. Last month, I was ranked 9th on the monthly votes list. The pastries shed tears of gratitude. I'll thank everyone here for a minute. Although you didn't see it, I really knocked my forehead on the keyboard for a minute. Thank you to my parents who provide for my livelihood. Thank you to all my benefactor. A new February has arrived. There's no need to say anything. The pastries will continue to work hard and continue to work hard. I'll write on New Year's Eve. I'll write during the Spring Festival. I won't have a holiday. Every night, I'll be exhausted. After sleeping for a few hours, I'll be full of energy again. My only hope is not to lose sleep. I've already bought an electric stove to boil Chinese medicine. Every night, I'll boil jujube kernel soup and eat dextrozapiclone tablets. Just to have a good sleep and recharge so that I can fight again the next day. In the new month, brothers, continue to support me. Are you giving me guaranteed monthly votes? In the new month, I'll continue to fight to the end. Fight to the end. Everyone, are you giving me your monthly votes? Give them to me. Thank you, Moon Goddessi, for your 50,000 coins. Here's a guaranteed monthly ticket. The rain of arrows rained down. The arrows easily tore through flesh and pierced into bodies. Countless thugs fell to the ground. Instantly, the ground was covered in blood and screams. The fighting strength of these thugs was obvious. They were strong when they bullied the market, but when they met the army, they were like a pile of shit. After 2 waves of arrows, a few hundred people were lying in pools of blood. Who would have thought that they would actually kill them? This wasn't the first time they had caused trouble. When they stopped Madman Lon and the Lon 10 beggars from participating in the exam, they caused trouble too. When the civil and military exams were released, they caused trouble too. When they failed the exams and cried at the temple, they caused trouble too. But he had never gone on a killing spree. The law doesn't punish the masses. This time, we were the ones in the right. It was Xianxia who cheated us of our money. We came to seek justice, but we actually killed them? Kneel, kneel. Bitter Joy ordered. The 10,000 city guards roared, kneel, kneel. Instantly, the thugs who hadn't died all knelt on the ground. Bitter Joy pointed at the rich nobles behind him and said coldly, kneel, all of you kneel. The rich nobles were instantly dissatisfied. Who are we? Everyone here is from a noble family. You're just a Qianhu. You don't even have the right to eat with us. Now you want us to kneel. A son of a count walked out and said calmly, General, my father is an Yuan count. Xianxia cheated us of our money. We are only here to seek justice. Is that wrong? Marquis Chongping's city guards are too domineering. You want us nobles to kneel? I'm afraid you can't take it. Bitter Joy took out a list and looked at the person, and Yuan count's third name, Xianxia. The noble said arrogantly, yes. Bitter Joy shouted coldly, kneel. Xianxia was shocked. He was the son of an Yuan count house. A mere Qianhu dared to ask him to kneel? How dare you? Even if I'm in the crown prince's residence, I don't need to kneel, Xianxia said coldly. Bitterhead Joy waved his hand. 2 warriors from the Nirvana army stepped forward and kicked Wang Xianxia's knee. Bang, he suddenly knelt on the ground. At this moment, Xianxia finally appeared. Everyone looked at him with gritted teeth, wishing they could skin him alive. Xianxia walked up to Xianxia. You didn't buy the golden dragon blood at all. You are a scholar, a student of the Imperial College. Why did you come to my house to cause trouble? Xianxia asked. Xianxia sneered, you dare to do it, but don't dare to let others talk about it. Xianxia, what did I do? Xianxia said, you cheated us of our hard-earned money, can't we get justice for you? Xianxia, in order to escape punishment, you actually mobilized the city guards to start a massacre. This is simply outrageous. Today, you can get the city guards to help you eliminate evil. Tomorrow, will you be able to instruct the city guards to rebel? As expected of a scholar from a noble family. He was very good at slandering people. Xianxia looked at him and sighed, pitiful, pitiful. Xianxia angrily said, what's pitiful about me? I am the legitimate son of the Yuan count house. Isn't my status higher than a son-in-law like you? Xianxia, Marquis House in Yuan won't be your turn. You want to walk the path of imperial examinations, but your talent is too mediocre. You want to rely on the crown prince, but you aren't valued. So, you chose to take the chance and came to my house to cause trouble. I hope the crown prince will see your performance and promote you. These words hit Xianxia's sore spot. How much better can you be, Xianxia? Didn't you take the chance? Didn't you rely on Ningxing to get promoted? Xianxia angrily said, didn't you do it for wealth? How much better can you be than me? Xianxia didn't pay attention to these words. He just took the list and said lightly, Xianxia, you have a business in the capital. You have a pawn shop, but you stole it. And you also have a mortgage business. In order to collect debts, you broke the legs of 7 people and beat 2 to death. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's heart trembled. Xianlang took the red pen and drew a cross in front of Xianxia's name. Xianxia was shocked. What did this cross mean? Without saying a word, bitter joy took out the edict of the monarch. This edict was not an imperial edict. It was written for the people of the capital and had to be pasted everywhere. It was clearly written, recently, the capital has not been peaceful. Bandits have been causing trouble. Their methods are rampant and shocking. In order to let the people live and work in peace, in order to restore peace to the capital, Operation Spring Thunder will be officially launched to sweep away all evil. This edict was written very clearly to ensure that all the people could understand it. But the big seal on it was very shocking. The seal of the monarch. This meant that the so-called Operation Spring Thunder was not the action of the Tianyue governor's office, but the highest will of the monarch. Idiot, you're dead. Xianlang said lightly. Immediately, 2 city guards stepped forward and put the shackles on Xianxia without saying a word. The young master of an Yuan count house was shivering all over. It took a long time before he howled. Shen, spare me. Shen, spare me, I'm willing to redeem myself. I'm willing to report and expose you. I'm willing to submit to the 5th prince. Xianlang was disdainful. Did they really think that the Chongping Marquis' residence was so destitute? Would they accept any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Next, Xianlang looked at the crowd. Then, his fingers began to point out people. That one, and that one, the one with the scar on his face, the one with only half of his eyebrows. As he pointed, the Nirvana guards went in to arrest the people without saying a word. In a short period of time, more than 20 people were arrested. All of them stood trembling in front of Xianlang. Xianlang had already memorized this group of people. These people were the ones who cursed him the most harshly. They made Xianlang sell feces, and made Xianlang's wife receive guests. These were all cursed by them. They were also the ones who splashed feces. Xianlang searched his memory and was shocked to find that half of them were the local ruffians who made a bet with him to eat 5 kilograms of feces. After losing the bet, Xianlang and nearly 1,000 ruffians rushed to the largest manure pond outside the city. More than half of them drowned, and only a few hundred survived. And there were more than 10 people in front of him, and they were all survivors from that time. It was really strange. Being submerged in the manure pond for 15 minutes should be an unforgettable lesson, right? They should be scared to the depths of their souls, right? By right, those who survived should be filled with joy after surviving a disaster. They should cherish their lives and not dare to provoke Xianlang again, right? How long had it been? Half a year. These people had already forgotten and came to provoke Xianlang again. Were people really that forgetful? Yes, people were that forgetful. Some people had just been released from prison and committed a crime in less than 3 days. A gambler had just broken his finger and swore that he would never gamble again, but 3 days later, he went again. At that time, the gauze on his broken finger was still on. Xianlang took the name list. Then he was a little stunned. Ning Zheng's work was actually so meticulous. For this Spring Thunder operation, he was practically risking his life. Of the 25 people in front of him, a total of 24 were on the name list, and only one was not. Xianlang asked that person, "What's your name?" "Tell me." That person trembled all over. I'm not a ruffian, I didn't make any mistakes before." "Xianlang, then what did you do before?" That person said, "I was a waiter." "Xianlang, then why are you here?" "You made me sell feces, and you made my wife receive guests and return money. It's all because of your scolding." "I didn't provoke you, why did you scold me?" That person was so scared that his pants were wet. "Because I failed a blind date, and the girl didn't like me," that person said. "Xianlang, just because of this, you want to curse me, curse my unborn child? Curse my wife? I don't know. Anyway, I'm very angry. I just want to get a woman, I just want to vent my anger." This person was so scared that he almost pissed his pants, but his expression was fierce. His expression made Xianlang's scalp tingle. There were many people like this on Earth. They usually looked honest, but they were full of infinite hatred for the world, and one day, they would suddenly do something shocking. "What's his name, tell me," Xianxia said. That person shook his head desperately. "I won't tell you, even if I die." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "His name is Zhongling." Xianxia added Zhongling's name to the name list, and then drew a cross. Bitter joy took the name list. The city guards pulled these 20 people to the corner. "Kneel." Swish, he raised his hand and slashed down, heads fell to the ground. In the air, there was an incomparably foul smell. Many people were so scared that they peed their pants. Bitterhead Joy roared again, "His Majesty has decreed that this spring thunder operation must be thorough and not leave any blind spots. It doesn't matter how high your family's nobility is, or how great your contributions are, it's all useless. Kneel." A thunderous roar echoed. The rich kids present all knelt on the ground. Xianxia took the name list. He swept his gaze across the rich and powerful young masters. Those who were swept by his gaze directly trembled and almost fainted. This was almost a direct stare of death. It was too scary. Which of the rich kids present didn't have a few hooligans under them? Which one of them didn't bully others? Which one of them didn't do bad things? The deterioration of the security in the capital was mostly caused by them. Most of the hooligans who came out to cause trouble, half of them did the dirty work for them. As long as they were on this name list, they would draw a cross. One life would be spared. Xianxia really drew a cross on each name. The meaning of the monarch was also clear. This spring thunder operation couldn't only target the hooligans, but also the leaders of the gangs, as well as the nobles behind them. They had to be killed until they were terrified. The battle that would topple the country was about to begin, and the capital had to be completely cleaned up. Otherwise, when the battle situation changed, it would be easier for chaos to occur. When Xianxia drew a cross, it meant that one life was lost. Were they wronged? Not at all. Ning Zheng's work was too meticulous, or these rich kids were too rough. They didn't cover up the murder and arson. Of course, they didn't do it themselves, but they were the masterminds. Some hooligans might have been killed by mistake. But these rich kids definitely weren't wronged. He spent dozens of red crosses. Then Xianxia asked, "My dear friends, I heard that I cheated you of money?" Dead silence. No words. Xianxia picked up the red pen again, squatted down in front of a rich kid, and asked, "What's your name? Tell me." "No, no, no. How could Shen cheat us of our money? There's no such thing, no such thing." Xianxia asked, "Then what's going on?" The rich kid said, "We volunteered to donate that money. A war is about to break out. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the country, not to mention we are enjoying the grace of the country. That's why we took the initiative to send money and donate." Xianxia asked, "Oh? Really? Really, really?" The rich kid nodded furiously. Xianxia asked, "I really didn't cheat you of your money?" "No, no." The rich kid patted his chest and said, "Who dares to slander Shen like that? I'll be the first to disagree. I, Wang Ling, will fight him." "Oh, you're that Wang Ling. I didn't know you were so smart," Xianxia asked. "Then what does the so-called golden dragon blood mean?" That rich kid, Wang Ling, said, "Shen saw that we were weak, so he specially made a tonic for us. After I drank it, my body was indeed much better." "Thank you, Shen, thank you, Shen." Xianxia asked, "That 6,000 gold coins really has nothing to do with the golden dragon blood?" Wang Ling shook his head furiously and said, "It has nothing to do with it at all. We volunteered to donate the 6,000 gold coins. That golden tonic was given to us by Shen for free." Xianxia patted his shoulder and said, "Wang Ling, you're good. You're not bad." Then, Xianxia took out a voluntary contribution letter of honor and said, "Wang Ling, it's good that you volunteered to donate 6,000 gold coins to the army. The monarch will be happy too. But you can't do a good deed without leaving your name. Come, sign your name. I want to make a big glory roll. The names of all the people who donated have to be written on it. Bring glory to our ancestors. Yes, yes, bring glory to our ancestors." Wang Ling took the pen and signed his name on the voluntary contribution letter of honor and even put his fingerprint on it. "Young Master Wang, not bad, not bad." Xianxia said, "Take this donation letter home." Then, a red book was really handed to Wang Ling. "Go home, go home," Xianxia said. Wang Ling cowed out and said, "Thank you, Shen. Thank you, Shen. I will definitely cherish this honor." Then he took the certificate and ran away as fast as he could. The city guard's encirclement indeed made an opening, allowing him to run out. Wang Ling ran a few miles in one breath, then squatted on the ground and wailed. "It was not easy, but I finally survived. I was scared to death. Father, mother, I was scared to death." Outside Marquis Chongping's mansion, someone moved a table over. Xianxia decided to work on the spot. "Who else among you volunteered to donate? Come up and sign and leave your fingerprints. Then, take the certificate of honor and go home." Instantly, these rich kids all went up to sign. Money was important, but their lives were more important. This time, they were cheated of 6,000 gold coins. Just let it go. Xianxia was too scary. They couldn't afford to offend him. Not only did he cheat them of their money, but he also wanted their lives. The situation in front of them was very clear. If they didn't sign and leave their fingerprints, they wouldn't be able to leave. They would become targets of Operation Spring Thunder. "What? You're innocent? An upright person isn't afraid of a crooked shadow?" Instantly, the group of rich kids lined up to sign, saying that they were volunteering to donate 6,000 gold coins. They were doing it for the country and that Xianxia had never cheated them of their money. Signing was signing, but these people were cursing in their hearts. "Xianxia, you little bastard, you're too vicious. Despicable and shameless. You're giving birth without sex." But what happened next made them not dare to curse in their hearts. Another rich kid went up to ask for an autograph, saying that he was volunteering to donate. In the end, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "No, you don't need to sign. Someone, bring 6,000 gold coins." Soon, a box of gold coins was placed in front of him. "We won't take your money. We'll send it to your family and return it in full." Hearing this, the rich kid was scared out of his wits. What did this mean? I can't even give my money away. Xianxia, right? You've committed a heinous crime, yet you're still trying to buy peace with money. What do you think the country's law is? A dirty deal? Xianxia said angrily, "You're on the list of Operation Spring Thunder. Let your family prepare for their funeral." Hearing this, the rich kid knelt and kowtowed desperately. "Shen, benefactor Shen, Grandpa Shen, spare me, I'm volunteering to donate. I also want to love my country. Grandpa Shen, spare me." Xianxia waved his hand. "Take him down." The city. Guards went forward and handcuffed the rich kid and stuffed him into the prison cart. The rich kids present were scared out of their wits again. "So, they're willing to take our money and cheat us of it because they think highly of us. Some people can't even give their money away." Therefore, these people didn't dare to scold Xianxia anymore. They prayed desperately. "Xianxia, please don't return my money. Please don't. Please let me sign and donate the money smoothly." But there were always unlucky people. Out of every 30 people, one would be caught to return the money, handcuffed, and stuffed into the prison cart. 4 hours later, thousands of rich kids signed and put their fingerprints on the money. They took the honorable certificate of voluntary donation and went home crying. From now on, there was no need to mention Xianxia's cheating of money. You all donated voluntarily. You even cried and knelt down to beg for money. 30 unlucky people successfully got their money back, but they lost their lives. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. At this point, the attack on Xianxia by thousands of rich kids had officially ended. The so-called Xianxia cheating of money had also ended. The hundreds of corpses left behind were quickly cleaned up. But at least for a long time, no one dared to go near Marquis Chongping's residence. Because too many people had died here. Everything that happened on Xianxia's side was only a part of the Spring Thunder operation. His side seemed a little absurd. And the Spring Thunder operation in most parts of the capital appeared solemn and serious. The moment the heavily armed city guards entered the capital, it caused a complete shock. Then, all the city gates were closed. The city guards went from house to house to arrest people according to the name list. Those who dared to resist were all killed without mercy. For a time, the capital was in a state of panic. The gangsters and gangs that had run amok in the past few months were almost uprooted. And this Spring Thunder operation was not only within the scope of the capital. It gradually spread to the surrounding cities and counties. In just a few days, tens of thousands of people were arrested, almost all of the prisons were filled to the brim. The Supreme Court, Pinggan County, Wanyan County, the Admiral's Office, and even the Tianyuan Military Governor's Office had to send a large number of officials to conduct public trials. According to the will of the monarch, everything was strict. So, there were beheadings on the execution ground every day. At first, there were onlookers, but later, no one dared to watch. They felt their scalps go numb and they even had nightmares. Every day, a large number of prison wagons left the capital. The criminals who were slightly less guilty were all sent to various mines to serve labor. All the commoners saw that the tyrannical and incomparably powerful heroes were all like dead dogs. They were either beheaded or exiled. You, a strong man, have martial arts? That was even worse. All the tendons in your hands and feet were directly cut and sent to the mines. Many of the gang leaders in the capital could be said to be able to summon wind and rain. They had countless disciples and disciples under them. A little word from them could determine a person's fate. The rules of the market, the rules of the brothel, the rules of the people's market, and the rules of the car dealership were all decided by them. If you disobeyed, they would ban you and sink you into the river. Some of these strong men were even officials. At the very least, they were thousands of households in the civilian army. Some even had a non-staff identity in the Blackwater platform. These people were all rich. They often said, "There's nothing we can't do in the capital. Everything on the surface is up to the officials. The things under the surface, they had the final say." That was how arrogant they were. After Xianxia was deposed and Ningjing became the commander of Tianyue, the security of the capital deteriorated greatly. The main culprits were these gang leaders. The purpose was very simple. It was to show Ningjing's incompetence for Xianxia. To let the world see clearly how good the order of the capital was when Commander Xianxia was here. The people lived and worked in peace. Now that Ningjing came to power, the capital was in chaos and the people had no way to live. It could be seen how incompetent Ningjing was. He was even a bad and corrupt official. In fact, their strategy was really successful. The people in the capital all scolded Ningjing. They wouldn't look for the root cause of the chaos in the capital. They would only be led by public opinion. Fortunately, the monarch was strong-willed and had a profound view of the problem. If it were a more muddle-headed emperor, Ningjing's future would basically be over. These gang members caused chaos in the capital while flattering the crown prince and the third prince. Ningjing's performance at the sacrificial ceremony was unprecedentedly perfect. Then, did these gang leaders restrain themselves? They were shocked for a long time, and then, it became more and more intense. 3 days after the sacrificial ceremony, the security of the capital deteriorated to the extreme. There were hundreds of robberies, murders, and kidnappings. The market was even more chaotic, and Ningjing, the commander, was in a terrible situation. However, these gang leaders did this for another purpose. They wanted to negotiate with Ningjing, just like they had with every previous commander. In order to fight for more favorable conditions, they naturally had to put great pressure on Ningjing. That was why there were so many crimes in the capital in the past few days. Then, they waited for Ningjing to send people to negotiate with them. These gang leaders felt that the capital couldn't do without them. They had to maintain the order of the underground. But they didn't expect Ningjing's reaction to be so intense. Such a killing spree, it was an unprecedented purge in decades. Moreover, the monarch personally issued an edict and even bypassed the Blackwater platform. There really wasn't any news of it beforehand. When the army entered the city and the storm began, it was already too late for them to respond. One gang after another was uprooted. They were beheaded every day. These gang leaders all went to visit their backers. In the end, they were all given the cold shoulder. Ningjing didn't have any backers in the court. This was a disadvantage, but it was also an advantage because there were no interests involved. With the Shangfang sword in hand, he could kill whoever he wanted. It was useless no matter who came to beg for mercy. Of course, there must have been people who begged for mercy in the beginning. For the first time, the civil and military officials of the court condescended to visit Ningxing. For the first time, they were amiable and said that it was convenient for them, and that they would definitely repay them in the future. These officials were all of high ranks and were very experienced. They thought that Ningxing would definitely take their feelings into consideration. After all, they were all big shots. You're just a prince without any foundation. We gave you a chance to owe you a favor. Why didn't you accept it? In the end, Ningxing was impartial. He didn't give face to anyone. He handled things impartially. Those who should be arrested were arrested, and those who should be killed were killed. This infuriated many big shots, but it also shocked many people. They didn't know that Ningxing was so brave. Didn't he want to fight for the throne? How could he not care about the feelings of the officials? Without their support, how could he fight for the throne? Then what was Ningxing thinking? He was truly selfless and open-minded. He only did what he thought was right. He didn't care about the rest of the ways of the world. He didn't even care about the success of the throne. If he wanted to do things, couldn't he be overcautious? Afraid of offending this and that, how could he be an emperor then? But if the fire continued to burn, it would have no boundaries. It might even burn his own head. Plum Breaker Gang, the name sounded artistic. They were in the business of human trafficking. Of course, they didn't sell slaves. That was illegal. But many rich and noble families could buy manservants, servants, and women from brothels. It was also a lucrative business. The Plum Breaker Gang was in the human trafficking business. They transported women from the western region, primitive women from the depths of the mountains, and so on. The amount of money involved every year was huge. These businesses weren't illegal. But, the people who did this kind of business basically had no instincts. What couldn't they do for profit? This group of people worked with the beggar gang. The beggars would abduct children and sell them to the Plum Breaker Gang. The Plum Breaker Gang would nurture the children for a few years before selling them to the rich at a high price before they turned 16 or 17. In this Spring Thunder operation, Ningxing saved hundreds of children from the Plum Breaker Gang's secret bases. How heartless! In a rage, Ningxing ordered the execution of hundreds of beggars who abducted children. Then, through the beggar gang's account books, they found the Plum Breaker Gang. The Plum Breaker Gang's backer was none other than Duke Bianzhao's third son, Bianqing. He was Duke Bianzhao's biological son. He had studied in the capital for 3 years. Last year, he passed the Jinchi exam and became a Qianhu in the Northern Army. When he was in the capital, Consort Bian was like his own child. Now, everyone looked at Ningxing with schadenfreude. Weren't you impartial? Now that Consort Bian's people and Duke Bianzhao's son are involved, what are you going to do? Can you still enforce the law impartially? In the end, Ningxing didn't even consult the monarch and ordered the arrest of the Plum Breaker Gang. The entire Plum Breaker Gang was uprooted. However, the Plum Breaker Gang's leader was only the nominal owner. Its real owner was a great scholar, Lian Jin. This person's reputation was second only to the empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake. He had written countless beautiful poems and was idolized by the brothels in the capital. He was one of those great scholars who didn't need money to sleep with the courtesans, but the courtesans had to pay for it. He wasn't just a scholar, he was also a martial scholar. He was a true genius in both literature and martial arts. He was 23 years old this year. He had no intention of becoming an official and didn't participate in the examinations either. All he did was write poems and indulge himself in flowers. He was practically an idol. He also had another identity. He was Bianzhao's niece's son-in-law, Bianqing's best friend, and classmate. When Ningxing found out that he was the mastermind behind the Plum Breaker Gang, he was completely stunned. This person had a great reputation. He was a handsome young master. In Ningxing's heart, this person was one of his own. In the future, when his position was more stable, he would personally recruit this young master. He even felt that there might be a place for him in the future. Who would have thought that so many atrocious things were actually done by this young master Luan Hua? How many beautiful poems did he write? How gentle was he? He took pity on women, took pity on the poor. His reputation was more than 10 times better than Xianlang's. These children were all 3 or 4 years old, yet they were abducted from their parents just like that. It was insane. One might know a person's face but not his heart. This handsome young master was actually such a beast and a wolf. 2 guests came to Xianlang's house. They were Duke Bianzhao's niece and 3rd young master Bianzhao's best friend, Lian Jin. It was Xianlang's first time seeing this Lian Jin. His clothes were whiter than snow. He was indeed a handsome young master. The Lian Jin was very reserved and elegant. "Shen, I'm holding a poetry meeting in 3 days. Will you go with Dreamy Cloud Lake? Just for fun." "I'm not going," Xianlang said coldly. The Lian Jin was stunned. Was this Xianlang's face? Did he not know how to be a human? In an instant, the smiles on his and his wife's faces turned cold. The Lian Jin said, "Shen, why don't you persuade His Highness Ningxing?" "No way," Xianlang said. The Lian Jin said coldly, "Shen, a person might be unlucky one day in their life, so they especially need the help of friends." At this moment, Bianzhao's niece Bianqing said directly, "Xianlang, Bianqing has a share in the plum snapping gang's business. He's my uncle Duke Bianzhao's pride, and consort Bian treats him like her own son. Could it be that you want to burn the fire on Bianqing and Bianfei? When that happens, can you bear the consequences? If Ningxing wants to fight for the throne, his biggest backer is our Bian family. If his head isn't clear, are you, as his advisor, not clear as well?" Xianlang raised his teacup and said, "Send the guests off." The Lian Jin's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Young Master Xianlang, the Spring Thunder operation this time was very good. It made the entire capital clean, no doors closed at night, and the people praised it. It's already very successful. But if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. The fire will burn you in the end. I'm not clean about the plum snapping gang. Not only will I implicate Consort Bien, I'll also implicate you. In this case, you're not clean either." When he said this, Xianlang couldn't help but be stunned. This is the plum snapping gang's secret account book. "Shen, look carefully. Is the Golden Mountain Pavilion your family's business? Does the shopkeeper send you money every month? The Golden Mountain Pavilion also has a share in the plum snapping gang's business. Xianlang, you're not clean either. You also receive money from the plum snapping gang every month." Xianlang took the account book and took a look. As expected, the records were very clear. In the past few months, the Lianhua Pavilion, where the plum snapping gang was located, had been sending money to the Golden Mountain Pavilion. Someone was truly scheming and would resort to all sorts of methods. They pushed the inhumane business onto him. Bianqing wasn't the only one behind this person. It was very complicated. The Spring Thunder operation had implicated the plum snapping gang, so the bomb had been detonated prematurely. The Lian Jin looked at Xianlang. "If something happens to me, then this account book will be exposed to the world. You won't be able to escape either. So, Xianlang, I can't let anything happen to me. Go talk to Ningxing. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to change his mind." After he finished speaking, the flower-loving Prince Lian Jin patted Xianlang's shoulder and walked outside with a big smile on his face. "Xianlang, we're on the same boat. Don't get yourself into trouble." Xianlang smiled. "Alright, don't worry. I'll definitely convince His Highness Ningxing. Young Master Shen really knows how to adapt to circumstances. Goodbye." The flower-lover Prince Lian Jin left with his wife. Xianlang waved his hand. A few figures walked in. "Get ready. Kill the entire Lian Jin family, including Bianqing." "Yes." 13. Xianxia walked in. "The Yinyuan gang will be mobilized in 3 days. They'll make a big move against me. That day, I'll raise the Yinyuan gang's headquarters to the ground. Note, the first update is up. I'll eat something and continue writing. I'll definitely surpass 15,000. Today. The monthly votes ranking is super tight. Sirs, if you have the votes, please help me, reward 30,000 coins. Thank you, Bay de da, Sineo, wash chrysanthemum only for the fated, mantis shrimp we run, Wuji re die, Cronus, it's not easy to read and write. Golden Mountain Pavilion was the property of the Kim family in the capital. Ever since Shenlang entered the capital, Golden Mountain Pavilion basically only had one mission: to earn money for young Master Shen wholeheartedly. The profits of Golden Mountain Pavilion didn't even need to be handed over to the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. It could all be handed over to Shenlang. Because the in-laws knew that Shenlang had to wear the best clothes, eat the best food, and drink the best wine. Hence, Golden Mountain Pavilion's only mission was to maintain Shenlang's extravagant lifestyle. As for Jin Muzong, he couldn't even finish spending 10 gold coins every month. He just had to spend it casually. Then how much money did Golden Mountain Pavilion make every year? After deducting all the costs, the net profit was more than a few thousand gold coins. This profit was already very shocking. This was the profit of a single store, and there was only one store in the entire capital. Then what did this Golden Mountain Pavilion sell? Luxury goods, all luxury goods. Gucci, Gucci, Prada, Prada. There was nothing here. Golden Mountain Pavilion sold things that women couldn't refuse. For example, facial masks, perfume, shampoo, soap, glass necklaces, glass earrings, etc. Including nearsighted glasses and presbyopic glasses that were on sale recently. A few months ago, they even put cigarettes on sale. In short, if you didn't have tens of thousands of gold coins, you didn't even need to enter this store. There was only one word for what was inside: expensive. Besides daily necessities, everything else was limited. There were even some things that could only be bought by the nobles. No matter how rich the merchants were, they came in and saw something they liked and wanted to buy it. Sorry, the shopkeeper would politely tell them that it was a sample and not for sale. The store was out of stock. An hour later, a count came to buy it and it was available again. In the end, people just fell for it. What he was buying was to show off, to save face. Business wasn't very good, but it was popular throughout the capital. If a rich lady didn't use Golden Mountain Pavilion's perfume and facial masks, she wouldn't be qualified to attend formal events. Later, Golden Mountain Pavilion started to sell a small amount of highly designed underwear and pants. It was still popular among the top nobles. Because it was too tempting. The women stood in front of the mirror in Golden Mountain Pavilion's tight-fitting attire. Even though they scored 70 out of 100, they still became stunningly beautiful, causing their husbands to be infatuated with them. Of course, anything that became popular would definitely have a pirated version. The items of the Golden Mountain Pavilion were no exception. There were quite a few whose products were exactly the same as the Golden Mountain Pavilion's. Even the golden logos were the same. However, the strange thing was that Shenlang was out of the country at that time and didn't have the time to crack down on the counterfeits. In the end, the nobles in the capital took action and destroyed all the counterfeit goods. Moreover, in many gatherings of noble ladies, they would openly take out their own items to verify the authenticity. At this time, if you dared to use counterfeit goods, you would be kicked out of this circle. It turned out that these noble circles had spent a lot of money to use Golden Mountain Pavilion's items, and they would protect Golden Mountain Pavilion's prestige. Now, some lowly people actually want to use the same thing as us, and it's even fake. Do you think you deserve it? Therefore, before Shenlang could make a move, these counterfeits were already destroyed. The strangest thing was that all the nobles were clearly enemies with Shenlang. They were fighting to the death. But even though they knew that the Golden Mountain Pavilion was Shenlang's business, they didn't boycott it at all. Instead, they were proud of it. Of course, this Golden Mountain Pavilion was just a product of Shenlang's spare time. He didn't take it to heart at all. In fact, he didn't even design many of the products now. Although this shop earned a shocking amount of profits every year, compared to the speed at which Shenlang squandered, it was insignificant. Master Lang had spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins in a few months. Not to mention a luxury shop, even if he opened a gold account, it probably wouldn't be enough for him to squander. Want to make money? Sorry, I just cheated 5 million gold coins. Oh, no, I made 5 million gold coins. However, to the shopkeeper of the Golden Mountain Pavilion, Jin Wan, this was all she had. This woman used to be Mulan's wet nurse. She was naturally sociable, so she had always been in charge of the Kim clan's side home. After taking charge of the Golden Mountain Pavilion, she was considered an influential figure in the capital's fashion circle. However, Xianxia didn't interact much with her because she was already in her 40s. Every time, she came to check the accounts with Binger. At this moment, the shopkeeper of the Golden Mountain Pavilion, Jin Wan, was kneeling in front of Xianxia. Her charming face was pale and her body was trembling. Xianxia carefully looked at the account book. Half a year ago, the Golden Mountain Pavilion invested in the Compassionate Flower Pavilion? Xianxia asked. Yes. Jin Wan said. Xianxia looked at the investment contract. There was no problem at all. This was a normal business cooperation. To Xianxia, this matter was insignificant. He didn't even need to look at it. Jin Wan had reported it to Binger. Binger's face was pale. She trembled and said, "Young master, did I get into trouble? I was the one who agreed to this. I even specially investigated. This Compassionate Flower Pavilion's concubine Bien donated something." The words on the Compassionate Flower Pavilion were written by concubine Bien. At that time, our relationship with concubine Bien was already very close. This matter was too deep. Bottomless, the Compassionate Flower Pavilion sounded like a brothel, right? Actually, it wasn't. It was a very noble organization. It was half business, half charity organization. On the surface, it had nothing to do with the human trafficking Snap Plum gang. Firstly, it was an auction house. Secondly, a large portion of the money it earned from auctions was used to feed those homeless orphans. Secondly, it was an academy that specialized in taking in poor children to study. In short, this Compassionate Flower Pavilion was very high class. It was precisely because of this that concubine Bien donated something to it, and even wrote something for it. Concubine Bien loved children. Her biggest regret in life was not being able to give birth to a child. The Compassionate Flower Pavilion took in some homeless children and taught them how to study. Of course it touched her heart. Furthermore, this young master Lian Hua was her niece's son-in-law. He was a good friend of her nephew Bianqing. Under Lian Jin's wife Bianqing's persistent pestering, concubine Bien finally agreed to write something for the Compassionate Flower Pavilion. In her eyes, this was not against the rules at all, and there was no suspicion of interfering in politics. With concubine Bien's inscription, the reputation of the Compassionate Flower Pavilion and young master Lian Hua rose to another level. It was like the incarnation of an angel. At that time, Jin Wan had agreed to cooperate with the Compassionate Flower Pavilion precisely because of this. The Golden Mountain Pavilion would entrust a few limited edition luxury items to the Compassionate Flower Pavilion to auction. Furthermore, every year, the Golden Mountain Pavilion would donate a sum of money to the Compassionate Flower Pavilion to help those poor children. Lian Jin, the Compassionate Flower Pavilion, became famous and had an angelic reputation because he managed the Compassionate Flower Pavilion. It was also because of this that Ningjing felt that this person was very talented. However, who knew that he was the mastermind behind the human trafficking organization, the Snapping Plum Gang? The Snapping Plum Gang's reputation was not very good, but they did not violate the law. Because it was the beggar gang that made money from kidnapping children. However, this beggar gang was only working for the Compassionate Flower Pavilion. Lian Jin was a very smart person. He actually made 2 layers of isolation. On the surface, he was an angel that did charity, but behind the scenes, he was doing the dirtiest and most sinful business. This Lian Jin was very impressive. Awesome, awesome, with such an impressive move, it was obvious that the Yingyuan gang was behind this. A few months ago, they had dragged concubine Bien and Xianxia into this mess. If Xianxia's guess was correct, at a crucial moment, the Yingyuan gang would blow up this shocking scandal. The noble Compassionate Flower Pavilion was actually involved in the evil business of kidnapping and selling innocent children. Then, they dragged concubine Bien and Xianxia into it, causing a shocking scandal. Moreover, concubine Bien and Xianxia would not be able to clear their names. However, they did not expect that Ningjing's Spring Thunder operation would directly sweep over the Compassionate Flower Pavilion. Then there was a question. How secretive was it that the Compassionate Flower Pavilion Lian Jin was the mastermind behind the Snapping Plum Gang? Even concubine Bian was fooled, so how did Ningjing find out? Did the Inyuan gang purposely leak the news? No, this lowly official found out, Lunatic Lon said. You also know that this lowly official has a photographic memory and has been in the beggar gang for a long time. I know the dirty things at the bottom like the back of my hand. Most importantly, when I was in the beggar gang, I once saw them kidnap an extremely beautiful little girl. A few of my brothers and I wanted to save her, but we failed. Lon 1, Lon 6, and Lon 7 all had their limbs broken. That was a few years ago. In terms of character, Lunatic Lon and the 10 Lon brothers could be considered to be untainted by the mud among the beggars. Lunatic Lon continued. Just a few days ago, I went to the Golden Mountain Pavilion to buy something for Xian Nu. Shenlang was stunned. Lunatic Lon, you're getting arrogant. You even dared to enter a place as extravagant as the Golden Mountain Pavilion? Ah, I almost forgot, this place was opened by me. Continue. Lunatic Lon said. In the end, I discovered that the beautiful girl who received me was the little girl that I wanted to save back then but failed. I asked around and found out that she was sent to the Golden Mountain Pavilion by the Compassionate Flower Pavilion to study. Therefore, I made a bold deduction that the Compassionate Flower Pavilion might not be clean. In the end, after an investigation, it was indeed the most evil place in the world. So that's how it was, Lunatic Lon said. Young master, are the consequences of this matter very serious? Shenlang nodded. Fortunately, you found out early. Otherwise, by the time those kidnapped girls were sent to my home, or even to my bed, it would be too late. It really was impossible to guard against. The relationship between the Compassionate Flower Pavilion and Shenlang had unknowingly become so close. In fact, the Golden Mountain Pavilion had already recruited a large number of girls from the Compassionate Flower Pavilion Academy. The Compassionate Flower Gentleman was right. This matter was not something that Shenlang could wash clean. Young master, what should we do? Lunatic Lon asked. Once the Compassionate Flower Gentleman Lianjin was caught, the scandal of the Compassionate Flower Pavilion would be exposed. It would drag Consort Bien, and even Shenlang's Golden Mountain Pavilion into the water. As expected, the Great Sweep had landed on his head. A fire had landed on his head. Shenlang was fine. He didn't care about his reputation, nor did he care about his face. Consort Bien was a person with a clean reputation. There was almost no stain on her. Moreover, there really was no stain on her, and she wasn't hypocritical. She was also Ningjing's greatest backer in the palace. Once the Compassionate Flower Pavilion was investigated, it was equivalent to tarnishing Consort Bien's reputation. Shenlang said, Your Highness, what do you think? Ningjing was silent for a moment. Justice is in the hearts of the people. This saying is false. Because most people don't care about the truth, and don't pursue true justice. But this saying is the truth, because justice is in my heart. Well said. This was the reason why Shenlang admired Ningjing. He understood everything, could see through everything, but could still maintain a pure heart. With a wise heart, one wouldn't be deceived, and could see through the truth. With an almost foolish perseverance, one wouldn't give up halfway, and would follow thousands of people. I want to do this. Shenlang said, All right, then let's do it. He had always been very smart. He was good at martial arts outside of poetry, good at resolving crises without any form, and good at playing both sides without losing anything. But there were some things. It was either one or the other. There was no way to play both sides. The Compassionate Flower Gentleman Lianjin was drinking by himself. His wife Bianqin said, Husband, we have everything. Why do we have to do that kind of dirty business? Lianjin said, We don't have everything. If we didn't have this business, where would we get the mountains of gold and silver every year? Where would we get the power and status? Without this money, how would we run the Compassionate Flower Pavilion and the Compassionate Flower Academy? How would we have this holy reputation? How would we be able to rise to the top of the upper class? Or to put it in a more ugly way, if I didn't have such a reputation 2 years ago, would you have married me? If I didn't have this reputation, would I have been able to pass both the literary and military examinations? Would I be able to be best friends with Bianqing? I'm already 32 years old, and I'm just a boy from a poor family. 32 years old, wasn't this Lian Jin 23 years old? If I didn't have power and status, I wouldn't even be able to change my name and age. Lian Jin laughed, this world is just a game field. Only the bold and evil can play. Bianqing said, Shenlang is a madman. Of course he wouldn't dare to do this to me. But I'm worried that he will capture husband, or even kill you, husband. Ha 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 ha. Lian Jin laughed, so what if Shenlang is powerful? Isn't he still being played by me? Capture me? Kill me? Dream on. I'm already a famous scholar in the capital, and the Lianhua Pavilion and Lianhua Academy are noble places. Once I'm captured, the scandal will be exposed. Even if Shenlang can't get away with it, Bian Fei and the Bian family will be dragged into it. Bian Fei is Ning Zhang's biggest backer, does he have the guts? No way. The 4 or 5 receptionists in Shenlang's Golden Mountain Pavilion are all kidnapped girls, and they all represent evil. Shenlang takes money from me every month, how can he clear his name? The new signboard of the Lianhua Academy was even written by Bian Fei. Shenlang looks powerful, but he's a rat, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. It's a pity that this matter was exposed too early, or else when I sent those kidnapped girls to his bed, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. Ridiculous Shenlang, ridiculous Ning Zheng. The so-called Operation Spring Thunder can only end with a strong start and a weak finish. These two idiots are asking for trouble. Now they must hate me to the core, but they can't do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. At this time, dense footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a few warriors rushed in. Young master, madam, it's not good, Shenlang has sent people to kill us. This was a warrior under Lian Jin. Young miss, young master, it's not good, the enemy is coming. This was a warrior of the Bian family. Instantly, Lian Jin and Bianqing were shocked, they couldn't believe their ears. Is Shenlang crazy? Is Ningxing crazy? Wife, you have a noble status, you are Bian Fei's niece, go stop them. Lian Jin said. Bianqing didn't say anything and rushed out. And Lian Jin opened a secret passage, planning to escape. Ku Tu Huan brought thousands of Nirvana army soldiers and surrounded Lian Jin's huge mansion. And all the Nirvana army soldiers were wearing black armor, not the armor from before. They looked like the Ku Tu Huan bandits from before, and not the army of Marquis Chongping's mansion. Bianqing pointed at Ku Tu Huan and said angrily, how dare you, I am Bian Fei's niece, you dare to offend me, scram. Ku Tu Huan didn't say anything and waved his hand, kill. So, arrows rained down, be it Bianqing's warriors or Lian Jin's warriors, they were all killed. Kill. The Nirvana army soldiers raised their broadswords and cut them in half. In a short moment, even the hundreds of warriors of the Jin family were killed without a trace. The city guards rushed into Lianhua young master's huge mansion. They captured Lian Jin's entire family, including Bian Fei's niece Bianqing. Lian Jin escaped from the mansion through a secret passage and ran in a certain direction. Yinyuan Society's headquarters in the state of Yu, Grace Tower. It was the 7-story skyscraper. He wasn't from Yinyuan Society, but was recruited by Yinyuan Society. Xu Bodeo and Xu Tingyu felt that this person was a talent. Originally, Lian Jin only wanted to earn his own money and reputation, and didn't want to drag Shenlang down with him. But he had to listen to Yinyuan Society's orders. Even his business was so big, and his reputation was so big, because of Yinyuan Society. Yinyuan Society knew all his secrets and lifeblood. Xu Tingyu told him to drag Shenlang and Bian Fei down with him, so he could only do as he was told. Calculating the time, it was just after Sunan was eliminated. Yinyuan Society controlled the state of Wu to fail in their attack on Nutiao City, so they thought of ways to deal with Shenlang and Bian Fei. Because Bian Fei had taken Ningxing as her adopted son. The key was, this could only be considered as a chess piece of Yinyuan Society, and they planned to detonate it after 2 or 3 years. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful Yinyuan Society was. Lianhua young master knew that as long as he escaped to Yinyuan Society, he would be safe. Because in the state of Yu, there was no one that Yinyuan Society couldn't protect. Whether it was hiding him or sending him to another country, it was a piece of cake for Yinyuan Society. After confirming that he was safe, Lian Jin turned around and looked in the direction of his mansion. His mansion was dozens of acres in size, even more than a viscount's. What a pity, it was completely destroyed. Shenlang, I won't let you off. I'll be like a venomous snake, watching you at all times. Once I find an opportunity, I guarantee that I'll bite you to death with a single bite. I'll kill your entire family. Lian Jin gritted his teeth and swore. Then, he continued running toward the Inyuan Society's headquarters, Grace Pavilion. However, suddenly, someone blocked his path. Lian Jin trembled. However, he was overjoyed. Just one person, then what do I have to fear? I, Lian Jin, am an expert who passed the martial examination. Without saying a word, Lian Jin pulled out his hidden blade and charged toward that person. Swish, just one slash. With just one slash, the opponent severed two of Lian Jin's legs. It was a woman, Sword King Li Qianqiu's wife, Lady Qiu. She grabbed Lian Jin by the neck and ran toward Marquis Chongping's residence. Bian Qin, Bian Fei's niece, said coldly, "Lackey, tell Shenlang to come here." "I don't talk to lackeys." Bitter Joy did not reply and put on his twisted mask. Bian Qin said, "I am Bian Fei's niece, Duke Bian Zhao's niece. Who dares to touch me? Who dares to touch my family?" Bitter Joy waved his hand, swish 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 swish, the mounted gangsters under his command began a massacre. In the blink of an eye, everyone from Lian Jin's family was killed. Bian Qin was completely stunned. Then, she was tied up, her mouth stuffed with a rag, and thrown into a box. Those who killed Lian Jin's family, the bandits are happy. Bitterhead Joy even wrote a few bloody words on the wall. Those who killed Lian Jin's family, the Great Tao is happy. A moment later, in the basement of Marquis Chongping's residence, Lian Jin and Bian Zhao's niece, Bian Qin, both knelt in front of Shenlang. "Shenlang, how dare you? I want to see Bian Fei, I want to see His Majesty." Bian Qin shouted, "Where is Ningxing? Tell him to come out, tell him to come out. Without the support of the Bian family, how can he fight for the throne? Tell him to come out and see me." Lian Jin raised his head and smiled at Shenlang. Even if his tendons were broken, he had to maintain his composure. Shenlang laughed, "Lian Jin, you want to harm me? You listened to Shubodeo's orders to harm me?" Lian Jin laughed, "Shenlang, how can a man not be stabbed in the pugilistic world? Am I right?" Even in such a situation, he had to maintain the state of a wise man and negotiate with Shenlang. At the very least, he couldn't lose to Shenlang in terms of acting tough. Well said, how can a man not be stabbed in the pugilistic world?" Shenlang laughed. Then, he slashed down with his saber. The Flower Prince's family jewels were severed. Blood spurted out. Finally, the Flower Prince's composure was gone. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, he let out a blood-curdling scream. He had been castrated. He was a renowned talent. How many beauties could he have had? Now, he had no tools. On the other hand, Bian Qin was completely stunned, and then she hissed at Shenlang, "Shenlang, you actually dared to injure my husband? You've completely offended the Bian family. You're finished, you're finished." Shenlang stepped forward and slashed her neck with his sharp saber. Instantly, blood gushed out. Bian Qin looked at Shenlang in disbelief, unable to speak because of the blood in her mouth. A moment later, she fell to the ground, dead. Shenlang looked at Lian Jin. "Did you think I would negotiate with you? That I would want to know your secret with the hidden Yuan society? That you're colluding with the crown prince? You're thinking too much. If I want to deal with someone, I don't need a reason. Making me unhappy is the biggest reason. You're so amazing, Flower Prince. You dare to act cool in front of me? How can one not be stabbed in the pugilistic world?" Well said, well said. Then take the knife. Wu Lai, execute this bastard. He must be cut 1,000 times before he dies. Yes. A moment later, the Flower Prince's miserable screams came from the basement. Shenlang could not bear to see such a scene. But he knew in his heart that this person was miserable, and that was enough. Shenlang entered the palace. He told the monarch and concubine Bian the whole story in detail. "I killed Lian Jin's entire family in the name of the thief, Bitter Joy. So tomorrow's spring thunder operation will rise to a new level. Lian Jin, that bastard, was killed by me. He's probably not dead yet. His wife, Bian Qin. I killed her too. Hearing this, Bian Fei's body trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. Then, countless tears gushed out. She was completely speechless. She could not even stand or sit down. How could this happen? She had been to the Flower Prince Academy. Those children were so cute and pitiful. That place was so nice. That was why she donated things and did not resist her niece's instigation to nominate for the Flower Prince Academy. How could there be such an ugly thing in this world? How could some people be so evil? And his niece, what did she have? She had all the glory and wealth. Why did she help the evildoer? Why did she use me together with her evil husband? I'm her biological aunt, after all. Of course, Bian Fei did not know that there were female flatterers in this world. The lover Prince Lian Jin's methods were brilliant, causing Bian Qin to fall in love with him. The monarch nodded to Shenlang, then helped Bian Fei back to the room and let her lie down. After a moment, Bian Fei's painful cry came from inside. After comforting him for an entire hour, the king finally came out. His eyes were still a little red. The Yinyuan Association? Ning Yuanxian asked. Yes. Shenlang said, Xu Bodeo personally gave Lian Jin the order to drag me and Bian Fei into the water. Ning Yuanxian did not deliberately control himself in front of Shenlang. Both of his hands were trembling violently. How daring and unscrupulous, and what was the black water platform for? How could they not find out that the famous flower Prince Lian Jin had committed such a heinous crime? Shenlang said, originally, His Highness Ningjing wanted to carry out a public trial to expose the scandal and crimes of the Flower Prince Pavilion to the world. But I thought that the consequences would be too serious. So I made a prompt decision to kill Lian Jin's family and Bian Qin. You did the right thing. Ning Yuanxian said, once this matter was exposed, the consequences would be too serious. It would be the biggest scandal in the history of the country. Ningjing was resolute and upright, but he was a little naive. He thought that it was enough to do things impartially. He thought that he could prove Bian Fei's innocence, but in fact, it was impossible to clear her name. People in the world are sinister, and they are good at speculating about others with the greatest malice, especially those in power. Once Bian Fei's reputation is tarnished, her life will be ruined, and she will not be able to become Empress Dowager in the future. Then, Ning Yuanxian said, do you think Xu Bodeo of the Yinyuan Association will take this opportunity to make trouble? Will he expose the scandal of the Flower Prince Pavilion? Will he take the initiative to smear Bian Fei's reputation? After a moment of silence, Shenlang shook his head and said, I don't think so. Because for the Yinyuan Association, this matter is not mature enough, and dead men tell no tales. The most important thing is that once the Yinyuan Association exposes this matter, Bian Fei's reputation will be ruined, but it will attract the hatred of Duke Bian Shao. If I take the initiative to kill Bian Qin, in the eyes of the Yinyuan Association, Bian Fei and Duke Bian Zhao's hatred will be poured on me. If they expose the scandal of the Flower Prince Pavilion, they will share the hatred for me. This was the biggest reason why Shenlang killed Bian Qin. And this woman deserved to be killed. After knowing her husband's heinous crimes, not only did she not expose it, but she also helped the evildoer. Abducting children from their parents and selling them was the most ugly thing in the world. Well done, well done. The monarch clenched his teeth and looked at Shenlang with moved eyes. When Shenlang did this, he left Ningjing aside. He planned to face the possible anger of Duke Bianxiao alone. He was really moved. Shenlang, this lousy child. Once he treats others well, he is truly good. You don't need to worry about senior brother Bianxiao. He is powerful, but he also has a flaw in his character. He is a genius commander, but he is muddle-headed in some aspects. With Zhang Chong by his side, I will be more at ease. But there is one thing. Senior brother Bianxiao hates evil. You killed Bian Qin to protect consort Bian, to protect Bian Qin. He can definitely see this clearly. At this moment, Li Sun said from outside, Your Majesty, Prince Ningjing is here. Ning Yuanxian frowned. What did Ningjing mean by coming here overnight? Could it be that he had sent a punitive expedition against Shenlang? If that was the case, he did not know what was good for him. Let him in, Ning Yuanxian said coldly. Ningjing came in and kowtowed to Ning Yuanxian. Greetings, father. Ning Yuanxian said coldly, what do you want in the middle of the night? Ningjing stood up and bowed to Shenlang. Thank you, brother Shen. Ning Yuanxian was stunned. His son looked stupid, but his heart was open and bright. Oh, Ningjing, is there anything else? Ning Yuanxian's voice became gentle. If there is nothing else, go and comfort your mother. Yes. Ningjing said. Then, he entered the back room. After a while, voices could be heard from inside. In front of the clumsy Ningjing, Bian Fei could speak her mind. She cried and asked why there was such an ugly thing in the world. Why was Bian Qin so disappointing? She said a lot. Ningjing didn't know how to respond, so he just knelt there and listened. Ning Yuanxian said, Shenlang, do you need my decree? If the crown prince heard this, he would be shocked. Ning Yuanxian wanted to attack the Yinyuan Association as the king. He wanted to use force to wipe out the Yinyuan Association. Shenlang quickly shook his head. No, I can't. I can fight with Shu Bodao and Shu Tingyu because we have a personal grudge. Your Majesty can attack the Yinyuan Association secretly, but you can't destroy it openly. You owe the Yinyuan Association too much money, and the Yinyuan Association is too powerful. It has the Great Yan Empire behind it. Once you attack the Yinyuan Association openly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ning Yuanxian fell silent. He had to admit that even as the king of Yu, he couldn't do anything to the Yinyuan Association. The Crown Prince, the Yinyuan Association, and the Zhu family, the three forces were entangled with the Great Yan Empire behind them. No wonder the Crown Prince was so arrogant and dared to offend the monarch. Ning Yuanxian said, the Yinyuan Association angered me again and framed you and Bian Fei. Are we going to let it go? No, of course we can't let it go. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, wait for a good show. But you have to be mentally prepared. This show will make the Yinyuan Association and the Crown Prince vomit blood. This show will be very shocking and huge. According to Shenlang's plan, raising the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association in the state of Yu to the ground was just the beginning. When? The monarch Ning Yuanxian asked. Shenlang said, 3 days later. Ning Yuanxian said, I'm looking forward to it. The days of not being able to show off still passed quickly. 3 days passed. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 17,000. The pastry is really trying its best. The monthly votes ranking is really critical. Brothers with votes, please help us out. Please help us out. Please. Come. Wonderful bookhouse. The Flower Prince Lian Jin's entire family was annihilated, and Lian Jin and his wife went missing. This caused a huge uproar in the capital. The long-lost thief, Bitter Joy, had actually reappeared. What the hell was going on? Although ordinary people didn't know, anyone with a bit of status knew that Kui Chen of the Chongping Marquis residence was Bitter Joy. This was the Spring Thunder operation, and although Kui Chen was only a Qian Hu, he was the highest commander of this operation. Someone had impersonated him and killed Lian Jin's entire family? Which gang was this? Which hero was this? How could they be so powerful? Impersonating Bitter Joy was one thing, but now that he was in the capital and had control over a large army, they still dared to impersonate him. As expected, the monarch was enraged when he found out. The Spring Thunder operation, which was already nearing its end, once again reached a new climax. The city guards once again moved out like a tidal wave, madly arresting people everywhere. Bitter Joy was enraged. He swore to catch this impersonator and tear him to pieces. Someone in the capital was in trouble again. Those who could have been caught or not were all arrested. The entire capital was in a state of panic. Of course, security was at an unprecedented level. Not to mention robberies and murders, there weren't even any petty thefts. During this special period, even stealing 1 or 2 silver coins would be a serious crime, and they would be exiled to the mines for life. The headquarters of the Yinyuan Association was the Grace Tower, a famous landmark of the capital. It had stood for 100 years and was the symbol of the capital. It wasn't just because of its height, but also because of its story. There were two rivers in the capital. One flowed from the north to the south, called the Sky River. The other flowed from the west to the east, called the Yu River. These two rivers were huge, and the water was clean. Although they were called rivers, they were not much different from rivers. After the ancestors of the Ning clan took over the country, they felt that this place was not bad, and decided to make it the capital, Xianxia City. Hence, Xianxia City was built at the intersection of the two rivers. The water supply of the millions of people in Xianxia City depended on these two rivers. It could be said that the Xianxia and Xianxia rivers were the mother rivers of the entire capital. They nurtured countless lives. However, they had also caused a lot of disasters. The terrain of the capital was flat. Once there was a storm, it would easily cause a flood. In order to divert the flood, the kings of the past had desperately dug tributaries. After a few hundred years, many more rivers were dug in the capital, but they were all drawn from these two rivers. Now, even if there was a rainstorm, the two rivers would not flood. But, there was always a strange situation. Every year around the 10th day of the third month, these two calm rivers would suddenly go crazy. In an instant, a shocking tide rose. Even though it was not raining, and even though the water level was not high at times, there would still be raging tides. Moreover, every 10 years or so, the surging tide would be especially shocking, even reaching tens of feet high. If it was just one river, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that two rivers were rising at the same time. The tides of the two rivers collided fiercely at the point where they converged, creating even more raging waves. Every time the tide came, the houses on both sides of the river would be destroyed and countless people would be drowned. Over time, no one lived at the intersection of the two rivers, and it became an ominous place. There were even many people who said that this area would be haunted. After that, the Inyuan Association came to the capital and chose this place after much selection. The intersection of the two rivers was a treasured place with good feng shui. Indeed, every year when the tide rose, it was like an angry dragon attacking. But as long as they found a way to hibernate these two angry dragons, they would be safe. Therefore, the Inyuan Association recruited dozens of water conservancy masters, construction masters, and astronomy masters. They explored the reason. Why didn't there be a rainstorm? Why did the tide rise when the water level was clearly very low? In the end, a master of the Sky Sea Pavilion blamed the sun and moon in the sky for the reason. Awesome, at this time, they could actually find the truth. The tide of the Qiantang River also rose in the middle of the 8th lunar month every year. It was because at that time, the sun, the earth, and the moon were at the same level. The strong gravitational force and the effect of the earth's centrifugal force caused a big tide. Of course, the masters of the Sky Sea Pavilion could not explain in detail. The reason was found, but how to deal with it? Build a dam, that was a solution, but how big and long should the dam be built? Moreover, the time of the annual tide was very short, only a few days. And at the intersection of the two rivers, the impact of the tide was more than dozens of feet. How should the dam be built? And the tide was very high, but not big. The water volume was not big either. Therefore, many water conservancy scholars proposed a way to dig a dark river to divert the water. The dark river was underground, and the sluice gate was usually closed and used as a sewer. When the tide surged, all the sluice gates of the dark river were opened. In this way, the surging tide directly flowed into the dark river and could no longer rise. And this dark river led to other branches of the river. After the plan was finalized, the Inyuan Association paid, and the Commander-in-Chief's office in Xianxia City contributed, digging 4 dark rivers. Sure enough, it was miraculous. Every year, there was no high tide at the intersection of the two rivers. Because all the accumulated water power was swallowed by the dark river. Then, this land of more than 300 acres belonged to the Inyuan Association. It took a full 3 years to build the Grace Building. The 7-story skyscraper became a wonder of the capital. Although its name was Grace Building, many people in the capital called it Dragon Subduing Building. They felt that it was because of the existence of this building that the Dragon King of the two rivers in Xianxia City was suppressed, so that there was no high tide every year. After operating for 100 years, the Hall of Grace still stood tall and firm. It became the richest place in the entire state of Yu. Of course, the world didn't know that the secret treasury of the Inyuan Association wasn't here. As for where it was completely top secret. Moreover, the treasury of the Inyuan Association was mobile and had no fixed location at all. However, all the business, account books, and data of the entire Inyuan Association were in this Grace building. These were more important than gold. Therefore, at almost any time, the Inyuan Association would have more than 1,000 warriors stationed in the Grace building. And there were countless secret mechanisms. Therefore, unless they directly fell out and sent tens of thousands of troops to attack, it was impossible to use sneak attacks to break through the Grace building. Shenlang wanted to raise the headquarters of the Inyuan Association to the ground, then use gunpowder? Impossible, because there was no way to transport a large amount of gunpowder in. No one knew how many experts the Inyuan Association had stationed in the Grace building. Moreover, the underground secret passages were intertwined, with many secret doors and mechanisms. It was completely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the sturdiness of this Grace building was far beyond imagination. It used 9 super large iron pillars that were inserted more than 10 meters deep into the ground. Each iron pillar was as thick as a person's thigh. Of course, iron was easy to rust. Therefore, these iron pillars had to be maintained every few years, layer by layer of varnish and tung oil. Therefore, even when there was an earthquake, this 7-story Grace building only shook slightly and did not collapse at all. In fact, in many people's hearts, even if the palace collapsed, the headquarters of the Inyuan Association would not. 100 years passed. This Grace building was the symbol and pride of the Inyuan Association. It represented that the Inyuan Association would not fall. On the top floor of the Grace building. Father, should the scandal of the Compassionate Flower Pavilion be exposed? Xu Tingyu asked. What a pity. This move was buried very deep, but it had not been completely successful. The Compassionate Flower young master had already prepared a few stunning beauties and planned to send them to Shenlang's bed. Of course, first of all, these stunning beauties must perform very well in the Golden Mountain Pavilion, and then find a way to send them to Xiaobing's side as maids. What kind of person was Shenlang? Scum, seeing such stunning beauties, how could he not sleep? A few especially gentle and outstanding ones would be sent to the palace to find a way to become Concubine Bien's palace maids. Because Concubine Bien had been to the Compassionate Flower Academy, she paid a lot of attention to these girls. What a pity, Ningjing, that fool, actually blew it up prematurely. Xu Bodao, the elder of the Inyuan Association, fell into hesitation. Now that the scandal of the Compassionate Flower Pavilion was exposed, of course he could smear Concubine Bien and Shenlang. But it was not the right time. Most importantly, Lian Jin and Bian Qin were both dead. There was no evidence. Most importantly, Shenlang killed Bian Qin without their consent. This should cause Concubine Bien and Bian Xiao to have a grudge. You, Shenlang, are too arrogant. You killed a member of the Bien family just like that. Can you just hand her over to the Bien family? Even if you want to kill her, you should let the Bien family do it. And Bian Qin's parents should be furious. If the scandal was exposed and smear Concubine Bien and Concubine Bien, wouldn't that be sharing the hatred for Shenlang? No, let's not expose the scandal first. Xu Bodao made this decision in the end. The tide will probably come tomorrow. Has the relevant underground river been prepared? Xu Bodao asked. Xu Tingyu said, all the gates of the underground river are guarded by people. They will all be opened 15 minutes before the tide comes. But someone suggested that there is no need to open all the underground rivers this time. When the two rivers meet, the tide will be spectacular. Many officials and nobles want to come to the Grace Pavilion to watch the tide. Xu Bodao nodded. This was also a daily program. Of course, it was scary when the tide was in full flow. But if it could be tamed, then watching the tide was also an elegant thing. Every year, the Inyuan Association would invite some nobles to watch the tide. Of course, not many people were invited. Only those who had the closest relationship with the Inyuan Association and the highest status were qualified to watch the tide. Xu Bodao said, then let's open the tide for 6 hours. Then, Xu Bodao came in front of the map. This time, Shenlang used a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources to collect 3,700 imbeciles. He plans to train them into the second batch of Nirvana army. Xu Bodeo said, has the information provided by the Shui family and the Blackwater group been compiled? Xu Tingyu took out a new map. There were many small flags on it. Each flag represented a caravan, and each of them carried a person with a blank bloodline. At this moment, these hundreds of small flags were gathering in the direction of the capital. Around tomorrow morning, Shenlang will gather all the low-ability children's bloodline possessors at this place. Xu Tingyu said, 130 miles from the capital and 100 miles from the North Garden hunting ground, there is a longevity fortress. They should spend the night here and then be transported to the North Garden hunting ground for training. Xu Bodeo said, are our warriors ready? Xu Tingyu said, they're all gathered. But why doesn't father attack them one by one? Xu Tingyu said, according to the Shui family's intelligence, Shenlang is extremely cunning. Many of the carriages are filled with fake imbeciles. Moreover, we have to catch them all in one fell swoop. We cannot leave a single person for Shenlang. Xu Tingyu said, Sword King Li Qianxiu, the 200 experts under Ku Tu Huan, and several hundred experts from the Heavenly Tao Association have already gathered near Longevity Castle. They are prepared to receive this group of people with low-energy bloodlines. Xu Bodeo said, Sword Sovereign Li Qianxiu came all the way from the Chang Kingdom? Xu Tingyu said, yes, that big fool is still in the Chang Kingdom. It is clear how much importance Shenlang places on these imbeciles. Xu Tingyu said, at this time, we have to pay special attention to the safety of one place, our headquarters, Grace Pavilion. Shenlang has no bottom line. Once he discovers that we have come out in full force to steal his imbeciles, he might attack our headquarters in a frenzy. He even killed Lian Jin's entire family in the name of bitter joy. There is nothing he won't do. Xu Tingyu said, rest assured, father. The experts we sent to steal the imbeciles have all been transferred from the Chu and Wu kingdoms. Grace Pavilion has not mobilized a single expert, and there is even a grandmaster overseeing it. If Shenlang wants to launch a sneak attack on our Grace Pavilion, we will welcome him with open arms. No matter how many of them come, they will all die. They will be walking right into our trap. Xu Bodeo nodded. However, we have to pretend that Grace Pavilion is empty and send all the experts out. Then, we will return through the secret underground tunnel to lure Shenlang here to attack. Xu Tingyu said, yes. Inside Marquis Chomping's residence. Shenlang welcomed a guest, a complete stranger. Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Ju, a disciple of Stupa Mountain. Shenlang's eyes narrowed. This person had finally arrived. The dangerous organization Stupa Mountain had finally arrived. This Wu Ju was neither handsome nor ugly, neither tall nor short. There seemed to be a gentle smile on his face at all times. Shenlang cupped his fists. Greetings, young Master Wu. Greetings, Shen. Wu Ju said, you must miss Madame Shuiyin and Mr. Zhong Chuk very much. Don't worry, they are safe and sound. He did not reveal any additional information. Safe and sound, being imprisoned was also a form of safety. Wu Ju said, Shen, do you like Ning Han? Shenlang said, I hate her very much. Wu Ju said, what a coincidence. I hate her very much too. Every time I see her high and mighty, I want to stuff hundreds of poisonous snakes into all the holes on her body. Shenlang said, it seems that she rejected the marriage proposal of Prince Ying of the New Qian Kingdom. Wu Ju smiled. Shen has recently made great progress in the study of bloodlines. It has shocked us. You actually saved Shuiyin and Li Qianxiu's wife. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Shenlang said, you're too kind. Wu Ju said, actually, we wouldn't have let Shuiyin die. Even if you didn't save her, we would have. We just wanted to make her lower her head. After all, she was once a disciple of Stupa Mountain. Shenlang was stunned. Shuiyin was once a disciple of Stupa Mountain. This relationship was too complicated. Shenlang said, what about Li Qianxiu's wife, Madame Qiu? Wu Ju sighed. She is just a small fry. These words made one sigh. Sword King Li Qianxiu was just a small fry. Moreover, Wu Ju said this from the bottom of his heart. What he meant was that they had no intention of harming Li Qianqiu's wife, Madame Qiu, but they did not care if others used Stupa Mountain's poison to harm her. The death of such a small fry was not worth mentioning, so there was no need to blame it on Stupa Mountain. Wu Ju said, I wonder how much does Shen know about people like us? Sky Sea Pavilion, Heaven Punishment Pavilion, Stupa Mountain, White Jade Capital, and the like. Shen Lang said, I don't understand, but I think it's awesome. I don't really understand, but I think it's awesome. Ha 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 ha. Wu Ju laughed. Shen is really interesting. I came to find you to be friends. You don't like Ning Han, and we don't like her either. You have a grudge against Sky Sea Pavilion, and we don't get along very well. Why don't we become friends? Shen Lang said, good, of course it's good. It's not a problem to become sworn brothers. Shen Lang pays his respects to Big Brother. Wu Ju said, it's a great thing to have my brother today. Shen Lang asked, then, are we really becoming sworn brothers? Wu Ju said, of course. Shen Lang took out 2 sticks of incense without another word. The two of them knelt on the ground and shouted, I am Shen Lang. I am Wu Ju. From today onwards, we will be sworn brothers. Although we can't be born on the same day, I hope we can die on the same day. From today onwards, we will treat each other with sincerity and never betray each other. Big brother. Second brother. After the swearing, Wu Ju and Shen Lang talked. Brother, since we are brothers of the opposite sex, I have something to tell you. Shen Lang said, Big brother, go ahead. I'm all ears. Wu Ju said, you actually found a way to change your bloodline. It's so fast and amazing. But how can you use such a heaven-defying thing on those lowly people? It's like throwing pearls before swine. It's like using the dragon's liver and phoenix's gallbladder to feed a pig. It's too wasteful. It will anger the ancient gods. Shen Lang said in horror, brother, is it so serious? Wu Ju said, brother, it's even more serious than that. You saved Shuiyin, which angered our ancestors. Originally, they wanted to capture you, but they were stopped by my teacher. Talents are hard to come by, so they didn't pursue your responsibility. Shen Lang said, thank you, brother. I was born in the countryside and don't know these rules at all. Brother, don't worry. I won't do this again. I won't do such things in the future. That's good, that's good. Wu Ju said, brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining Stupa Mountain. Of course I want to. Shen Lang said, it's such an honor to be a part of Stupa Mountain. Wu Ju said, alright, then prepare yourself and follow me to Stupa Mountain. Shen Lang said, brother, how about this? I still have a few things to do. For example, I have to eliminate the crown prince of the state of Yu, the third prince, and the Shui family. After I'm done with my revenge, I'll follow you to visit our teacher? Shen Lang said, brother, your Stupa Mountain is so awesome. Why don't you help me take revenge? Wu Ju said, we're outsiders. It's not good for us to interfere with worldly royal power. Shen Lang said, that's a pity. Brother, give me another year. I promise I'll take revenge within a year. I'll follow you to visit our teacher. By the way, what's our teacher's name again? Wu Tuzi. Wow, this name sounds mighty and domineering. It's like a raging fire. Awesome. Wu Ju said, she's a woman. A woman? Isn't she pretty? Does she look young? Can she F***CK? Of course, Shen Lang only dared to say this in his heart. Shen Lang said, a female teacher? Although we are thousands of miles apart, in my heart, she is already a star in the sky. 1 year later, I will be waiting for her to guide me in the direction of my future. Please tell my teacher that I wish her an everlasting celestial beauty, and a long life, of a corpse. Wu Ju was actually here to warn Shen Lang. He was even here to denounce him because Shen Lang's actions were a complete provocation to Stupa Mountain. If not for the King of Yu's protection, Stupa Mountain would have killed him long ago. Therefore, Wu Ju specifically came to warn him and ask him to hand over all the bloodline research information. But now, Wu Ju suddenly felt that if Shen Lang really entered Stupa Mountain and became teacher Wu Tuzi's disciple, perhaps he would really be favored. This person was too unrestrained and shameless. Wu Ju said, brother, you cured goddess Shui Yin and sword sovereign Li Qianqiu's wife. Moreover, you transformed 2,000 pieces of trash into a trump card army. This is simply a miracle. However, this is ultimately related to the interests of our Stupa mountain, so can you please report the relevant information to us? Shen Lang said, sure. Even if you didn't ask, I would still hand it over. Just wait, please hand it over to teacher. Then, he disappeared for an hour. Then, he appeared in front of Wu Ju again. It was a thick book of information. These are my insights from researching bloodlines and Stupa Mountain's goo worms. They are very detailed. Of course, my knowledge is shallow, so I hope senior brother and teacher can guide me. Wu Ju opened the thick book of information. There were countless words, formulas, and diagrams. It looked really complicated and mysterious. However, why is there a portrait of you, Shen Lang, in it? Moreover, you are so handsome and suave. You look like a peerlessly handsome man. It looks like you just drew it? Teacher doesn't know me yet. Do I need to let her know what I look like? Shen Lang said embarrassedly. Oh, that's a facial mask. That's a perfume. There's also a box of tampons. There are also dozens of fashionable underwear. Please help me hand them over to teacher. Just say that I'm showing my filial piety to her. Wu Ju left. He came empty-handed, but when he left, he brought along a carriage full of things. Big brother, don't forget to hand them over to teacher Wu Tuzi. Disciple Chen Lang wishes master to enjoy immortal fortune and longevity. After Wu Ju left, Shen Lang wiped the sweat off his forehead. This person is very dangerous, Lady Qiu, the wife of the King of Swords, said. Shen Lang nodded. He really could not afford to offend two giants at the same time. At this point, Shen Lang was no longer the novice he used to be. He knew how powerful and terrifying Xianxia Pavilion and Stupa Mountain were. Because of Ning Han, the conflict between Shen Lang and Xianxia Pavilion could no longer be resolved. It could not even be said to be a conflict. To be precise, Xianxia Pavilion expressed their disgust for Shen Lang. High up in the sky, he slapped his path to death with one slap. Stupa Mountain was terrifying. Not only did it sound terrifying, but it was also very terrifying. Not only did they poison Shui Yin, but they also seemed to be related to Yan Nanfei in the matter of the King of Swords' wife. They were also enemies. However, there was no irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. It would be good if they could have a relationship beyond friendship. However, this organization was too mysterious and powerful. Shen Lang could not grasp its pulse in a short time. In the information given to Wu Tuzi, there was not only a portrait of Shen Lang, but also a secret letter. It was a rather shameful secret letter. The first 2/3 of the secret letter was very shameful, but the last 1/3 was very serious. It was a very in-depth study of the ancient civilization. The meaning behind his words was very clear. I, Shen Lang, am a genius, including in the study of the ancient civilization. So, your Stupa Mountain, come and seduce me, come quickly. Yun Mingzi appeared behind Shen Lang and sighed. Brother Lang, am I not your only brother anymore? Shen Lang said, brother, that is fake. You are my real brother. Yun Mingzi said, do you know what Wu Tuzi's nickname is? Shen Lang said, I don't know. Yun Mingzi said, Stone Demon. Shen Lang said, Stone Girl Stone? Yun Mingzi nodded and said, this woman abhors matters between men and women. Furthermore, she is older than you by 17 years. Are you sure you still wrote a secret love letter to seduce her? I didn't seduce her? I only expressed a student's admiration for a female teacher. Yun Mingzi said, there is something I have to tell you. About 10 years ago, a noble young master from the Punishing Heavens Pavilion who was extremely skilled in martial arts pursued Wu Tuzi. The two of them could be said to be a match made in heaven. In the end, guess what happened? Shen Lang shook his head and said, I don't know. Yun Mingzi said, Wu Tuzi rejected him and felt that it was a humiliation to her. She felt that it was a humiliation and a stain on her pure name when he proposed to her. Hence, the two of them competed and she lost. After practicing for another 10 years, she won. She broke the eggs of that young master from the Punishing Heavens Pavilion and took her revenge. Ah! Shen Lang said with a trembling voice, "Brother, why didn't you tell me about this before?" Shen Lang instinctively clamped his legs together. This woman was neurotic. The other party proposed to her and probably said some ambiguous words. In the end, she bore a grudge for 10 years and desperately practiced martial arts to break one of the other party's eggs to take revenge. And Shen Lang's secret letter just now was simply too explicit. Yun Mengzi said, "I didn't expect you to be so unrestrained." Shen Lang said, "Then compared to Shuiyin in martial arts, who is stronger and who is weaker?" Yun Mengzi spread his hands and told him the answer. This woman was neurotic. She was very focused on bloodline research and martial arts cultivation. The martial arts of a neurotic was usually higher. Yun Mengzi said, "But little brother Lang, don't worry. You are too weak. She probably won't come to kill you." Following that, Yun Mengzi's expression became solemn and said, "Little brother Lang, Stupa Mountain is very dangerous." After Emperor Jiangli was destroyed, they were one of the biggest beneficiaries. Moreover, Stupa Mountain also played an unspeakable role in Jiangli's destruction. It's best that you don't get too involved with this kind of organization. Shen Lang nodded. He also did not want to get too involved with Stupa Mountain. He just wanted to be more involved with Wu Tuzi. Of course, it was not to say that their relationship was deeper than friendship. This woman was a martial arts grandmaster, but to a certain extent, she was more like a scientist. She was obsessed with bloodline and other aspects of research. She was the kind of person who was obsessed with love. It was a waste of time and life. He wanted to spend all his time and energy on bloodline research. Neurotic people were very dangerous, but they were also very naive. Of course, it was also a kind of risk for Shen Lang to provoke her. However, he wanted to conduct a lot of bloodline research and exploration in the future. If he became Wu Tuzi's unnamed disciple, he would have a protective umbrella. However, provoking her was indeed very dangerous. She was really a neurotic female scientist and a martial arts grandmaster. If Shen Lang really angered her, with her personality, she might really kill her way to his doorstep. The next day, Shen Lang returned to the underground secret chamber. There were 2 maps on the wall. The first one was densely packed with small flags. Each flag represented a convoy that was transporting a person with a blank bloodline. These convoys would gather at Longevity Castle, which was 150 kilometers away from the capital. After resting for a night, they would head south to the northern hunting ground. The Nirvana Army, the Heavenly Tao Association's warriors, and the Bitter Joy Horse Bandits have all gathered at Longevity Castle to receive these 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines. This second batch of Nirvana Army was the lifeblood of Shen Lang to help Nanjing seize the throne and eliminate the Crown Prince and Third Prince. The Sword King, Xianxia, has also taken command of Longevity Castle. The Yinyuan Association's headquarters, Grace Pavilion, has 1,000 warriors who have left. Their whereabouts are unknown. They are probably in the north, probably at Longevity Castle. They want to snatch our 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines. Shen Lang's gaze fell on the second map. This was the underground map of the Yinyuan Association's headquarters, Grace Pavilion. It was densely packed with secret tunnels and underground rivers. It was impossible to forcefully attack the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association. They had to outsmart them. Moreover, they had to outsmart them in an unprecedented and mysterious way. They had used a method that seemed like the will of the heavens to raise the entire Grace Pavilion to the ground. Have the invitations of the Yinyuan Association arrived? Xianxia said, "They have, but we don't have a share." Huang Tong of the Heavenly Tao Association received them. A total of 50 invitations were sent, and almost all of them were from the Crown Prince's faction. However, those with official positions will avoid arousing suspicion, but their families will go, and so will retired dignitaries. The tide viewing gathering will begin in 6 hours. Shen Lang laughed in his heart. That was even better. A group of nobles was watching the tide at Grace Pavilion. Suddenly, the Grace Pavilion, which had stood for 100 years, collapsed and was razed to the ground. How tragic would the situation be then? How many people would die? Just thinking about it made him excited. And at this moment, a person rushed in. "Young master, all 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines have arrived at Longevity Castle." A moment later, another warrior of the Black Mirror Division dashed in. "Young master, bad news, bad news. We have been attacked by a mysterious enemy in Longevity Castle. There are many enemies, and they are very strong. Their goal is to snatch our people with 0 bloodlines. It's urgent, it's urgent." Shenlang's hair stood on end. The show was about to begin. Note, the first update has been sent. I will go eat and write the second update. Today, there are still more than 15,000 votes. The monthly votes ranking is in danger. Please support. Please support. Longevity Fort was 150 miles away from the capital. This area was not part of Tianbei province, nor was it under the jurisdiction of the capital. This fort was originally used to protect the capital, and it was quite large. It was obvious how tragic the war between Wu Yue and Yu was. The front line was already close to Longevity Fort. However, after the incident in Yenzhou, Wu was defeated and ceded 9 counties. This pushed the northern border of the state of Yu by a few hundred miles. Thus, the Longevity Castle was abandoned. Therefore, as long as Xianxia did not lose this war, he would be considered a successful ruler in the history of the state of Yu. After all, he played a decisive role in the victory of the war. It could even be said that Xianxia, who was still the crown prince back then, was the biggest contributor to this war. With this contribution, he defeated Ning Yuanwu and ascended the throne. Crown Prince Ning Yi naturally wanted to replicate Ning Yuanxian's success. The war between the state of Yu and Junjing could be called a war that could topple a nation. It could even be said to be a war that would decide the fate of the nation. If Prince Jin was defeated, Chu would probably not start the war. However, if the war dragged on, or even lost, Chu would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would launch a war in the west. This was not the worst-case scenario. Worse still, if the war in the south and west collapsed at the same time, King Wu in the north would tear up the alliance and send his army south. By then, even if the state of Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for them to win all 3 wars at the same time. By then, there would be a tragedy where the 3 countries were divided. Of course, even so, the state of Yu would not be destroyed. This was because the Empire of Great Yan would definitely come forward to suppress and mediate. And at that time, the northern part of Tianbei province would fall and be taken away by Chu. 6 counties in Tianbei province and 3 counties in Yenzhou would be taken away by Wu. More than half of Tiannam province would be taken away by Prince Jin's Nano-Yu kingdom. The state of Yu would lose half of its territory. Even the remaining part of the state of Yu would become an absolute vassal of the Empire of Great Yan and lose all autonomy. Once the situation developed to this point, although the state of Yu wasn't destroyed, it wasn't far from it. Therefore, in the early stages of the war, the Great Yan Empire would never support the state of Yu. In fact, it would even sit back and watch as the state of Yu suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, one could see the rise and fall of a nation from a single place. Back to the main topic. Shenlang sent out a few hundred people, and after spending several months and tens of thousands of gold coins, they finally found 3,700 people with 0 bloodline in the state of Yu. Then, they mobilized a large amount of military power and force to transport them back to the capital. These people were the seeds of the trump card legions. Every one of them was incomparably precious. After a long and arduous journey, the 3,700 people finally gathered together. Out of the 200 bandits under Ku Tu Huan's command, the Heavenly Tao Association dispatched 800 warriors to escort 3,700 people. Tomorrow, 1,000 Nirvana warriors and 3,000 city guards would head north to welcome and escort this batch of people with 0 bloodlines into the North Garden hunting ground. However, using more than 1,000 warriors to escort him was already very extravagant. Ku Tu Huan stood on top of the city wall, watching the dispirited people alight from the horse carriages. They really looked like imbeciles. Every one of them walked with their heads lowered, not saying a word, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Every one of them was thin and weak, and their bodies were covered with all kinds of scars. It was completely unimaginable that in a few months, they would turn from useless people to powerful Nirvana warriors. After entering the Longevity Fortress, they started a fire to cook. Although it was an abandoned fortress, they were very careful. They drew water from the well and checked it again and again. Then he boiled it and used it for cooking. According to Shenlong's theory, most poisons would lose their toxicity after being boiled. Some poisons would still be toxic after being boiled, but they could also be detected using various methods. Shenlang had created dozens of different kinds of test papers, which were specially used to detect poison. After confirming that there was no poison, more than 1,000 warriors then started eating. However, 30 minutes after the meal, something happened. Ku Tu Huan and the warriors of the Heavenly Tao Association started to show symptoms of dizziness and mania. Their vision blurred. They could not even stand properly. They did not dare to look. Everything they saw was double. Oh no, the water is poisonous! Ku Tu Huan cried out in alarm. Defend the walls, prepare to meet the enemy, prepare to meet the enemy. Out of more than 1,000 people, only 200 did not eat. As they were responsible for defending, they would eat later. They did not expect the water to be poisoned. Grandmaster Xianxia led 200 people to defend the city gates. To meet the enemy. Stupa Mountain's poison is indeed powerful, Xiaoyan said. But why didn't they choose a more terrifying poison? Why didn't they just kill them all? Shueshue said, Shenlang is cunning. Most poisons will be detected by his item. Only this kind of soul separation powder could spread to all of the well water and not be detected, because it was not even a type of poison. More importantly, there are 3,700 imbeciles eating with them. They are the seeds of the trump card army. Are they going to be poisoned to death as well? That's right, it was not a poison, but more like a mental medicine. After taking it, one would enter a state of madness and hallucinations. But after 2 to 4 hours, the medicine's effects would fade, and there would be no danger to their lives. Clearly, the third prince and crown prince viewed these 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines with great importance. Young Master Shu, it's all up to you now. Swoosh, at this moment, a fire arrow was shot into the sky from Longevity Castle. This was the signal to attack. Attack! Shu Tingyu gave the order. Immediately, 2,000 Yuanhui warriors charged out of the forest. The 4 top-notch experts who were always by Zhuo Xiaoyan's side also charged out like phantoms. For experts against one bitter joy. The Yin Yuanhui had mobilized a grandmaster from both the Wu and Chu kingdoms to fight against Sword King Xianxia. Defend, defend. The 2,000 Yin Yuanhui warriors were like geckos, climbing up the walls of Longevity Castle. Fire, fire, bitter joy ordered the 200 regular soldiers to counterattack. These 200 people were elites, and their archery was also very accurate. They brought casualties to the Yin Yuanhui warriors. However, the disparity in numbers was too great. They could not stop the 2,000 Yin Yuanhui warriors at all. Sword King Xianxia had been slaughtering his enemies with each sword strike. Suddenly, he felt a fatal sense of danger. Then, 2 black figures arrived at lightning speed, as if they were weightless. 2 master-level experts. With just a single glance, Xianxia could even smell the scent on their bodies and knew who they were. Wu Kingdom's Li Lingyang and Chu Kingdom's Yang Piaoling. 2 grandmasters. Why are you willing to become someone else's lackeys? Xianxia sneered. Aren't you the same? In an instant, the 2 grandmasters attacked Sword King Xianxia from the front and back. Senior Sword King was extremely formidable. He was fighting 1 against 2, yet he had not lost his life. However, he was instantly at an absolute disadvantage. The 4 black-robed experts behind Zhuo Xiaoyan charged at bitter joy like phantoms. These 4 were here to protect Zhuo Xiaoyan and also to supervise her. Bitter joy drew his sword. Even though he was fighting 1 against 4, he was still at a disadvantage. Soon, another figure flashed out and attacked. Martial fanatic Tang Yin. He and Bitter Joy fought side by side, barely maintaining the situation. The 200 warriors were bitterly defending the city gates. However, they could not hold on at all. Retreat, retreat, Bitter Joy gave the order. Then, he and Xianxia led the 200 warriors in a continuous retreat. They retreated to the first line of defense. The second line of defense. The third line of defense. Casualties appeared and continued to increase. Finally, they reached the last layer of Longevity Castle. Enemies continued to pour in. Bitter Joy looked behind him. The 800 warriors had fallen into a frenzy and were stumbling as they walked. As for the 3,700 imbeciles, they were lying on the ground, twitching and rolling. There was no way to fight this battle. They had to leave, however, they had to make a choice. There were only 100 or so normal warriors left. 800 deranged warriors could barely walk. The 3,700 imbeciles could not move at all. 100 or so people wanted to carry all 3,000 away. This was completely impossible. Bitter Joy suddenly roared, "Shui Xiaoyan, come out." No one appeared. However, the enemy's attack had stopped. Bitter Joy said, "We are in the inner castle now. We only need to defend this gate." "You can't defend it." Shu Tingyu's voice changed. "I know I can't." Bitter Joy said, "But me, Senior Sword King, and Junior Tang Yan should have no problem defending for 15 minutes, right? In that time I will kill all 3,700 people with zero bloodline. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't you want them?" Shu Tingyu said hoarsely, "Kill them, kill them." Bitterhead Joy didn't say anything and directly killed a few people. Wait. Before Shu Tingyu could speak, Shui Xiaoyan spoke up from behind. Even though she was wearing a mask and a black cloak, and was speaking in a man's voice, Shui Xiaoyan did. "Junior Tang Yan, take our brothers and leave. Shui Xiaoyan, you can't stop my people or kill them. Otherwise, I will kill all 3,700 people with zero bloodline. Although Shen values them, he values our brothers even more. These people have been following me. I can't watch them die here. Brother Tang Yan, take our brothers and leave." Martial fanatic Tang Yan was stunned. "Take them and leave? I don't even know the way." But soon, a leader stood up and led over 100 surviving warriors and 800 deranged warriors out of the castle through the back door. Bitter Joy roared, "Shui Xiaoyan, let my brothers go. Otherwise, if Senior Sword King blocks the door, I will kill them. In less than a quarter of an hour, I and a dozen brothers will be able to kill all 3,700 people with zero bloodline." Shui Xiaoyan, Shu Tingyu, and Shueshua looked at each other and nodded. They allowed Bitter Joy's warriors and the Heavenly Association's warriors to leave. In any case, their target was these 3,700 imbeciles. Oh, no, the people with zero bloodline. Half an hour later, Tang Yan ran back and said, "Our brothers have all escaped." Sword King Li Xianxia said, "Ku Yichen, take the remaining people and leave along the secret passage." "How can I face young master now?" Bitterhead Joy cried. Li Xianxia roared, Go. Are we going to die here?" "Scram." Bitter Joy roared angrily. He smashed his fist against the sturdy wall, and his entire hand was covered in blood. Go. Bitter Joy roared. "I will remember today's humiliation forever." "Shui Xiaoyan, just you wait." Ku Tuhuan led Tang Yan and a dozen other horse bandits out of the inner castle through a secret tunnel. At this time only Sword King Li Xianxia was guarding the castle. Behind him, the 3,700 people with zero bloodline were twitching on the ground. Sword King Li Xianxia looked at them with a complicated expression. "Logically speaking, I should kill all of you and not let you fall into the hands of the enemy, but I really can't do it." After hesitating for a long time, he did not make a move. "I want to leave." "Who wants to stop me?" Li Qianqiu said. "Furthermore, I don't want to leave through the secret passage. I want to leave through the main entrance." "Please." Shu Tingyu said. Li Qianqiu said, "Grandmasters from the Wu and Chu kingdoms, are you sure you won't stop me? Please." At this time, they could definitely kill Li Qianqiu if they wanted to. However, they would have to pay a huge price. At least one of the two grandmasters would have to die. If Li Qianqiu fought to the death, he would definitely be able to drag one of them down with him. Just like that, the 2,000 warriors of the Yinyuan Association opened up a path for Li Qianqiu to leave. As Li Qianqiu was leaving, he turned around to take a look, and his eyes were filled with tears. "I, Li Qianqiu, will never forget today's humiliation." Then, he left in grief and indignation. Shu Tingyu gave the order. More than a dozen metallurgists rushed in. They directly cut open the blood vessels of an imbecile and extracted his blood. Then, they separated the blood from the serum. That's right, this is the so-called zero bloodline. It's the same as the records of Shenlang and Stupa Mountain. 19 of the test targets, all of them have zero bloodline. These people are Shenlang's lifeblood, his new Nirvana army. At this time, Xu Tingyu of the Yinyuan Association said, "Our Yinyuan Association wants 1,000 of these people." These words shocked Shui Zhaoyan and Shui Shui. However, they weren't too shocked. The Yinyuan Association had contributed the most in the kidnapping of the 3,700 people with zero bloodline. How could they not want anything? Fine. Fine. Therefore, the three forces divided the spoils on the spot, and the 3,700 people with zero bloodline were divided cleanly among themselves. The Yinyuan Association had 1,000 people, while the Crown Prince and Third Prince each had 1,350 people. Several hours later, the news reached Marquis Chomping's residence, the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association, the Yinyuan Association, the Crown Prince's residence, and the Third Prince's residence. The distance of 150 kilometers almost exhausted many of the elite warhorses. They would change horses every 20 li. Young master, bad news, bad news. All the people with zero bloodline have been snatched away. More than 3,700 people with zero bloodline have been snatched away. In an instant, Shenlang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his ears at all. After a long while, he let out a series of howls. What does Li Qianqiu do? He's the king of swords, the king of swords. What does Bitter Joy do? His cultivation is also close to the Grandmaster level. 2 top experts and 1,000 warriors, how could I lose them? My second Nirvana army? Without them, how am I going to train the second Nirvana army? How am I going to defeat the Crown Prince and Ning Qi? Is Bitter Joy stupid? Why didn't you kill them all? Why let them fall into the hands of the enemy? Shenlang was infuriated like never before. He let out an angry roar that could be heard from far away. After a long while, he fell into silence. Bitter Joy is right. Even if they fall into the hands of the enemy, I can't kill these people with zero bloodline. They are all pitiful people. Then, Shenlang staggered back into his room. His back view was miserable and desolate, however, after entering the room, all the expressions on his face disappeared without a trace. Xu Bodeo of the Yinyuan Association also received good news. The plan to kidnap the second Nirvana army had succeeded. Are you sure they are the so-called people with zero bloodline? Not Shenlang's plot? Xu Bodeo asked. Xu Tingyu said, the spies of the Black Water Group have been following and monitoring them since a few months ago. The spies we planted in the Heavenly Society were also involved from the beginning to the end. And after we attacked the scene, Shenlang left more than 100 corpses. The alchemist has tested the bloodline of these imbeciles, and they are completely in line with the characteristics of the so-called people with zero bloodline. At this time, a warrior of the Yinyuan Association rushed in. Master, this is a letter from Shenlang. Xu Bodeo waved his hand. The warrior put on his gloves, tore open the envelope, and took out the letter. It was indeed a letter written by Shenlang himself. A few threatening words were written on it. Xu Bodeo, I will take revenge, I will definitely take revenge. By any means necessary. After a while, the handwriting disappeared again. Ha 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 ha, Shenlang is flustered and exasperated. Xu Tingyu laughed. And at this time, rumble, a series of loud noises came from outside. Master, the tide is coming, it has begun. Xu Bodeo's body trembled. Was the tide finally coming? This year, it was late by 2 hours, and it was almost evening. But watching the tide at sunset was the most beautiful. This tide was really funny, coming only after the news of victory had arrived. Was this tide also a celebration of today's victory? Ha 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 ha, the annual spring tide had arrived. The river and shore were crowded. The city guards had to dispatch troops to maintain order. Ever since the tide was tamed, every year's tide became a spectacle. There were even many people who specially rushed to the capital to watch the tide. Previously, when they were at the Black Tortoise Earl's residence, Lil Bing often said that she wanted to come and watch. As the new river was usually very fierce, it didn't seem to make a difference whether the tide was high or not. This year, the number of people was considered low. There were only tens of thousands of people watching the tide on the shore where the two rivers met. This was because the spring thunder operation was in full swing. The entire capital was in a state of panic, and many people did not dare to go out at all. But the spectacle of the two rivers meeting and a tide was not to be missed. People were divided into classes. Some people stood on the shore of the two rivers to watch the tide. Some people stood on the top of the Grace Tower to watch the tide, overlooking all living beings. The tens of thousands of people on the riverbank tried to look up, but could not see the faces of the people on the top of the Grace Tower. They could only roughly see that they were dressed in luxurious brocades. Many beautiful women were shuttling back and forth, and there were countless delicacies and wine. Tens of thousands of people were extremely envious. It would be great if I could go to the top of the Grace Tower to watch the tide. But that was probably a dream. In the entire capital, there were only about 30 people who received an invitation each time. Not only must they be the top nobles, but they must also have a close relationship with the Inyuan society. Because the monarch and the Inyuan society had recently fallen out, the officials who received the invitation would not come to the Grace Tower to watch the tide. But their wives could come. More than 30 invitations were sent out, but about 100 people came. Among them were 20 retired high-ranking officials, and the rest were the family members of the top nobles. Most of them were in the crown prince's faction. In fact, the monarch had secretly warned the officials a few days ago that they should not pursue an extravagant life in the face of a national crisis. They should learn to reject the corruption of money and benefits. This was actually a warning to the officials not to attend the Inyuan Society's tide-watching gathering. If they went, they would be ignoring the monarch's words. In the end, there were still more than 100 people who came. These 20 retired officials did not matter. So what if the monarch was angry? Are we going to be deposed again? But if the Inyuan Society did not invite them to the tide-watching gathering, wouldn't that be cutting off their own source of income? And the family members of the remaining nobles were mostly noblewomen. The monarch could not be calculated with women, could he? The Inyuan Society is really impressive. They actually built such a tall building. It's over 100 feet. Don't be fooled by its height. It's even sturdier than the palace. Isn't that so? In the past few decades, there have been 3 earthquakes in the capital. 2 of the palaces collapsed, but nothing happened to the Grace Tower. I heard that there are 9 huge iron pillars under the tower. They are as thick as a person's thigh. No matter how you hack at them, burn them with fire or saw them, they are completely unscathed. Isn't that so? The Inyuan Society has stood strong for 1,000 years, and so does the Grace Tower. The hundreds of nobles on the top floor of the Grace Tower felt like they were walking on clouds. Looking at the capital from here, everything seemed so small. The feeling of being high above was simply extreme. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. The sunlight shone on the Grace Tower, making it warm and moving. The entire water surface was dyed gold, as if there were countless gold coins. The entire Grace Tower was dyed gold, as if it was covered in golden light. This scene on the 100-foot-tall building was like a group of immortals. The tide is coming, the tide is coming, this year's tide is the latest. Everyone stood up abruptly. The tide had indeed come, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The Sky River flowed from north to south, and the U River flowed from west to east. The tide was small at first, but gradually became larger. It was like 10,000 galloping horses. Rumble, the 2 tides began to converge in the middle. Then, they violently collided, a loud sound, the water splashed more than 20 feet high. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people along the banks of the river cheered. The nobles on the Grace Tower looked down on them. This group of ants just loved to make a fuss. How far has the tide gone? It has just begun. Once the tide rises, it will rise and fall. One wave higher than the other. Extremely high waves, each higher than the one before. Everyone's heart was surging, however, all of a sudden, the tide disappeared. Instead, a few whirlpools appeared on the water surface. Everyone, don't panic. We have opened the gate of the underground river to test if it is clear. Because the tide will get bigger and bigger. If it is not controlled, it is likely to rush to the shore and cause a disaster. Everyone could not help but be amazed. The Inuan society was too powerful. They could even control the tide. This tide was the power of heaven and earth. They were really like two angry dragons that were tamed by the Inuan society. This was equivalent to making the two dragon kings obedient. Under Xianxia's order, several gates of the underground river opened at the same time. The water of the two rivers immediately surged towards the underground river. The tide caused by the power of heaven and earth was also completely swallowed. Is the underground river normal? It is very smooth, but a lot of messy things are surging in. That was very normal. Because the entrance of the underground river was at the bottom of the river, once the gate was opened, a few huge whirlpools would form and produce a huge suction force. At this time, the messy things at the bottom of the two rivers would all surge into the underground river. However, as long as the underground river was smooth, these things could be discharged along the underground river to other rivers without being blocked. Rumble, countless river water surged into the underground river. And these underground river water channels, several of them passed through the underground of the Grace Tower, the headquarters of the Inuan society. These underground water channels were like a maze. When the water flowed through these underground rivers, the entire ground was trembling slightly. Almost endless things surged into the underground river and into the secret underground water channel of the Grace Tower. 15 minutes after the underground river was opened, someone came to report. Master, young master, the underground river is smooth. All the tides are flowing along the underground river to other branches of the river. The underground river test was completed. Next, they could really watch the tide. The sun was setting. In the last 30 minutes before sunset, they would let everyone enjoy it to their heart's content. Close the gate of the underground river entrance. The tide watching ceremony begins. Instantly, everyone in the audience cheered. Xianxia secretly ordered, "Go check the underground water channel. Make sure you don't miss any corner." Yes. Instantly, hundreds of warriors drilled into the underground tunnel to check the huge underground water channel of the Grace Tower. It was not that Xianxia had any doubts. They did this every year. Of course, he did not think there would be any danger. Because even if an enemy took advantage of the opening of the underground river to sneak into the underground water channel of the Grace Tower, only the top experts could do it. Ordinary warriors could not withstand such a huge amount of water. Even if a great grandmaster entered the underground water channel, it would be useless. What kind of damage could they do? 9 iron pillars as thick as a thigh. Even a great grandmaster would need an hour to chop one with the sharpest axe. And who knew how many axes would be destroyed? A great grandmaster's internal energy was powerful, but it was useless against such thick iron pillars. As the gate of the underground river was closed, once again, the tide appeared. And it was getting bigger and fiercer. Finally, there was a real stampede of horses. There was a crazy collision. The tide rose higher and higher. 20 feet, 30 feet, it was too exciting, everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Such a marvelous scene in the human world must be seen from the top of the Graciousness Pavilion. Only then would this life not be wasted. The crown prince did not come. Neither did the third prince. But Shui Zhaoyan and Shui Shui came, accompanied by Xianxia. Even Shui Pan, the heir of the Shui family, appeared for the first time. Sixth Prince Ningjing also came. I don't have a future anymore, but I'm father's biological son, so he can't kill me, right? Did you hear? Ku Tuhuan knelt outside the Chongping Marquis residence and was slapped twice by Shen Lang. What on earth happened? No one answered Ningjing. I heard that the second batch of Shenlong's Nirvana army, all 3,700 of them, were robbed. I heard he was cursing and vomiting blood at home. Still no one answered Ningjing. Ha ha ha, great. Great. Let's see how he can be arrogant now. Without the Nirvana army, let's see how that idiot Ningjing will fight for the throne. Ha ha ha. The advisor of the Zhu family, Yan Wuji, was playing chess with Shu Bodao. But it wasn't in the Grace Tower. It was in a building not far away. Others liked to watch the tide at the Grace Tower, but Shu Bodao watched it once a year and was tired of it. Plus, he was old and his nerves were weak. The tide was too noisy. So every time the tide rose, he had to leave the Grace Tower for a few days. I'm old and can't stand the noise, Shu Bodeo said lightly. Yan Wuji said, Master Shu, the hatred between you and Shenlang is as deep as the sea. 20 years ago, you and the Shui family worked together to kill Count Jinyu, almost destroying the Kim family. Last time, you revealed the secret letter to Su Nan, causing Su Jianting to lead the Western region experts to attack Xianwu Mansion and hurt Su Peipei. This time, you took away Shenlong's lifeblood, more than 3,000 people with zero bloodline. Shu Bodeo said, Mr. Yan, please speak your mind. Yan Wuji said, Shenlang will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He will definitely retaliate crazily. Master Shu, think about it. Is there any mistake? For example, a secret vault. Shu Bodeo smiled. Yan Wuji said, Oh, I see. A secret vault is a trap you deliberately revealed? A trap to make Shenlang lose his mind and send money to his death? Shu Bodeo didn't say anything. The secret vault was real, but most of the gold there had been transported away, and the rest couldn't be taken away. It was all melted on the ground. Yan Wuji said, Shenlang has already sent people to rob the secret vault. What will happen then? Shu Bodeo said, probably a shocking sea of fire. We can see it from here. Yan Wuji said, then let's wait and see Shenlong's subordinates die in the sea of fire and walk into the trap. After losing 2 battles today, I'm afraid Shenlang will vomit blood. Hundreds of warriors of the Yin Yuan Association entered the secret sewer below Grace Building. The sewer here was very large, about 3 to 4 meters wide and more than 2 meters high. Even though there was air above it, it was still very stuffy and smelly. There was still a lot of water here, and countless things were floating. It couldn't be helped. When the underground river gate was opened, too many things poured in. What's that smell? Why is it so smelly? There are so many things piled up in the sewer. What should we do? After opening the underground river gate for a few days, all these things will rush out. Let's go and check the big iron pillar. Don't pay attention to other places. Hundreds of warriors, divided into several teams, went to check the lifeblood of Grace Building. 9 big iron pillars. This was the support of the entire Grace Building, the support of the entire Yin Yuan Association headquarters. Nothing must happen to it. For some reason, the closer they got, the hotter they felt. It was still early spring. It should be very cold. Why was it so hot? Very soon, they arrived at a few large underground iron pillars. Then, they were completely stunned, because, this iron pillar as thick as a thigh was burning, white sparks were coming out. Was this a ghost? Iron could also burn? The iron pillar as thick as a thigh was about to be burned off. What the hell was this? Of course, it was thermite. It could release a high temperature of 2,500 degrees and could easily burn any steel. The temperature in the air was getting higher and higher. Finally, in a wooden barrel on the sewer, a wisp of white phosphorus couldn't stand such a high temperature. It suddenly burned. Bang! The wooden barrel was boiled. The fish oil inside poured out. Then, bang 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 bang, in the sewer, hundreds of thousands of wooden barrels suddenly exploded. Tens of thousands of kilograms of fish oil poured out. Then, the sparks ignited the fish oil. Boom boom boom, a shocking flame ignited. The terrifying energy couldn't be released at all. Suddenly, it caused a shocking explosion. At that moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Boom boom boom, after a loud noise, the Grace Building, the headquarters of the Yin Yuan Association, suddenly collapsed. Note, the second update is sent. Today's 2 updates are more than 16,000 yuan. Brothers, if you still have monthly tickets, please give them to me, please, please. Thank you Dikia, Che Chong Pao, and I'm waiting for the 10,000 yuan reward. Let's go back to an hour ago. It was true that Bitter Joy knelt outside the gate of Marquis Chongping's residence and cowed out until his head bled. It was also true that he was slapped twice by Shenlang. It was also true that his Black Mirror division found the whereabouts of the secret treasury of the Yin Yuan Association. It was also true that Shenlang sent all the elite experts to attack the secret treasury of the Yin Yuan Association. Therefore, before the Yin Yuan Association headquarters exploded, there was also an explosion. in the most ordinary warehouse in the northwest corner of the capital, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, flames rose to the sky. A moment later, corpses were carried out from inside one after another. Each of them was covered with white cloth, and they were all dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. Even Bitter Joy was in a sorry state. There were traces of burns all over his body. It was obvious that Xianxia had suffered a great loss. In this fire, dozens of experts were killed. A moment later, hundreds of city guards rushed to the scene to extinguish the fire and maintain order. Carts after carts of bloody corpses were transported to Marquis Chongping's residence. Many people saw it. Xianxia was really miserable. Once again, he suffered a crushing defeat. The entire capital could testify. Just now, all the experts under Xianxia's command went to attack a secret warehouse of the Yinyuan Association. They encountered a trap and suffered heavy casualties. Therefore, if there were any earth-shattering changes in other places, it had nothing to do with Xianxia at all. Not only did Xianxia have an alibi, but the experts under him also had alibis. Countless of my men were killed and injured. If someone still wanted to frame something on me, Xianxia, that would be too unreasonable. Of course, these bloody corpses were carried back to Marquis Chongping's residence and they were alive and kicking. It had nothing to do with me. Anyway, in the eyes of the people in the capital, they were already dead. Who was the most nervous person among the dignitaries of the Yinyuan Association's Grace Tower? It must be the newly promoted elder of the Heavenly Law Association, Huang Tong. As the biggest opponent of the Yinyuan Association, the reason why he received an invitation was probably to intimidate him. I'll let you, Huang Tong, see clearly that your Heavenly Law Association is still far from us. Not to mention anything else, just this Grace Pavilion alone was able to conquer the tides of the two rivers. What kind of foundation and power did it require? Huang Tong didn't want to come. But Xianxia insisted that he come. Although he didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, he was sure that it wasn't anything good. Therefore, he forced himself to smile throughout the entire tide-watching meeting. He wasn't in the mood to look at the tide at all. His heart was beating faster and faster for some reason. Shen, what are you trying to do? When are you going to do something big? You should at least give me a reminder. Therefore, Huang Tong stayed at the staircase all the time. If something happened, he could be the first to escape. If it weren't for the fact that it was so ugly, he would have hugged a pillar at all times. Only then would he feel safe. Of course, Huang Tong's strange behavior did not arouse anyone's suspicion. Because everyone present was considered an ally, and he was the only one who was different. He would definitely feel unnatural. At this moment. Boom, almost instinctively, Huang Tong hugged a pillar and prepared to run down at any moment. In the end, he discovered that the northwest corner of the capital had exploded, and flames were rising into the sky. Just by looking at the flames, Huang Tong knew that it was fish oil. There's a fire there, there's a fire there. Everyone forgot about the tide-watching meeting and looked towards the northwest corner. Sixth Prince Ningjing asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" Xu Tingyu said, "I don't know." Shuai said, "Xianxia is probably going to suffer heavy losses again. Countless casualties." Shui Zhaoyan said, "After failing twice in a row today, Xianxia is probably going to vomit blood." A moment later, a warrior ran up the stairs and said in a low voice, "Young master, Xianxia's elites fell into our trap and suffered heavy losses. Just the corpses alone took over a dozen carriages." Xu Tingyu smiled reservedly. It was easy for people to lose their minds when they were angry. After Xianxia's 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines were taken away, he was completely blinded by anger and couldn't wait to take revenge. In the end, there were countless deaths and injuries. Therefore, no matter how infuriated a person was, they had to maintain their rationality and remain calm. At this time, Shu Bodeo, who was playing chess in another building, also saw the flames in the northwest corner. Immediately after, he received a report from a warrior of the Yinyuan group. Xianxia's elites attacked the Yinyuan group's secret warehouse and suffered heavy losses. At this time, his game with Yan Wuji was almost over. I'm getting old. Let's call it a draw, Shu Bodeo said. It's getting late, I should go back. Master, young master is asking when the tide-watching meeting will end. Shubodeo said. Let's watch for another 5 minutes. When there's still a sliver of sunlight, we'll stop the tide-watching meeting and leave some room. Xianxia shouted from the top of the Grace Tower. There's still 5 minutes left in the tide-watching meeting. Everyone, please seize this final climax. It was indeed the final climax. The tides of the two rivers grew fiercer and fiercer. The final moments were deafening. Because of the collision of the two waves, the waves rose higher and higher. In the end, they reached 40 to 50 feet high. Even the shocking tide surged towards the road on the shore once again. It caused a series of exclamations. It was so beautiful. So exciting, tens of thousands of people on the shore screamed in fear and fled from the surging tide. But the people on the top floor of Grace Tower found it very interesting. The scene of the tide about to engulf the crowd was exciting. What a pity, it didn't really engulf the crowd. The dignitaries on the top floor even hoped that a shocking tide would suddenly hit the shore and engulf hundreds of people. That would be even more exciting. It would highlight the strictness of the social hierarchy. Lowly people shouldn't risk their lives to watch the tide-watching meeting. Beat the drums. Dozens of drums sounded at the same time. The tide-watching meeting had reached its final climax. The shocking tide, each more thrilling than the last. Each more thrilling than the last. Everyone present was intoxicated. Including Xianxia. Today, he had obtained 2 grand victories over Xianxia, and it was simply to his heart's content. And this amazing tide in front of them seemed to be celebrating today's victory against Xianxia. Anyone who went against the Yinyuan Association would die, including you, Xianxia. Moreover, this was just the beginning, Xianxia. More than 20 years ago, the Yinyuan Association almost destroyed your Kim family. A year ago, the Yinyuan Association started the war between you and the Su family. Next, the Yinyuan Association was about to blow the horn to destroy you. The complete destruction from the spirit to the body, Xianxia. Do you hear the sound of the war drums? Did you hear the loud sound of the raging tide? They all sounded for the destruction of Xianxia. Xianxia, you are not far from death, and at this moment. Rumble, an earth-shattering loud noise, the sound even surpassed the shocking tide. Then, the whole earth trembled violently. It was as if another real earth dragon was rolling underground. The ground of the entire Yinyuan Association's headquarters suddenly bulged, then, the 100-foot Grace Tower was suddenly torn apart like a toy. Gotcha! After the 100-acre ground bulged, the 100-foot Grace Tower suddenly tilted, it collapsed. Rumble, the whole process, it was incomparably fast, it only lasted for a few seconds. The Grace Tower, which had stood for 100 years, smashed to the ground and turned into ruins. Then, ghosts wailed and wolves howled, countless screams, countless mournful shouts, of course, at the moment when the Grace Tower collapsed. An incomparably amazing scene happened. Hundreds of martial arts masters suddenly leaped out. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of birds were startled, however, only a portion of people with high martial arts could leap out. The remaining portion. They also collapsed with the Grace Tower. Then they were buried in the ruins. A moment later, the ferocious tide suddenly swept over. Countless casualties, the whole scene was even more like hell. Huang Tong was fine, no, he was not. When the ground just bulged, he jumped down without any hesitation. He didn't jump to the ground. It was too high. He used all his strength to jump to a tree on the side. But soon the tree also fell. He fell down with the tree. He sprained his ankle, but he couldn't stand up. It was too scary. He knew that. Xianxia would be generous, but he didn't expect it to be so generous. This was the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association in the state of Yu, a tall building that had stood for 100 years. Many people even said that the palace hall would collapse, but this Grace Tower would not. What the hell? What the hell was going on? I'm so scared. Shen, are we still friends? You let me be at the scene of such a huge incident, and you didn't even give me a warning. Shen, how did you do it? The Grace Tower has 9 huge iron pillars, each as thick as a person's thigh, piercing dozens of feet into the ground. Even if you let Li Qianqiu chop them with an axe, he might not even be able to break one in half an hour. There's no such awesome axe. Even if you let Bitter Joy and Li Qianqiu pull a saw, they wouldn't be able to cut it. Aren't you afraid that I, Huang Tong, will also die in this disaster, on a nearby building? Xu Bodao had just finished a game of chess and was about to walk to the Grace Tower. Because it was just a street away. Then, he saw a shocking, even miraculous scene with his own eyes. The Earth Dragon suddenly arched. The 100-foot-tall building suddenly collapsed. The magnificent headquarters of the Yinyuan Association was completely turned into ruins. Then, the tide suddenly swept over. The entire headquarters of the Yinyuan Association seemed to have been leveled. Ugh, the elder of the Yinyuan Association, Xu Bodao, instantly lost all ability to react. He didn't even feel pain. Because the scene in front of him was too ridiculous. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. In that instant, he felt as if the Grace Tower that had collapsed was not his. There were no movies in this world. But when Xu Bodao saw the scene in front of him, it was as if he was watching a movie. On the big screen, he saw the presidential palace of the United States being blown into ruins. It was very enjoyable to watch, but in his heart, he knew that it was fake, because it was blown up dozens of times every year. After a long time, the president of the Yinyuan Association, Xu Bodao, gradually returned to reality. Then, his whole body began to tremble. That was the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association. That was the Grace Tower that had stood for 100 years. Now, it was completely razed to the ground. Xu Bodao felt that he couldn't breathe. He covered his heart and collapsed to the ground. Yan Wuji, who was next to him, was also completely stunned. There was only one word in his heart, F***ck, he was a Tanghua scholar. A real cultured person would never use vulgarities. But now, there was no other word that could describe what he was feeling. It was too scary. Yan Wuji waited until Xu Bodao collapsed before rushing over to help him. Xu Gong. Little bastard Chen Lang, we're irreconcilable. Xu Bodao spat out a mouthful of blood, then he completely fainted. At this time, Shen Lang, holding Shenmi, Binger, Madame Zhua, Wu Lai, Xian Nu, and the others were already waiting at the highest point of Marquis Chongping's residence. There was a table on the balcony, filled with tea, melon seeds, and so on. They chatted while waiting. Shen, the baby can't eat melon seeds. Madame Zhua didn't know how many times she had stopped Shen Lang. The baby's teeth hadn't grown yet, and his tender gums were extremely cute. Shen Lang opened a melon seed. There were watermelon seeds, pumpkin seeds, and sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds were brought over by Western merchants. They weren't grown on a large scale in the East. Only a prodigal like Shen Lang could afford to eat sunflower seeds that cost 1 silver coin. After the baby tasted the saltiness of the melon seeds, it was as if he had discovered the door to a new world. His little face was instantly stunned, and his gem-like eyes lit up. Then, 1 melon seed could be sucked for 10 minutes. Finally, Madame Zhua couldn't bear it anymore and took the baby away. The baby couldn't eat salt yet. As a father, Shen Lang was unreliable. Binger was useless and listened to Shen Lang. After Shenmi was taken away, his eyes were still staring at the melon seeds. As for Yucici and Yukiki, the 2 little girls, they skillfully knocked on the melon seeds. The shells of the melon seeds flew everywhere, one in their pockets and the other in their hands. It was at this moment. Bang! There was a loud noise, then, the 100-foot-tall Grace building collapsed. In an instant, Binger and Madame Zhua all stopped talking. All the noise came to an abrupt halt. The 2 little girls, Yucici and Yukiki, who had been knocking on the melon seeds, instantly stopped. Only Shenmi was still staring at the melon seeds motionlessly. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Shen Lang. The Hall of Grace had finally collapsed. The shocking revenge against the Yinyuan Association was finally completed. Shen Lang took a deep breath. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his heart. I'm happy, you guys can do whatever you want, it was really too refreshing, like the cicadas in winter. No wonder the first thing the aliens wanted to do when they invaded Earth was to blow up the White Palace and the Eiffel Tower. It turned out to be a landmark. It was really that good. At this moment, he saw everyone looking over. Shenlang said, "What are you looking at? It wasn't me who did it? None of this has anything to do with me." But there was someone who felt even better than Shenlang. That was the countless people who were watching the tide from the shore. They were originally full of envy, jealousy, and hatred for the people on the Grace building. Why did they have to be on the ground while they stood on the top of the building and looked down on them? They didn't expect it. They actually saw such a big scene. It was really the right day to come. To be honest, am I bewitched by a ghost? The Grace building that had stood for 100 years actually collapsed. Was I hallucinating? But soon they knew that it wasn't an illusion. Because the ghostly wails and wolf howls seemed so real. It was a big scene, a super big scene. It was much better than the tide. It was an earth-shattering event. The Inyuan Association's headquarters that had stood for 100 years collapsed. Among everyone, the one who was the most shocked was none other than monarch Xianxia. He knew that Shenlang would take revenge. But he didn't expect his revenge to be so intense. Because he wasn't warned in advance, Xianxia didn't know what would happen at the Inyuan Association's headquarters. But he was also looking at the Grace building. Why? Because he was unhappy. He had already vaguely warned them not to participate in the Inyuan Association's tide-watching meeting. And the result? Indeed, none of the ministers in office went. But their family members and some retired old fellows also went there. Are you treating my words as wind past one ear and past the other? However, this kind of situation was still not uncommon. It wasn't the first or second time that the imperial edict didn't go out of the Forbidden City. Even a powerful emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang could only sigh helplessly when he encountered this kind of situation. At that time, he repeatedly ordered that only women, the old, and the sick could sit in the sedan chair. Only officials of the third rank and above could sit in the sedan chair. The rest of the officials had to ride horses. As a result, there were too many to count, and Zhu Yuanzhang had to go to the streets to catch the officials who broke the rules. Facing this situation, Xianxia could only sigh helplessly. Should he issue an imperial edict to punish those noble ladies who went to the Grace building to watch the tide? Could it be that he was going to punish those retired old officials? They were so old, how many years could they live? Therefore, the monarch could only look at the Grace building from afar with hatred in his heart. Then suddenly, the entire Grace building collapsed. The monarch Xianxia was completely stunned. In that instant, he really felt a gust of cold air rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, almost lifting his entire skull. Shenlang, you lunatic. According to the monarch's previous thoughts, Shenlang would probably rob one or two of the Inyuan Association's secret vaults as revenge. He might even kill hundreds and thousands of people from the association. But to directly raise the headquarters of the state of Yu to the ground, he didn't even dare to think about it. More importantly, how did you, Shenlang, do it? This was too crazy, too shocking, but, you, Shenlang, are playing such a big game. Xianxia, can't handle it. The trouble that this bastard caused was always earth-shattering. Xianxia was really shocked, not happy. This is too much. Yen capital will be furious. I really can't handle it. The crown prince and the third prince saw this scene. There was only one thought in their minds. This Shenlang is a lunatic, a complete and utter lunatic. Damn it, his revenge was so intense. But, was he really the one who did it? The Grace building had 9 iron pillars that were as thick as a thigh. It was impossible to break them. The collapse of the Grace building at the headquarters of the Inyuan Association caused an earth-shattering wave. The capital was originally like a restless lake, but now, it was as if a shocking boulder had been thrown into it. Instantly, it suppressed all the other waves. The entire capital fell into a deathly silence. Then, countless messages suddenly exploded. The entire capital, even the entire state of Yu, was talking about this matter. But, the strange thing was, in all the rumors, there was no mention of Shenlang. The most widespread rumor was that the Inyuan Association forcibly suppressed the 2 Dragon Kings, which triggered the wrath of the Dragon Kings, so they overturned the Grace building. There was another rumor. There was an ancient seal below the Grace building. That was why it could suppress the 2 river gods, allowing them to perform a flood every year, but not cause a disaster. As a result, the seal gradually lost its effectiveness. The two river gods broke free from the seal and directly tore the Grace building to pieces. Not a single commoner thought that this had anything to do with Shenlang. How was that possible? We saw it clearly at the time. Shenlang's men did not even go near the Grace building. He was not a god. It was clearly an earth dragon turning over, and the river gods enraged. On the other hand, the nobles in the capital had a different opinion. The collapse of the Grace building had caused dozens of casualties among these nobles. The Inyuan Association had suffered hundreds of casualties. The first instinct of these nobles was to think of Shenlang. It must be Shenlang's revenge. His 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines had been snatched away, so he launched an earth-shattering revenge. But soon, they all gave up on this idea. Because Shenlang's men were not present at the time. Shenlang had raged in Marquis Chomping's residence. Sword King Li Xianxia, Bitterhead Joy, and the others had attacked a secret treasury of the Inyuan Association, resulting in countless casualties. All of them had alibis. Even if one's words reached the heavens, one could not pin the crime on Shenlang. Inside another base of the Inyuan Association, Xu Bodao was lying on a bed. Xu Tingyu and a few experts of the Inyuan Association were standing neatly in front of the bed, including a great grandmaster expert. "Did you find out?" Xu Tingyu said. "When we opened the entrance of the subterranean river, hundreds of barrels of fish oil poured in. Because our underground waterway is complicated and has many bends, most of the water is diverted to other rivers, but there are still a lot of fish oil in the subterranean river. But more than half of the barrels of fish oil were blocked in the underground channel. The explosion caused by the tens of thousands of kilograms of fish oil overturned the ground." Xu Bodao said. "Even so, the Grace building would not have collapsed. The explosion of the fish oil would not have been able to destroy the 9 iron pillars." Xu Tingyu said. "The 9 iron pillars were all melted." "Melted?" Xu Bodao exclaimed. "How is that possible? What else in the world can melt down iron pillars as thick as a person's thigh?" Xu Tingyu said, trembling. "We can't find out why." That was terrifying. It was simply a miracle. How could it burn down such thick iron pillars without anyone noticing? All the alchemists of the Inyuan Association could not find any reason, not even the slightest clue. Xu Tingyu said, "The manpower that Shenlang used to destroy the Grace building this time was far less than expected." Xu Bodao felt a dull pain in his chest, as if he was going to vomit blood again. He quickly closed his eyes. That little bastard really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. And he had no bottom line. The revenge this time was really painful for the Inyuan Association. "Master, what should we do next? Should we sue Shenlang?" Xu Bodao said. "How? Do you have evidence? Will the monarch seek justice for you?" And if the Inyuan Association went to sue Shenlang, it would only show their weakness. It was the same in modern Earth. You could only see weak countries constantly complaining to the United Nations. When would you see the United States crying at the United Nations and complaining to the world? It directly attacked whoever it didn't like. "Father, how do we announce this to the public?" Xu Tingyu asked. Xu Bodao closed his eyes in pain again. The collapse of the Grace building was a huge loss. It was just a building, so a few hundred people were nothing to him. The key was the reputation of the Inyuan Association. It was hard to build a reputation, but it only took an instant to destroy it. Announce to the public that due to the rusting of the 9 large iron pillars, the negligence of the staff, and the rolling of the earth dragon caused by the tide, the collapse of the Grace building. Compensate all the casualties with an astronomical figure of gold coins. Punish those who neglected their duties. I will personally go to the Flame Capital to ask for forgiveness. Let the Flame Capital handle this. Ning Yuanxian can withstand our pressure, but he definitely can't withstand the pressure of the Flame Capital. Also, announce that the state of you, the Inyuan Association, is facing a debt crisis. Please repay your debts and help the Inyuan Association tide over this crisis." Xu Tingyu was stunned. Was he going to collect debts from Ning Yuanxian? The key now is to transform the 1,000 people with 0 bloodlines and turn them into a trump card army. If we can succeed, we can make up for the losses and redeem ourselves. Next, the Inyuan Association announced to the world. Due to the negligence of some people, the rusting of the 9 iron pillars caused the collapse of the building. For this, Xu Bodao and Xu Tingyu led the Inyuan Association to apologize to all the casualties and compensate a huge sum of money. Next, the Inyuan Association held a huge funeral for all the dead. The monarch personally came to the funeral, reprimanding the Inyuan Association for their negligence and expressing his condolences to Xu Bodao. Then, Xu Bodao formally apologized to the Flame Capital headquarters and submitted his resignation letter. The capital was silent, everyone could sense that a storm was brewing. As expected, after submitting his resignation letter, Xu Bodao entered the palace and formally asked for the monarch's debt from Ning Yuanxian. The two parted on bad terms. Then, the Inyuan Association revealed that Ning Yuanxian had borrowed money from the Inyuan Association for 23 years. After deducting the amount that had been repaid, the total debt was 12.6 million. Instantly, the world was shocked. The monarch owed so much money. How did he spend it? Even Xianxia felt his scalp go numb when he heard this number. He knew that the monarch owed a lot of money, but he didn't expect it to be this much. In the past 20 years, Ning Yuanxian had borrowed new money to pay off old debts. The interest had accumulated to such a shocking number. Huang Tong almost peed his pants. He had wanted to ask the Heavenly Association to buy out the debt. But now, the Heavenly Association really couldn't afford it. Xianxia couldn't do anything about this debt. He had already harvested all the leaks in the capital. Moreover, Xianxia's reputation as a scammer had been tarnished. Ning Yuanxian was a super prodigal. But when Xianxia said this, Huang Tong glanced at him unintentionally. Xianxia was stunned and said weakly, "Brother Huang Tong, how much do I owe you?" In the past 2 years, he had only cared about squandering. Xianxia didn't even count how much he had borrowed. Huang Tong said warmly, "We're all brothers and strategic allies. There's no need to talk about money." Xianxia said, "That won't do. Even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly." Huang Tong said, forget it. It hurts our relationship to talk about money." Xianxia said, "You're really going to forget it? Then I'm really going to forget it." 15 million. Huang Tong said straightforwardly. Damn, this person in front of me is really shameless. If I dare to say forget it, I will dare to forget about this debt. That much? It's only been 2 years, I have already lost so much money, Xianxia said weakly. Some debts are on Ning Zheng's head. Huang Tong said, His Highness Ning Zheng owes us 690,000. It's not counted. Xianxia scratched his head. How did I spend it? I lost so much without knowing it. Ning Yuanxian only owed 10 million in 20 years. I owe 3 million in a year. Then it seems I'm more of a prodigal. Monarch, I'm sorry, I've wronged you. Seems like you're already more thrifty. However, Huang Tong was ultimately joking with Xianxia. The Heavenly Association did not expect Xianxia to repay the debt in the near future. They could only pray that he would be merciful when he squandered in the future. That was because the strategic benefits that Xianxia had brought them had far exceeded 3 million gold. Xianxia did not have to worry when he was in debt. However, the monarch was in a terrible predicament. Xianxia raised the headquarters of the Inyuan Association to the ground. In the end, the Inyuan Association burned the Monarch Association down. Is this fair? It's actually very fair. Who asked you, Ning Yuanxian, to be Xianxia's backer? If not for you, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to be so arrogant in the capital. Of course, if it was only the Inyuan Association of the State of Yu that was forcing him to repay the debt, Xianxia would not be bothered. The key was the pressure from the Inyuan Association and the Great Yan Empire. The emperor had already sent an envoy to inquire. Of course, the emperor was still very concerned about Ning Yuanxian and asked him if he needed to mediate. But this was pressure. The pressure from the Inyuan Association and the emperor put Ning Yuanxian under a lot of pressure. But could he blame Xianxia? No. First, the Inyuan Association kidnapped Xianxia's zero bloodline user to cut off the hope of the Second Nirvana Army. Secondly, Xianxia raised the headquarters of the Inyuan Association to the ground to vent his anger on the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. But his methods were so violent that it was shocking. The Inyuan Association proposed two plans. The first plan was to repay the debt. Repay 4 million gold first. The monarch had money now. Xianxia had just cheated him of 5 million gold. But this money was to be used to fight against Prince Jin. It was to be prepared for the next two battles that would topple the nation. It could not be touched. The battle for the fate of the nation could not be taken lightly. The second plan was to punish Xianxia and imprison him. Xianxia raised the headquarters of the Inyuan Association of the State of Yu to the ground. This hatred could not be let go. Although the Inyuan Association would not publicly say that it was Xianxia who did it, they had to take revenge. Either repay the debt or imprison Xianxia. This matter was too big. It felt good to raise the headquarters of the Inyuan Association of the State of Yu to the ground. But it was also a slap to the face of Yan capital. Who didn't know that the empire was behind the Inyuan Association? The monarch could not handle it anymore. The pressure on the headquarters of the Inyuan Association was increasing. The tone of the envoy sent by the emperor was getting more and more serious. The envoy sent recently was already at the prince level. Although it was not stated clearly, Ning Yuanxian only had two choices. Either repay the debt or imprison Xianxia. As for the crime, he could choose any one. For the sake of Xianxia, the monarch once again lowered his status and went to Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's house. He begged the Zhu family to stay in Yan capital and at least ask the emperor not to interfere. He begged Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu again. In the end, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu fell ill on his bed, unconscious. The monarch returned without success. At this moment, the close relationship between the monarch and Zhu Hongzhu had officially opened up a crack that could not be healed. It was a complete break. Actually, Zhu Hongzhu had opened his eyes several times before. Especially during the crisis of the heavenly worship ceremony. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu had the officials attack Ning Yuanxian and had no intention of sharing the burden. He had violated his duties as a prime minister. But Ning Yuanxian did not blame this prime minister at that time. Although the two of them had conflicting positions, they were still close and private. But this time, Zhu Hongzhu said he was sick and refused to see him. This made Ning Yuanxian's eyes turn red. He was not angry, but sad. After Ning Yuanxian left the Zhu family, he did not return to the palace directly. Instead, he went to Ning Zheng's Marquis Chongping residence and entered Xianxia's study. Xianxia, I don't have a prime minister anymore. I will really be alone from now on. What you did this time was too big. Not only did you poke a hole in the sky of the state of Yu, you even shocked Yan capital. Even the emperor was shocked by you. But I don't blame you. Xianxia, what are you doing? Xianxia raised his head and said, writing a resignation letter. I want to resign from all my positions, leave the capital and return home. Note, the first update is here. I will go take a shower and eat, then write the second update. Benefactor, don't stop supporting me with your monthly votes. Pastries are supported by this, thank you, me 1216, Fengya's 20,000 coins. Resign and go home. The monarch's expression froze when he heard this. After a long while, Ning Yuanxian said in a trembling voice, impossible. I won't let you resign. This is the state of Yu. There's no one I can't protect. Even His Majesty can't overstep his authority. To a certain extent, it was true. The emperor of the Great Yan Empire was the ruler of the world and indirectly controlled all the countries through various means. But basically, all the countries were independent in their internal and foreign affairs. If I, Ning Yuanxian, can't even protect you, how can I be the emperor? Ning Yuanxian was almost roaring. Xianxia's words of resigning and returning home had indeed hurt his dignity. He could just go back on his word. If I, Ning Yuanxian, don't return the money or arrest Xianxia, what can you do to me? Of course, this might lead to sanctions from the Great Yan Empire and the Inyuan Association. But the Great Yan Empire would not send troops because of this. Xianxia did not say anything. He just quietly wrote his resignation. Ning Yuanxian said, Xianxia, I know I've disappointed you. 21 years ago, after the fall of Emperor Jiangli, I begged Zhu Hongzhu to divorce my beloved first wife in order to keep the throne. He died of depression and sent Ning Han to the Sky Sea Pavilion. I was weak at that time, so I compromised. I know that because of this, the crown prince and Ning Han still look down on me. This was Ning Yuanxian's inner demon, the monarch. It was also his humiliation. Back then, he was eager to follow Emperor Jiangli. After the fall of Emperor Jiangli, he was almost wiped out. He could not resist the pressure from the great Yan Empire and compromised. From then on, Zhu Hongzhu became the prime minister and the leader of the civil officials of the state of Yu. This inner demon would probably never be removed in this lifetime. Unless Ning Yuanxian could stand up again in the same position. Otherwise, as long as one's waist was broken, one would never be able to stand up again in the eyes of others. Because of this, Ning Yuanxian paid special attention to the dignity of the emperor. Of course, Zhu Hongzhu was also sensible. After saving the situation, he did not show off his abilities. Instead, he was very reserved and did not try to be the first. He left all the glory to monarch Ning Yuanxian. That was why their relationship was like that of a father and son. It was because of this humiliation that Ning Yuanxian became so vain. But deep in his heart, he knew very clearly that the humiliation could never be washed away. Especially his queen, the Zhu clan, who was extremely arrogant and superior. It seemed that without the Zhu clan, Ning Yuanxian would have lost his throne a long time ago. Shenlang, trust me, trust me. Ning Yuanxian said, this time, I will fight to the end. The Yinyuan Association will never make me yield. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, you're still too temperamental. You're not thick-skinned enough, and your heart is not black enough. 20 years ago, you divorced your first wife. You bowed to the Zhu family, but so what? Why has this matter become a knot in your heart? Hearing Shenlang's words, Ning Yuanxian was shocked. Was this not a disgrace? It meant that his waist had been broken. But in Shenlang's view, there were too many emperors who had their waists broken in history. Go Jian, the king of Yu, had endured hardships to get revenge. Wasn't Emperor Jing of Han awesome? He was the supreme emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. During the chaos of the Seven States, he couldn't bear the huge pressure and killed his trusted subordinate, Chao Qiuo. He also regarded it as a disgrace, but it didn't become an inner demon. After destroying the Seven States, he was still a wise emperor. Not only that, Emperor Jing of Han used to think highly of Chao Qiuo, but in the end, he just watched Chao Qiuo being killed. How great was the contribution of Prime Minister Zhou Yafu? To Emperor Jing of Han, he almost gave him a new lease of life, and he was the biggest contributor to pacifying the chaos of the Seven States. But in the end, he was still killed by Emperor Jing. Does His Majesty Lu Qi have any inner demons? Ning Yuanxian was known to be mean and ungrateful, but he was extremely sentimental. Therefore, he couldn't be a great emperor. But this made Shenlang feel that Ning Yuanxian was more human, more like a mortal. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, you and Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu are destined to fall out. You don't have to be sad about it. In Zhu Hongzhu's heart, he sees himself as a subject of the great Yan Empire, not the state of Yu. What he did was merely a precursor to the empire's unification of the world. That's why I didn't support Crown Prince Ning Yi from the start. He has the Zhu clan and the Yinyuan Association behind him, and he represents the interests of the great Yan Empire. Once he succeeds the throne, will the state of Yu still be the state of Yu? It's hard to say. Zhu Hongzhu has been keeping a low profile all these years. He is the leader of the civil officials, but most of the time, he stays at home and claims to be ill, afraid that he will steal your limelight. It's not that he's not greedy for power, but he's more far-sighted. On the surface, he's protecting the crown prince, but in reality, he's protecting the interests of the great Yan Empire. I once asked Your Majesty to propose marriage to Zhu Ning on behalf of Jin Muzong. If Zhu Hongzhu is a subject of the state of Yu, what's wrong with accepting this olive branch and showing some goodwill? In the end, nothing. Your Majesty and I are very clear. Even if Prince Ningjing succeeds the throne, the Zhu clan will still be the leader of the civil officials. Why did Zhu Hongzhu reject it? Does he love Ning Yi that much? That's not true. Ning Yi is not the queen's biological son, he's just an adopted son. Moreover, I haven't said anything else. If Jin Muzong can marry Zhu Ning, then Prince Ningjing can also marry the daughter of the Zhu clan and make her the queen. Although Prince Ningjing's wife, Lady Zhua, is virtuous, she has no children and is the daughter of a merchant. It's difficult for her to become the queen. The marriage between Kaneki Satoshi and Zhu Ning is just a small test. But Zhu Hongzhu rejected it without hesitation. After that, the sacrificial ceremony and the Inyuan Association all proved one thing. Zhu Hongzhu's modesty for the past 20 years was fake. That was only because his fundamental interests were not violated. Once violated, he would turn into a ferocious tiger. After hearing Shen Lang's words, Ning Yuanxian sat down and listened attentively. Shen Lang continued, there's also the Shui clan and Zhongyao. These two clans seem to be subjects of the state of Yu on the surface, but they are always trying to curry favor with the empire of Great Yin. Zhongyao's intentions were clear when Zhongshishir and the son of Prince Wu of the empire of Great Yin went on a blind date. There's also the Earl of Wuan, Shui Che. He used to be in charge of the Black Water platform for you. After that, he stayed in the empire of Great Yin and was in charge of the diplomacy and intelligence of the state of Yu. This time, the Inyuan Association tried to snatch my blank zero bloodline, and the Black Water platform continuously provided them with intelligence. That's not all. Just before the Inyuan Association tried to snatch my blank zero bloodline, Stupa Mountain's disciple, Wu Ju, came to me and warned me on behalf of Stupa Mountain that I must not continue my experiments on modifying my bloodline, and that I must hand over all my research results. When monarch Ning Yuanxian heard this, his pupils shrank. He was an intelligent man, and he sensed an extremely dangerous signal. Shen Lang said, in the end, my research report on the blank zero bloodline fell into the hands of the Inyuan Association. The association's metallurgists immediately used the method I wrote and the research records of Stupa Mountain to conduct a bloodline test on those people, and confirmed that these 3,700 people were indeed blank zero bloodline holders. Your Majesty, the Zhong clan is secretly trying to curry favor with the empire of Great Yin, and so is the Shui clan. Yan Nanfei and Stupa Mountain have an unusually close relationship, and Stupa Mountain played an important role in the annihilation of Emperor Jiangli. After Emperor Jiangli was annihilated, Stupa Mountain was the biggest beneficiary, and Stupa Mountain is also very close to the empire of Great Yin. Therefore, your crown prince and third prince Ning Qi can't wait to collude with the empire of Great Yin. No matter which of the two princes ascends to the throne, the status of the state of Yu in the future will be difficult to predict. Only His Highness Ningjing has eyes for the Yu kingdom. Furthermore, he is fearless and filled with the will to die. Ning Yuanxian calmed down, picked up the teapot, and filled Shen Lang's cup with tea. Shen Lang continued, after the empire of Great Yin annihilated Emperor Jiangli, they wanted to annihilate all the countries in the world in one go, and unify the Eastern world. However, the Eastern world is too vast, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, the empire of Great Yan's internal affairs are complicated, and they must first settle the internal affairs. Therefore, the empire of Great Yan started a new policy, and after eliminating Emperor Jiangli's authority, they swept away the old aristocrats, clans, and military leaders of the empire, and completely centralized the monarchy. After more than 10 years, the new policy of the empire of Great Yan is almost complete. Once the empire of Great Yan has completely centralized the monarchy, the next step will be to annex the surrounding countries. Of course, I'll tell you the truth. The current emperor of the empire of Great Yan is indeed a great ruler, one that is rarely seen in 100 years. There's nothing wrong with such a person unifying the world. However, he has sealed off civilization, and is ignorant of the people's intelligence. It's as if he wants to suppress the entire world to the level of a low-level civilization. This makes me very hostile towards him. However, what the emperor thought had nothing to do with Shen Lang. The emperor did not care about the people, nor did he care about the advancement of civilization, or whether it was advancing or regressing. However, the Supreme Emperor seemed to be somewhat displeased with Shen Lang. In the eyes of His Majesty, Shen Lang was just an insignificant person. However, from some details, Shen Lang could tell that the empire of Great Yan's attitude towards him was very unfriendly. Ning Yuanxian said, if what you said is true, then isn't the state of Yu in great danger? Shen Lang shook his head and said, it's very dangerous. However, once the empire of Great Yan wants to annex the world, the other countries will not give up without putting up a fight. We will not be the first to bear the brunt, because the state of Yu does not have a large border with the empire of Great Yan. Instead, we need to worry about the state of Wu. Moreover, the emperor has been on the throne for more than 40 years, and he is already 73 years old this year. For the entire empire, the smooth succession of the throne is the most important thing, not the unification of the world. Therefore, we have at least 10 years to deal with the expansion of the empire of Great Yin. Ning Yuanxian said, since you've made it so clear, why did you resign and go home? In order not to stay and assist Ningjing, he can't do without you. No. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, you're wrong. I don't know how to assist others. I only know how to criticize others and destroy my enemies. That was true. Up until now, Shen Lang had only criticized the heavens, the earth, and the air. He did not even touch the government affairs. He did not even touch the military affairs. Moreover, His Highness Ningjing does not really need the assistance of others. He is very capable. Shen Lang said, perhaps he is not the smartest, but he is definitely the most determined and patient. As the saying goes, dripping water can wear through a stone, and an iron rod can grind a needle. Most importantly, if I continue to stay in the capital, the conflict between you and the Zhu family will completely intensify, and the conflict between you and the Empire of Great Yin will also intensify. This will be very disadvantageous to the upcoming war. In the eyes of the world, His Highness Ningjing rose to power completely because of me. As long as I leave, in the eyes of the world, His Highness Ningjing will almost be defeated in the battle for the throne. In the eyes of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, he will no longer be a threat. Recently, His Highness Ningjing has been too dazzling and has gained too many benefits. He needs to hide his strength and bide his time to consolidate the previous victory. And as I said before, the primary goal of me helping His Highness Ningjing to win the throne is to let him gain your approval. Now, I've already half succeeded in this. After I leave, you will be able to see His Highness Ningjing's ability more clearly. Will he be unable to recover after leaving me? Or will he become more outstanding? And once I leave, the relationship between you and the Zhu family, the Empire of Great Yin, and even the ministers will be greatly eased. The war is coming, and this is very important to you. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, You mean I should compromise again? Yes. Shen Lang said, and you should compromise more thoroughly. You should make it more embarrassing for me to leave, almost like an exile. You should make Ning Yuanxian, the crown prince, and the ministers happy. At this time I probably need Duke Bianzhao's cooperation. Concubine Bian is more suitable, but she is too gentle to show such a bad face. Ning Yuanxian said, Then when will you come back? Shen Lang said, In a few months. Ning Yuanxian was silent for a moment, then said, You are very pessimistic about the war in the south? Do you think the state of you will lose? Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, the state of you has fought against the Sand Barbaric tribe countless times. You should have a deep impression of the Sand Barbaric tribe. What do you think? Ning Yuanxian said, As if every one of them is a psycho who is not afraid of death. By the way, Ning Yuanxian said, the Sand Barbaric tribe is even more violent than the Chang kingdom. They have been fighting for hundreds of years, and most of the time, it is a civil war among the Sand Barbaric tribe. Every time the state of you and the Sand Barbaric tribe go to war, we have the advantage in numbers, and we always use the Nano kingdom as cannon fodder. But in fact, our fighting power is not as good as the Sand Barbaric tribe, especially in the tropical forests in the south. I have seen many Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. King Chang'arunana has an elite mercenary group, all of whom are Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. The most powerful fighting slaves in the western regions are also from the Sand Barbaric tribe. This tribe is very strong, but they have never been unified, like a plate of loose sand. Now Prince Jin wants to unify the whole Sand Barbaric tribe and unite this violent tribe into a war knife. Plus, with the support of the Great Tribulation Temple and the Western region's countries, I am still very pessimistic about the war, even though the state of you has more than 100,000 soldiers on the battlefield in the Nano Kingdom. Ning Yuanxian came to the map. He found that many parts of the Sand Barbaric tribe's territory had been marked by Shen Lang. Shen Lang continued, I have stayed in the Chang Kingdom a few times. You don't know how wise Prince Jin is in the eyes of the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors in the western regions, and even the warriors of the Chang Kingdom. He is like a man descended from the heavens, and is regarded as the greatest hero by the Sand Barbaric tribe. Ingyang once told me that even though he was loyal to Queen Nana, many of the Sand barbaric warriors under his command wanted to join Queen Jean. Now, he has become the hope of the entire Sand barbaric tribe, and he has a terrifying cohesive force. Ning Yuanxian asked, then, do you think that he is invincible? Shen Lang said, in the southern forests of the Sand barbaric tribe, the number of soldiers is not as good as the quality. Therefore, I want to train a Nirvana army that is completely suitable for fighting in the mountains, an army of super godly archers. I resigned this time to avoid the conflict between the Empire of Great Yan and the Inyuan Association, to ease the conflict between you and the Zhu family, and to prevent the fifth prince, Ningjing, from becoming the target of public criticism. And the most important reason is that I need enough time and energy to prepare to deal with Prince Jean, who is the strongest enemy I have ever faced. Ning Yuanxian said, you want to get the situation back on track, let the Crown Prince and Ning Qi fight again, and let Ningjing grow up in the capital quietly. Yes. Shen Lang said, so, before I leave, I have a few suggestions. Ning Yuanxian said, go ahead. Shen Lang said, firstly, after I left the capital with my tail between my legs, you tried your best to raise third Prince Ning Qi's status. You directly gave him the North Heaven Province and conferred him the title of Governor of North Heaven Province. Recall Shui Che and make him the Governor of Tianyue City. Monarch was surprised to hear this. In this way, the third prince, Ning Qi's power skyrocketed. The northern part of Tianqi Province, Tianbei Province, and Tianyue City all belonged to Ning Qi. There were 5 governors in the world, and the third prince's faction occupied 3. The Crown Prince's faction barely controlled Tiannan Province, and the position of the governor of Tianqi Province had not been decided yet. In this way, the temporary alliance between the Crown Prince and the third prince because of Shen Lang would instantly break down. Shen Lang said, in this way, the Crown Prince's faction would come to beg you again, and even Zhu Hongzhu would compromise with you again. After all, the Crown Prince's faction is determined to become the governor of Tianqi Province, and they still need your conferment. Moreover, Prince Ningjing and I are the public enemies of all the officials in the world. As long as you keep your favor away from us, you will immediately become a superior arbiter. Because among the officials, some support Ning Qi, some support Ning Yi, but no one supports Prince Ningjing. In short, when I am not in the capital, His Majesty will continue to distance himself from Prince Ningjing. Don't worry, he will be able to handle it. You keep favoring the third prince, Ning Qi, and at this time, the Crown Prince will be very anxious. He will do everything possible to save the situation and completely defeat Ning Qi. The battlefield of Nano Kingdom will be his best choice. After all, you won the Battle of Wu Yue and defeated Ning Yuanwu in one fell swoop to become the king. The Crown Prince, Ning Yi, will definitely want to replicate your miracle. If Shen Lang's guess was right, the Zhu family would definitely invest a lot of resources in the battlefield of Nano Kingdom, and even Princess Ning Han would find a way to help. When the Battle of Nano Kingdom was at its best, the Crown Prince, Ning Yi, would definitely find a way to go south and seize the fruit of victory. Suddenly, Ning Yuanxian trembled and said, if we lose, will Ning Yi die? No matter how distant the father and son were, Ning Yi was still his son. No. Shen Lang said, Prince Jean is extremely cunning. He will not hurt Ning Yi. Ning Yuanxian believed in Shen Lang's judgment. But deep in his heart, he still felt that Nano Kingdom might not lose. Because the state of Yu would send more than 130,000 soldiers to Nano Kingdom, and the major cities of Nano Kingdom would be in the hands of Zhu Lin and Ning Luo. Most importantly, Prince Jean grew up in front of him. As a hostage, Prince Jin's fate was completely in his hands, so he looked more like a weakling. Shen Lang kept saying how powerful Prince Jean was, and even the intelligence from Blackwater Station mentioned it. But, people's impressions were too deep. In Ning Yuanxian's mind, Prince Jean was a weak hostage. Moreover, Ning Yuanxian felt very complicated. Of course, he hoped that the state of Yu would win this war. What if the state of Yu lost and buried the Crown Prince's reputation, in exchange for the rise of Shen Lang and Ningjing, and in exchange for Shen Lang turning the tide? Ning Yuanxian couldn't accept this emotionally. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian would try his best to win this war in Nano Kingdom. But he also longed for Shen Lang's return. Shen Lang, think about it carefully. If the situation doesn't turn out as you expected after you leave, the crown prince will be like the sun in the sky. Ningjing will have no hope of winning the throne, and you will have no hope of coming back. Ning Yuanxian said, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Shenlang nodded. Ning Yuanxian looked at Shenlang deeply. Who does this person look like? This unrestrained and unrestrained soul was indeed somewhat familiar. He really envied him. Ning Yuanxian once again pondered why he liked Shenlang so much. At this moment, he understood even more clearly. Subconsciously, Ning Yuanxian also wanted to live as carefree and straightforward as Shenlang. He could destroy anyone he wanted. He even dared to do something as appalling as razing the headquarters of the Yinyuan Association to the ground. It was too straightforward. That was clearly Ning Yuanxian's dream. "All right, as you wish," Ning Yuanxian said. Shenlang cupped his hands and bowed, "Your Majesty, take care." Ning Yuanxian wanted to say that Shenlang should take care too. But, that bastard should take care of himself. He would always be the one to harm others. "Goodbye," Ning Yuanxian said, then left Shenlang's study and returned to the palace. It would probably be a long time before they met again. If they met again, it meant that the situation was as Shenlang expected. The state of Yu was in an unstable situation. It was on the verge of collapse. The next day, the news that the monarch went to see Zhu Hongzhu and was refused at the door spread. Everyone held their breath. Was the relationship between the emperor and the prime minister broken? Then, the attitude of the Empire of Great Yin and the Yinyuan Association in Yin capital became more and more unyielding. Prince Lian of the empire even said that if the state of Yu refused to pay the debt, the empire might impose certain sanctions on the state of Yu. The so-called sanctions included politics and trade. Once the Empire of Great Yin issued a decree, the surrounding countries would all stop trading with the state of Yu. The result would be fatal. The monarch temporarily lost his voice. 2 days later, Duke Bianxiao went south in a rage. He, who had never fallen out with the monarch, roared in the monarch's study. "Why, what right does Shenlang have to kill a member of my Bian clan? Can't he hand Bianqin over to concubine Bian? Is he looking down on me?" After leaving the palace, Duke Bianxiao rushed to Marquis Chongping's residence. He suddenly pulled out his dark steel heavy sword and slashed the main door of the residence into pieces. Then, he left the capital and returned to Yan province without a moment's delay. It was as if he came to the capital to vent his anger against Shenlang. Duke Bianzhao's declaration was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The monarch finally issued a decree to reprimand Shenlang, ordering him to reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. Following that, he issued 3 more decrees to condemn him. The first was that he disregarded human life in Tianqi province and caused disaster to the people. He also killed Lieutenant Liang Yongyan without permission, which was treason. The second was that he killed the general of the Tianyue commandery in Shuangwu City, which was tantamount to treason. The third was that he tainted the third princess Ning Yan's innocence. After the 3 crimes, the monarch ordered Shenlang to be banished from the Tianyue commandery and returned to the ruins of the Kim clan's side residence. The Blackwater platform's warriors surrounded the Kim clan's side residence. It was as if they were going to arrest Shenlang and throw him into prison. However, at this moment, the Marquis of Xuanwu, Jin Zhua, submitted a memorial, expressing an extremely tough stance. This infuriated the monarch in the imperial court, and he angrily accused Jin Zhua of treason. Not only did this not make the monarch compromise, but he also ordered the Blackwater platform's experts to enter the Kim clan's side residence and put Shenlang under house arrest. However, at this moment, the queen of the Chang kingdom, Aru Nana, began to banish the envoys of the state of Yu. Her Majesty's attitude was very obvious. If the state of Yu dared to arrest Shenlang, the Chang kingdom would directly break off relations with the state of Yu. The monarch was furious. He sneered and mocked in the imperial court. Back then, Sunan had monopolized the Chang kingdom's diplomacy and threatened the state of Yu. But now, Shenlang was even stronger than him. Instantly, all the officials in the imperial court agreed. The monarch once again enjoyed the feeling of having hundreds of officials at his beck and call. Moreover, the officials took the initiative to submit a memorial, saying that the state of Yu was about to have a decisive battle with Prince Jin, so it was not the time to anger the Chang kingdom. Shenlang was an insignificant person. If he was spared, then so be it. The monarch was so angry that he was trembling. Then, he ordered that Xianxia be stripped of all his titles and positions, and demoted to a commoner. There were even rumors that the monarch wanted to make a move against Ningxing. However, concubine Bian fought with her life and finally managed to preserve Ningxing's title and position. Eunuch Li Sun went to the Kim clan's courtyard in the ruins to announce the decree. Strip Xianxia of all his titles and positions. Immediately banish him from the capital and exile him 2,000 miles away, never to be employed again. That is the decree. Xianxia, His Majesty's decree is very clear. Leave the capital immediately, and you are not allowed to stay for even a moment longer. Furthermore, no one is allowed to send you off. You cannot leave through the main gate, but through the side gate. After the decree was announced, Xianxia left the capital with Jin Muzong, Binger, the baby, the Sword King Li Qianqiu and his wife, and the martial maniac Tang Yen. It was extremely miserable. Over the past year, Xianxia had gained the monarch's favor and trust in the capital. He could summon the wind and summon the rain, and he was extremely domineering. Every time he left, there would be hundreds or even thousands of people following him. He was awe-inspiring and domineering. Although he was only a small sixth-rank official, he always swaggered through the center of Xuanwu Avenue and Vermilion Bird Avenue. But now, he could only bring a mere 20 people and a group of commoners, walking on the side path and leaving through the door. Such a pathetic state made him look like a dog that had lost its home. Everyone looked at him with disdain. A jester like Xianxia, his rise was sudden, but his fall was also sudden. He was awe-inspiring before, but now he was in such a miserable state. Fate really made a fool out of him. After Xianxia left the capital, everything was settled. Everything in the capital was on the right track. Yanzhou, Duke of Weiwu's mansion. Bian Xiao and Zhang Chong were playing chess. Mister, before this, I didn't think highly of Ningxing at all, and I didn't have any intention of supporting him at all. I also couldn't stand the sight of Xianxia, Bian Xiao said. In fact, I hated him in every way. Zhang Chong said, how about now? Bian Xiao said, this kid is amazing, very amazing. If Ningxing has a bright future, I can support him in the future. Zhang Chong smiled, us. Bian Xiao laughed, yes, us. We are truly like-minded, not friends who collude for benefits. Note, second update, updated at 16,000. Brothers, please support me to the end. I want to keep my position on the monthly votes, please. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. May everything go well. When Xianxia left, 5th Prince Ningxing did not send him off. The people of the capital scolded him for being ungrateful. If it weren't for Xianxia, Ningxing would still be a good-for-nothing. How could he have been promoted to a marquis, let alone become the Tianyue commandant, even though His Majesty had decreed that no one was allowed to see him off? If others didn't see him off, you wouldn't see him off either. You were truly heartless. When Xianxia left, Ningxing stood at the highest point of the Tianyue commander-in-chief's office and bowed deeply. He maintained this position for half an hour. He didn't get up until Xianxia left the capital. Xianxia, I won't let you down. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Wu Lai's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had returned to being a slave. He just wanted to kill. Now that the young master had left, there was no one to bring them out to do whatever they wanted. Xian Nu, who had already lost weight, had become a beauty. She was quite out of breath from crying. In her eyes, Xianxia was the real immortal, a person as pure as jade. She felt that if she had the ability, she would never let Xianxia suffer the slightest grievance. Unfortunately, she did not have this ability. Beside her, Madman Lan kept comforting her. He was also filled with boundless gratitude towards Xianxia. Of course, this gratitude was not because Xianxia had discovered them, nor was it because he was the first top scorer in the examinations. It was because of Xianxia's absolute respect. Xianxia was the chief official of the Chongping Marquis residence, and was even the pillar of support for His Highness Ningxing. That was why Lunatic Lan felt that he would at most be doing hard labor by Ningxing's side. He would not have any real power and could only be Xianxia's echo. However, in the Marquis of Chongping's estate and the Tianyue Admiral's estate, Xianxia had actually completely delegated power. All government affairs were handed over to Madman Lan, and he did not interfere at all. Ningjing and Lunatic Lan were both rookies. At first, they really stumbled and were badly battered. But after a few months of abuse, they had made a lot of progress. Finally, Madman Lan transformed from a scoundrel into an official. Lunatic Lan had never seen someone who wasn't greedy for power before. When Xianxia was in the capital, he only did one thing, and that was to shelter His Highness Ningjing and everyone else. It could be said that in these few months, Ningjing, Madman Lan and the others were fine, and Bitterhead Huan was fine. It was all because of Xianxia's protection. When he was around, it was like a super aggro tank. All of the enemy's attacks were directed at Xianxia alone. And now he was gone, but it was also to protect Ningjing. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend, Shen. I won't let you down. I won't let His Highness Ningjing down. At this moment, Slave Xian cried so much that he could finally speak. I'd been secretly in love with Shen for more than a year, but when I finally became beautiful, he left. Lunatic Lan's hand froze in midair. Slave Xian didn't. We have an agreement? Slave Xian said, it's a deal. I admire young Master Shen, and then I'll marry you. Is that not okay? Lunatic Lan was stunned, and said bitterly, yes, yes. He quickly told himself. Slave Xian actually worshipped Shen spiritually, just like how countless women worshipped His Majesty Jiangli. This was an illusory belief, not love between a man and a woman. I, Lunatic Lan, still worship Shen. So, this wasn't a cuckold. Definitely not. My slave Xian is pure and flawless. I, Lunatic Lan, am not a cuckold. Xianxia left, the crown prince, the third prince, and Yin Yuan would gloat and celebrate. But they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, Xianxia was too strange. His combat power was off the charts. When he was in the capital, he really gave people a lot of pressure. Now he was gone. There was even a feeling that the sky was clear. Without Xianxia, Ningjing was completely useless. Whether he could protect himself was a big problem, let alone the fight for the throne. This was no longer a threat, Shui Zhaoyan smiled. Xianxia is very good at tactics, but he has no foresight. He only cares about his own happiness, and doesn't care about the future. You can say that he's short-sighted. The crown prince once again picked up a familiar jade statue of a beauty and played with it. After Xianxia left, the crown prince's entire aura improved. We snatched away Xianxia's 3,700 people with 0 bloodlines. Xianxia took revenge on the Inyuan Association, razing Grace Pavilion to the ground. It was satisfying, and his methods were shocking. But was there any meaning to it? He didn't care about the consequences. Shui Zhaoyan laughed coldly. Didn't he think about how furious the Inyuan Association would be? How furious would the Great Yan Empire be? How could they spare him? He thought that the monarch could protect him, but he didn't know that the monarch is a cruel and merciless person. He could even sacrifice his wife at a critical moment, much less a mere official. That's why Xianxia looks smart, but he's actually a short-sighted and narrow-minded person. There's no hope for him now that he's exiled. The registrar said, he ignored the fact that he's weak to anger the Inyuan Association. That's the height of stupidity. Shui Zhaoyan said, Your Highness, now that Xianxia is gone, are we going to move against Ningjing? Yes, of course. Crown Prince Ningyi said. Yan Wuji said, if you want to kill a snake, you have to kill it. Ningjing enjoyed an undeserved glory, so it's time for him to pay the price. Crown Prince Ningyi was still brooding over the heaven worship ceremony. On what basis? The one who recited the ceremony could only be me. Why was it Ningjing, and why was he so radiant? Just for this matter, Ningjing deserved to die. Of course, the Crown Prince wouldn't kill Ningjing now, but once he succeeded the throne, he definitely wouldn't let Ningjing live. Right now, he was going to kick him out of his position as Tianyue commander. Then he would think of a way to strip him of his title and turn him back into that stuttering piece of trash. The Crown Prince said, inform Shu Tingyu to act. In one of the Inyuan Association's bases. Only with Ningjing's fall can your highness dignity be restored. This is his reverse scale, and the position of Tianyue commander must be taken back. Shui Zhaoyan said. Shu Tingyu couldn't help but frown. Shui Zhaoyan said, Ku Yichen pretended to be a bandit and killed Lian Jin's entire family, as well as Lian Jin and Bian Qin. Isn't this crime enough to topple Ningjing? If you need witnesses and evidence, we can provide them. Xu Tingyu said, but if we do that, it'll be easy for the Pity Flower Pavilion scandal to be exposed, and Consort Bian will also be dragged into it. Is your highness sure you want to offend Consort Bian and Duke Bixiao at this time? Shui Zhaoyan said, only kill Ningjing, only kill him. Don't expose any scandals, and force the monarch to submit. Xu Tingyu's brows relaxed. This was something that could be done. Shui Zhaoyan said, His Majesty condemned Shenlang and exiled him. He appeared majestic on the surface, but in reality, he compromised and begged for mercy because he couldn't withstand the pressure from the Yinyuan Association and the Great Yan Empire. Take his life while he's down. Give him an inch, and you'll take a mile. Since His Majesty compromised once, there will be a second and third step. If we expose that Ningjing's city guards pretended to be bandits and killed young Master Lian's entire family, but don't expose the Pity Flower Pavilion scandal, Consort Bian's reputation will be in jeopardy. In order to protect Consort Bian, the monarch can only submit. Moreover, he doesn't like Ningjing at all. Xu Tingyu said, but Consort Bian likes Ningjing. Shui Zhaoyan sneered. That's just a hypocritical gesture. After all, Ningjing saved her life. If she doesn't pretend to like Ningjing, wouldn't she be heartless? But when it comes to her own interests, Consort Bian will definitely abandon Ningjing. She will either abandon Ningjing or lose her reputation. Young Master Lian trafficked innocent children and committed a heinous crime, yet Consort Bian wrote an inscription for him. Bian Qin is also involved. Is Consort Bian not their umbrella of protection? When that happens, Consort Bian won't be able to clear her name even if she jumps into the new river. In order to protect herself and Lady Bian, Consort Bian must sacrifice Ningjing. Shui Zhaoyan said resolutely. Xu Tingyu said, Miss Xue, I wonder if you've noticed? When the Crown Prince, the Yinyuan Association, and the Third Prince's faction work together, everything goes smoothly. We successfully abducted someone with zero bloodline and severed the lifeline of the Shenlang Nirvana army. We even forced the monarch to compromise. Shui Zhaoyan sneered. Of course, even the monarch can't fight against the world alone. Moreover, there's the Great Yan Empire above him. Xu Tingyu said, that's why the three of us have to work together. We'll put pressure on the monarch and force him to submit again. Shui Zhaoyan frowned. Xu Tingyu said, is the Yinyuan Association going to fight for the Lan family's 10 geniuses and the Nirvana army this time? In Shui Zhaoyan's eyes, a Ningjing without Shenlang was just a piece of trash without any resistance. Annihilation would be a piece of cake. Ningjing's 2,300 trump card Nirvana army soldiers and even the Lan family's 11 brothers were highly coveted. What right did a piece of trash like Ningjing have to command such a powerful army? The Crown Prince almost wanted to monopolize the Nirvana army. That would be like adding wings to a tiger. This was a well-trained trump card army that could go on the battlefield and kill everything in its path. However, according to the Yinyuan Association, the three factions were still working together to force the monarch. Wouldn't the benefits be split among the three factions? Xu Tingyu said, don't worry. The Yinyuan Association won't split the spoils this time. It'll all go to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. In their eyes, the Nirvana army was already meat in their mouths. Shui Zhaoyan said, what a joke, Shenlang. He's always doing things that benefit others. How stupid. Shui Zhaoyan met Shui again. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. The evil creature Shenlang had been chased away. Of course it was worth celebrating. Shui Zhaoyan said, with the three of us working together, we've always been successful. How about we play again? Shui said, I'd like to hear the details. Shui Zhaoyan said, destroy Ningjing. Shui was stunned. Is that necessary? Without Shenlang, Ningjing was trash and no threat at all. Even if they wanted to kill a dog, was there a need for the three factions to work together? Shui Zhaoyan said, the Lan family's 10 brothers are descendants of Jiang Li's bloodline. There are also 2,300 trump card Nirvana army soldiers. Wouldn't it be a waste for them to follow Ningjing? Shui nodded, moved. Shui Xiaoyan said, the Crown Prince's faction accuses Ningxing's city guards of pretending to be bandits and slaughtering Prince Lianhua's entire family. The third prince's faction agrees, and the three of us will pressure His Majesty. Ningxing will be destroyed, and the Nirvana army will be ours. Shui Shui said, what about bitter joy? Shui Xiaoyan laughed coldly. Trash is trash no matter where he goes. It's useless no matter how skilled he is. He should have died long ago. Shui Shui nodded. Agreed. Shui Xiaoyan said, when the time comes, the Lan family's 10 brothers will belong to the third prince, 2,000 Nirvana army soldiers will belong to the crown prince, and 380 Nirvana army soldiers will belong to the third prince. Shui Shui frowned, but still nodded. Fine. After all, it was only the crown prince's faction that stood out this time. The third prince's faction was just going along with it. Shui Shui laughed. It's really boring for an emperor to go this far. Shui Xiaoyan said, Ning Yuanxian's back was broken before, and now it's broken again. An emperor who can't even straighten his back has no dignity. The three sides had come to an agreement. Next, the crown prince's faction began to pick out those who stood out. The monarch had compromised, Shenlang was exiled, and the crown prince was once again in the limelight. He easily picked out a few of the initiators of the incident. The censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Tianyue Commandery, a total of 9 officials, had already prepared their impeachment memorials. When Ningxing had been in charge of the Tianyue Commandery, many officials had paid lip service but secretly opposed him. Ningxing had directly promoted useless officials to replace them, making them mere figureheads to maintain the commandery's normal operations. It had been very effective. But these officials who had been made mere figureheads were definitely full of resentment. At the Crown Prince's call, the officials of the commandery under Ningxing all stood out. After a day of searching for witnesses and creating material evidence. Then, they wrote the impeachment memorials in great detail, practically extravagant. At least on the surface, the evidence was irrefutable. Ningxing actually had his subordinates pretend to be bandits and kill an entire clan. That was too shocking. It was practically committing a crime against the world. Once it was exposed, it would be a huge crime. Not only would he lose his official position, he wouldn't even be able to keep his title. As for Bitter Joy, who had personally acted, he would die without a doubt. Of course, the so-called witnesses and material evidence were all forged. With how careful Shenlang and Bitter Joy had been, how could they have left behind any traces? But this was a political struggle, not a trial. Threatening the monarch was the most important thing. As for the evidence, it was enough to explain it to the world. And what did the people of the world know? Didn't they believe whatever others led them to believe? Moreover, the Crown Prince firmly believed that the Great Yan Empire and the Yinyuan Association were still under pressure. Under the alliance of the three parties, the monarch would definitely compromise. Even if it was to protect concubine Bian's reputation, he would compromise and sacrifice Ningxing. Therefore, in this world, once a compromise was made, one should never blame the enemy for being insatiable. Seek peace through struggle, and peace would exist. Seek peace through compromise, and peace would perish. Shenlang had just been exiled for a few days. The Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Yinyuan Association had tasted the sweetness of victory and were ready to make a comeback. It was really like a butcher's knife pointing at Ningxing and the monarch. Today's court meeting had not yet begun, but the officials already knew what was going to happen. Once again, the atmosphere was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu still did not come. He claimed to be ill and stayed at home. In the court, the officials of the Third Prince and the Crown Prince looked at each other and nodded tacitly. They all knew what was going to happen today. The Crown Prince wanted to destroy Ningxing, and the Third Prince agreed. Originally, when Su Nan was around, the neutral faction in the court was strong. Su Nan fell, Nangong Ao's attitude was ambiguous, and the neutral faction suffered heavy losses. After the monarch fell ill, the entire neutral faction scattered and attached themselves to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Of course, there were still neutral factions at this time. For example, the Minister of Rights, the Imperial Censor, and the Minister of Personnel, who was ranked third in the Imperial Secretariat. They all had high positions. But recently, they were also quiet. It was already good that they could not attach themselves to the crown prince. It would be hard for them to come forward and fight with the crown prince. The only one who could speak up for justice was probably the oldest and intolerant king Uncle Ningqi. But his position was high, but he had no power. So once the officials of the crown prince came forward to impeach Ningxing, no one in the court dared to stand up for Ningxing. The crown prince and the third prince working together was definitely overwhelming. King Uncle Ningqi stood in the court and ignored everyone with a straight face. He ignored King Uncle Ningyu who came to talk to him. He could not stand Ningyu. As a king's uncle, why were you fawning on the crown prince? Weren't you afraid of losing face by fawning on the crown prince? Ningqi had always disliked Shenlang, and now he disliked the crown prince and Ningqi even more. They were not like officials. As the crown prince, he could not even tolerate his own brother. He had already exiled Shenlang. What else did he want? Did he want to kill Ningxing as well? So Ningqi had to speak up for justice. Unfortunately, he knew that he could not save Ningxing's fate alone. His Majesty arrives. The great eunuch Li Sun shouted loudly. Ning Yuanxian arrived in an awe-inspiring manner. He sat on the throne with an excited look on his face. The loyal official thought, Your Majesty, you are probably forcing yourself to smile. You have just surrendered and exiled Shenlang. Now we have to besiege him again. Officials could still compromise, because it was their duty to compromise. But once an emperor compromised, it would be a great disaster. All the officials looked at Ningxing. He was still so eye-catching. Shenlang has been exiled. Why don't you resign and go back to your little wife? How can there be a place for you, Ningxing? In the imperial court, the lightning flashes and thunder rolls will easily crush you into powder. If there is a memorial, the court will be dismissed. Following Li Sun's shout, several officials in the crown prince's faction were ready to impeach Ningxing and kill him. Just then, the monarch suddenly said with a smile, By the way, I have just received a letter from King Ninggang. He said he is not feeling well and wants to return to the capital to recuperate. As soon as he said that, everyone quieted down. Ning Yuanxian suddenly released a big bomb. Did this mean that the position of governor of Tianbei province was vacant? The crown prince and the third prince's faction almost had goosebumps. There were only 2 governors in the entire state of Yu, 2 governors in the middle, and 1 governor in the lower provinces. The governor was the pinnacle of the frontier officials. King Ninggang has worked hard and made great contributions. I don't want him to work anymore. He should be allowed to return to the capital. What position should I arrange for him? The secretariat, everyone instinctively thought of this place. Ninggang and Zhuyong were both governors in the provinces. Once they returned to the capital, they could only be arranged to be in the secretariat. But the number of secretariat was limited. Usually, there were 4 people, or 5 at most. One of them had to step down to fill in the vacancy. The monarch Ning Yuanxian said, The prime minister's father has been in poor health for many years. He has been recuperating at home. So I am thinking if I should add another minister to the secretariat. Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, what do you think? The minister of the Ministry of Personnel stepped out and bowed, The secretariat is beyond my authority. Your Majesty, please make the decision. Ning Yuanxian said, Fine. Let King Ninggang come back. Add another position in the secretariat. He will be the last one. Everyone was trembling in their hearts. Ninggang was a member of the royal family. He hadn't shown his stance yet, so he was still on the side of the monarch. Ning Yuanxian continued, There is also the Privy Council. Sunan is dead, so this position is empty. There used to be 4 people in the Privy Council. But Bian Shao has been away from the capital for many years. Sunan is dead, and Nangang Ao is going on a southern expedition. In other words, there is only Zhong Yi in the Privy Council. Zhong Yi, do you feel busy? How could Zhong Yi say he was not busy? Of course, he wanted to say that he was not busy at all. He could handle the Privy Council alone. But he couldn't say that. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for him to be greedy for power. Ning Yuanxian said, King Ningqi, you used to lead the army, and now you are the grand protector of the crown prince. Why don't you work hard and enter the Privy Council to take over Sunan's position? Ningqi stepped out and bowed, Yes, Your Majesty. Ningqi also knew that he was not capable, but he was duty-bound to help the king when he needed it. He had no other skills, but he was stubborn and dared to speak up for justice. Issue the decree. Confer Ningqi as the Great General of the Army and the second Deputy Commissioner of the Privy Council. The officials trembled again. Two of them, the monarch directly stuffed the two royals into the Secretariat and the Privy Council. But in these two places, only the monarch had the final say. The officials had no right to speak. Just like the Ming dynasty, no matter how powerful the officials were, even if they could control the emperor, they could not appoint themselves as the first deputy minister or the second deputy minister. Emperor Longqing, the son of Jiajing, was probably one of the two most honest and useless emperors in the whole Ming dynasty. But even such a useless emperor could protect his teacher, Gao Gong, and summon the wind and rain. Once Emperor Longqing died, such a powerful figure like Gao Gong was also driven off the throne by Zhang Juzheng and Feng Bao and died tragically in his home. Next, the monarch Ning Yuanxian looked at the officials with sarcasm. They were like a group of eagles and dogs. As long as a piece of meat was thrown down, they would pounce on it, regardless of whether it looked good or not. Ning Yuanxian's voice was still very enthusiastic. But in this way, the position of the governor of Tianbei province is vacant. Who can take on such a heavy responsibility? As soon as the words came out, the imperial court seemed to be boiling. Just like bait thrown into a pond, countless fishes surged out. The crown prince's party really could not find anyone. Zhang Zishu? He was the chief clerk of the governor's manor of Tianbei province. It was barely possible for him to be promoted to governor, but it was impossible for him to be promoted directly to governor. Moreover, he hadn't been cleared of the charges of embezzlement yet. The former Tianyue Admiral Zhang Zhao, after he was stripped of his position, he was full of complaints. It was possible for him to be promoted from admiral to governor, but to be promoted directly to governor was too abrupt. At this time, the deputy commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Zhong Yi, stepped forward and said, "I recommend the third Prince Ningqi to be the governor of Tianbei province." As soon as the words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Although the third Prince Ningqi's expression was still cold, he could not hide the enthusiasm in his eyes. Even the air he breathed was hot. The governor of Tianbei province was not bad, but it was only the governor of Tianbei province. Moreover, this was the capital. There were too many father-in-law and mother-in-law. Even the governor of Tianbei province would find it difficult to perform. But it would be different in Tianbei province. Not only would he be the governor, but he would also be truly independent. Ning Yuanxian looked at the third prince Ningqi and showed an expression of appreciation. Ningqi has done well in the capital these years. However, if he is transferred to the governor of Tianbei province, the position of governor of Tianbei province will be vacant. Who will take it? This time, the whole court was not only boiling, it was almost roaring. Heavens, they were going to decide the positions of two frontier officials at the same time. At this time, the third Prime Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs stepped forward and said, "I recommend the Tianyue Admiral Zhang Zhao. He is the most suitable person to be promoted to the governor of Tianbei province." The Crown Prince's party was really anxious. The Prime Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs could not help but come out to fight for the position. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince could not speak in person. Otherwise, Ningyi would probably rush out in person. But hearing the name Zhang Zhao, the monarch frowned and looked at the third prince Ningqi and said, "Ningqi, you have been the governor of Tianbei province for many years and have the most experience. Who do you think is the most suitable person to take over?" Hearing this, the third prince Ningqi's heart almost exploded with joy. Really, how could there be such a good thing in the world? It is already a great surprise for me to get the governor of Tianbei province. Is it possible that the governor of Tianbei province will also belong to my party? But, who should I recommend? Seed, the deputy commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs and the governor of Tianbei province? No, the official position does not match. Soon, the third prince Ningqi thought of a person. His other father-in-law, Shueishue's father, Shueche, the Count of Wuan, the envoy of the state of Yu stationed in Yan capital. He is the direct descendant of his father and is still in charge of the foreign affairs and intelligence of the state of Yu. But, for the fight for the throne, I am afraid that seizing control of the capital is more important. Immediately, the third prince Ningqi said, I recommend the Count of Wuan, Xianxia. As soon as these words came out, the officials of the crown prince's party almost jumped out. Ningqi, your table manners are too ugly. Not satisfied with the position of governor of Tianbei province, you actually want your father-in-law to be the governor of Tianbei province. In this way, out of the 5 governors in the world, don't you take 3, your power even surpasses the crown prince? Immediately, the officials of the crown prince all came out to oppose Xianxia to be the governor of Tianbei province. They did not attack him, but said that the position of the minister of the state of Yu stationed in Yan capital was too important and could not be separated from Xianxia. The crown prince and Zhu Yong looked at each other. They could see the danger in their eyes. Today, they wanted to join forces with the third prince to force the monarch to compromise again and completely destroy Ningxing. Unexpectedly, it turned into an all-out attack on the crown prince's party. The monarch has gone mad, he launched a crazy counterattack on the crown prince and Zhu Shi. Sure enough, Ning Yuanxian said lightly, Xianxia seems to be a good candidate to be the governor of Tianbei province. As soon as these words came out, the officials of the crown prince's party felt a chill down their spine. His Majesty has really gone mad. In order to attack the crown prince, he did not hesitate to promote the third prince Ningqi. What should we do? The expressions of the crown prince's officials changed drastically, and they panicked. The matter of Ningxing's impeachment was immediately thrown out of their minds. Immediately, the officials of the crown prince knelt down and kowtowed, looking at the monarch with flattery. Your Majesty, please think twice. Your Majesty, please think twice. Seeing this scene, the monarch was extremely happy, it was so satisfying, the strategy that Shenlang gave before he left was really effective. It was a great success. The short-lived alliance between the crown prince and the third prince was instantly broken. Ning Yuanxian immediately returned to being a superior arbitrator. So, Ning Yuanxian felt that it was not enough, so he added more fuel to the fire. Uncle Ningqi, the position of the governor of Tianqi province has been vacant for a long time. We have said several times that Zhang Zishu should take it. But after several investigations, I'm afraid that this person can't take up the heavy responsibility. So, who should we appoint? As soon as these words came out, the officials of the crown prince almost jumped up. It was so creepy. What does His Majesty mean? Is he going to replace the crown prince? Are the 5 governors of the world going to pull out all the crown prince's wings? Uncle Ningqi did not add fuel to the fire. Instead, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance. We should consider it carefully. Ning Yuanxian said, Okay, then we will discuss it again. Shall we dismiss the court today? The court officially dismissed. The officials of the third prince were very excited and complacent. The officials of the crown prince looked dejected and dejected. They had a bad feeling. When they just entered the hall, the officials of the 2 parties smiled tacitly. But at this time, they were like mortal enemies, looking at each other coldly. Everyone knew that His Majesty was supporting the third prince to suppress the crown prince. But so what, the people of the third prince were willing to do it. After the court was dismissed, the crown prince's face was pale, and he rushed to Zhu Hongzhu's mansion. A crisis was coming. His Majesty fired at him, at the Zhu family, in Xuanwu City. Mulan, who was nearly 6 months pregnant, was almost bursting with joy. Her scumbag husband was coming back, the 2 of them were going to live like conjoined twins for a period of time. The 2 of them were going to live a shameless life again. She had checked very clearly that they could be intimate after 3 months of pregnancy and before 8 months of pregnancy. She went to pick up Shenlang almost 3 days in advance. In the end, it went further and further away. In the end, it was almost 300 miles away. Finally, she saw husband's motorcade. Mulan decided to act coquettishly and play coquettishly. Because I am pregnant, I have the credit. But the belly is a little big, and the 2 of us can't hug each other tightly. But I can carry husband horizontally. Yes, that's settled. When they were a few hundred meters away from the motorcade, Mulan ran away. Miss, slow down, be careful of the child, be careful of the child. In the end, she rushed to the front of the motorcade. Mulan only saw Binger and Jean Mutsong, as well as the astonishingly beautiful baby Shenmi. There was no sign of Shenlang at all. Binger, where is husband? Binger said, husband went to a place to see someone. Darling Mulan was incomparably disappointed. She was on the verge of tears. Where did my husband go? Who did he go to see? I don't know. Husband won't tell me such a secret. Binger held the baby and said, baby, call mom, call mom. As soon as Binger saw her, she asked Shinmi to call Mulan mother. Shinmi stared at Mulan's face with her big black eyes, and then looked at her big belly. It was full of curiosity. Mulan's heart melted, and she reached out and said, baby, let mom hug you. Xianxia did not go home directly, but went to Rotten Boot Mountain. He went to see a person, a legendary figure, a tragic figure. Grandmaster Lan Dao. He was once an influential figure in the entire Eastern world. Zhang Chong had once studied martial arts under him for a few months. Ning Qi was also his student, and Ning Qi's invincible general Lan Bao was also Lan Dao's student. He was not only a martial arts grandmaster, but also the #1 archery master in the state of Yu. His archery was unparalleled in the world. But now, the tendons in his arms and legs were all broken. The title of grandmaster was also taken away. He secretly lived in seclusion on Rotten Boot Mountain and became a cripple. And this person was the key figure in Xianlong's second trump card, the Nirvana Army. Even the key figure. If he could get this person, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The second trump card, the Nirvana Army, was half a success, in a remote mountain. Xianlong came in front of a thatched hut. He bowed and said, Xianlong pays his respects to Grandmaster Lan Dao. I sincerely request for Grandmaster to come out of seclusion. Note, the first chapter with more than 8,000 words has been sent. Today is New Year's Eve. As a junior, I want to treat my relatives to a meal and drink some wine. Today's second chapter may be very late, but my brothers must give me the monthly votes. Don't let the monthly votes on New Year's Eve be pushed down, please. Thank you to Soul Letterin, Wood Linggu, River of Spring Flowers and the others for their 10,000 coins. Pastry was drunk. My father's house is rather small, so we went home for the new year and found another house in the neighborhood to stay in. Today, we are treating the elders to a meal. Pastry is very straightforward when he drinks, the kind that drinks himself. We left at 9 o'clock. When I sent him home, he was still relatively normal. In the end, after watching the Spring Festival Gala and returning to his place, he was already vomiting everywhere, on the floor and on the bed. I definitely won't be able to update today. I would like to apologize to everyone. I wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year and all the best, happiness, health, peace, and auspiciousness. The strongest son-in-law in history. Wherever he sobers up tonight, he vomits everywhere. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Last night, I overestimated my alcohol tolerance. Happy New Year, everyone! Do you have a monthly ticket? Grandmaster Blueway could be said to have students all over the world. He had accepted more than 100 disciples in his lifetime, some for a few months, some for a few years. However, if he accepted too many disciples, something bad would happen. In the end, he still fell into the hands of his disciples. About 5 years ago, he received a secret letter from one of his disciples, saying that he had discovered an ancient ruin. These grandmasters had no way of resisting the ancient ruin, so Blueway immediately went there. When he returned, he discovered that all the veins in his limbs had been severed, turning him into a cripple. From then on, it was as if he had disappeared from this world. The Sword King, Xianxia, was his old friend, so he knew that Blueway was living in seclusion on Rotten Boot Mountain. Xianlong called out once more, Grandmaster Blueway, Xianlong is here to pay his respects. A moment later, a hoarse voice came from within the thatched hut. Not meeting, not meeting. Xianxia, are you trying to sever all ties with me? You actually leaked the location of your seclusion? Are you forcing me to move? Or are you forcing me to die? This voice was filled with extreme malice. It was as if he was a completely different person from the legendary Grandmaster Blueway. Blueway was a very enthusiastic person, or else he would not have accepted so many disciples. Xianxia bowed respectfully and was about to speak. However, his wife, Madame Qiu, interrupted, "Why are you wasting your breath on him?" Then, she directly rushed in and pushed a man out a moment later. This was Grandmaster Blueway. His body was skinny, and his hair was like weeds. He was sitting in a wooden wheelchair, as if he had lost the ability to walk. His hands were twisted in a strange way, and they were trembling non-stop. The veins in his arms and legs had been completely severed. Who had done this? In fact, how Grandmaster Blueway had become crippled was still a secret. Had he fallen into a trap? Or had he been set up? Who had severed his veins? Everything was a mystery. Blueway did not say anything. Xianxia said, Grandmaster Blueway, I would like to invite you to teach archery to my troops, so that your archery skills can flourish. I'm not going, Grandmaster Blueway said. Can't you see that I'm already a cripple? I can't even pick up a bowl and chopsticks, let alone shoot an arrow. Xianxia stepped forward to examine his damaged meridians. It was truly a very thorough injury. Who knew how many of his meridians had been broken? Furthermore, without going through normal treatment, these tendons and meridians had already grown chaotically and climbed together. If he were to undergo surgery, the workload would be huge. He even had to sever all the tendons and veins, then connect them one by one and suture them together. Grandmaster Lendo, I can heal your injuries. I don't think it's possible for him to recover his martial arts, but he can still walk normally and move normally. Xianxia said, of course, there's also the possibility of dying from infection during the treatment process. Grandmaster Lendo was startled, and then he said disdainfully, nonsense. I've already seen all the famous doctors in the world, and none of them can treat my injuries. That was true. After all, Grandmaster Rando had students all over the world. After he was injured, his disciples invited countless famous doctors to treat his injuries. Although Zhang Chong had only studied with him for a few months, he had found 4 or 5 famous doctors. In the end, none of the famous doctors could do anything about it. After every famous doctor had seen it, there was only one answer: there was no cure. Hence, Lendo still had some hope in the beginning. Later on, he fell into despair and completely gave up. He lived in seclusion on this rotten boot mountain, unwilling to let others see his miserable appearance. Go, go, go. Grandmaster Lendo began to chase them away. Xianxia, you leave too. Sword King's wife, Lady Qiu, stood in front of Lan Dao and said, Old man, look at who I am. Grandmaster Blueway was stunned. You are Sister Qiu? Who else could it be if not me? Lan Dao was shocked. He clearly knew the miserable state of the Sword King's wife, Qiu Shi. She had been poisoned by a terrifying poison and was delirious. Her skin was like a toad's, and her body was bent like a wild beast's. Previously, Xianxia had tried countless methods and consulted countless famous physicians, but to no avail. In fact, he couldn't even find the cause of the illness. Now, it was actually cured. How was this possible? However, Lady Qiu was poisoned. As long as they found the antidote, she would be fine. But I, Lan Dao, am different. The tendons and meridians in my 4 limbs are all severed. It's simply impossible to treat. Moreover, Lan Dao no longer dared to harbor any hope. He only wanted to live out the rest of his life. Go, 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 all of you go. I'll move immediately. Grandmaster Lan Dao began to chase them away again. Wishy-washy, not a man, Qiu Shi said. Tang Yan, take old man Lan Dao away. When Tang Yan heard his mistress's order, he immediately carried Lan Dao on his back and took him away by force. Lan Dao was enraged. Insolence, insolence. You dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight? Put me down, put me down. However, no matter how much he screamed, no one would care about him. A grandmaster was forcefully taken away just like that. Capital, Zhu Hongzhu's residence. The crown prince flew into a rage. In front of Zhu Hongzhu, he no longer needed to hide his anger. What right does he have to treat me like this? It's clearly his own incompetence. Why is he venting his anger on me? Did I owe that debt of more than 10 million yuan? He squandered and couldn't pay back the money, so he was forced to pay the debt. What does that have to do with me? Have you forgotten that he came to beg you like a dog, grandfather? If not for the Zhushi, he would have lost his throne long ago. Zhu Hongzhu did not speak and listened to the crown prince vent his anger. After a long while, he asked, Are you done venting? The crown prince drank a few cups of tea, as if to quench the anger in his heart. Zhu Hongzhu said, His Majesty is using Ningqi to suppress you now. What can you do? Rebel? How could he rebel? He needed soldiers to rebel, moreover, it was far from the point of rebellion. The crown prince said, Grandfather, is he afraid that he won't be able to get rid of Ningqi like this? Zhu Hongzhu said, His Majesty isn't trying to elevate Ningqi. He's just using him. He already values Ningxing. Suppressing you is just to make Ningqi fight with you. That way, Ningxing can grow in peace. As expected of a sly old fox, he saw through the monarch and Shenlang's secret plan. The crown prince couldn't believe it. His father valued Ningxing, how was that possible? This was a trash who couldn't even completely cure his stuttering. Without Shenlang, he wasn't even worth a fart. Zhu Hongzhu said, You can't believe it, right? But it's the truth. The crown prince said, Why? Even Ningqi is much better than Ningxing. Zhu Hongzhu said, Zhong Yao plans to marry Zhong Shishir to the son of Prince Wu. This alarmed the monarch. He discovered that the third prince also has an unspeakable connection with Yan capital. Yu and Ningqi are both supporting the empire. This has caused His Majesty great unease. But Ningxing has nothing to do with the empire. Once he inherits the throne, His Majesty feels that the state of Yu can maintain absolute independence. The crown prince said, The great Yan Empire is our sect leader. What's wrong with us supporting Yan capital? Zhu Hongzhu laughed coldly in his heart. Ning-yi, you only make it sound so nice. You need Yan capital's power to fight for the throne. That's why you say you're loyal to the emperor. Once you become King Yu, you'll have other plans. However, Zhu Hongzhu would not expose Ningyi's intentions. Not only that, His Majesty is already leaning towards Ningxing. Zhu Hongzhu said, Moreover, Ningxing is different from what you imagine him to be. Although he is not the most intelligent, he is firm and courageous. He has a will and a magnanimity that normal people cannot match. He may not necessarily be a bad ruler. The crown prince was even more shocked. Even Zhu Hongzhu had such an evaluation of Ningxing, this stutterer was not simple. Zhu Hongzhu said, Previously, His Majesty was afraid that you and Ningqi would fight each other. That's why he suppressed the two of you. Now, he is provoking the two of you to fight each other to protect Ningxing. He wants to see if Ningxing is suitable to inherit the throne. Moreover, His Majesty is constantly thinking about Shenlang's return. The crown prince said, Shenlang's return? That's impossible. Zhu Hongzhu said, As long as you lose the war in Nano, Shenlang will return. The crown prince said, Has he lost his mind? He is the king of the state of Yu. Does he want us to lose the war in Nano just to let Shenlang return? Zhu Hongzhu said, That's not it. His Majesty is not that muddle-headed. He wants Nano to win the war and will do his best. You don't have to worry about that. I believe that His Majesty's thoughts are very complicated. He wants to defeat Prince Jin, but if we defeat Prince Jin, then Shenlang will never return and Ningxing will lose all hope. So, Ning-yi, everything else is meaningless. Winning the war in Nano is the most important thing. As long as you win, you will have made a great contribution. When that time comes, no one will be able to shake your position as crown prince, including His Majesty. That's why we have to stake everything on this war in Nano. The crown prince said, But we can't let him elevate Ningqi like that. Otherwise, even if we win against Prince Jin, Ningqi's influence will be too great and he will be a great threat to us. Zhu Hongzhu said, There are two things that can't be changed. Ningqi will definitely go to Tianbei province to be the governor. If we don't give him this benefit, Ningqi will not fight with you. Xueche will also become the governor of Tianyu province. The only thing we can fight for is the position of governor of Western Heaven province. Of course, this position will also be ours. Even if His Majesty has already decided to appoint Zhang Zishu to this position, he needs me, the Prime Minister, to plead for leniency and give in. The Crown Prince said, Grandfather, you don't have to go. Zhu Hongzhu said, Of course I have to go. What's the big deal about a subject giving in to the king? The next day, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu entered the palace, trembling. Prime Minister, why are you here? Why are you here? If there's anything, just let me know and I'll go there myself. Ning Yuanxian ran out and supported Zhu Hongzhu as they walked inside. Prime Minister, aren't you sick? If there's anything, just send someone to tell me. Ning Yuanxian's voice was incomparably warm. After entering the study, Zhu Hongzhu was about to kneel. Prime Minister, you mustn't. Ning Yuanxian practically hugged Zhu Hongzhu's arms to prevent him from kneeling. The two of them were once again courteous. Only then did Zhu Hongzhu sit down on a chair. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be even more affectionate than before. But in reality, both of them knew that the crack in their relationship could no longer be mended. They could no longer return to the past. Before, Ning Yuanxian was very casual in front of Zhu Hongzhu. Now, he became hypocritical and courteous, just like a normal king facing an old subject. This old man has assisted His Majesty for more than 30 years. I've been the Prime Minister for 22 years. Zhu Hongzhu said, I'm ashamed to say this. For the past 20 years, I've been the Prime Minister, but I've been mediocre. Ning Yuanxian said, Your Majesty, what are you saying? You're the pillar of the state of you, the tree that reaches the heavens. Zhu Hongzhu said, in recent years, this old man has been especially sick. Moreover, I'm old and dim-witted. If I continue to stay in this position, I'm afraid it will ruin things. So this old man wants to resign from this position. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian was stunned. What did Zhu Hongzhu mean by this? Was he threatening me, or was he retreating in order to advance? Very quickly, Ning Yuanxian understood that Zhu Hongzhu was giving in. At this time, Zhu Hongzhu definitely wouldn't resign from his position. Because once he resigned from the position of Prime Minister, Zhu Yong would definitely replace him. Then, the position of Tiannam Province's governor would be empty. And the Crown Prince's faction didn't have an official with enough weight to take on this important position. Moreover, the current imperial court couldn't do without Zhu Hongzhu. Even Ning Yuanxian couldn't do without Zhu Hongzhu. Moreover, Zhu Hongzhu was also a test. To see if Ning Yuanxian had the intention to completely replace the Crown Prince. If he did, he would be very tempted by this proposal. He was really old and cunning. Unknowingly, he was trying to pry into the monarch's mind. So, Ning Yuanxian bowed and said, absolutely not, absolutely not. Dear Prime Minister, is there anything I am not considerate about? How could I let you have the intention to resign? If I have done anything wrong, Prime Minister, you can reprimand me, but you must not abandon me. After saying this, Ning Yuanxian bowed deeply to Zhu Hongzhu. Zhu Hongzhu quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty, you must not disrespect this old man. There is a difference between a ruler and a minister, and there is a difference between a ruler and a minister. He desperately wanted to help Ning Yuanxian up, but he couldn't do so. So, Zhu Hongzhu wanted to kneel down to show his humility. But Ning Yuanxian firmly grabbed his arm and didn't let him kneel down. Your Majesty, please get up. You must not disrespect this old man, Ning Yuanxian said, Prime Minister, if you promise me not to resign, I will get up. This, Ning Yuanxian said, if you don't take back your order, I will bow to you for the rest of my life. Zhu Hongzhu pretended to be helpless and said, Fine. Since your Majesty does not mind my incompetence, I will be the Prime Minister for a few more days. Ning Yuanxian said, Prime Minister, you are not going to resign? No. Please get up, Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian straightened his body and wiped the sweat off his face. Prime Minister, you see, when you said you were going to resign, I was so shocked that I was sweating. Zhu Hongzhu bowed and said, I am ashamed. He sighed again in his heart. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian was like a king in front of him, not a junior like before. The two exchanged a few more words. Then, Zhu Hongzhu left without saying a word about Zhang Zishu. Because there was no need to talk about it. As long as Zhu Hongzhu gave in, Zhang Zishu's appointment as the governor of Western Heaven Province would be completed. After Zhu Hongzhu left, the monarch was still sighing in his heart. Xianxia was truly amazing. The development of the situation was exactly as he had described. Next, it was time for the army to march south and fight against Prince Jin. He really hoped that Xianxia would not be right about this. Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Shenmi was called a superstar. The whole family revolved around her. As soon as she woke up, there would be countless people fighting to hug her. She was not shy with strangers. No matter who was hugging her, she would be quiet. He didn't like to chatter either. He just looked around with his big eyes. Everyone said that this girl was like a princess, and Bing'er was very fond of her. Every day, people said that this daughter only passed through her belly. Everything about her resembled her father, not her, Xiaobing. This is where father wrote. This is where father ate. This is where father did bad things. Mulan hugged her and explored every corner. Then, Mulan came in front of the wall of enemies. This is father's wall of enemies. Mulan pointed at the words on the wall. The list of enemies on the wall had almost been wiped out. The real enemies were Xueqie, Xu Bodao, and Xu Tingyu. Of course, there was also Crown Prince Ningyi. However, this name was not suitable to be written on the wall. At least, it was not suitable in the past. Baby, your father is very stingy. You have to learn from him in the future. That way, you won't be at a disadvantage. As Mulan spoke with the baby in her arms, her delicate body suddenly stiffened. However, she quickly pretended that she did not know anything. However, her heart continued to race, and even her body was trembling slightly. Before the person reached her, she felt her heart soften. A ghost slowly approached from behind. Then, the full moon under Mulan's waist was grabbed by someone. You. Why can't you teach me something good even when I'm here? Mulan's delicate body lazily leaned on it. The husband that she missed day and night was back. The man that she loved the most was back. The man that she dreamed of almost every day was back. Shen Lang hugged Mulan in his arms and kissed the big baby first, then the little one. Then, the three of them hugged each other quietly. They enjoyed the sweet and quiet time. After more than a year, they were finally home. Shen Lang suddenly felt that every pore on his body was extremely comfortable and carefree. It was as if the air was warm and soft. He really wanted to hold his wife and baby like this, let time pass quietly, let eternal happiness. Suddenly, the baby made a baby sound and his little body struggled a little. The baby is going to poop. Before Mulan could do anything, Xiaobing rushed in, took the baby, and ran away. Miss, don't be too excited. Lying on your side won't squash your stomach. I know this from experience. When she ran out, Bing'er left a message. Naughty Bing, there were only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. After hearing that, Mulan's face turned completely red. She was going to scold Xiaobing for being shameless, but for some reason, when the thought came, her whole body became weak. Then, in the next second, the scumbag's hand was already under her dress. Husband, this is broad daylight. Shouldn't we go and see father-in-law and mother-in-law first? Before she could finish her sentence, her dress had already left her body. An hour later, Shen Lang was very satisfied. It seemed that after more than a year of training in the capital, his combat power had increased greatly. Jean Mulan was no longer a match for him. However, the pregnant Mulan was really beautiful, and her face seemed to be glowing. Shen Lang smelled her and felt as if he was about to pass out. My baby is so beautiful. Before, Xianxia could be compared to Mulan's baby. After Mulan was pregnant, she was too much of a goddess. She was radiating beauty and was about to surpass Xianxia. At night, the family had a good meal. Xinjian's son was already more than 3 months old. Xinmi was very quiet, but Xinqing was very mischievous. He couldn't stay still for a moment and kept crying. It was really hard for Miss Lin. Such a gentle and quiet girl had to take care of such a noisy baby. When the two babies saw each other, they were inexplicably excited. Wah 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 wah, wah, ga 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 ga, ga. The two of them communicated in the Martian language that no one understood, and they actually talked back and forth. However, Xincheng's voice was very loud. And every time, Xinmi would only reply with one sound. Just like that, the two babies could actually communicate for 15 minutes. They were talking and laughing at the same time. Shen Lang's parents were so happy that their eyes were almost closed. They were so happy to have two babies at home. In-law, cheers. Xuanwu's Ho Jinjua said. Cheers. Shen Lang's father picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Today is our family's new year. His mother-in-law, Su Peipei, said happily, this year, Langer isn't at home, so this year's new year isn't interesting at all. Your two dads are drinking to drown their sorrows, and they're even drunk. And Zitian was still in raging Tide City. His wife had also given birth to a 1-year-old daughter who was already learning how to speak. It would be even more lively if 3 babies arrived. And Zaishi raised his wine glass and said, Mr. Li, let's drink too. Oh, okay. Li Xianxia was a little reserved as he picked up his wine glass and drank it. However, there was also a disharmonious person at the table. Grandmaster Lendo, the old man, was still on a hunger strike. After being forcefully kidnapped, he had been on a hunger strike every day in anger. Then, every day, Madame Chiao would force food such as ginseng, chicken soup, and porridge into his mouth. He didn't have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. He was so angry that he wanted to commit suicide. Holding Shenmi in her arms, Mulan stuffed a bun into her little hand and walked up to Grandmaster Lendo. Baby, give the bun to Grandpa. Shenmi naturally didn't understand, so Mulan taught her again. The baby pushed the bun to Grandmaster Lendo's mouth. Grandmaster Lendo glanced at her chubby little hands, then at the pink and jade-like baby. His wrinkled face twitched for a moment before he reached out to take the bun and put it in his mouth. The moment baby Meng made a move, his hunger strike failed. Yeah. Shinmi cried out happily when she saw Grandmaster Lendo eat the bun, clapping her little hands together. Grandmaster Lendo's gaze immediately warmed up. Not far away, Shen Cheng's baby thought that his sister was talking to him and quickly responded. Yeah. Then, the two babies began a new round of communication in Martian. Shen Lang arrived at Jin Hui's courtyard. He was mainly here to see Xianxia. This was because she was Jing Tuo's daughter, and Jing Tuo had more or less died at the hands of Shen Lang. Son-in-law. Jin Hui hurriedly stood up. I'm eating. This dish looks so ugly. Jianyang looks so virtuous, but is her cooking so bad? Shen Lang laughed. Jin Hui hurriedly said, No, this dish is very good, oh no, this dish was made by Xianxia. Young master, you haven't tasted my cooking yet. There's no time like the present. Xianxia brought a bowl and chopsticks. Shen Lang picked up the chopsticks and picked up the most normal-looking eggplant. As expected, it was terrible. It wasn't easy for Jin Hui. So, Shen Lang bit the bullet and ate a few more mouthfuls. Then, he opened his mouth to talk about Jing Tuo. Young master, you don't have to say anything. Xianxia said, everything was their own fault. Young master, you have a clear conscience. Shen Lang nodded and didn't say anything else. He just drank with Jin Hui. Luckily, the alcohol content of this era was low, so it wasn't a problem to just drink without eating. Young master, don't just drink without eating. Xianxia was very enthusiastic. She put food in front of Shen Lang, and it was a lot. Shen Lang was helpless. Miss Xing, is this how you take revenge for your father's death? Are you trying to kill me with vegetables? Xianxia didn't blame Shen Lang. Moreover, when the news of Jing Tuo's death came, she said to Jin Hui that she had nothing to do with that family. She was Jin Hui's wife. But that night, after Jin Hui pretended to be asleep, he clearly saw his wife crying all night. Father-in-law, how many people are there on Liuzhou Island now? The Black Tortoise Marquis Jinzhua said, more than 80,000, 50,000 people have been moved from our territory, and Tian Dao Hui has continuously transported more than 30,000 peasants from various places. After more than a year of construction, we are finally on the right track. Many villages and towns have been built. Shen Lang asked, is our relationship with the Heavenly Dao Society normal? Normal, very good. Then, the father-in-law and son-in-law fell silent. Sigh, it was still the same. Unless there was something serious, the two of them basically had nothing to say. But the two of them were very close, like father and son. Ning Yuanxian and Shen Lang, on the other hand, could chat. This father-in-law of his, Shen Lang, was really too serious and proper. Chatting with him was too difficult. After a long while, the father-in-law finally said, the preparations on the secret island are complete. Good. Xianlang said, thank you, father-in-law. At mother-in-law Su Peipei's side, Xianlang was beaming with joy as he spoke. The monarch's gossip, concubine Bian's gossip, and the queen's gossip. He could say anything that was out of the corner of his mouth. Including how he killed Su Nan, how he razed the Inyuan Society's headquarters to the ground. It was simply extravagant. At the side, Bing'er could even interrupt a few words. Darling Mulan could only hold the baby and listen helplessly to her husband's nonsense. She really couldn't get a word in. I've never seen the queen, Zhu, even once. But I'm sure that her skin is not good. This woman thinks highly of herself and is boundlessly arrogant. It's very incompatible with the monarch's life. How can such skin be good? Moreover, she is hostile to our family, so she doesn't use anything from our Golden Mountain Pavilion. Serves her right for having bad skin. I even suspect that she has already reached menopause. It's really sad that she has reached menopause in her 40s. Su Peipei nodded wildly and said, yes, 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 I eat the prescription you gave me every day. I also drink soy milk every day to supplement the estrogen you mentioned. By the way, Langer, can you help me see what kind of facial cream I should use recently? Is it moisturizing or oil removing? The two of them talked from gossip to beauty, to health, and back to gossip. Finally, Mulan couldn't take it anymore and said, husband, the baby is sleepy. Xianlang and his mother-in-law wanted to continue. Sigh, there were still a few topics that hadn't been fully discussed. However, sleeping with darling Mulan was also wonderful. After returning to the room, Mulan lay naked in Xianlang's arms. She was infatuated with this moment the most. Husband, it's a promise. Tonight, we'll just sleep soundly and don't do anything else, Mulan said in a sweet voice. Okay. A moment later. You can kiss, but you can't do anything else, Mulan said. Okay. A moment later. You can kiss somewhere else, but you can't do anything else, Mulan said. Okay. A moment later. Mulan said, husband, let's do something else. The days of not being able to show off flew by, and so did the days of happiness. These days, Xianlang seemed to be soaked in honey. He was so happy that every pore of his was sweet. Of course, his waist was a little sore. Darling Mulan was too clingy. Although she was not as fierce as before. But her gentleness was eroding. In the end, his mother-in-law felt sorry for Xianlang and said a few words to Mulan. The young master's body isn't strong. Mulan, you should restrain yourself. This sentence made Mulan blush for more than 6 hours. Then, he didn't dare to meet her mother for 2 days. The fat otaku swore to be the second salty slave. He ate the diet set that Xianlang had opened every day, ran 20,000 meters every day, and practiced martial arts every day. He was really hurt by Zhu Ning last time. So during this period, the family ate delicious food while the fat otaku ate grass. The family ate barbecue while the fat otaku ate boiled chicken. He worked very hard and had persisted for more than a month. When the salty slave worked so hard for the first month, he lost more than 30 kilograms. As for the fat otaku, Jin Mutsong, he only lost 5 kilograms. This result was really despairing. Xianlang and Anzaishi both concluded that Jin Mutsong had a special physique, so it was very difficult to lose weight. Although the fat otaku was in despair, he swore to persevere to the end and become a strong and handsome man. 5 days, Xianlang could only stay at home for 5 days. 5 days later, he, Sword King Li Qianqiu and his wife, Grandmaster Lendo, martial arts fanatic Tang Yen, and the others boarded a ship and headed for a secret island in the sea. There were countless islands of different sizes in this sea region. Usually, no ships would approach the islands that were far from the sea route. It was an absolute secret. And this island, Xianlang named it Nirvana Island. After boarding this secret island, there was a primeval forest everywhere. They walked into the depths of the forest. In the middle of the forest, there was a large open space. It was neat and tidy like a drill ground. Xianlang had people open up this secret island a long time ago. Attention! Turn around. Following the order. 3,900 people turned around in unison and faced Xianlang. Their movements were uniform. Every one of them was pale and weak, every one of them was sensitive and kind, They were the real blank bloodline possessors, the lifeblood that Shen Lang had used to defeat Prince Jin, the Crown Prince, and the third Prince Ningqi. The second Nirvana army, they had not completed their transformation, but soon, and the 3,700 people that were kidnapped by the Yinyuan Association, the Crown Prince, and the third prince were the real imbeciles, Shen Lang said to Lendo excitedly, Grandmaster, this is the army that I want you to train. They will definitely promote your invincible archery to the extreme. They will definitely become the strongest army in the world. Note, the first chapter with 8,000 words has been written. I wrote this chapter with a hangover and headache for many hours. I will go and lie down for a while before writing the second chapter. Today, I will definitely have more than 15,000. Seeking monthly votes and support, everyone, thank you to Sherming, Limitless Sun, Little Gao, Little Walnut, Northern Second Missy, Carnation Blossom, and Auntie for 10,000 coins. End of chapter 349. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.